Others who time travel either possess the bearing of an emperor or are invincible villains. And you crossed over. The system actually intercepted future footage. You're just a trash with fake spiritual roots. It also demands you sign some kind of contract with it. Can obtain the heavenly spirit root? You sneered at this. My eyes open to daylight. Close your eyes and darkness falls. If I'm not the protagonist, then who is? At this moment, the system saw how resolute you were. He also looked completely bewildered. It simply couldn't believe what kind of guy it had bound itself to, arrogant and shinibu. Still suffering from delusions? And after you witnessed that so-called fake spiritual root phenomenon, he scoffed directly. Shut up. Fake spiritual root? Don't even try to deceive me. As I stood before the spirit measuring stone, my dazzling talent will be utterly revealed. Suppress the current era. Hearing this, the system wilted completely. As for the crowd, seeing your confident demeanor, as if you already knew the outcome, they couldn't help but feel ashamed and slowly lowered their heads. They were also aware of young Master Li's reputation. You passed the imperial examination and became a shotsi before even reaching the age of capping ceremony. Able to read and recognize characters at the age of 3. Composing poetry at 5 years old, he had mastered the 4 books by the age of 8. It can be said that in the entire Baixian city, you are the one most likely to have a celestial connection. Approaching the spirit measuring stone, Lu Lingming and Su Qingwan, sent by the Lingxu Holy Land to Baixian City to assess talents and recruit disciples. Looking at a guy like you, they had no idea how many they'd encountered. Spiritual roots are something. It's not something you can obtain just by being smart or good-looking. A young master like you. They had seen it all too often. In the end, the test would reveal no spiritual roots. They would undoubtedly set aside their pride, kneeling on the ground, crying in despair, and beneath the wooden stage. Yet there was one person watching you with a mocking gaze. If you have been paying attention, just think of that guy. He is Li Tianwei, your half-brother from the same father after your transmigration. However, due to both their innate limitations, while in the Li family, the treatment they received was worlds apart. Master, are you certain he has a pseudo-spirit root? At this moment, Li Tianwei was touching the ring on his hand, communicating with the souls within. Could it be fake? Even if my current strength is merely 1/10,000th of what it once was, can't you even discern a person's aptitude? Otherwise, why would I have specifically chosen you among the Li family? Li Tianwei listened to the response from the ring, also breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of all the disparities between us and the Li family, Li Tianwei couldn't help feeling a bit schadenfreude. He wanted to see what kind of scene it would be when you, once the family's great hope. What kind of scenery would it be to be beaten down into the dust? Gazing at the spirit measuring stone before me, you feel not even the slightest ripple of emotion, because you already know the outcome. Where did the fluctuation come from? You firmly believe that you are special and unique. Time traveled. You possess the heavenly spiritual root, possessing the highest and strongest talents. Others are merely mortals. And so, under the gaze of everyone's varied expressions, you place your hand on the spirit testing stone. After the sale, everything proceeded just as the representative from Lingxu Holy Land had explained earlier. Close your eyes and feel it deeply. Spiritual energy, spiritual source. You murmured silently, your heart is tranquil as still water. Under your perception, colorful specks floated in the air. It was also interspersed with some faint, peculiar little color spots. And the system inside your body. It naturally sensed your condition. I knew it. Fake spiritual root, not even the spiritual energy will draw near you. As for you, naturally, he completely ignored the system's judgment. At the same time, silently reciting in my heart, I am a heavenly spirit root, I am a heavenly spirit root, accompanied by his incessant muttering. These small dots still show no reaction at all, but the testing spirit stone in your hand has already given its feedback. A cold breeze blew by. You feel the radiance emanating from your subordinates. The outcome was clear. Slowly opening his eyes, without the slightest surprise, I clasped my hands behind my back. You wore an expression of arrogant confidence, didn't even glance at the spirit measuring stone. And now, the testing spirit stone. It was emanating a soft, elegant glow in 5 colors. Utterly unremarkable. Lu Lingming gazed at the colors and radiance displayed on the spirit testing stone. The outcome was already determined, then he raised his hand, wanting to reveal the results given by the testing spirit stone. Suddenly, the 5-colored brilliance and the testing stone gathered and fused together. A blinding flash of pure white light burst forth. In an instant, the sky above the entire Baixian city was illuminated, sweeping away the gloom between heaven and earth. The entire square held its breath, raising his head to gaze at the figure on the platform, cloaked in a gold-embroidered white robe. At this moment, bathed in radiance, it appears supremely sacred. Lu Lingming was about to blurt out false spiritual root but immediately stopped himself. He gazed in disbelief at the reaction within the spirit measuring stone. Heavenly spirit root? Many others were equally stunned by this spectacle, their eyes filled with awe and incredulity. It wasn't just Lu Lingming alone. Among them, the system within your body was the most bewildered. Your system didn't hesitate to scan you several more times. How is this possible? How is this possible? Clearly it's a pseudo-spiritual root, no mistake about it. How could the testing stone detect a heavenly spiritual root? The spiritual testing stone must be malfunctioning. At the same time, this is how it's perceived. Was also the residual soul within your dear younger brother Li Tianxian's ring. At first, he was startled by the heavenly spirit root test results, but immediately came to my senses. Scanned you once more with the power of the soul. Absolutely certain you're just a fake spiritual root. Seeing Li Tianxian about to question him, he immediately replied, "The spirit measuring stone is broken. Li Tianwei, heavenly spiritual root." Lu Lingming watched as the reaction within the spirit testing stone gradually faded away. Couldn't help but swallow hard. Shouted the result. Lu Lingming hadn't anticipated this at all. This Whitexian city, which was nearly abandoned by the Lingxu Holy Land. There was actually such a mighty dragon hidden here. And with your hands clasped behind your back, you faced the crowd gathered below the square. Without the slightest surprise. Said, "I said it, I'm a heavenly spirit root, so heavenly spirit root it is." Feeling the mix of shock, disbelief, and envy in the gazes from the audience below. In this life, you're the exemplary child that others compare their own to. You're all too familiar with that kind of gaze. If asked how it felt, you had only one answer. This is only right. I, Li Tianwei, see daylight when I open my eyes and darkness when I close them. Can still time travel. With a garbage system built in, if I'm not the protagonist, then who is? You waved your hand lightly and said, "Next. Brother Li, over here, over here." Lu Lingming had already started calling you senior brother without any hesitation. Su Qingwan, capitalizing on her status as a female cultivator, went straight up to greet him. Senior brother Li. At the same time, both secretly cursed the other in their hearts for being shameless. Li Tianxian watched you on stage receiving everyone's flattery, his eyes seemingly laced with venom. Although the answer was obtained through the investigation of the remnant soul inside the ring, nor did he recklessly rush onto the stage to shout that the spirit measuring stone was faulty. The remnant soul in the ring witnessed Li Tianxian's performance, was even more satisfied. "I thought you'd be jumping up and down in impatience, ready to confront them. I'm not that kind of person. I'm someone without a shred of power. Go up to question the immortal master about the testing spirit stone. There's likely only one answer, to serve as a warning to others by making an example of them. I'm not qualified for something like this right now." Hearing the words of the remnant soul, Li Tianxian took a deep breath and replied, "Ha, as expected of someone I've taken a liking to." On Li Tianwei's side, there was an issue with the spirit testing stone. You just felt it too. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirls in 5 colors around. Extremely faint, this is the hallmark of a pseudo-spiritual root, the remnant soul said. You stand on the platform, ignoring the clamor of the system and my consciousness. You pathetic system, how could you possibly understand me? 5-colored spiritual energy surrounds. That signifies I possess a 5-colored heavenly spiritual root. All varieties available. How could the results from the spirit testing stone be falsified? You may be trash, but you're still my system. I'm not a petty person either. Watch me take you soaring to new heights. You flicked your sleeve and arrogantly raised your head. Hearing your words, the system crashed instantly. Just you wait. Wait until you reach the Lingxu Holy Land. When passing the test by the Nascent Soul Elder, see how you get by. The system was somewhat crashing too, it hadn't anticipated this either. The host I specifically chose would be So Chinibu, top student? What's so great about that? Someone like this can score full marks in every subject. It really is someone else's child who excels, even now. The system is truly impressed by someone like you. Way too confident and persistent. Unprecedented. In your eyes, proving yourself is what makes you the protagonist. It is the innate, extraordinary learning ability you were born with. Subjects like mathematics and physics. You can see the answer at a glance. As for the problem-solving process, that's the part the teacher is responsible for. You only provided the answer. No need to go through the process. How do we know the answer is correct? It's their business. And all you have to do is write down the answer. Isn't this special ability essentially a form of perpetual validation? You first prove the answer. The teacher and the world once again prove the process. Make sure the answer is correct. So, the so-called perfect scores in all subjects. You were just the first to prove the answer. Only after others have gone through the process can the outcome be proven. You verify the effect first, then they deduce the cause from the effect. I knew about gravity at age 3. Unlike Newton, it still takes an apple to fall on the head. Unfortunately, he was born before me and stole my credit. You side with emotion once again. And in your consciousness resides the system. Naturally, this idea was also received. The originally noisy chatter. It had already turned into a garbled mess. Meanwhile, the testing on stage continued. Upon detecting Li Tianwei's celestial spirit root, Lu Lingming and Su Qingwan's previously somber expressions now beamed with smiles. After all, discovering a celestial spirit root would surely bring generous rewards from the sacred land. Moreover, establishing this connection through the detection would yield lifelong benefits. They could even boast that the celestial spirit root's senior brother from Lingxu sacred ground back then was discovered by them. So now, Lu Lingming and Su Qingwan were nowhere near as gloomy as before. Their mouths were practically splitting from smiling. Following Li Tianwei's detection, whether by coincidence or not, 2 more individuals with triple spiritual roots were detected, followed by 1 with dual spiritual roots. Though their grades were only average, they were still sufficient to be accepted into the sect. But it wasn't over yet. As Li Tianchen stepped onto the stage and placed his hand on the spirit testing stone, 2 beams of light shot straight into the sky, the red and green colors dazzlingly bright. Though Lu Lingming wasn't overly shocked, having witnessed Li Tianwei's extraordinary result first, he still announced, "Top-grade dual fire with spirit roots Li Tianchen." Such a commotion naturally drew gasps from the crowd below, though the reaction paled in comparison to that for Li Tianwei. Among the crowd below the stage, people recognized Li Tianchen. He's Li Tianwei's younger brother. Who knew he had a spirit root too, and a supreme one at that? Sounds pretty impressive. Though it doesn't seem as spectacular as Li Tianwei's. True to his lineage, 2 spirit root descendants in one family. Seems the Li clan is destined for greatness. Whispers from the audience grew louder. Li Tianchen's expression darkened with each word, and he couldn't help but glance at Li Tianwei. There he stood, head tilted back, hands clasped behind his back. Seeing his demeanor, Li Tianchen clenched his fists. These mortals are so narrow-minded, they have no idea what a top-tier dual fire with spiritual root signifies. The lingering soul within the ring remarked, then teased Li Tianwei. Of course, it can't compare to a heavenly spirit root that was misidentified. Hearing the fragment's words, Li Tianchen's expression eased somewhat. "My dear brother, when you meet those elders at the sect, I hope you can maintain this composure." Li Tianwei, seemingly sensing Li Tianchen's gaze, finally shifted his eyes to look at him. "Who would have thought my presence would bestow such divine talent upon my younger brother? My celestial spirit root truly is overwhelmingly powerful." Hearing Li Tianwei's thoughts, the system nearly choked on its own words. Who knew how Li Tianchen would react if he knew what Li Tianwei was thinking? Lu Lingming glanced at the long queue still snaking through the crowd, then turned away. With a flick of his sleeve, a black ruler shot out from his sleeve, soaring straight into the sky. The ink ruler, once summoned by Lu Lingming, rapidly expanded in an instant, soon reaching dozens of meters in length. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, dragons and phoenixes along with several resting spots for others. Divine magic. The mighty power of a celestial master. Witnessing the ruler's displayed might, the crowd in the square stared in astonishment. "Senior brotherly, please go ahead and rest. Once I complete the spirit assessment, I'll ride swiftly back to the Lingxu Holy Land." Lu Lingming addressed Li Tianwei respectfully. Li Tianwei nodded lightly in response, his expression calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by the display Lu Lingming had just demonstrated. In his eyes, with his innate spiritual talent, cultivating the Tao was something anyone could do. These few techniques were something he could easily master with a little practice. After Li Tianwei ascended the ink ruler, Lu Lingming turned his gaze to the others, finally settling on Li Tianchen. "A supreme dual fire with spirit root, truly the makings of an immortal," he declared respectfully. "Senior brother Chen, you too." Li Tianchen didn't waste words. He even felt a hint of anticipation. If Li Tianwei were exposed within the Lingxu sacred grounds, how would this man react? Chapter 4, Before the Heart-Questioning Staircase. As the spiritual root test concluded, news of the Li family producing 2 prodigies spread throughout White City. Though common folk didn't understand concepts like heavenly spiritual roots or supreme spiritual roots, the spectacular display made it clear that the Li family was about to produce someone extraordinary. To celebrate, the Li family hosted lavish banquets for 3 days. As for Li Tianwei and the others, after their tests, they were taken away by Lu Lingming and Su Qingwan. They had originally planned to celebrate in Baixian City for a few days, but the thought of celestial spiritual roots made them realize that to avoid unexpected complications, they had to hurry their journey to the Lingxu Holy Land. At that moment, Lingxu Holy Land was busy arranging matters for the newly recruited disciples. In the outer sect elders' hall, an elder with snow-white hair and a youthful complexion, clad in yin-yang robes, sat cross-legged upon a cushion. A voice suddenly called out from outside. "Elder Su! Elder Su!" Hearing the repeated calls from outside, Su Yuanwen's brow furrowed slightly. He then rose slowly and waved his hand toward the door. "Come in." The door swung open without a breeze, and the man outside immediately rushed in. "Elder Su." Su Yuanwen regarded the unfamiliar disciple before him with a stern expression before inquiring, "What is it?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, the disciple's anxious expression instantly softened. A strange smile curled at the corners of his lips, and his pupils turned blood red. Seeing the disciple's sudden transformation and those familiar eyes, Su Yuanwen knew the person had arrived. Su Yuanwen immediately snapped to attention, rising to his feet and kneeling halfway on the ground. His tone was exceptionally respectful as he addressed the figure. "Greetings, Deputy Sect Leader Han Yuan. I thought you'd forgotten me." Han Yuan gave a cold laugh before stepping forward to stand above Su Yuanwen, looking down at him. How could this disciple ever forget the deputy sect leader's kindness? May I ask what instructions the deputy sect leader has brought? This disciple shall fulfill them without fail. Su Yuanwen knelt submissively. Who could have imagined that a nascent soul elder of the Lingxu Holy Land would appear so humble at this moment? My visit follows the Grandmaster's directive. Your years of infiltration within Lingxu Holy Land and your sacrifices are well documented. Upon this mission's completion, you may return to the sect. The position of guardian we've reserved for you remains open. You may claim it if you wish. Han Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of joy crossed Su Yuanwen's face. I wonder what plan the sect leader requires my cooperation with this time. I shall go through fire and water for it. This task is quite straightforward. The sect has arranged for a disciple to enter the sanctuary. This disciple is unique. He possesses a pseudo-spiritual root. However, under my guidance, he will enter the Lingxu sacred grounds disguised as possessing a celestial spiritual root. Your task is to give him this pill. Have him take it before he ascends the heavenly ladder. Then his pseudo-spiritual root will disguise itself as a celestial spiritual root. Even those old fools at the spirit transformation stage won't be able to detect his spiritual root issue. He will be a complete and utter celestial spiritual root. Han Yuan retrieved a pill and handed it to Su Yuanwen. With his heavenly spirit root talent, he will undoubtedly receive intensive cultivation from the sacred ground, consuming vast resources. I have further arrangements planned for him afterward. Su Yuanwen accepted the pill from Han Yuan and nodded deeply. This disciple will not disappoint the sect leader's trust. Deputy sect leader, why not have our heavenly spirit root disciples infiltrate the sect? Let those monks help us cultivate our disciples. Su Yuanwen stowed the pill away and asked with some confusion. Have you been reading too many Mortal Realm novels? Do you think sending a heavenly spirit root disciple undercover is as easy as handing out cabbages? Remember to hand it over to him. Su Yuanwen emphasized with particular emphasis. As he finished speaking, Su Yuanwen watched the blood-red hue gradually fade from the man's eyes. Ah! Elder! The man regained consciousness, staring at Su Yuanwen with confusion, but quickly snapped back to his senses. Elder Su. You may leave now. I am already aware of the situation. Su Yuanwen stared sternly at the man before him. At the same time, the soul essence that had separated from the Lingxu sacred ground and returned to its original form slowly opened its eyes. But at that very moment, a frantic figure burst into the chamber. Deputy sect leader! Deputy sect leader! Something's happened. The disciple we assigned earlier, his soul lamp has gone out. Huan Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing the news. Who did this? How dare they disrupt our holy sect's affairs? It was the Blood Nightmare sect. They hijacked the Spirit Void Sanctuary's recruitment airship and slaughtered everyone aboard. Huan Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had intended to exploit this fake celestial spirit root to swindle resources from the Lingxu sacred ground, hoping that the additional celestial spirit root would disrupt the balance among the three great sacred grounds. That heavenly spirit root fake pill had consumed vast resources to refine, and he'd entrusted it to Su Yuanwen to save trouble and test him. Now, with this incident, the entire plan was thrown into disarray. Blood Nightmare sect. Han Yuan gritted his teeth before vanishing in an instant. After over 10 days of relentless travel day and night, Lu Lingming finally led this group of disciples back to the Lingxu sacred ground. Besides the group from Baixin City who tested positive for spiritual roots, several other batches of disciples were identified in subsequent screenings across other cities. Gazing upon the magnificent scenery of the Lingxu sacred land, the people on the Ink ruler couldn't help but tilt their heads back in awe, staring at the sacred land ahead. Peaks soared skyward, white cranes soared through the skies, and pavilions and towers were built atop precipitous summits. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen darting away in flashes of light. Most striking of all was the celestial ladder standing before the sanctuary's gates, stretching straight to the peak. Nearly 1,000 steps were shrouded in mist, as if ascending to the heavens. Accompanying Lu Lingming and the newly recruited disciples back to the Lingxu sacred grounds were dozens of flying vessels and various flying magical treasures. However, instead of flooding directly into the sacred grounds, the disciples halted their vessels beside the heavenly ladder. Lu Lingming observed the people on the Ink ruler, accustomed to their stunned expressions at the sight of the Lingxu sacred ground. He recalled feeling the same way during his first visit. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Lingming couldn't help but glance at Li Tianwei. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression neither sad nor joyful, his gaze as sharp as ever. Not a trace of discomfort or awe was visible on his face at the sight of the Lingxu Holy Land. Truly worthy of a heavenly spirit root. Lu Lingming murmured in admiration. He then stepped forward to the front of the Ink ruler and pointed at the stone steps ascending toward the heavens. Detecting a spiritual root is only the first step. It doesn't mean you're disciples of the Lingxu sacred ground. You must also traverse this of the heart. While cultivation talent is crucial, our path of cultivating immortality inherently involves seizing the essence of heaven and earth and battling against the cosmos. Your character and willpower are equally vital factors in determining whether you can ascend to immortality. Therefore, to enter our Lingxu sect, you must first ascend this of the heart. Climb 100 steps to enter the outer sect, 300 to enter the inner sect, 500 to become a core disciple, 800 to be a direct disciple. The pinnacle is 1,000 steps, only 2 have ever reached it, and both have ascended. Lu Lingming spoke with a touch of heroic fervor in his voice. Infused with his fervor, the disciples of the Ink Ruler's sect gazed upon the heart-questioning staircase with faces hardened by resolve. They seemed utterly certain of their destiny, as if each were destined to be the one ascending the 1,000 steps to immortality. Observing the resolute gazes around him, he recalled how he himself had once been just like them. Yet the heart-questioning ladder tested more than just resolve, and a talent was equally crucial. How many of those lacking talent could truly rely on sheer willpower to reach the summit? As a great ascended being once said, ascension relies 99% on sweat and 1% on innate talent. Sweat is indeed vital, but without that 1% of talent, reaching the summit remains impossible. With this thought, Lu Lingming turned his gaze once more to Li Tianwei. A heavenly spirit root was the very essence of a destined immortal. Chapter 5, The Pseudo-Celestial Spirit Root. Li Tianwei naturally sensed Lu Lingming's repeated glances, though he had long grown accustomed to such attention. After all, geniuses, the protagonists of life, were always destined to be the center of attention. Li Tianwei couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, then looked down at the asking heaven ladder below. Testing one's character or aptitude? It's just a matter of a few steps. Li Tianwei felt a pang of resignation. Even though the gap between him and others was vast, he still had to follow these rules. It felt like going to school all over again. What a waste of talent. The crowd on the Ink Ruler platform waited expectantly, and those aboard other flying vessels and magical artifacts were no different. At the gates of the sacred land, Su Yuanwen frowned as he reviewed the reports from disciples assessing spiritual roots and the records of newly accepted disciples. 2 heavenly spiritual roots? Which one was arranged by the deputy sect leader? I'll investigate first. Su Yuanwen soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight up into the clouds. A surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Behind Su Yuanwen, a terrifying phantom slowly rose. A colossal version of Su Yuanwen himself stood suspended in midair, towering over the heavens and obscuring the sun. The Nascent Soul manifestation descended. Disciples, you have passed the sacred land's spiritual root test. The heart-questioning staircase now stands open. Ascend 100 steps to enter the outer sect, 300 for the inner sect, 600 for the core sect, and 800 to become a direct disciple of a Nascent Soul elder. A vast, resonant voice emanated from the form. Disciples aboard flying vessels and wielding various magical treasures all gazed upward at the towering figure in the sky, involuntarily swallowing hard. They couldn't help but wonder if they themselves could ever reach such heights. As Su Yuanwen finished speaking, the heart-questioning staircase glowed with a dazzling radiance, seeming to materialize before the crowd. The disciples heading for the spiritual root assessment simultaneously steered their magical treasure-flying boats toward the heart-questioning ladder. Su Yuanwen seized this opportunity to probe the 2 disciples with heavenly spiritual roots. Found it. Su Yuanwen smiled faintly, his gaze settling on Li Tianwei. A pseudo-spiritual root, yet the records show a heavenly spiritual root. The spiritual medicine must be given to him. In an instant, Su Yuanwen withdrew his immense magical form with a flick of his thoughts. His teleportation light streaked across the sky, landing directly upon Lu Lingming's Ink Ruler. Ha 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 ha! How magnificent is our Lingxu Holy Land! This time, a disciple with a heavenly spirit root has entered our sacred grounds. Su Yuanwen's figure materialized atop the Ink Ruler, his hearty laughter echoing as if genuinely delighted by the Spirit Void Sanctuary's discovery of a heavenly spirit root. Greetings, Elder Su. Lu Lingming and Su Qingwan hadn't expected Su Yuanwen to personally descend onto the Ink Ruler, and immediately greeted him respectfully. No need for formalities. Discovering a heavenly spirit root for the sanctuary is a great achievement in itself. Su Yuanwen then turned his gaze to Li Tianwei and inquired. Junior disciple Li Tianwei pays his respects to Elder Su. Li Tianwei followed suit, offering a half bow in greeting. Good, good. Li Tianwei is a fine name indeed. Do not look down upon this token of greeting. Su Yuanwen praised it several times before producing a treasure box from his sleeve. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Those gathered on the ink-stained platform couldn't help but swallow hard. Though they knew Li Tianwei possessed a heavenly spirit root, they too were spirit root cultivators and believed themselves no less gifted than him. Now, even Su Yuanwen, a Nascent Soul elder, was offering gifts as a gesture of goodwill. The gap between them suddenly became starkly apparent. A gift from an elder, how could a disciple refuse? Li Tianwei accepted it without hesitation. This is a marrow cleansing pill. It purifies the marrow of worldly impurities and should be taken before ascending the heavenly ladder. Su Yuanwen approached Li Tianwei at a leisurely pace and transmitted his voice to him. Hearing Su Yuanwen's transmission, Li Tianwei felt inexplicably uneasy, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. He simply nodded lightly. Seeing Li Tianwei accept it, Su Yuanwen nodded with satisfaction. His decision to depart first stemmed primarily from concern that the appearance of two heavenly spirit roots might attract the attention of other elders, or even the peak masters, within the Lingxu's sacred ground.
I shall take my leave now. May your paths be smooth. Su Yuanwen waved his hand and headed off in the opposite direction. To avoid suspicion, he had to deliver the washing marrow pill to the other heavenly spirit root cultivator as well. What's going on? This shouldn't be happening. He's a nascent soul cultivator, right? How could he not detect the host's issue? Could it be he didn't even scan?
The spirit stone can malfunction.
How could this nascent soul elder not notice? The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness watched Su Yuanwen's actions, utterly bewildered.
It couldn't fathom what circumstances had allowed Li Tianwei, a fake spirit root cultivator, to blend in this long without exposure. Li Tianchen, watching from behind, had been waiting to see Li Tianwei humiliated when Su Yuanwen appeared. But the moment Su spoke, the plot took an unexpected turn. Not only did he fail to detect anything, but he actually presented Li Tianwei with a gift as a gesture of goodwill.
Something's off?
His divine sense had already swept through this place earlier.
There's no way he couldn't have detected Li Tianwei's issue. The lingering soul within the ring now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Sometimes luck is part of one's strength. Li Tianwei just happened to run into Su Yuanwen, the demonic sex undercover agent, allowing his fake spiritual root to successfully deceive everyone once more.
In Li Tianwei's eyes, he was a heavenly spirit root, undoubtedly a heavenly spirit root.
A gift from the nascent soul elder, a marrow washing pill?
Li Tianwei held the pill Su Yuanwen had given him, glancing at the system that had approached him after his transmigration, promising a contract, a heavenly spirit root, and various pills.
Sure enough, the system inventory contained a marrow washing pill. System. While I have no major complaints about how utterly useless you are, why does this reward you're giving me resemble everything I've painstakingly acquired since my transmigration? Trying to pull one over on me? Li Tianwei couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Host, you truly possess only a pseudo-spiritual root, not a heavenly spiritual root. That old man must not have detected it earlier. Furthermore, the pill in your hand is not a marrow washing pill, but an unknown elixir. It is best not to consume it lightly. Hearing Li Tianwei's sarcastic retort, the system embedded in his consciousness took a deep breath, finally calming down from its earlier confusion and signaling it wasn't angry. You think I'd believe that? The spirit stone test confirmed it.
Even the nascent soul elders couldn't detect it, and you're still calling me a fake spirit root? Li Tianwei shook his head. He knew this was the system's jealousy, jealous that its host was too perfect. Unknown elixir? I don't believe it. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei swallowed the pill, his expression utterly unconcerned and fearless.
It slid down his throat in a single stroke, carrying a faint medicinal fragrance and a hint of sweetness.
As for any changes? Not a single one.
Yet after Li Tianwei consumed the pill, a dark glow emerged within his five-colored pseudo-spiritual root. The colors it emitted were obscured, revealing instead a pure white hue. At that moment, the surface of the pseudo-spiritual root became completely undetectable. Under any form of perception, Li Tianwei now possessed a perfect celestial spiritual root. A pure young celestial spirit root, no less. Chapter 6, Such Shamelessness. Strange? As soon as Li Tianwei swallowed the pill, the lingering soul within Li Tianxin's ring immediately sensed something amiss with Li Tianwei. What's wrong, master? Upon hearing the voice from the ring, Li Tianxin frowned.
There's something wrong with your brother. When I sensed him earlier, he still had a pseudo-spiritual root.
But now my divine sense detects that he's transformed into a celestial spiritual root and a pure yang spiritual root at that. The remnant soul continued. At this, Li Tianxin's face twisted in astonishment.
What? It must be that pill.
The fragmentary soul seemed to recall something and explained the situation. I never imagined your brother possessed such means to have the elders of Lingxu Holy Land cover for him.
Li Tianwei? After hearing the fragment's words, Li Tianxin fixed his gaze on Li Tianwei. I never imagined you had such influence. I underestimated him.
The look Li Tianxin now directed at Li Tianwei was entirely different, heavy and solemn, devoid of the previous mockery. Li Tianxin had expected to witness Li Tianwei's downfall within the Lingxu Holy Land, yet instead, he had uncovered another facet of his brother's character.
But I suppose there are things about me you don't know either. Li Tianxin touched the ring on his finger.
As for Li Tianwei, he had no idea that his dear younger brother was shifting his opinion of him due to a mere coincidence.
No effect?
After swallowing the pill, Li Tianwei scrutinized his body closely but found no reaction whatsoever. He assumed the medicine was faulty.
I see. It must be my constitution.
With the heavenly spirit root, my physical body has already undergone transformation, pure and untainted.
That's why the marrow washing pill is useless. Li Tianwei quickly arrived at his own conclusion.
Regardless of his inner thoughts, Li Tianwei maintained an outwardly calm and composed demeanor, showing no hint of extraordinary ideas or unconventional perspectives. The only entity aware of Li Tianwei's baffling, unique way of thinking was the system within his consciousness.
Precisely because of this, the entire system was on the verge of collapse. It bitterly regretted binding itself to Li Tianwei. Yet it had chosen him, and no matter how painful it became, it had to endure. This was its final chance. If another problem arose, it would never achieve full activation. As these thoughts raced through its mind, Li Tianwei had already arrived at the heart-questioning staircase. The staircase was packed with thousands of people, each climbing upward in orderly succession. For reasons unknown, those stepping onto the ladder visibly grew weary, as if bearing some invisible burden. Otherwise, how could mere steps leave them gasping for breath? Soon, it was Li Tianwei's turn. Gazing at the of conscience before him, Li Tianwei stepped onto it without a moment's hesitation. The moment his foot touched the step, a terrifying pressure swept over him, as if his entire body had been crushed under immense weight. If one observed closely, it was plain to see that after placing his foot down, Li Tianwei did not lift it again, remaining utterly still. At this moment, the pressure of his pseudo-spiritual root talent became evident. Though the heart-testing staircase was built to test one's character, the moment you stepped onto it, it would apply pressure corresponding to your innate aptitude. In essence, those with superior aptitude experienced relatively lighter pressure initially, making the journey easier, only for the pressure to intensify progressively as they advanced. For those with inferior aptitude, the pressure endured upon stepping onto the would be terrifyingly immense. This signified that the pressure one would face in pursuing strength would be immense. At this moment, it all depended on one's character and willpower. The higher one could endure and climb, the more it proved that even with flawed aptitude, one could still reach the pinnacle. The heart-questioning ladder tests those with the most ordinary talents. Forged by the first patriarch of the Lingxu sacred land, this ladder has ascended to the immortal realm nearly 10,000 years ago. It is an unquestionable treasure. Even with Li Tianwei's dust-covered elixirs creating a false heavenly spirit root, he could not deceive this ladder. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness rejoiced at this sight. It finally witnessed its host humiliated a chance to prove his spiritual root was fake. Host. I told you your spiritual root was fake, but you wouldn't believe me. Now look, even the heart-questioning staircase has detected it. Reaching the summit is utterly impossible for you. You won't even make it past the 100th step. To further solidify Li Tianwei's conviction, the system dumped all available information about the heart-questioning staircase into his consciousness. Shut up. Feeling the overwhelming pressure closing in around him and the system's incessant taunts echoing in his mind, Li Tianwei burned with fury. He couldn't care less about The's true nature. To Li Tianwei, this was merely a minor setback, further proving The's ignorance and narrow-mindedness. It had never encountered a five-colored celestial spiritual root like his, mistakenly labeling him as a fake spiritual root. What could he do? He was gifted beyond compare, while the world remained ignorant. As for the system's messages, he wouldn't believe a single word. I am a heavenly spirit root. I am a heavenly spirit root. I am destined to dominate this world. You, the heart-questioning ladder, don't be so ungrateful. Li Tianwei silently repeated these words in his mind, growing ever more certain and resolute about his divine spirit root. Whether it was due to his strengthened resolve or not, he suddenly felt a weight lift from his body. Li Tianwei slowly took that step forward. Had heaven not birthed me, Li Tianwei, the Tao would remain shrouded in eternal night. Even if this of conscience is flawed, I, with my heavenly spirit root, shall bear this pressure and reach the summit. First there is I, Li Tianwei, then there is heaven. When I open my eyes, the sky brightens. When I close them, darkness falls. If I am not the heavenly spirit root, then who is? Those who reached the summit before me, were they the slow bird that flies first, or kings who refuse to acknowledge their peers? Li Tianwei chanted his own maxims in his mind, stepping forward relentlessly, without a moment's pause. This wasn't some crazy self-hypnosis, no, it wasn't hypnosis at all. Li Tianwei was convinced this was the inevitable outcome, rendering the process irrelevant. In that instant, as if the previous step where pressure nearly crushed him had been an illusion, Li Tianwei had ascended over 100 steps in the blink of an eye. What the hell? The system within his consciousness watched the sudden changes unfold, along with the various delusional outbursts echoing in Li Tianwei's mind. No matter how it tried to comprehend it, it never imagined such an operation was possible. As for Li Tianwei's relentless advance, he faced not a shred of resistance, or rather, resistance existed. The heavenly ladder had poured forth its full might, relentlessly amplifying the pressure. Yet strangely, it seemed to have no effect on Li Tianwei, as if he simply ignored it. As Li Tianwei advanced, he gradually left those ahead of him in his wake. At this moment, he truly moved with the effortless grace befitting one of heavenly spirit root talent. I knew it. I am a heavenly spirit root. This heart-questioning ladder is the problem. Once I reach the summit and become the master of the sacred land, I'll tear you apart for daring to slander me. Li Tianwei glanced down at the of conscience beneath his feet and let out a cold snort, radiating sheer dominance. Something's wrong. Very wrong. This host is problematic. At this moment, the system within Li Tianwei's consciousness detected the anomaly. It immediately launched a comprehensive scan of his entire system. What a mistake to scan him. The entire system nearly crashed from the results. There actually exists such a shameless individual. Chapter 7, Deceiving Even Oneself. Indeed, through the system's scan, it had uncovered the reason Li Tianwei could withstand the. It was through absolute self-hypnosis that Li Tianwei had compelled his consciousness, instincts, and every fiber of his being to affirm one thing. What did the heart-questioning ladder ask? It asked about the heart. You lack the heart to become stronger. Li Tianwei was an embodiment of absolute self-belief. Precisely because of this, in his own mind, he was supremely powerful, the strongest, and nothing less. After probing Li Tianwei, he continuously applied pressure. Due to Li Tianwei's extreme self-affirmation, he successfully deceived the heart-questioning ladder, though it wasn't truly deception. After all, the heart-questioning ladder seeks those with poor innate talent who possess an indomitable will to overcome adversity, even to the point of resisting all pressures. But Li Tianwei was an anomaly. His extreme idealism and hyper-self-centeredness allowed him to completely resist all pressure from the. Thus, he ascended the of conscience with remarkable ease, soaring straight to the clouds. This. At this moment, even the system was utterly speechless. No matter how it had anticipated, it could never have imagined Li Tianwei would be so self-centered and idealistic to this extreme. To Li Tianwei, however, it was only natural. As a five-colored spiritual root, this malfunction was understandable. Yet under his absolute divine talent, these challenges were effortlessly overcome. As Li Tianwei affirmed his own worth within his mind, the pressure of the of conscience could no longer penetrate his consciousness. It was as if nothing had ever troubled him. Alone on the of inquiry, his solitary figure advanced step by step toward the summit. 300 steps, 500 steps, 600 steps. Those below gazed upward at the figure steadily advancing on the, growing ever smaller in their sight yet commanding ever greater reverence. Even Li Tianxian, relying on his supreme dual fire with spirit roots, was left far behind. Though he learned from the lingering soul in his ring that Li Tianwei had an elder from the Lingxu sacred land providing cover, the sting of being overtaken and left behind was unpleasant. He quickened his pace to catch up. Soon, he reached the third position. Ahead of him, another figure closely followed Li Tianwei, only about 10 steps behind. This individual was Feng Macheng, the heavenly spirit root disciple detected besides Li Tianwei. They had now reached the 800th step. Even with his heavenly spirit root, Feng Macheng felt an overwhelming pressure. Feng Mosen couldn't help but lift his head to gaze at the figure above, moving with effortless ease. He swallowed hard, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and pushed himself to keep pace once more, refusing to concede defeat. Meanwhile, atop the heaven-questioning staircase, several ethereal, awe-inspiring figures watched the figures below on the heart-questioning staircase. These figures were the peak masters and elders of the spirit void sacred ground, each a nascent soul or transformation spirit cultivator. This reveals the profound depth of the Lingxu sacred land. The quality of this batch of disciples is unexpectedly high. There are also two with heavenly spiritual roots. I wonder if junior brother Lin has any disciples he's taken a liking to? Lanyu, the purple-robed peak master of Yunshao Peak, stroked his beard lightly as he spoke. Lin Moyang, the peak master of Muxa Peak, whose gaze had been fixed on Li Tianwei at the forefront of the heart-questioning ladder, wore a contemplative expression. That lad possesses a heavenly spirit root, but it's a pure yang spirit root, one of the lesser varieties among them. Yet he advances unimpeded along the heart-questioning staircase. This shows his character is truly extraordinary. After Lin Moyang spoke, the surrounding figures nodded in unison, seeming to agree wholeheartedly with his words. In that case, I decide to take him as my disciple. At that moment, a tall, sturdy man in the hall spoke up. The moment the words left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the hall fixed on him, as if saying, "You shameless bastard. Hong Taolang, you immediately claim him as your disciple? His pure yang spiritual root should be best suited for our Jinshu Peak's burning heaven fire technique." Someone immediately couldn't hold back, roaring out. Celestial spirit roots haven't appeared in years. Currently, the Lingxu Holy Land has only 5 celestial spirit roots, one for each of our peaks. It should rightfully belong to my Muxa Peak. Lin Moyang joined the fray. Su Yuanwen, who knew Li Tianwei's true nature, remained unusually quiet. In his view, deputy sect leader Han Yuan's arrangement made perfect sense. Following this development, pouring resources into this pseudo-spiritual root disciple pretending to be a heavenly spiritual root would not only waste a huge amount of resources for Lingxu Holy Land in cultivation but also disrupt the balance of the righteous path. The entire Lingxu Holy Land, including its elders, now possessed 5 heavenly spirit roots. Adding the 2 new ones would bring the total to 7, more than enough to shatter the equilibrium among the 4 great holy lands of the northern spirit domain. The pure young heavenly spirit root should rightfully be mine to take. I too possess a heavenly spirit root, making me the most suitable to instruct this disciple. The man who had been quietly observing from the corner stepped forward. Clad in a black and white yin-yang robe, he bore a long sword at his back, its edge gleaming with sharpness. Most notably, he was remarkably young and handsome, and one of only 2 transformation spirit elders present. As he joined the fray, the other elders exchanged startled glances, clearly recognizing the immense threat Bai Muxu posed. Bai Muxu, you can't just claim him as yours. Why not let the boy choose for himself? Even so, this didn't mean they would give up. They put forward their own suggestions. Hearing this elder's suggestion, the others chimed in agreement. Exactly. Let the disciple choose for himself. For a moment, the scrambling ceased as all eyes fixed upon the figures ascending the heart-questioning staircase. After scaling 800 steps, Li Tianwei advanced as if the ladder were nothing, showing no sign of slowing under its pressure. His pace only quickened. Soon, he left Li Tianchen and Fang Machuan far behind. Without a hint of surprise, Li Tianwei continued his ascent to the summit after crossing the 800th step. Meanwhile, Fang Macheng and Li Tianchen, trailing behind, found themselves unable to move another step on the. Standing atop Li Tianwei folded his arms behind his back, looking down at those still struggling to climb below. The gap. This is the gap. The gap between them and me. Not a trace of modesty. As Li Tianwei reached the summit, the of self-reflection glowed with a radiant halo. Countless incantation patterns and sacred scriptures wove through the air, descending like a shroud. Thus, the third disciple to ascend the ladder of conscience since the founding of the Lingxu sacred ground had emerged. After a violent feedback surge, several ethereal figures materialized before Li Tianwei, each radiating an overwhelming aura that inspired awe. Li Tianwei, pure young celestial spirit root, has ascended the of conscience. A deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the entire Lingxu sacred ground. Accompanying this proclamation, disciples across the sacred land's peaks paused their tasks, gazing toward the of the heart's inquiry at the sanctuary's gates. Exotic beasts, rare flowers and herbs, and various illusory forms appeared, as if immortals had descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 8, Entering the Heavenly Gate. Li Tianwei naturally witnessed the spectacle of myriad beings striving for the heavens unfolding before him. To his eyes, this scene barely met his standards. Soon, the world shifted. Li Tianwei opened his eyes once more to find several figures ahead, men, women, young, and old, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Yet to Li Tianwei, no matter how formidable they seemed, they could not match his own composure. Facing the imposing presence of the elders from the Lingxu sacred land, Li Tianwei remained utterly unflappable. With neither servility nor arrogance, he bowed slightly and addressed them. Greetings, esteemed elders and seniors. His calm words and composed demeanor earned nods of approval from the elders. They were thoroughly satisfied with Li Tianwei's conduct. Yet there was a crucial caveat: had Li Tianwei not arrived here by ascending the heart-questioning ladder with his heavenly spirit root, but appeared in any other manner, these elders would likely have deemed him a fool lacking discernment. Very well. Li Tianwei, would you be willing to join our Jinju Peak? Our peak's burning heavenly fire technique is most suited for cultivation by one with your pure yang heavenly spirit root. Zhang Heian, leader of the Jinshu Peak, spoke first. My Yunqiao Peak boasts disciples ranked among the beauties of the Lingxu sacred land. If you choose to join us. Lan Yuzhenren wasted no words, immediately bringing up the offer. As soon as he finished, the other elders followed suit, each throwing out temptations to join their respective sects' magical treasures, elixirs, cultivation techniques. It was plain to see how highly sought after Li Tianwei was. Despite this, Bai Musu remained silent beside him. Enough. Stop arguing. Let Li Tianwei choose for himself. Amidst the elders' heated competition, someone snapped angrily, likely provoked by the others' hostile glances. At this, the elders finally calmed down, realizing they had overreacted. Their gazes immediately turned to Li Tianwei. Feeling their gazes, Li Tianwei glanced left and right, hands clasped behind his back, looking as though he were selecting fresh produce at a market. I wonder which of you elders is the strongest. Li Tianwei couldn't care less about what benefits joining their sect might bring. If he was going to become a disciple, it had to be under the strongest. Only such a person would be remotely qualified to be his master. As soon as Li Tianwei spoke, none of the elders present answered. Yet their gazes shifted in unison toward a specific spot. That man stood with a sword slung behind him, clad in a black and white robes, radiating a sharp, commanding presence. Young and handsome, yet in Li Tianwei's eyes, his look still fell slightly short of his own. From their fleeting glances, Li Tianwei could almost certainly deduce that this man was the strongest present. Seeing Li Tianwei's demeanor, the other elders and peak masters couldn't help but sigh, realizing their chance had slipped away. Bai Muxu, sensing the surrounding gazes, finally locked eyes with Li Tianwei. Earlier on the heart-questioning staircase, Bai Muxu had also believed Li Tianwei possessed a pure young celestial spirit root. Yet now that Li Tianwei stood before him, for some reason, Bai Muxu sensed something peculiar about his spirit root, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact issue. Are you certain you wish to become my disciple and join my Tianmen Peak? Bai Muxu stared directly at Li Tianwei, his aura steadily rising and intensifying until a piercing presence enveloped the entire hall. The elders gathered around him shifted their gazes toward Bai Muxu, their expressions turning solemn. He's grown stronger again. I possess none of the elixirs, magical artifacts, or women they speak of. Bai Muxu slowly approached Li Tianwei as he spoke. When he finished speaking, Li Tianwei still looked at Bai Muxu without fear. I accept. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei added silently in his mind, women only hinder my cultivation progress. In Li Tianwei's eyes, Bai Muxu was merely a stepping stone in his cultivation journey. Seeing this, Bai Muxu couldn't help but smile, nodding deeply. Very well. From now on, you shall be my disciple, Bai Muxu. I will teach you to the best of my ability. Should you fail to meet my standards, you shall leave the mountain without question. Greetings, Master. Li Tianwei hadn't expected this unexpected master to possess a certain air of dignity and style. As for the demands Bai Muxu mentioned, he simply ignored them. In Li Tianwei's eyes, no demands or difficulties existed. He had never failed at anything he set out to do. After Li Tianwei joined Bai Muxu's Heavenly Gate Peak, the other elders and peak masters could only settle for second best. Soon, the results of the trials on the heart-questioning ladder began to emerge. Apart from Li Tianwei, who had ascended both Fang Maqian and Li Tianxian had also surpassed the 800-step mark, qualifying them to become direct disciples. Li Tianwei's emergence made them appear somewhat overshadowed. One possessed an exceptional dual firewood spirit root, the other a heavenly spirit root, qualities that would have ranked among the finest talents among the newly recruited disciples of the sacred land in any previous year. Unfortunately, with Li Tianwei's presence, they now seemed like mere supporting characters. The other elders once again engaged in fierce competition. Li Tianxian became a disciple of Lin Moyan on Muxia Peak, while Fang Maqian entered Yunxiao Peak, becoming a direct disciple of Lan Yuzhenren. The remaining 600 disciples were also assigned to various peaks. The quality of this cohort was significantly higher than in previous years, securing 3 direct disciples and dozens of core disciples. But Li Tianwei had no interest in delving into these matters. After agreeing to become a disciple under Bai Musu brought Li Tianwei to Tianmen Peak. The Lingxu sacred ground comprised 11 peaks, each governed by a transformation spirit elder who served as peak master. Under each peak master resided several Nascent Soul elders, with each peak responsible for specific affairs within the Lingxu sacred ground. For instance, Muxia Peak served as the sacred land's pill peak, specializing in alchemy, herbal cultivation, and pill refinement. Jinshu Peak focused on artifact forging. Yunxiao Peak, meanwhile, functioned as the sacred land's law enforcement peak. As for Tianmen Peak, having been newly established, it currently bore no specific administrative responsibilities. Bai Muxu emerged as a rising star over the past century, establishing his foundation within 100 days, attaining the Golden Core stage in 3 years, breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage within a decade, reaching the Divine Transformation stage in 50 years, and now standing at the peak of Divine Transformation, all while possessing a heavenly spirit root. With such innate talent, Bai Musu possessed the capability to establish his own peak. Li Tianwei is Bai Muxu's first disciple, his sole disciple at present. Bai Muxu had taken on several disciples before, but sadly, they all ended up being expelled from the peak. None of them met his standards. In Bai Muxu's eyes, he himself had achieved foundation establishment in 100 days without relying on pills or external aids. For his disciples to fail at such a basic requirement meant they were utterly unworthy of being his students. To others, Bai Muxu seemed overly demanding, but to him, this was merely the most fundamental requirement. If anyone dared to argue, Bai Muxu would simply retort, "But I did it, didn't I?" This left the elders and peak masters of Lingxu Holy Land speechless, unable to counter his point. But Bai Muxu truly had the credentials to back it up. Chapter 9, Is it so hard to admit you're a fake spirit root? Within Tianmen Peak. Since Tianmen Peak had only recently been established, and due to Bai Muxu's temperament, there were few disciples beyond those handling miscellaneous tasks. As for direct disciples or core members, none existed. After bringing Li Tianwei to Tianmen Peak, Bai Muxu kept a close eye on him. Due to his cultivation level, Bai Muxu could vaguely sense that something was amiss with Li Tianwei's spiritual root, yet he couldn't pinpoint the reason. This was why he had remained silent when the other elders scrambled to claim Li Tianwei. Unable to pinpoint the root of Li Tianwei's problem, Bai Muxu resolved to follow the previous arrangement. If Li Tianwei failed to establish his foundation within 100 days, he would be sent back. They arrived at the main hall of Tianmen Peak. Bai Muxu stood before the hall and addressed Li Tianwei. "Since you have formally entered my door and become my disciple, I will teach you diligently. My requirement is simple: you must establish your foundation within 100 days. If you fail, you may choose to rejoin one of the other 10 major peaks within the Lingxu sacred land." After speaking, Bai Muxu carefully observed Li Tianwei's expression. He noticed that unlike the other disciples he had accepted before, Li Tianwei did not look terrified or anxious upon hearing this. Instead, he wore an expression of confidence and determination. Seeing this, Bai Muxu couldn't help but nod in approval. This disciple will establish a foundation within 100 days. Li Tianwei had no idea what establishing a foundation within 100 days truly entailed. Even if he did, it likely wouldn't matter. Judging by his self-perception, he was probably already scheming about ascending to immortality in broad daylight. With a light wave of Bai Muxu's hand, a book materialized in his hands. A profound aura of the Tao swirled around it, radiating an aura of extraordinary significance. Placing his hand on the cover, Bai Muxu activated a halo of light. The characters on the cover slowly rose, the 4 words, Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation, glowing brilliantly in midair. This is the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique. To master it, you must successfully establish your foundation within 100 days.
Once established, you can condense a supreme Tao foundation, granting you a solid foundation. This will ensure smooth progress through subsequent realms, and even challenging higher tiers will be no problem. Earlier, you asked who was the strongest. None of the other elders dared to speak. It is precisely because within 100 days, I cultivated the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation method to build a supreme Tao foundation. During my foundation establishment stage, I fought against Golden Core cultivators. In my Golden Core stage, I defeated Nascent Soul cultivators. And in my Nascent Soul stage, I consecutively defeated 2 Transformation Spirit Demon cultivators. I am the strongest here, beyond question. Bai Muxu's words echoed throughout the area. Soon, a circular light appeared behind him, emanating a vast aura that swept over the surroundings, carrying immense intimidation. Li Tianwei found himself drawn to that Heavenly Source Foundation technique as well. Now that's befitting my status. I wouldn't bother cultivating techniques that don't allow cross-tier combat. Bai Muxu tossed the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique before Li Tianwei and declared, "Before you, I took on 2 disciples, one with a top-tier Golden Spirit root, the other with an Ice Elemental Heavenly Spirit root. Neither of them fulfilled this requirement of mine. You're somewhat different from them. You reached the summit of the heart-questioning ladder, something even I failed to achieve. I imagine establishing your foundation within 100 days will be an extremely simple matter for you." Li Tianwei caught the Heavenly Source Foundation technique and, upon hearing Bai Muxu's words, answered without hesitation. "That's because I never came." Bai Muxu hadn't anticipated such a response. His gaze settled on Li Tianwei as he savored the audacity of those words, yet found nothing amiss in the young man. What if he was arrogant with innate talent? When you possess the capital, it's called confidence. I'll be watching. During this period, I will provide you with all necessary resources. From the moment you begin cultivation, you must establish your foundation within 100 days. As for Li Tianwei, he had already picked up the Heavenly Source Tao Foundation technique and begun reading. Within his consciousness, the system understood this host's situation far more clearly than anyone else. That pill might deceive these cultivators, but it couldn't fool the system. Under its scan, Li Tianwei remained an ordinary pseudo-spiritual root. Yet, throughout this journey, his status as a Heavenly Spirit root cultivator had only grown more solidified. He had even become a personally taught disciple of the Peak Master at Lingxu Sacred Ground. The system had considered bypassing the contract altogether, directly granting Li Tianwei access to its shop and various functions. Judging by this guy's level of delusional arrogance, the system could tell he'd likely think, "I'm a transmigrator, the protagonist of this world. If you promise to let me soar with the system, then just let me soar with the system. What need is there for a system store or system functions? That's just belittling me." As a system, it possessed its own pride. The thought of being so easily dismissed and reduced to such a role in the future was immediately dismissed. "I'll be damned if you don't come crawling back to me when you fail to cultivate this Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique." In its eyes, if Li Tianwei, this host, could cultivate the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique with a pseudo-spiritual root, it wouldn't be a miracle, it would be beyond description. Talent was something that couldn't be artificially cultivated through other means. The system didn't wish to be overly harsh on this host, but it did want him to develop cautiously and steadily, not meet the same tragic end as the previous 2 hosts. After a moment's hesitation, the system sent Li Tianwei another message. "Host, with your current spiritual root, mastering the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique is impossible. At the very least, you need a top-tier spiritual root, not to mention the requirement of 100 days to establish your foundation. Is it really that hard for you to admit you're not a Heavenly Spirit root? Ha! I am a Heavenly Spirit root, aren't I? Shut up. System, just wait for me to take you flying. Don't dare disrupt my Tao heart." Li Tianwei retorted immediately upon hearing the voice in his mind. Tao heart? More like a mid-teenage heart. Once again rebuffed by Li Tianwei's foul temper, the system immediately shot back with sarcasm. "I'd love to see how your fake spiritual root cultivates this." Sensing Li Tianwei had blocked its voice once more, the system could only retreat. "Careful selection doesn't work, and random picks just give me 2 little cuties. Is it really that hard for me to get promoted?" The system buried its head in its hands. While the system wallowed in frustration, on the other side, Bai Muxu was explaining the fundamentals of cultivation to Li Tianwei, along with the challenges within the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation method. It must be said that Bai Muxu wasn't just immensely powerful, his understanding of cultivation was truly unique, making him more than capable of teaching Li Tianwei. Li Tianwei naturally appeared fully absorbed in the lesson, though only he knew what truly occupied his mind. Just as in his previous life, he had long since grasped the answers at a glance. What the teacher was explaining was merely the process. Knowing the answer, Li Tianwei had no need for the process. As a Heavenly Spirit root cultivator destined to establish his foundation within 100 days, he found the explanations largely superfluous. For a genius like him, things others struggled to grasp their entire lives were innate knowledge from birth that was the gap. Even if Li Tianwei harbored some adolescent fantasies within, outwardly he maintained a composed demeanor. Such matters were for his own knowledge alone, he wouldn't go around broadcasting them.
Chapter 10, Finally Discovered? Here lies all the resources you need to establish your foundation within 100 days. If you wish to cultivate, do so before the sword steel atop the peak. That is the core area of the spirit gathering array, where the spiritual energy is most concentrated. After explaining the basics of cultivation to Li Tianwei, Bai Muxu produced a storage ring and handed it to him. Li Tianwei accepted it without hesitation and slipped it onto his finger. 100 days to establish your foundation. Bai Muxu emphasized. Li Tianwei nodded deeply. Bai Muxu stepped before Li Tianwei and gave him a light pat on the shoulder as encouragement. Don't let me down. Bai Muxu held high expectations for Li Tianwei. Since the founding of the Lingxu sacred ground, only 2 individuals had ever reached the summit of the heart-questioning ladder. Both of those predecessors had since ascended to immortality, an event that occurred thousands of years ago. Now, it had been 2,500 years since the last ascension. Now, with Li Tianwei emerging as another climber to reach the summit, regardless of other factors, his innate talent and mental fortitude alone made ascension highly probable. Perhaps he could even match Bai Muxu's pace. That is all I have to say. Should you have any questions, come find me in my hall. For now, focus on your cultivation. After completing his instructions, Bai Muxu waved his hand. A long sword shot out from behind Bai Muxu's form, circling in midair several times before landing before Li Tianwei. Qi Tian, take my disciple to the sword monument. Bai Muxu commanded the unsheathed blade. With that, Qi Tian darted straight to Li Tianwei's feet, lifting him up and carrying him toward the peak. Watching Li Tianwei recede into the distance, Bai Muxu couldn't help but touch his chin. Only then did he realize he had no beard and withdrew his hand. I hope he can establish his foundation quickly. Time is running out. Bai Muxu sighed softly. Guided by Qi Tian, Li Tianwei swiftly reached the summit of Tianmen Peak. After delivering Li Tianwei to the summit, Qi Tian made a sweeping arc through the sky and vanished without a trace. The vast peak was enveloped by a spiritual formation. At its apex, a massive stone stood like a sword thrust into the sky, its fissures below seemingly carved by the very edge of its blade. One sword opens heaven's gate. 5 simple characters were carved upon the boulder, their strokes sweeping like dragons and soaring like phoenixes. Each stroke ended with a decisive flourish, exuding an air of dominance. The sharpness within them seemed to carry the very essence of heaven's opening. Li Tianwei gazed at the monolith, which resembled a sword monument, then sat cross-legged in the cultivation area behind it. In his hands now lay the heavenly origin Dao foundation technique he had obtained from Bai Muxu, along with that storage ring. Cultivation? With my heavenly spirit root, it should be a piece of cake. Li Tianwei immediately began flipping through the pages. The cultivation path in this world bore a striking resemblance to the novels he had read in his own. Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, soul projection, body fusion, tribulation crossing. Qi cultivation had 10 layers. After foundation establishment, each realm was further divided into 3 tiers, early, middle, and late. However, the cultivation methods differed somewhat. This world placed the greatest emphasis on advancing from Qi refining to foundation establishment. As the Tianyuan Dao foundation method stated, the foundation forged through the 10 layers of Qi cultivation would determine the future development of one's cultivation path. Of course, these 10 layers aren't achieved merely by laying a foundation or enduring the grind. If that were the case, nearly anyone could achieve it by simply grinding through the Qi cultivation stage. The formation of the Dao foundation begins the very moment one steps onto the path of cultivation. During this period, one carves out their path of cultivation, and the Dao embryo takes shape all within 100 days. Within these 100 days, if one successfully transcends the 10th layer of Qi cultivation and achieves foundation establishment, the Dao embryo can be transformed into a Dao foundation. This leap to the heavens brings immense benefits for the future. Yet within this brief 100 days, those who achieve foundation establishment are exceedingly rare. Success depends not only on innate talent but also on one's character and comprehension. Even possessing a heavenly spiritual root does not guarantee one can rely solely on abundant resources to establish a foundation within 100 days. It requires the fortitude to endure the solitude of cultivation and the insight to comprehend the Dao foundation and various cultivation methods. Ultimately, innate talent remains paramount. Without a supreme spiritual root, establishing a foundation within 100 days is virtually impossible. Of course, establishing a foundation within 100 days provides an excellent foundation, but it doesn't mean one cannot ascend without it. It simply increases the probability. Those blessed with formidable innate talent and unwavering resolve would never settle for mediocrity. If others can establish their foundation within 100 days, why should they be any different? It is precisely this mindset that has cemented the 100-day foundation as the benchmark for measuring a prodigy's true caliber. You claim to possess top-tier spiritual roots, master powerful cultivation techniques, and have exceptional mental fortitude. You say you can instantly master and perfect all manner of spells and arts. You boast of such prowess, yet why have you not succeeded in establishing your foundation within 100 days? Of course, one could choose to accumulate strength over time, but such individuals remain few and far between. Dao embryo?
According to this Tianyuan Dao Foundation method, once I begin channeling Qi into my body, I must start the 100-day foundation building. With the resources the Chief Master gave me, everything else is up to me.
Li Tianwei touched the ring on his finger.
With a flick of his thoughts, a space dozens of cubic meters in size appeared before him, packed to the brim with various spirit stones and cultivation techniques.
Though Li Tianwei didn't recognize these spiritual herbs and other rare treasures, their radiant glow and medicinal fragrance clearly signaled their exceptional quality. A mere 100 days to establish my foundation? Drawing Qi into my body? That's a piece of cake for me.
Li Tianwei retrieved a bottle labeled fasting-suppressing pills from his ring and swallowed several in one go. Due to Bai Musu's strict requirements prohibiting the consumption of cultivation-enhancing elixirs, his storage ring contained only fasting suppression pills and some healing pills for injuries.
Remember my first exam? I crammed for 2 hours straight, then had a sudden epiphany and aced it. Closing myself off for cultivation? That's a piece of cake. Li Tianwei felt the pills settle in his stomach, the previous emptiness completely replaced by fullness.
He immediately sat cross-legged, following Bai Muxu's previous instructions on channeling celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy into his body, and began the process. Soon, his consciousness settled, attuning to the celestial and terrestrial energies. It must be said that the formation atop Tianmen Peak condensed vast amounts of spiritual energy from the surroundings. The dense aura was so potent that even ordinary people without spiritual roots could remain free from illness and disaster, enjoying a smooth life if they stayed here. Yet within Li Tianwei's consciousness, the situation seemed rather dire.
According to Bai Muxu's description, the stronger one's spiritual roots, the more intense the sensation of spiritual energy.
Much like encountering a beloved, this energy would rush straight toward them.
Yet, to Li Tianwei's senses, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth showed no such reaction, appearing instead as ordinary and mundane. Moreover, according to Bai Muxu, a pure yang heavenly spiritual root should perceive spirit energy as brilliant as flames. Yet in Li Tianwei's perception, the spiritual energy was multicolored, intermingled with pitch-black strands. The situation was highly peculiar. For a moment, Li Tianwei was utterly bewildered. Within Li Tianwei's consciousness, the system detected his reaction and an immediate surge of delight flooded its data core. You finally discovered it.
Before the system could speak.
I get it now. My celestial spirit root must be too unique, different from everyone else's. That's why this is happening. Outside, Li Tianwei snapped his fingers in sudden realization. The system, still silent, couldn't help but curse under its breath. Chapter 11, Fish and Qi Gathering Technique. #%#. The system spewed a string of gibberish, momentarily at a loss for words. It retreated once more, dying to see what new tricks Li Tianwei would pull next. It must be this way. With my unique spiritual root, it's definitely different from other heavenly spiritual roots. Like how I read books, I remember everything after just one glance. Math problems? I see the answer instantly, the process doesn't even matter.
I can't be treated like an ordinary person, nor like an ordinary cultivator.
This is my uniqueness. Li Tianwei felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him.
He immediately began flipping through the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation manual in his hands. Clearly, the techniques for drawing Qi into the body were useless to him.
Who told me to be special? Li Tianwei almost flicked his hair back as he declared this with self-admiration. Since I'm special, I need special treatment.
Li Tianwei stared at the Qi gathering manual in his hands, lost in thought. He closed his eyes once more, continuing to sense the energy. Yet no matter how intently he studied or tried to comprehend it, the spiritual energy throughout the heavens and earth seemed to look down on Li Tianwei, refusing to approach or enter his body. Even when he desperately tried to guide it, it recoiled in disgust.
This won't do. I don't understand at all. Aren't I a genius? It can't be my fault.
This technique and this world are the problem. Meanwhile, at the foot of Tianmen Peak, Bai Muxu gazed up at the summit, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It took me a full hour to draw the Qi into my body and enter the Qi cultivation realm. Li Tianwei has reached the summit of the heart-questioning ladder. His aptitude, temperament, and insight are all a cut above mine.
He must be faster than me. Bai Muxu thought to himself. But as time ticked by, second after second.
Soon, half an hour passed, yet the summit of Tianmen Peak remained utterly still. There wasn't even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. It seemed as though no one was cultivating there at all.
This shouldn't be happening.
With the innate talent of a heavenly spirit root, drawing Qi into the body should at least cause spiritual energy fluctuations during the cultivation process, even if it doesn't fully enter the body. How could it be this quiet? Bai Muxu was now filled with confusion and frustration, desperate to rush up to the peak to investigate. But before his foot could take a single step, he halted abruptly. The master guides you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. The 100-day foundation building is the groundwork, a foundation for understanding spiritual energy control. I've taught you how to draw energy into your body and provided the resources. This is the simplest part. If you can't even accomplish this, what use would my presence be? After halting, Bai Muxu suppressed the doubts churning within him. While Bai Muxu fretted below, Li Tianwei atop the peak was even more anxious. At this moment, he was frantically flipping through the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation manual in his hands. Its pages detailed over a dozen methods for drawing qi into the body, various techniques for cultivating qi, and methods for the later stages of foundation establishment. Bai Musu had already explained all this to him, and Li Tianwei had certainly understood. Yet all that was theory. Now, when he tried to apply it to his own body, the results were completely different from the theoretical answers he had derived. He couldn't even manage to draw on the qi. As for whether it was his own fault, Li Tianwei naturally refused to accept that. After all, he possessed a heavenly spirit root. The only possibility was that this particular method was incompatible with his own constitution. Therefore, Li Tianwei resolved to rely on his own abilities to completely overhaul this qi guiding method, creating a new technique tailored to his own nature. With that, Li Tianwei studied the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation method in his hands, determined to research and develop a cultivation method suited to himself. As for knowledge, though cultivation knowledge in this world was scarce, he still possessed the knowledge from his previous world. Spiritual energy? What if I liken it to atoms in the air? Beyond that, they don't respond to my summons either. Could my spiritual roots be too peculiar? Li Tianwei mused inwardly as he began to dissect the qi gathering techniques within the Heavenly Source Tao Foundation method. He blended his knowledge from his former world with the qi drawing method from the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique. Is human consciousness a kind of magnetic field, a biological magnetic field? In my original world, there was no way to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within one's body. It must be the difference in human physiology after all, these are two separate worlds. Or is it the peculiarity of my spiritual root? I don't necessarily need to attract spiritual energy. I could also make spiritual energy attract or repel each other. Perhaps my spiritual root can't attract spiritual energy, but once it enters the body, it might be different. According to the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation method, the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth form the foundation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, where positive and negative energies mutually generate. Li Tianwei murmured to himself as his consciousness stretched outward. At this moment, the sole advantage of Li Tianwei's pseudo-spiritual root became apparent. The reason it was called a pseudo-spiritual root was precisely because it was too chaotic, possessing all manner of attributes that both repelled and attracted each other, capable of sensing spiritual energy of every type. Yet precisely because of this excessive diversity, it possessed a little of everything yet held no compelling attraction for any single type. Most critically, the pseudo-spiritual root possessed so many attributes that advancing required cultivating them all simultaneously. Only by reaching the same critical threshold could a breakthrough occur. Yet, precisely because it held too many attributes, it lacked attraction to any single type of spiritual energy, making it difficult to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, for a pseudo-spiritual root to cultivate and ascend is virtually impossible. This isn't some fictional tale where they claim pseudo-spiritual roots surpass single attribute or celestial roots in later stages. The reality is that pseudo-spiritual roots, with their chaotic attributes, suffer from extreme imbalance in the cycles of mutual generation and mutual restraint. The later the stage, the greater the need for balance. Thus, to cultivate them simultaneously requires ever-increasing resources. Even when invested, these resources are either consumed or enhanced within the cycles of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Water might be strengthened by fire, yet weakened by wood. In contrast, single-element or dual-element roots, though limited in attributes, allow for specialized cultivation. Some even possess roots of varying qualities, granting them an exceptional affinity for all elements. The sole advantage of pseudo-spiritual roots over others lies in their ability to sense a greater variety of spiritual energy attributes. Now, it was precisely this advantage that brought Li Tianwei a peculiar sensation. Though the spiritual energy in the world was difficult for Li Tianwei to absorb and attract due to his pseudo-spiritual roots, he could distinctly perceive its presence. If it exists, there must be an answer. The fact that it could be touched meant spiritual energy was also a form of matter. Therefore, in Li Tianwei's understanding, it wasn't necessary to attract it, he could instead trigger it. With his extraordinary way of thinking, Li Tianwei planned to make these different types of spiritual energy collide and interact with each other. As the name implied, guiding qi meant to draw the spiritual energy toward him. Whether it entered his body or not was entirely up to him. Thus, under Li Tianwei's manipulation, the myriad spiritual energies within heaven and earth instantly collided under his guidance. These minute collisions rippled through each elemental property. Atomic clusters coalesced and disintegrated, rippling outward ceaselessly as a peculiar chain reaction erupted within the spiritual energy. Most crucially, to ensure sufficient guidance, Li Tianwei treated these spiritual energies as atoms. In his former world, the pinnacle of atomic manipulation was none other than nuclear fission. Indeed, Li Tianwei fused his understanding of nuclear energy and fission formulas with the fundamentals of the Heavenly Origin Tao. Using the method of fission to channel energy, he forced these unruly spiritual energies into his body. Chapter 12, this approach works too. Just as Li Tianwei completely reworked the qi-gathering method of the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation technique through his own understanding, the surging spiritual energy began to stir restlessly. The sharpness and edge of metal, the vitality and growth of wood, the nourishment and of water, the frenzy and destruction of fire, the weight and vastness of earth. Under Li Tianwei's fission-based qi-gathering technique, the 5 elemental essences collided and clashed against each other exactly as he had envisioned. In an instant, 1 became 2, 2 became 4. The 5 elements inherently nurture and restrain one another. Under such explosive manipulation, the 5 elemental energies continuously amplified. Originally prepared by Bai Musu for disciples undergoing the 100-day foundation establishment within the spirit-gathering array of this sword steel, this site possessed the densest concentration of spiritual energy throughout the entire Lingxu sacred land. Thus, under Li Tianwei's manipulation, the 5 elements' spiritual energies fused and fissioned, unleashing waves of energy. Amidst the chaotic surges and fission of spiritual energy, a streak of golden light cleaved the heavens atop Tianmen Peak. A phantom form materialized, followed by an ancient celestial tree radiating vibrant vitality, rising to pierce the sky. Yet this spectacle was merely the beginning. Above the azure sky, the color of the vast ocean blossomed across the clear heavens, resembling a sea transformed by the heavens. And it still wasn't over. High above the clear expanse, a colossal sun surged forth, descending like a golden crow, its air of annihilation and grandeur suspended upside down. Finally, heaven and earth shifted places, the earth inverted beneath the sky, heavy and boundless energies surfacing. 5 celestial phenomena shone down upon the summit of Tianmen Peak, as if a ladder to heaven extended downward. 100 birds paid homage to the phoenix, while dragons and phoenixes roared in unison. Look! What is that? Many within the Lingxu sacred grounds also sensed the anomaly at Tianmen Peak, lifting their heads to gaze upward. There, the celestial phenomena surged forth in the sky. Ah! This is an omen. A celestial omen. Could it be that a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, or a divine herb, has emerged there? I recall that's Heaven's Gate Peak. Could it be White Peak Master undergoing tribulation? The ceaseless manifestation of the 5 elements phenomenon filled the Lingxu Holy Land with bewilderment. Many disciples and elders in seclusion were startled awake by the commotion. Within Tianmen Peak, Bai Musu waited anxiously. He recalled that his own cultivation of the Heavenly Source Tao Foundation technique had taken only 2 hours. Yet, 10 hours had passed since Li Tianwei ascended the peak, far exceeding the time any of his disciples had ever required. Bai Muxu couldn't help but wonder if the heart-questioning latter had made an error. With Li Tianwei's innate talent, how could he possibly have reached the summit? Or had something gone terribly wrong? Even so, Bai Muxu remembered his promise. He had given Li Tianwei 100 days to establish his foundation. Therefore, he would not expel Li Tianwei within this 100-day period. It was merely a pity that Li Tianwei was not the disciple he needed. Just as Bai Muxu sighed in regret, commotion erupted from the peak. Celestial phenomena of the 5 elements descended, and violent surges of spiritual energy screamed of extraordinary events unfolding atop the summit. What on earth is he doing up there? Witnessing the commotion atop the peak, Bai Muxu's eyes widened in disbelief. Such commotion could only be caused by the emergence of a divine artifact. No, there's another possibility. At that moment, Bai Muxu seemed to grasp something, lowering his head in deep thought. If it's not a divine artifact, then he must have pioneered something revolutionary, altered some fundamental aspect of the heavens and earth, something capable of ushering in a new era. That's why blessings have descended. The thought struck Bai Muxu as plausible. How else could such an extraordinary phenomenon occur? It seems my disciple truly is destined for greatness. Bai Muxu couldn't help but ponder. Soon, drawn by this 5 elements phenomenon, streaks of light streaked across the sky above Lingxu Holy Land. Several figures materialized atop Tianmen Peak. After materializing, they slowly descended beside Bai Muxu. What's happened to you, junior brother Bai? Since this was Tianmen Peak's territory, the newcomers couldn't just force their way in. My newly recruited disciple caused quite a commotion. My deepest apologies for disturbing your seclusion, fellow seniors. Bai Muxu smiled as he addressed the figures before him. Hearing Bai Muxu's explanation, they immediately probed with their divine sense. Sensing the commotion atop the peak matched his description exactly, they shot Bai Muxu envious glances. I should have contested it with you. Lan Yuzhenman of Yunxiao Peak couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Muxu's face beamed with unhidden delight as he bowed respectfully to the various peak masters and elders before him. Fellow seniors and elders, please assist me in concealing this anomaly. How could we refuse when our junior brother asks? With that, the group soared into the sky, ascending straight to the heavens. Each took their position, spiritual energy surging as they formed various magical seals with their hands. A tidal wave of spiritual energy roared past, stirring ripples that shook the entire world. It seemed as though a curtain descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire realm. The original 5 elements anomaly dissolved into the cosmos. At that very moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the depths of the Lingxu sacred ground. The 5 elements' celestial resonance, which stirred these phenomena, has been captured by the combined efforts of the Holy Land's elders.
Disciples and elders, do not neglect your cultivation. Dismissed. The resonant voice echoed throughout the Lingxu sacred ground. We bid farewell to the Holy Sovereign. Those within the Lingxu sacred grounds who had been startled by the phenomenon bowed their hands in unison and responded in chorus after the voice faded. After Bai Muxu and the others concealed the anomaly, they heard the voice of the Lingxu Holy Sovereign and understood the clear implication in his words. He did not wish for others to know the reason. It seems our Lingxu sacred land can flourish for several more millennia. Several elders stroked their beards with smiles as they gazed upon the summit of Heaven's Gate Peak. As for Li Tianwei, the one who had caused such a commotion, he had no mind to ponder what was unfolding outside. He now found himself in an inescapable predicament. His fish and shi drawing technique had indeed succeeded. Yet precisely because of this technique, the spiritual energy had become wildly turbulent. The energy it contained was so rich it bordered on terrifying. Though seemingly smaller than before, it felt as if it had been condensed hundreds of times over. Li Tianwei sensed that if he forced this spiritual energy into his body, there was only one possible outcome: he would be crushed and exploded by its violent fury. No, if it undergoes another fission, it will explode. Li Tianwei sensed the current state of the spiritual energy. He was only able to maintain it by employing fission to impart it. The 5 attributes of spiritual energy inherently interacted in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint, allowing them to cancel each other out and be guided. Yet, simultaneously, these energies were constantly compressing. This was the most terrifying part. Maybe I should try absorbing some. Though the voice in his mind warned that absorption would kill him, Li Tianwei felt an irresistible confidence that this spiritual energy posed such a threat only to ordinary cultivators. But he possessed a heavenly spirit root, the true protagonist. Perhaps he could endure it. At this thought, Li Tianwei felt the wrinkles in his mind smooth out. Chapter 13, I am the exception. Damn, what the hell is that noise? The system within Li Tianwei's mind had already sensed the violent commotion outside. It had only been hiding in his mind for a short while, yet its host had already caused trouble again. After sensing the commotion, the system retraced Li Tianwei's recent actions and was utterly bewildered. This world might not know what Li Tianwei was up to, but as a system with omniscient capabilities, one that had just traversed worlds, it understood perfectly well what Li Tianwei was doing. Li Tianwei, you're courting death. Fission? Do you even understand what fission is? Just contemplating the consequences of Li Tianwei's next move sent a chill down the system's spine. Even as a mere strand of data, it couldn't help but feel utterly dreadful. Of course I understand. E equals mc squared. Listening to the voices in his mind, especially the system's skeptical questioning of his actions, Li Tianwei immediately rattled off the reaction equation in one breath. By the end, his mouth was sore from all the spitting. As for the system, upon hearing Li Tianwei's rapid-fire recitation, it compared the equations to its own data records and found them identical. How do you know all this? My education wasn't wasted. If Einstein hadn't beaten me to it, who knows whose name would be attached to relativity theory? Li Tianwei replied with a sneer. Don't bother me. Once I channel the qi into my body and step onto the path of cultivation, I'll ascend to immortality in one stride. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Tianwei began his ritual. Meanwhile, the system within his mind was stunned by his brazen words. By the time it regained its senses, Li Tianwei was already in the midst of his practice. No! Watching the supremely chaotic spiritual energy being absorbed by Li Tianwei, the system realized it was too late to stop him. At that moment, the system bitterly regretted binding itself to such an arrogant fool. If Li Tianwei died, its final chance would vanish, and it would surely cease to exist. Facing its impending demise, the system's vision darkened as it awaited death. Boom! 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 As the violent spiritual energy surged into his body, Li Tianwei stiffened. His entire form seemed to scream in agony as blood seeped from his pores and his skin began to crack. The excruciating pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at his bones radiated through him, yet Li Tianwei seemed oblivious. Just the normal sounds of cultivation. Observing his cracking skin, yet seeing the 5-colored spiritual energy pulsing within, a surging power rose from his heart. This overwhelming sensation made Li Tianwei feel it was no big deal. It was just a little painful. Within Li Tianwei's consciousness, the system had already closed its eyes in anticipation, waiting for its host to collapse and itself to plunge into eternal darkness. Yet the outcome it anticipated never materialized. When it sensed Li Tianwei again, it witnessed him continuously retrieving various sacred healing medicines from the storage ring on his hand. Bai Musu wouldn't provide Li Tianwei with pills or other items that would increase his cultivation, but when it came to healing injuries, he was practically overflowing with them. Minor transformation pills, jade flesh bone regenerating pills, life-extending pills. These elixirs, capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh and bone treasures coveted by countless wandering cultivators, were consumed by Li Tianwei as if they were worthless, swallowing them voraciously. In his haste, Li Tianwei hadn't even noticed Bai Musu's warning. These sacred healing elixirs were only safe to consume once one had attained the qi cultivation stage as a cultivator. Currently, Li Tianwei had only managed to draw energy into his body.
For a mortal to consume these sacred elixirs meant for cultivators could lead to only one outcome, being blown apart by the spiritual energy within.
Yet a second outcome unfolded.
As the chaotic five-colored spiritual energy violently ravaged Li Tianwei's physical form, he simultaneously consumed the healing pills. Their potency ignited in that very moment. These pills inherently contain terrifying energy, intended solely for the consumer's recovery. For ordinary people, ingesting them would cause the overwhelming spiritual energy to have nowhere to be stored or absorbed, ultimately leading to explosion. Yet at this moment, the five-colored spiritual energy that Li Tianwei had drawn in was raging uncontrollably, providing a perfect outlet for the pill's potency. The very nature of these pills was healing and restoration, and as Li Tianwei's body continued to deteriorate, their potent properties were unleashed completely, ceaselessly repairing every part of him. Skin that had cracked instantly smoothed over, only to crack again moments later. Blood seeped from the pores as spiritual veins tore apart and mended themselves in an endless cycle. In this situation where opposites cancel each other out, a delicate equilibrium was momentarily achieved. While excessive destruction threatened to shatter Li Tianwei's physical form, excessive restoration would also lead to his demise. Yet, the simultaneous occurrence of both processes created a different outcome.
Within this state, Li Tianwei's physical form underwent constant metamorphosis.
The elixir restored Li Tianwei's body on the verge of shattering, while spiritual energy relentlessly surged into every corner of his being. After an unknown span of time, Li Tianwei followed the qi guiding method of the Tianyuan Dao Foundation technique, relentlessly assaulting the Dao embryo within his body. According to the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation, the Dao embryo nurtured within the body of anyone possessing spiritual roots. The purity of this embryo was determined by the attributes and innate talent of those spiritual roots.
The finer the innate talent, the purer the Dao embryo.
Drawing qi into the body could transform the mortal form into a Dao body, thereby embarking on the path of cultivating immortality.
Moreover, the qualities of the spiritual root could manifest different Dao bodies.
As the Heavenly Source Dao Foundation teaches, a pure Yang heavenly spiritual root may manifest as the Heavenly Origin Dao body, the pure Yang sacred body, or the setting sun heavenly anomaly body. A dual spiritual root might yield the firewood anomaly body, the heavenly light five-element body, or the vast ocean sacred water body. These constitutions grant immense advantages when cultivating spells, allowing practitioners to unleash far greater power than ordinary cultivators. Now, Li Tianwei's task was to cultivate his own Dao body, thereby embarking on his path of cultivation.
I wonder what kind of Dao body I'll cultivate.
Feeling the surge of spiritual energy, Li Tianwei began to cultivate his Dao embryo according to the Heavenly Source Dao Foundation method. The spiritual energy channeled by Li Tianwei through the fission formula was wildly turbulent. When he became aware of the Dao embryo's location, he noticed that the embryo depicted by the Heavenly Source Dao Foundation technique seemed somewhat different from what lay within.
A normal Dao embryo should be pure and flawless, yet the one within Li Tianwei's consciousness was riddled with cracks. An ominous aura emanated from it, its surface covered in black patterns radiating threads of destructive energy. I am indeed special.
Upon seeing this unique Dao embryo, Li Tianwei felt no surprise, but rather regarded it as a matter of course.
Chapter 14, Sacrificing the Dao for an Indestructible Body.
Li Tianwei remained unaware that his Dao embryo, due to his altered qi-gathering method, had absorbed vast quantities of condensed, fission-altered spiritual energy. Under its influence, it had become saturated with the aura of destruction. Simultaneously, the sacred healing elixirs continuously worked to restore it. Thus, his Dao embryo now existed in a liminal state between annihilation and restoration.
Li Tianwei cared little for such details, choosing to plunge forward without hesitation.
Guided by his qi, he had resolved to take the plunge to step directly onto the path of cultivation.
Come on. Let me see what form my Dao embryo will manifest into.
Soon, the spiritual energy surged toward his Dao embryo under his control.
Boom! Crack! The moment Li Tianwei's spiritual energy touched the Dao embryo, the five elements phenomena that had appeared outside abruptly ceased. In their place, the skies and winds underwent a violent upheaval. In an instant, daylight turned to night. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. It seemed as if the heavens themselves feared the birth of something. Heaven's jealousy? The white curtain that had been concealing the five elements phenomenon outside witnessed this scene and furrowed its brows. It seems my disciple is no ordinary being. Bai Muxu couldn't help but marvel. The scene of dark clouds obscuring the sun came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Below, at the sword steel of Tianmen Peak, Li Tianwei had completed the first step of cultivating immortality, drawing qi into his body and igniting his Dao embryo. The Dao embryo, radiating an aura of destruction, obeyed Li Tianwei's control with strange compliance. In an instant, it slowly disintegrated, transforming into countless Dao rhythms that merged into every part of Li Tianwei's body. From this moment onward, the Dao embryo transformed into a Dao body, the very essence of a person's primordial energy. Utilizing this, he could solidify a Dao foundation within 100 days, one far more robust than that of ordinary mortals. Li Tianwei now experienced the Dao embryo merging into every part of his body.
Within that thread of destructive energy lay a profound vitality, like the exhilarating sensation of devouring an ice cream on a scorching summer day. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei failed to notice that strange, eerie patterns were spreading across his cracked skin, radiating an ominous foreboding. What kind of Tao body have I forged? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a strand of information surged into his consciousness from the depths of his subconscious. The sacrificial Tao immortal body. Li Tianwei murmured these words aloud, sensing the faint whispers of destruction emanating from his body. Due to the process of splitting and drawing energy into his body, multicolored spiritual energy surged within him, constantly growing. In the depths of his consciousness, Li Tianwei also came to understand the function of the sacrificial Tao immortal body. For instance, the pure yang holy body, cultivated from the essence of a pure yang spiritual root, infuses one's spells with a thread of pure yang energy. This power can suppress evil and extinguish calamities, radiating like the brilliant sun hanging high in the sky. His sacrificial Tao immortal body, true to its name, possessed an indestructible force. Mortal wounds would heal within an hour, and even when near death, he could retain a thread of life to survive and recover. Beyond this, when unleashing powerful, uncontrollable spells that tap into his latent potential, the sacrificial Tao immortal body doubles their might without draining his core essence. On one hand, it grants recovery and preserves a thread of life. On the other, it doubles the potency of any technique that taps into latent power, truly an essential for explosive growth. Ha 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 ha. Truly, I am exceptional. To cultivate such a formidable Tao body from within the Tao embryo, those with narrow-minded perspectives could never have discerned my innate potential. Feeling the might of the immortal Tao body, Li Tianwei couldn't help but marvel. I'm exhausted. World, hurry up and end already. Go ahead and show off whatever else you've got. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness, having witnessed this utterly insane display of power, was now completely dumbfounded. As a system, it possessed thorough knowledge of this host. He was a genuine pseudo-spiritual root. Even if he fumbled around with fission or mass equations, his inability to control spiritual energy was far beyond what a pseudo-spiritual root could withstand. Yet, precisely because of his fake celestial spiritual root, he had caught the eye of a powerful figure, securing numerous spiritual medicines and sacred elixirs. By consuming these drugs, he had compensated for his deficiency. With all these coincidences piling up, he actually managed to cultivate successfully. Otherwise, with his natural aptitude, it would have taken him at least several months to reach the Qi cultivation stage, let alone achieve foundation establishment in a mere 100 days. Most terrifyingly, fueled by the fissioning spiritual energy and the relentless replenishment of medicinal power, Li Tianwei had even cultivated the sacrificial Tao immortal body from within his Tao embryo. This sacrificial Tao immortal body was something even the system itself found difficult to obtain. It could only be granted to Li Tianwei through missions or other rewards by obtaining immense world-level permissions that would likely only become available after Li Tianwei saved this world. At this moment, the system even suspected Li Tianwei possessed some supreme cosmic fortune. Yet no matter how thoroughly it scanned him, everything about Li Tianwei appeared perfectly normal. At this point, the system was utterly helpless, and it was thoroughly impressed by this fellow Li Tianwei. As for Li Tianwei, he remained utterly unaware of the system's thoughts. He had long since blocked it out, and as for how he knew to block it? Well, that's just how it goes in novels. Feeling the power of the immortal sacrificial body and having now fully embarked on the path of cultivation, he had achieved the Qi cultivation realm. Next, it's time to begin the 100-day foundation building period. Having successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, Li Tianwei hadn't forgotten the 100 days foundation building technique from the Tianyuan Dao foundation method. In Li Tianwei's view, with his innate talent as a heavenly spirit root cultivator, completing the 100 days foundation building was non-negotiable. Otherwise, he'd be shortchanging himself, and how could he possibly live up to being the protagonist? With that resolve, Li Tianwei hesitated no longer and continued to wield his fission Qi drawing technique. Thus, the five elements phenomenon once again manifested atop Tianmen Peak, this time far more intense than before. The primary reason was Li Tianwei's successful Qi refinement, causing surging spiritual energy to rush in. Under Li Tianwei's manipulation, the spiritual energy collided as if under his command, giving birth to 1 from 2, 2 from 3, 3 from 4. It was exactly as Li Tianwei had believed. Anything that could be touched was matter, and matter contained atoms. Soon, under Li Tianwei's control, the spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. Time and again, Li Tianwei followed the principles of the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation method. It seems you've taken on quite the extraordinary disciple. At the sight of the five elements phenomenon mid-air above Tianmen Peak, the elders of the Lingxu Holy Land, who had concealed the celestial anomaly for Li Tianwei, couldn't help but remark with admiration. Upon hearing those words, Bai Musu merely nodded lightly. It's a pity he was born in this era. Bai Muxu's words carried a lingering sense of regret. After he spoke, the scene fell silent. Bai Muxu slowly lowered his gaze toward Tianmen Peak below. Li Tianwei's aura continued to grow steadily at that moment. First layer of Qi cultivation, second layer of Qi cultivation. The surging spiritual energy grew increasingly violent, causing all manner of strange phenomena to erupt continuously above Tianmen Peak.
Chapter 15, I was too conservative. Hovering mid-air, Bai Muxu sensed Li Tianwei's power steadily surging atop Tianmen Peak, yet something felt off. Why is this kid's aura flickering on and off? Bai Muxu frowned, his expression tinged with confusion. Could something have gone wrong? I gave him so many sacred healing medicines, it should be fine, right? While Bai Muxu pondered this, Li Tianwei, far below, remained unaware that he had already departed from the cultivation path of the primordial heavenly source Tao foundation technique. With the entry into the heavenly source Tao foundation method, though this was nearly Li Tianwei's self-proclaimed entry. After all, unable to absorb spiritual energy at the time, Li Tianwei had long since altered the heavenly source Tao foundation technique beyond recognition. Additionally, relying on his self-discovered fish and chi drawing method, he continuously absorbed the extremely violent 5 elements spiritual energy under his guidance. Li Tianwei cared little for the nature of the spiritual energy or any other anomalies. When his cultivation stalled, he simply concluded the heavenly source Tao foundation method was flawed. Since problems existed, they needed fixing. Thus, he proceeded to alter the method while patching it up using knowledge from his former world and the various manuals and secrets left behind by Bai Musu. In his view, if the fish and chi drawing method had succeeded, making further adjustments should pose no problem. I truly possess innate brilliance. Mastering this minor manual was effortless. Li Tianwei continued absorbing the multicolored spiritual energy. Visibly, tiny wriggling creatures seemed to crawl beneath his skin as he drew it in. It feels so full, so uncomfortable. And painful. The excruciating pain radiating through his body was palpable. Veins bulged violently as spiritual energy surged through him, creating a terrifying spectacle. Even Li Tianwei's complexion turned dark and sallow. At this moment, even Li Tianwei failed to notice that the spiritual energy he had been relentlessly generating through various methods had long since become wildly violent and terrifying. His meridians were filled to bursting, tearing apart. Such a volume of spiritual energy was utterly beyond what a chi cultivation stage practitioner could endure. Yet Li Tianwei remained utterly unaware, finding it perfectly normal. After all, in his eyes, the path of cultivation was inherently painful and tedious. So it was normal. Host, stop cultivating immediately. You're about to explode. The system within his mind, witnessing Li Tianwei's frenzied, almost demonic techniques, was on the verge of collapse. Under the system's scan, Li Tianwei's body was already in tatters, meridians ruptured, spiritual core shattered. He was completely in a state of spiritual backfire. Cultivation wasn't practiced like this. Unfortunately, Li Tianwei couldn't hear its voice at all. He continued to absorb. Blood poured from every pore. Most crucially, through his reckless actions, he had actually reached the 4th layer of chi cultivation in less than 10 days. At that moment, Li Tianwei's meridians and spiritual core collapsed completely. His face drained of all color, looking as if he were on the verge of death. It took me 10 days to advance from the 1st to the 4th layer. According to Li Tianwei's calculations, achieving foundation establishment within 100 days was extremely difficult, incredibly difficult. Establishing a foundation within 100 days? Utterly unattainable. Impossible. With my innate talent, how could I be confined to this? Li Tianwei found this hard to believe. He possessed a heavenly spirit root, yet even this modest goal of establishing a foundation within 100 days eluded him. Could it be that the heavenly source Tao foundation technique is flawed? I've already modified it. Ha ha ha. I get it now. I must have been too conservative. Otherwise, how could my progress be so slow? Li Tianwei's pallid face lit up as if he grasped something. With this realization, Li Tianwei immediately began rummaging through the storage ring given to him by Bai Musu. Soon, volume after volume of secret arts techniques capable of temporarily unleashing latent power were laid out before him. Knowing that the current spiritual energy wouldn't allow him to establish a foundation within 100 days, Li Tianwei had resolved to abandon caution. Blood burning technique, spirit repelling method, demon spirit art. Li Tianwei murmured the names of these techniques one by one. Undoubtedly, these were all methods that burned away one's potential lifespan to unleash explosive power for a short time. The sacrificial Tao immortal body offered immense benefits for such practices. Moreover, under its protection, cultivating these explosive techniques wouldn't damage his foundation, only causing temporary weakness. This power would allow Li Tianwei to touch upon higher realms, deepen his understanding of advanced cultivation stages, and then make a breakthrough. Then let it begin. Li Tianwei cared little for such considerations. Since he was to establish his foundation within 100 days and condense the Supreme Tao Foundation, he was destined to unleash everything within himself. Ignite the blood, consume the spirit, strip the bones, boil the lifespan. Li Tianwei chanted these incantations as he continuously unleashed these secret arts. Boom! In an instant, the aura radiating from Li Tianwei surged upward relentlessly. His cultivation level rapidly climbed from the 4th layer of Qi cultivation to the 5th, then the 6th. Simultaneously, due to the various Tao sacrificing and explosive secret arts, the vitality within Li Tianwei's body had reached the brink of death. At this moment, the sacrificial Tao immortal body began to reveal its true power.
No matter how thoroughly Li Tianwei drained himself, his vitality stripped away, flesh and blood shattered, everything collapsing, he remained strangely isolated from death. Through relentless expenditure and eruption, Li Tianwei sensed the existence of a higher realm, a wholly different kind of power.
Come on. Stabilize me now. Li Tianwei pulled out various sacred healing medicines and began swallowing them once more.
The five elements phenomenon that had once filled the skies above Tianmen Peak had long since vanished. The elders who had concealed these signs had departed long ago, publicly declaring that the commotion stemmed from the appearance of a divine treasure within the Lingxu sacred grounds. But those privy to the truth understood this was merely a cover story concocted by the Lingxu Holy Master to conceal the outrageous demonic prodigy that was Li Tianwei. Bai Muxu also returned to Tianmen Peak to wait. Over these 10 days, he had clearly sensed Li Tianwei's continuously rising aura. Although Li Tianwei had broken through to the fourth layer of qi cultivation in such a short time, in Bai Muxu's eyes, it was still somewhat slow, even somewhat inconsistent with the extraordinary phenomena he had caused. Bai Muxu recalled that he himself had reached the fifth layer of qi cultivation within 10 days. The subsequent 5 layers proved the most arduous, consuming nearly 90 days and nearly failing to complete. At this pace, Li Tianwei would never achieve foundation establishment within 100 days. Just as Bai Muxu pondered this, Li Tianwei erupted, unleashing a barrage of secret techniques. In an instant, he shot up to the 9th layer, appearing poised to break through to the 10th. This development sent a chill through Bai Muxu's heart. Something's wrong, very wrong. This aura doesn't feel like normal cultivation at all. It's far too insubstantial. Could he have used secret techniques? But even secret techniques couldn't account for such a massive leap. Though each tier of the qi cultivation stage doubles in power, relying solely on burning potential and chaining explosive techniques to double repeatedly still couldn't propel him from the 4th tier to the 9th. This is simply unreasonable. Feeling the unusual energy on Tianmen Peak, Bai Muxu was already considering climbing up to investigate. At that very moment, Li Tianwei's power drained away, and his cultivation plummeted from the 9th layer of qi cultivation back to the 5th layer in an instant. Upon reaching the 5th layer, Li Tianwei gained some clarity and immediately began to comprehend it without hesitation. The side effects of the forced eruption of secret techniques erupted as spiritual energies surged violently. Yet under the might of the immortal Tao immortal body, a chill coursed through Li Tianwei's consciousness platform, piercing his entire body. Soon, his body trembled as a surge of vitality began to repair the various abnormalities within him. Seizing this opportunity, Li Tianwei unhesitatingly channeled this force throughout his entire body. Fission Qi induction. Boom! Simultaneously, Li Tianwei retrieved spirit stones from his storage ring to stabilize his cultivation realm and power. I was too cautious before. This is how cultivation should be fast. Squeeze out my innate talent, then burn it to its limit. Feeling his cultivation level rise by 1 tier in less than an hour, Li Tianwei closed his eyes to savor the sensation. Chapter 16, The Madness Technique. Madman. Truly a madman. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness had initially observed his despair upon realizing a 100-day foundation building was impossible. The system had thought it could use this moment to reveal Li Tianwei's true nature, preventing him from causing trouble. Deep down, it even harbored a sliver of hope that Li Tianwei might awaken to his true nature. But this freak, Li Tianwei, recklessly began burning his primordial lifespan just to glimpse the power of higher realms. With the aid of the immortal Tao immortal body, it was actually within his reach. This series of actions reminded the system of how bizarre Li Tianwei had been when his heavenly spirit root was first detected. In that moment, the system genuinely wondered if Li Tianwei possessed the innate ability to make dreams come true. Let the world end already. Hurry up. I'm tired. The system was speechless. The system was stunned, and Bai Muxu wasn't faring much better. Sensing the shift in Li Tianwei's aura, his previously stable condition plummeted to the brink of collapse. He immediately dashed toward the summit of Tianmen Peak, his face etched with urgency. Upon arriving, he saw Li Tianwei with both palms raised toward the heavens, his entire body radiating condensed energy. Bai Muxu couldn't even begin to describe the sight before him. 5-colored spiritual energy swirled around him, mingled with destructive aura and intense vitality. A bizarre convergence of forces enough to kill an immortal cultivator hundreds of times over, yet Li Tianwei remained alive. Worse, he seemed to be harnessing this chaos to build momentum, as if preparing to break through. This. Bai Muxu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, he even doubted whether his own Huatian realm cultivation was genuine. How could he witness such endless signs of death emanating from Li Tianwei? The bizarre thing was that Li Tianwei was still alive. At this moment, Bai Muxu even wanted to step forward to assist, but he feared disrupting the delicate balance and causing Li Tianwei's demise. What on earth has my disciple done? Bai Muxu wasn't merely bewildered, he genuinely couldn't fathom how Li Tianwei managed to advance while entangled in countless death patterns and defying every known principle of cultivation. If Li Tianwei's system could read Bai Muxu's mind, it would likely answer, to learn from him, one must be mad enough, reckless enough, and confident enough. At the very least, even the system couldn't make sense of Li Tianwei's bizarre state. At that moment, Li Tianwei seemed frozen in place. Perhaps only Li Tianwei himself knew what he was doing now, using various secret techniques to forcibly unleash power not his own, pushing himself to the 9th layer of qi cultivation to experience a higher level of power. He was now savoring the essence of the 9th layer of qi cultivation. Once he fully grasped it, he could ascend directly to the 9th layer. Li Tianwei kept his eyes closed. Bai Mu Su, observing him in this state, knew absolutely not to disturb him. The rest is up to him alone. Is this his innate insight? Or a self-preservation instinct from the heavens and earth? Bai Muxu slowly raised his head to gaze at the horizon as he pondered. Soon, day after day passed. It had been some time since the 5 elements phenomenon appeared at the Lingxu Sacred Land. The new batch of disciples who had joined the Sacred Land were gradually embarking on their cultivation paths. New disciples across the peaks began revealing their innate talents. Some had reached the 4th layer of qi cultivation in mere moments, while others hadn't even touched the threshold of qi cultivation. On Muxu Peak, Li Tianchen, blessed with dual fire and wood spirit roots, entered the tutelage of Lin Moyang, becoming his direct disciple. As Lingxu Sacred Grounds Peak dedicated to herbal cultivation and alchemy, Musu Peak stood among the foremost in the entire North Ling domain for its herbal cultivation and pill refinement. All manner of elixirs and spiritual herbs were plentiful indeed. Finally reached the 5th layer of qi cultivation. It took me a whole month. Li Tianchen drew a deep breath, exhaled a cloud of stale air, and slowly opened his eyes. His first instinct was to touch the ring on his finger. Master Ling, in my current state, can I achieve foundation establishment within 100 days and forge my Dao foundation? Li Tianchen's consciousness sank into the ring to ask. It's difficult, very difficult. Ling Lao sighed upon hearing this. In this cultivation world, only a handful have achieved foundation establishment within 100 days without relying on innate spiritual roots. It's not something that can be achieved merely through great willpower. It also requires luck, insight, and a perfect alignment of all innate qualities. Hearing Ling Lao's words, Li Tianchen shook his head. Truthfully, he had long anticipated this. From the 4th layer of qi cultivation onwards, the difficulty had doubled. To break through to the 6th layer, Li Tianchen estimated it would take another month. Reaching the 8th layer within 100 days would already place him among the elite. But don't be disheartened. While establishing a Dao foundation within 100 days does increase the probability of ascension, the path to ascension itself cannot be achieved by a Dao foundation alone. It's said that many ascend after 100 days of foundation establishment, but don't forget those who achieve it are invariably prodigies of unparalleled talent, making their ascension far more likely. Ultimately, it depends on your own efforts. Cultivating a Dao foundation later in life is not impossible. Master Ling comforted Li Tianchen before shifting the topic to another person, hoping to ease his distress. In contrast, your esteemed elder brother is striving to establish his foundation within 100 days. A pseudo-spiritual root achieving foundation within 100 days? I've never heard of such a thing. Hearing Ling Lao's words did indeed ease Li Tianchen's mind considerably. And when Ling Lao mentioned Li Tianwei, he almost laughed. Yet for some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling crept over him. After all, Li Tianwei had always struck him as utterly peculiar. First, during the spiritual root test, the spirit stone had falsely identified his pseudo-spiritual root as a heavenly spiritual root. Then, upon arriving at the Lingxu sacred ground, an elder had even covered for him. Li Tianchen admitted he had treated Li Tianwei as nothing more than a joke. Now, even Elder Ling was unable to discern Li Tianwei's true spiritual root. This meant that even if Li Tianchen reported him to the Lingxu Holy Land, it wouldn't affect Li Tianwei. Given the series of events, Li Tianchen even began to suspect what new shenanigans Li Tianwei might pull next. This inevitably reminded him of the strange phenomenon that had appeared on Tianmen Peak the day he joined the sect. Hopefully, I'm overthinking this. On Cloud Peak, a figure sat suspended in midair, clad in white robes. His handsome features, sharp sword-like brows, and serene demeanor gave him an air of graceful elegance. Fellow disciple Fong, this is the 1,000-year-old Jade Pinecone Master gave you to aid your qi gathering. Just then, a hurried figure dashed into the hall where Fong Mochen was cultivating. Fong Mochen abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Shuyan in the hall. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Fong Mochen accepted the spiritual medicine from Lin Shuyan's hand and expressed his gratitude. How confident are you in establishing your foundation within 100 days? Lin Shuyan sensed Fong Mochen's aura had reached the 6th layer of qi cultivation, his tone tinged with excitement. 30%. I have a 30% chance of succeeding. Fong Mochen calculated briefly before answering honestly. Just do your best, junior brother. We of Yunxiao Peak will spare no effort to help you establish your foundation. Lin Shuyan offered reassurance. I wonder how senior brother Li Tianwei, who entered the sect with me, is faring now. Fong Mochen unconsciously tightened his grip on the jade pinecone. Junior brother, I don't know either. Tianmen Peak sealed off the mountain after he entered. As far as I know, the senior master of Tianmen Peak has also taken on several disciples. He spared no resources in his quest to cultivate a prodigy capable of establishing a foundation within 100 days.
However, he imposed one precondition: the disciple must not consume any pills or spiritual items that accelerate cultivation progress.
To this day, no one has succeeded in establishing a foundation within 100 days.
Lin Xuyan relayed all the information he knew to Feng Machuan. No cultivation-enhancing medicines? Hearing this, Feng Mosen's expression darkened considerably.
He had indeed reached the 6th layer of qi cultivation, but only after consuming a single bio fruit.
What secret lies within this? Feng Mosen couldn't help but wonder.
On the heart-questioning ladder, Feng Mosen had witnessed firsthand how difficult it was to reach the summit.
He had fallen at the 997th level.
Just 3 more levels would have brought him to the summit, but the sheer difficulty of those final 3 levels sent a chill down his spine whenever he recalled them. The moment one stepped onto those final tiers meant undergoing the test of one's true heart within the cycle of 10,000 lifetimes. Feng Mosen had long since forgotten in which lifetime he had fallen. The journey was simply too arduous.
But Li Tianwei? He remembered clearly. Li Tianwei hadn't paused for even a moment, stepping forward and clearing 3 tiers in a single stride.
As if to declare that 1,000 steps were the limit of the heart-questioning staircase, not his own limit.
If that's the case, I won't consume any spirit-nourishing elixirs either. At this thought, Feng Machuan's stubborn, unyielding nature erupted within him. He seemed poised to challenge Li Tianwei head-on. I will secure the Tao Foundation. Feng Mosen clenched his fists. Chapter 17, True Talent.
At the Lingxu sacred ground, the peak was bustling with activity as newly initiated disciples embarked on their cultivation journeys. Compared to the senior disciples, the newcomers were exceptionally passionate, diligently cultivating as they exchanged resources. In their eyes, embarking on this path meant ascending to ever greater heights. Alas, this scene struck the veteran disciples, those who had wasted over a decade due to their mediocre aptitude, as laughable. Embarking on the path of cultivation was easy enough, but the subsequent progress was incredibly difficult. Frankly speaking, ordinary disciples of the Lingxu Holy Land were nothing more than expendable materials. Establishing a foundation was incredibly difficult, and forming a golden core was even harder. Though Lingxu's sacred grounds had accepted many disciples, the vast majority merely lingered at the qi cultivation stage. Once one truly understood, the gap between individuals was as vast as that between dogs and humans. While ordinary disciples toil endlessly to advance, those blessed with heavenly spiritual roots or supreme spiritual talents begin their foundation establishment cultivation the moment they enter the sanctuary. Indeed, ordinary disciples struggle even with qi cultivation, while those blessed with extraordinary innate talent begin assaulting the foundation establishment stage the moment they enter. Nevertheless, the arrival of these new disciples infused Lingxu's sacred ground with renewed vitality. Those once addressed as junior disciples now found others calling them senior disciples. Various initiation ceremonies and disciple tournaments were held continuously, though these events naturally held no relevance to the newly admitted direct disciples. From the moment they entered, they were already striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Outside the Lingxu Holy Land's martial arts hall. This place, beloved by all disciples as a gathering spot, buzzed with the latest rumors. Have you heard? Senior brother Yuan from the previous cohort successfully passed his tribulation recently, attaining the golden core stage. He even obtained a fruit position. Senior brother Yuan has only been cultivating for a little over 10 years, right? Since he's already reached golden core, it seems a nascent soul within 100 years is within reach. Compared to him, I think that new disciple who conquered the heart-questioning staircase has a better chance. Numerous disciples exchanged cultivation experiences, occasionally indulging in gossip. The 100 days are nearly up. I wonder if any of this batch will complete their foundation establishment within the time limit. Feng Moken from Cloud Peak. I heard from fellow disciples there that he recently reached the 10th layer of qi cultivation. Foundation establishment is imminent. As for the one from Tianmen Peak, there's still no news. Li Tianchen held the jade slip engraved from the cultivation techniques pavilion, listening to the disciples' expectations for Li Tianwei. For a moment, he felt like laughing. Establishing a foundation within 100 days? That's no feat for someone with a pseudo-spiritual root. Li Tianchen couldn't help but sneer. Consider his own exceptional dual fire with spiritual roots. Even with the guidance of Ling Lao, who had once reached the spirit out stage, and the endless supply of elixirs and spiritual herbs from Muxa Peak, he had only reached the 8th layer of qi cultivation. Reaching the 9th layer within 100 days would be no small feat. Seems I'll have to rely on cultivating an artificial foundation after all. Li Tianchen sighed. Compared to Li Tianchen, who knew Li Tianwei inside out, the one feeling the most pressure on Tianmen Peak at that moment was Bai Muxu. Ever since the day he had stormed the peak, Li Tianwei's bizarre condition persisted unabated. As if directly tied to this incident, Li Tianwei's cultivation had stalled at the 5th layer of qi cultivation, showing not the slightest sign of progress. What on earth is going on? Bai Muxu paced anxiously within his cave dwelling. Who could have imagined that the famed Star River Sword Immortal of the cultivation world would exhibit such behavior? It was no wonder Bai Muxu was troubled. Even as a great cultivator at the spirit transformation stage, he couldn't fathom Li Tianwei's bizarre state. The most crucial factor was that after Bai Muxu had entered the peak where Li Tianwei cultivated, Li Tianwei had ceased progressing. It appeared as though it was due to Bai Muxu's presence, making his anxiety entirely understandable.
Bai Muxu had placed immense hopes on Li Tianwei.
The Lingxu sacred land had stood for millennia, yet only 3 individuals had ever ascended the heart-questioning ladder. If such a promising talent were to be wasted under his watch, regret alone would not suffice.
10 days left. How could one possibly advance from the 5th layer of Qi cultivation to the foundation establishment stage in 10 days? How could it be possible? Feeling the aura at the peak of Tianmen, Bai Muxu couldn't help but sigh. Hope, I suppose.
As Bai Muxu mused, he suddenly sensed something. His earlier despondency vanished as he lifted his head and gazed toward the peak's summit.
In that instant, Li Tianwei, who had been stagnating, began to steadily elevate his aura. Sacrificial Daohui mortal body. After enduring these days atop Tianmen Peak, Li Tianwei finally stirred.
Not only did he stir, but his aura also surged upward. During this period, perhaps only Li Tianwei himself knew what he was enduring. Through the explosive use of various secret arts, Li Tianwei had completely burned away everything within his body, even consuming his own life force. Yet under the terrifying protection of the sacrificial Daohui mortal body, the various side effects of these secret arts did not claim his life. To recover, Li Tianwei consumed vast quantities of fasting pills to replenish his energy, along with various sacred healing artifacts. Finally, after this period, he achieved complete recovery, though it was more than mere restoration. Leveraging these secret arts alongside the sacrificial path immortal body's ability to double the potency of mystic techniques, he had glimpsed a higher realm. Now, he had finally completed his comprehension of this higher realm. Li Tianwei sensed he was ready to embark on the foundation establishment stage, which is why he finally emerged from his contemplation. Upon careful calculation, 90 days had passed, leaving only 10 days remaining. These 10 days were crucial. He must establish his foundation, and more than that, he must build an unparalleled Dao foundation.
Come. Let the world witness my true potential.
Li Tianwei let out a cold snort, no longer concealing his aura as it surged relentlessly upward.
Boom. Li Tianwei felt a sudden tremor in his spiritual core.
The suppressed spiritual energy he had contained these days, his deepened self-understanding, and his complete rewriting of the heavenly origin Dao foundation technique. If Li Tianwei were to explain his modified heavenly source Dao foundation method to others now, they would likely find it utterly unrecognizable, covered in bizarre symbols and densely packed formulas. Even Li Tianwei himself had lost track of how much he had added to the heavenly origin Dao foundation technique. After all, he possessed knowledge from 2 worlds, and what he had done was merely to fuse them together. His own world's knowledge held greater weight, and through their combination, Li Tianwei sensed he was steadily reaching new heights.
It was invigorating and highly effective. Foundation establishment was within reach. Fission Qi drawing method. Li Tianwei commanded the celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, guiding it to collide, interact, and merge.
As the spiritual energy steadily grew, Li Tianwei circulated his modified heavenly origin foundation method, completely absorbing the energy. Guided by this process, his body had long since adapted to the effects of fissioning the 5-colored spiritual energy. Visibly, the chaotic, explosive spiritual energy in the heavens and earth roared outward in a violent burst. Soon, under his guidance, these energies were completely subsumed.
Begin. After absorbing it, Li Tianwei channeled the spiritual energy toward his spiritual platform. Crack. Boom. A series of crisp sounds rang in Li Tianwei's ears.
Soon, the spiritual energy within his body surged like a mighty river, coursing through his entire being. A strange phenomenon erupted in midair.
6th layer of Qi cultivation. With each breath, Li Tianwei's spiritual platform rumbled.
The fission spiritual energy poured in, radiating from the platform toward every acupoint and meridian, awakening his spiritual awareness. Under such a transformation, Li Tianwei could not suppress it.
With the emergence of his spiritual awareness, he continuously guided and channeled it. Soon, the spiritual platform roared once more. 7th layer of Qi cultivation.
To Li Tianwei, the continuous breakthroughs seemed perfectly natural. Within Tianmen Peak, Bai Muxu sensed Li Tianwei's awakening and was astonished to discover he had simultaneously broken through 2 levels and showed no signs of stopping. At this moment, the goal of establishing a foundation within 100 days seemed within reach. It might be possible, 100 days to establish a foundation. Bai Muxu murmured to himself, his mind flashing back to the celestial phenomena that had accompanied Li Tianwei's initial entry into the Qi cultivation realm, and the moment he ascended the heart-questioning ladder. No matter how he looked at it, Bai Muxu believed that if Li Tianwei succeeded in establishing his foundation within 100 days, ascension would be within reach. Perhaps he could even use this to open the heavenly gate and revive the golden age of cultivation.
Bai Muxu clenched his fists.
This moment felt even more nerve-wracking than when he himself had achieved foundation establishment in 100 days.
Chapter 18, 100 Days of Foundation Establishment. Day 93. 8th layer of Qi cultivation. 96 days. 9th layer of Qi cultivation. 98 days. 10th layer of Qi cultivation.
Since Li Tianwei regained consciousness from that strange state, he hadn't rested a single day, his cultivation level steadily rising. In just 10 short days, Li Tianwei had leaped from the 5th to the 10th layer of qi cultivation. Now, he stood but a hair's breadth away from the foundation establishment stage. According to the descriptions in the Heavenly Origin Tao Foundation, when one embarks on the path of cultivation, the first 100 days open the 100 orifices of the body, allowing innate qi to be nurtured and born. With this innate energy within, the Tao embryo nurtures the Tao body. The residual energy then forms the very foundation of the Tao base. This breath of innate energy permeates the entire body, solidifying the Tao foundation. It then purges all impure, acquired energies from the body, forging a flawless, untainted form. Having come this far, it is time to begin. Li Tianwei cared little for such matters. In his heart, the heavenly spirit root resided within him, and the heavenly source Tao foundation had been thoroughly modified to align with his secret techniques. Now, Li Tianwei believed he lacked nothing. Absolutely nothing. With that thought, Li Tianwei began assaulting his spiritual platform while simultaneously searching his body for primordial energy, opening the 100 orifices of his flesh. At that moment, the spiritual platform deep within Li Tianwei's consciousness radiated an ever-brightening light. 5-colored spiritual energy gathered, circulating endlessly within, causing the entire spiritual platform to flow. Whoosh! He had no idea how much time had passed when Li Tianwei began breathing heavily. With each breath, the fiery, wildly turbulent spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged directly into his body. Under his actions, the spirit-gathering array atop Tianmen Peak, originally constructed from countless spirit stones, began to tremble precariously. A terrifying rate of absorption emanated from him, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy to pour back toward Li Tianwei under his guidance. The speed was unimaginable, creating a momentary vacuum as the surging spiritual energy vanished. Yet it showed no sign of stopping. Though Li Tianwei's pseudo-spiritual root held little attraction for the energy, the chain reaction triggered by the fishing collisions kept propagating outward. A storm erupted atop Tianmen Peak, a colossal siphoning phenomenon drawing in all the spiritual energy surrounding the midair. Due to the nature of the fission qi drawing technique, the chain reaction connected everything. The most bizarre aspect was that Li Tianwei focused solely on one task, fully activating every explosive secret technique he possessed. Empowered by the sacrificial Tao immortal body, Li Tianwei feared no death. In fact, bolstered by these explosive techniques, he was ascending toward an even higher realm. Simultaneously, the turbulent multicolored spiritual energy was consumed by Li Tianwei's explosive techniques, violently drawn into his body. Such a transformation was beyond comprehension. How had Li Tianwei achieved this? Even Bai Mu Su, a spirit transformation cultivator, could not peer into the mystery. All that could be seen atop Tianmen Mountain was a swirling vortex of dark clouds descending from the sky, endless spiritual energy coalescing into a single mass, churning the winds and clouds. The violent commotion once again drew the attention of disciples from all corners of the Lingxu sacred land. This moment coincided precisely with the 100-day mark since the new disciples had entered the sanctuary. Observing the commotion at Tianmen Peak, many disciples began to speculate about certain possibilities. Foundation establishment in 100 days? Is that new disciple, Li Tianwei, about to establish his foundation within 100 days? Shock, dread, and a myriad of other emotions flashed across the faces of disciples on every peak of the Lingxu Holy Land. As the new disciples entered their 100th day at Lingxu Holy Land, their innate qi gradually depleted during this period. Coupled with the increasing difficulty of subsequent cultivation stages, many found themselves stuck at certain levels, unable to advance. At this moment, the disparities in innate talent became starkly apparent. Some were still stuck at the first or second layer of qi cultivation, while others had already reached the 5th or 6th layer. Rumors even suggested that a select few were already attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. No, it should be said that they had been attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage since their very initiation. The true prodigies among them all aimed to establish their foundations within the 100 days. Upon hearing of this 100-day foundation establishment goal, the new disciples of Lingxu Holy Land secretly harbored the same ambition. If others could achieve it, they reasoned, then even with slightly weaker spiritual roots, perhaps through sheer effort, they too could succeed. As cultivation commenced, the Tao embryo within them continuously stimulated innate spiritual energy, creating an illusion that cultivation naturally yielded results. As time passed, most gradually sobered up. 100 days to establish a foundation? How could that be possible? Today, activity at Tianmen Peak resurfaced once more. With the 100-day deadline now upon them, their thoughts naturally turned to this very matter. As Tianmen Peak was a newly established sect, its leader, Bai Muxu, had taken on few disciples. Only menial disciples delivered resources and materials to the peak, making it impossible to gather more information. Consequently, the disciple who had ascended the heart-questioning ladder vanished without a trace. Amidst the recent flurry of activity, even Li Tianwei himself had been largely forgotten. Li Tianwei remained oblivious to others' thoughts, wholly focused on his foundation establishment cultivation. As his spiritual platform trembled incessantly, Li Tianwei lost track of how much spiritual energy he had absorbed. He had long surpassed the amount of spiritual energy required for the Tianyuan Dao Foundation method. To Li Tianwei, it seemed his innate talent was simply too exceptional, demanding such vast quantities of energy. Above Tianmen Peak, purple light flickered like surging thunder snakes. Rolling black clouds churned, vortexes hung upside down, and spiritual energy gushed forth. This seemingly simple foundation building process caused the heavens and earth to boil, as if a heavenly tribulation were descending. As the spiritual energy surged and collided within him, Li Tianwei slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a cold, piercing light seemed to dart from his gaze. As Li Tianwei expelled in pure breath, primordial spiritual energy coursed through his entire body. Every pore opened, and his innate physique was complete. Yet this was merely the beginning. Primordial energy surged throughout his body, ascending toward the three blossoms atop his crown, clearing his spiritual platform. Forging the Tao Foundation. Li Tianwei preserved his innate energy, undertaking the final step of his 100-day foundation building. Opening the spiritual platform, shedding the Tao embryo, forging the Tao Foundation, thus completing the 100-day foundation building. Feeling the surging spiritual energy, Li Tianwei showed no intention of stopping, relentlessly pushing forward. Through these days of relentless effort, Li Tianwei's physical constitution had now reached a bizarre state. Deep within his consciousness, Li Tianwei heard echoes reverberating. Soon, he sensed the bottleneck obstructing his progress. Gathering his energy once more, he surged upward. Finally, with a crisp crack, his spiritual platform blossomed. Before Li Tianwei's eyes, it seemed as though vibrant flowers were slowly unfolding. The three flowers atop his crown also shone brightly at that moment. Li Tianwei felt an instant release throughout his body, his face lighting up with excitement. At this moment, the aura emanating from Li Tianwei's body surged continuously. Primordial energy coursed through his entire being, and finally, the foundation of the Tao slowly emerged, forming a unified whole. The very instant Li Tianwei completed his 100-day foundation building, the dark clouds and whirlpools that had hung over the sky ceased, replaced by a boundless expanse of clear blue. Heavenly music echoed throughout the land. Simultaneously, across the mountains and deep forests of the Lingxu sacred land, countless spirit beasts revealed themselves, while flocks of birds flew in unison across the sky. The heavenly source foundation is complete. Feeling the thick spiritual energy within his body and the innate chi permeating his entire being, within his divine consciousness, a peculiar circular light appeared, a three-leafed circular fan surrounded by swirling five-colored patterns. This peculiar emblem was the Tao Foundation Li Tianwei had forged. As he gazed upon it within his divine consciousness, Li Tianwei reviewed the various Tao foundations within the heavenly source Tao Foundation once more, yet found none that matched his own. To Li Tianwei, his own Tao Foundation seemed somewhat unusual, oddly familiar. If he had to describe it, there was an extremely similar symbol in his former world, like a nuclear radiation marker. How could it be so strange? Could it be because of the fission chi drawing method? After all, I adapted it based on atomic collisions and nuclear chain reactions. But a Tao Foundation is such an abstract concept, it couldn't possibly manifest as a familiar symbol. Li Tianwei stared at his Tao Foundation, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, Li Tianwei felt a flash of world-shaking wisdom surge through his mind. My innate talent truly is formidable, creating my own Tao Foundation. Clapping his hands, Li Tianwei felt he had found the answer. I knew it. I'm a heavenly spirit root. Building my foundation in 100 days is a piece of cake for me. System, did you see that? I told you I was a heavenly spirit root, but you didn't believe me. How else could I possibly establish my foundation in 100 days? And you still tried to fool me. After successfully establishing his foundation, Li Tianwei finally unlocked the system's restrictions. As for the system, upon receiving Li Tianwei's words, it remained silent. Chapter 19, The Divine Formula Holds Spirit. After Li Tianwei sent his message to the system, he waited a long time without receiving any response from the normally chatty system. The reason for its silence? It was exhausted, utterly drained. Especially after witnessing Li Tianwei's pseudo-spiritual root, radiating a faint, vivid five-colored glow, it had fallen into an even deeper silence. During this time, it had been utterly stunned by Li Tianwei's actions. He had violated every conceivable rule of cultivation, yet somehow, nothing had gone wrong. Just as he was plotting how to wait until the 100 days were up, and Li Tianwei failed to establish his foundation, he could have a proper talk with him, making him understand his own potential. But as the 100 days drew near, the system was filled with anticipation, eager to witness how this host would end up, begging him in utter desperation. But in the final 10 days, he erupted once more. This sudden surge completely threw the system off its calculations. 90 days of cultivation, all for a single breakthrough into foundation establishment? Pseudo-spiritual root, foundation establishment in 100 days, each term alone was understandable, but combined, the system struggled to fathom how a human could achieve such a feat. In that moment, the system even began to doubt itself. Could it be that this host truly possesses a heavenly spirit root? At this thought, the system scanned Li Tianwei again and again, full body scans, every possible scan. Yet the result remained unchanged. This host possessed utterly trash cultivation aptitude. Forget foundation establishment, merely stepping onto the cultivation path within 100 days would be nothing short of a miracle. Yet this thing had actually built a foundation.
Am I malfunctioning? The system couldn't help but question itself, not even bothering to reply to Li Tianwei. It must be because my aptitude is too exceptional, even the system can't detect it. It's gone completely silent.
Seeing no response from the system, Li Tianwei sighed softly and rose slowly. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within his body, Li Tianwei sensed at that moment that a single thought could shatter anything before him.
Unable to resist, Li Tianwei swept his hand.
The surrounding spiritual energy surged at his command, swirling into an endless halo of light. Instantly, his entire body rose into the air, hovering mid-sky. Flight, a dream pursued by mankind, an elusive existence. Now, Li Tianwei could achieve it with a single thought.
Excellent. Brilliant. In Li Tianwei's mind, he had completed the first step of cultivating immortality. Next came subduing the present age and dominating the ages.
Having read countless novels, Li Tianwei considered himself no less accomplished than any other. Had heaven not birthed me, Li Tianwei, the immortal path would remain shrouded in eternal night.
Li Tianwei couldn't help but let out a long, satisfied sigh.
At the same time, he felt a pang of regret that Finghua Zizuwu, born a few years before him, had already penned such a widely acclaimed, forceful line. Otherwise, with his own talent, he could have crafted it himself.
Good, good.
At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. A figure clad in yin-yang robes, bearing a long sword upon his back, materialized above. Li Tianwei slowly raised his gaze, looking up at Bai Musu in the sky and bowing respectfully.
Master. Despite his extreme self-confidence, Li Tianwei understood basic courtesy.
Even though he considered himself extraordinary, Bai Musu had imparted knowledge and resolved his doubts.
Having formally taken him as his master, respect was non-negotiable.
What you said earlier was indeed rather arrogant, but given your innate talent, you have the right to be so. Bai Musu descended slowly and approached Li Tianwei, probing him with his divine sense. Foundation establishment stage, precisely 100 days.
You've also forged your innate physique.
Your Tao foundation is complete, and the great Tao flows freely within you.
Bai Musu nodded in satisfaction at this sight.
This is all thanks to my master's guidance and teachings that allowed me to embark on the path of cultivation.
Li Tianwei wasn't foolish.
Seeing Bai Muxu's reaction, he recognized an opportunity to curry favor and promptly chose to spare his master's pride.
Bai Muxu found Li Tianwei's humility even more pleasing.
Since that is the case, I shall impart another cultivation method to you. With your heavenly origin foundation now established, you must consolidate your cultivation and master magical arts. The golden core fruit realm lies ahead.
I observed the 5 elements manifesting during your cultivation.
Your path is likely connected to the 5 elements. I possess a technique called the 5 intentions condensing heaven art.
It should suit you well. With a light wave of his hand, a secret manual appeared in Bai Muxu's palm.
The moment the manual materialized, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge toward it. Merely a book, yet it radiated an imposing aura, with the 5 elements swirling around it.
Li Tianwei's eyes lit up at the sight. Clearly, this manual was no ordinary tome.
Though Bai Muxu had given him many valuable items when he first joined, most were related to cultivation or miscellaneous ordinary spells. This 5 intentions condensing heaven technique seemed different.
I obtained this in an ancient immortal ruin long ago.
Unfortunately, having already found a cultivation path suited to me, I chose not to switch. The 5 intentions condensing heaven technique allows one to comprehend the Tao intentions of heaven and earth, gathering celestial energy and spiritual essence within the body.
This creates an endless flow of spiritual energy, enabling cultivation all the way to ascension.
Each comprehension of a Tao intention multiplies one's combat power several times over within the same realm. It's essential for fighting beyond one's tier. Unfortunately, this method demands not only exceptional innate talent but also insight surpassing all others. Without it, one cannot condense the 5 intentions. Even the Tianlan sword technique I currently study falls slightly short of it. Bai Muxu explained the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique in his possession, awaiting Li Tianwei's decision. As for Li Tianwei, his eyes lit up upon seeing the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique in Bai Muxu's hands and hearing that it demanded extraordinary insight and innate talent. Wasn't this precisely prepared for him? He possessed the heavenly spirit root and had even modified the heavenly source Tao foundation technique to suit himself upon first stepping onto the path of cultivation. The two combined were utterly destined for him. I choose the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique.
Li Tianwei chose this technique without hesitation. Seeing Li Tianwei's decisive manner, Bai Muxu couldn't help but nod in approval. Very well.
Though the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique demands exceptional innate talent and insight since it requires cultivating both intent and cultivation simultaneously, relying solely on innate talent would make progress painfully slow. It compensates by granting 5 times the spiritual power of other techniques once mastered.
I believe you can master it.
Bai Muxu handed the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique to Li Tianwei, placing it in his hands.
Just as Li Tianwei took it, he suddenly seemed to hear something. Damn it, damn it. Just like that, you handed me off to someone else? I'm a divine technique. Damn it, what's going on? Isn't this guy a pseudo-spiritual root?
This guy with a mixed spiritual root actually gave me to a pseudo-spiritual root. Hearing this voice, Li Tianwei frowned, instinctively lifting his head to look at Bai Muxu. He glanced at the book in his hand and immediately realized the voice was emanating from the five intentions condensing heaven technique.
Seeing Li Tianwei's expression, Bai Muxu understood he had heard it too. You heard its voice, didn't you? Immortal techniques possess spirit. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an immortal technique. It landing in your hands is probably the best outcome. Immortal technique? Li Tianwei couldn't help but mutter under his breath, simultaneously dismissing the notion with disdain.
After all, this immortal art had declared him a fake spiritual root in his system to be nothing but a worthless thing utterly blind. But Bai Muxu had also said there was no reason to refuse this method.
Thank you, master.
I never imagined this technique could hold such potential. Seeing Li Tianwei's words of admiration, Bai Muxu continued rummaging through his belongings.
This is the compendium of various spells.
Beyond that, there are also some magical treasures and protective artifacts. Since you've completed your 100-day foundation building, you are now my first disciple, Bai Muxu. Bai Muxu placed all the items into a storage ring and presented it to Li Tianwei.
Li Tianwei naturally couldn't refuse.
Taking it, he briefly scanned its contents. Dense layers of treasures radiated divine light, far surpassing anything Bai Muxu had given him before. Even the spirit stones were piled into over a dozen mountains, enough to sustain his cultivation for an unknown length of time.
At that moment, Li Tianwei felt not a shred of resentment toward Bai Muxu.
He hurriedly expressed his gratitude once more.
Thank you, master.
Now, focus on solidifying your cultivation. Begin cultivating your heart and gathering your intent, so you may master the five intentions condensing heaven technique.
Watching Li Tianwei accept the gifts, Bai Muxu outlined the next steps he needed to take. Finally, Li Tianwei listened intently. Chapter 20, Blind as a Bat. Aha! What the hell? This guy has a pseudo-spiritual root? And that heir chosen by the previous master, the one with the mixed origin spiritual root, how could he take on such a disciple? While Li Tianwei listened intently, the spirit within the book in his hand was utterly devastated.
Ever since it had been liberated from the immortal ruins, it had come into Bai Muxu's possession. In the book spirit's eyes, he was the heir chosen by its own master.
Unfortunately, after acquiring it, Bai Muxu did not choose to switch cultivation paths.
Instead, he continued his original studies, determined to forge his own immortal techniques. Thus, he kept the spirit, intending to find a suitable heir for it in the future. Thus, he established Tianmen Peak within the Lingxu sacred grounds, intending to recruit a disciple of extraordinary innate talent to inherit the five intentions condensing heaven technique. Now he had found that person, Li Tianwei. Of course, Bai Muxu could never reveal this truth. If his disciples were to think he discarded it because he disdained the technique, that would be disastrous. The book spirit, however, understood this perfectly well. To avoid gathering dust, it was even impatiently waiting for Bai Muxu to select a new successor. Initially, upon learning Li Tianwei could establish his foundation within 100 days, the book spirit had felt a surge of excitement. Having no direct contact with Li Tianwei, it learned through Bai Muxu that Li possessed a pure yang spiritual root. Though inferior to Bai Muxu's mixed element spiritual root, Li's ability to establish his foundation within 100 days and ascend the heart-questioning staircase of the Lingxu sacred ground demonstrated remarkably promising talent. But the moment it left Bai Muxu and entered Li Tianwei's hands, disaster struck. As a divine scripture, the book spirit inherently possessed a trace of divine power. Even the heart-searching ladder detected Li Tianwei's issues upon contact, how much more so the book spirit's immortal technique. Before interacting with Li Tianwei, it was indeed impossible to gauge his innate talent. But now that contact had been made, relying on Li Tianwei consuming that pill that could barely deceive a nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't escape the discerning eye of the book spirit imbued with immortal power. Within Li Tianwei's spirit platform, that multicolored, faintly glowing spiritual root was crystal clear. Undeniably a fake spiritual root from start to finish. In that moment, the spirit of the book was stunned, even wanting to flee back to Bai Muxu's grasp to tell him about this. Alas, its former immortal master had long ago placed a taboo upon it. Unless someone had direct contact with the spirit, no one else could sense its presence, not even through telepathy. Amidst its struggle, the book spirit suddenly seemed to grasp something. How could a fake spiritual root possibly achieve a 100-day foundation establishment? Could it be? A desperate battle raged within the spirit's mind, its extraordinary wisdom struggling to comprehend. As for Li Tianwei, the moment he heard the spirit of the five intentions condensing heaven technique screaming at him, just like the system had done, calling him a pseudo-spiritual root, he immediately blocked it out. In his eyes, these so-called spirits, systems, and the heart-questioning ladder were all deeply flawed. The moment they encountered him, they labeled him a fake spiritual root. Sure enough, these objects, having awakened their own spiritual consciousness, differed greatly from normal people. They were short-sighted. The heart-questioning ladder couldn't speak, fine. Unconscious glitches in its programming were understandable. The system tricking him into signing those unfair contracts was also expected.
But this spell? A mere book had the audacity to insult him? Li Tianwei felt a surge of anger but quickly calmed himself. It's all because my innate talent is too high. These things can't sense it.
Unlike the disciples, elders, and various peak masters of the Lingxu Holy Land, they're the ones with the discerning eye to recognize true value.
Li Tianwei couldn't help but sigh in reflection.
Soon, Bai Musu shared insights on the foundation establishment stage and how to subsequently overcome the Golden Core tribulation to attain the Golden Core fruit position. Through Bai Muxu's explanation, Li Tianwei gained a general understanding of the foundation establishment stage. Foundation establishment, as the name implies, lays the foundational groundwork. This stage marks the starting point of the cultivation path and is the most crucial level. Otherwise, the concept of a 100-day foundation establishment wouldn't exist. The goal is to build an unparalleled foundation within the body, ensuring a solid base for future progress and enabling one to go further down the path.
Compared to the Qi cultivation stage, the foundation establishment stage represented a complete transformation.
While Qi cultivation practitioners could cast spells and wield magical artifacts, these were merely rudimentary skills. Once the foundation was established, one could fly through the air without relying on spells or artifacts. At the Qi cultivation stage, casting even a few spells might require considerable effort from the spiritual energy within one's body.
The foundation establishment stage is different.
Practitioners not only command their own spiritual energy but also use hand seals and incantations to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cast spells. This transformation meant that 100 Qi cultivation stage practitioners might not be able to defeat a single foundation establishment stage cultivator. At the foundation establishment stage, practitioners begin refining their spiritual energy, choosing their path, and preparing for the future Golden Core stage. The path selection, however, is straightforward. Practitioners choose a path suited to their innate spiritual roots. For instance, those with water roots can condense the essence of water, channeling the weak water to permeate their bodies, thereby attaining the Gui fruit stage, one of the 5 elements. This grants them superior combat prowess in the future Golden Core realm, along with unique insights and mastery over spells and techniques of every element.
Yet this path must be explored independently. With Bai Musu's guidance, Li Tianwei now possessed a general direction. His immediate task was to solidify his cultivation, diligently learn various basic spells, and cultivate the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique in his possession. The path was clear. That concludes my explanation regarding foundation establishment cultivation and subsequent insights into the Golden Core realm. If you have any questions, feel free to come ask me anytime. You've only just broken through, so get some proper rest.
After finishing his words, Bai Muxu studied Li Tianwei closely. Seeing the young man earnestly reflecting on his teachings, Bai Muxu gave a slight nod.
I've already prepared a cave dwelling for you below. Follow me down the mountain.
With a simple wave of his hand, Bai Muxu summoned a gentle breeze that gently lifted Li Tianwei, carrying him toward the foot of Tianmen Mountain.
Before long, they arrived before a cave dwelling.
The upper layers were paved with various spirit stones, while the lower sections lay at the core of Tianmen Peak's spiritual vein. Surrounding it were intricate arrays, but most striking were the lavish decorations within, clearly meticulously prepared. Seeing such opulence and the thick spiritual energy within the cave dwelling, Li Tianwei couldn't help but feel a rare surge of excitement.
Thank you, Master. Li Tianwei expressed his gratitude to Bai Musu once more. Then rest well. I shan't disturb you further. Seeing Li Tianwei's excitement, Bai Muxu realized the young man was satisfied with the cave dwelling.
After all, this was his first time truly acting as a master, so he could only treat Li Tianwei as he himself had once been treated.
The effect seemed quite good now. With a pat on Li Tianwei's shoulder, Bai Muxu transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. After watching Bai Muxu depart, Li Tianwei turned and stepped into the cave dwelling.
Originally, Li Tianwei had thought the lavish exterior was sufficient, but upon entering, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. Jade paved the floor, fragrant wood formed the cabinets, and gold-threaded fabrics adorned the walls. The entire cave dwelling radiated an aura of divine splendor, its rich spiritual energy washing over him. Beyond this, Li Tianwei sensed that Bai Muxu had carved out an additional space within the cave for him. Gazing into the distance, he saw the ground covered with spiritual herbs, and all manner of spiritual beasts running about.
Li Tianwei was thoroughly satisfied with this cave residence. Next, I must consolidate my cultivation and deal with this thing. Li Tianwei retrieved the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, removing its shielding. The voice of the spirit within the book resounded once more. You damned creature! Are you some demon sent from beyond to plague this realm? A fake spiritual root managing to build a foundation in just 100 days? You must be a demonic entity, a supersized demonic entity. The spirit's torrent of abuse poured forth relentlessly, reaching Li Tianwei's ears and causing him to frown in displeasure. Shut up! Listening to this filthy tirade, Li Tianwei had his limits. The system was one thing, but now he had this book spirit too. Li Tianwei instinctively activated the Tao Foundation deep within his consciousness.
As the circular fan with 3 leaves symbol materialized, an intense aura of foreboding and destruction surged toward the book spirit. Under the frenzied power of fission, Li Tianwei's entire being radiated in extraordinary terror. His body condensed even more explosive energy, as if containing billions of degrees of heat, like a blazing sun confronting him head-on.
For a moment, the book spirit fell silent. Chapter 21, I Don't Disdain.
Though the immortal incantation possessed a spirit, it was merely a spirit.
Faced with Li Tianwei's power, it instinctively sensed fear.
As a spirit of the book, it shouldn't have reacted this way.
Yet, precisely because of Li Tianwei's fission of spiritual energy, it sensed the aura of death emanating from him. This was something it had never encountered before.
As a divine incantation, a method created by immortals that had endured for countless years, it naturally understood the peculiarity emanating from Li Tianwei. Thus, the book spirit's first reaction was to cower. Seeing the book spirit finally quiet, Li Tianwei lifted his gaze slightly to observe it.
Come on. Tell me what you are. Li Tianwei transmitted his voice to the spirit.
I am the spirit of the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, an immortal art created by the heavenly origin immortal sovereign. I was derived from this very immortal art. The immortal technique possesses a spirit.
Faced with Li Tianwei's overwhelming pressure, the spirit revealed its true nature without hesitation. Tianyuan immortal sovereign? What connection does he have to the Tianyuan Dao Foundation method?
Upon hearing this, Li Tianwei's first thought was that both the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation method and the Heavenly Origin Immortal Art shared the prefix Heavenly Origin, suggesting an inevitable connection.
The Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation technique? There is a connection.
This Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation technique is the method for condensing one's Dao Foundation left behind by the Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign before his ascension to immortality. It's considered an exceptionally supreme Dao Foundation technique. The book spirit continued, cautiously lifting its head to glance at the circular fan with 3 leaves manifesting above Li Tianwei's head, fearing he might instantly intimidate it. The spirit hoped to intimidate Li Tianwei by invoking the name of its former master, the Celestial Origin Immortal. After all, Li Tianwei had cultivated quite a bit of his legacy, at least giving him some claim to being a master. Especially upon seeing Li Tianwei fall into deep thought and the Dao Foundation emblem above his head fade, since Li Tianwei now understood its true nature, it immediately grew bold.
Now you know my identity.
After all, you've practiced my former master's methods. If you kowtow to me 3 times right now, I'll reluctantly impart the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique to you and overlook your earlier offense. After speaking, the spirit straightened its back, seemingly elevated by the title of Celestial Origin Immortal.
Little did the spirit know that upon hearing the connection between the two, Li Tianwei instantly saw through the ruse. No wonder they're both so blind, utterly useless. Li Tianwei muttered under his breath. What did you say? The book spirit, having overheard Li Tianwei's muttered words, asked in disbelief. As for Li Tianwei, he genuinely felt that way. This so-called Heavenly Source Immortal Venerable was useless. For starters, the Heavenly Source Dao Foundation method was completely ineffective for him. It couldn't even help him draw in qi. For this reason, Li Tianwei had no choice but to modify it himself. Had he not woken up to the need for changes, he might still be stuck at the very beginning. So this Celestial Origin Immortal Sovereign is nothing but a hollow title, utterly useless. Now, regarding the book spirit derived from the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique created by this Heavenly Origin Immortal Sovereign, it's perfectly normal that this spirit, blind to its own limitations, fails to recognize its own spiritual roots when paired with another. Li Tianwei understood this situation well.
I said the Celestial Master of Heavenly Source is no good, but it doesn't matter, I won't look down on you. After all, with my innate talent, I'm bound to usher in a new era of cultivation. I can adapt the Tianyuan Dao Foundation technique to suit my cultivation path, enabling me to establish my foundation within 100 days. Naturally, I can also refine you thoroughly, transforming you into a technique that fits me perfectly. I hold no contempt for you.
Li Tianwei spoke with heartfelt sincerity, showing not a trace of contempt toward the book spirit.
Regarding the Heavenly Source Dao Foundation method and the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, Li Tianwei understood the situation. He didn't want the book spirit to despair upon learning how useless its former master had been. After all, the book spirit was a form of life. Though a bit dim-witted, Li Tianwei was confident he could help it soar just like his system.
Hey, I'm not useless. Don't drag me into this nonsense.
The system, which had been waiting to watch the show, hadn't anticipated Li Tianwei's twisted logic. The moment it realized he'd shifted focus back onto it, it immediately retorted.
I know, I get it. But I won't look down on you.
After all, having a master like me does make you seem a bit incompetent. But I'll help you soar.
What protagonist doesn't have a few burdens to carry?
Li Tianwei shook his head, listening to the book spirit and the system's rebuttals, and sighed inwardly.
Guess I'm just too damn powerful. Li Tianwei remained self-absorbed. #. The system had completely lost control once more, abandoning its earlier resolve to stay calm and ignore Li Tianwei. Crude words streamed out, but under the constraints of the rules, they all turned into gibberish. As for the book spirit, it was no different.
Despite its extraordinary fury, it backed down the moment it saw the Tao Foundation mark Li Tianwei had just revealed. Meanwhile, following Li Tianwei's successful 100-day foundation establishment, the spiritual energy disturbance at Tianmen Peak had already led many to conclude that Li Tianwei had achieved foundation establishment. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire Lingxu sacred land.
This was a monumental event unseen in decades.
Since Bai Musu's 100-day foundation establishment, the Lingxu sacred land had finally witnessed another prodigy achieve this feat within 100 days. Within the Pill Hall of Muxu Peak, a single alchemy chamber hovered mid-air, its searing flames mingling with the faint fragrance of, filling the entire alchemy chamber.
Li Tianchen stepped lightly, soaring into the air.
He approached the furnace and waved his hand. The lid slowly opened, releasing a wave of fragrance. Inside, over a dozen pills shimmered with a precious glow.
12 second-grade pills, all of the highest quality.
It seems you're not far from becoming a third-grade alchemist. The ring on Li Tianxin's finger glowed faintly as Ling Lao, residing within, communicated with him through divine sense. It's a pity I can't cultivate my foundation for 100 days.
I'll just have to focus on alchemy. Li Tianchen sighed inwardly at this. Alright, time to emerge.
The 100 days are up. I wonder if my brother truly achieved foundation establishment within that time.
Li Tianchen stowed away the pills, smiling inwardly as he prepared to witness someone's embarrassment. He then slowly opened the alchemy chamber's door.
Senior Brother Li has emerged from seclusion.
Greetings, Senior Brother.
As soon as he stepped out of the alchemy chamber, the surrounding disciples greeted Li Tianchen in unison.
Li Tianchen nodded in response.
Just then, a junior disciple he knew well hurried over.
Congratulations, Brother Tianchen. Congratulations, Brother Tianchen.
Your eldest brother has successfully completed his 100-day foundation establishment. Xia Yushan bowed respectfully as he offered his congratulations. Upon hearing these words, Li Tianchen was momentarily stunned.
What did you just say?
Senior Brother Tianchen, your eldest brother, Li Tianwei, successfully established his foundation today at Tianmen Peak. The news has already spread throughout the entire Lingxu Holy Land. Seeing the heavy expression on Li Tianchen's face, and sensing his overwhelming excitement, Xia Yushan immediately repeated the news. Upon hearing this news, Li Tianchen's expression darkened further, his fingers tightening unconsciously around the ring on his finger.
Senior Ling, what on earth is going on? A pseudo-spiritual root protected by a Lingxu Holy Land elder, yet he managed to establish his foundation within 100 days? How is that possible? Even Ling Lao, upon receiving this news within the ring, was momentarily at a loss. Impossible. Even in my weakened state, my divine sense wouldn't mislead me. Your brother is a fake spirit root.
In that moment, Ling Lao even wondered if he had made a mistake that Li Tianwei might actually possess a heavenly spirit root.
Wait, do you remember that Elder Su?
This might be connected to the demonic cultivators. Suddenly, Ling Lao seemed to recall something and hurriedly spoke. It seems my dear elder brother truly harbors some secret. But since it involves demonic cultivators, perhaps I can use this to my advantage.
Li Tianchen felt his heart grow unsettled.
Ever since his days in the Li family, he had been overshadowed by Li Tianwei. It wasn't merely a matter of status whether legitimate or illegitimate heir, but even in their studies and knowledge, he had never surpassed him.
Their treatment had always been identical.
It wasn't until he gained elderling that Li Tianchen discovered he could surpass Li Tianwei in cultivation. Yet now, with these consecutive strange occurrences, he felt Li Tianwei's suppression once more within the Lingxu sacred grounds. No matter what, I possess the supreme dual firewood spirit roots, while he is only a pseudo-spirit root. The advantage lies with me. At this moment, in Li Tianchen's mind, Li Tianwei was the one with the significant problem.
Chapter 22, 5 Intentions Condense Heaven. Outside the Lingxu Holy Land, Su Yuanwen sat cross-legged on a cushion, patiently cultivating. As a sleeper agent for the heavenly demon sect, Su Yuanwen had been sent to the Lingxu Holy Land since childhood. 600 years had passed since then. At the age of 500, he had successfully passed the Nascent Soul tribulation, achieving the most ordinary single-pattern Nascent Soul. Su Yuanwen's innate talent was nothing special, merely a high-grade triple spiritual root. That he had achieved the Nascent Soul stage at all was a testament to immense fortune. Yet Su Yuanwen understood precisely why he had managed to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. After all, while serving as a disciple of the Lingxu Holy Land, he received the standard disciple stipend. Simultaneously, as an undercover agent for the heavenly demon sect, he also drew an additional allowance from the sect. Combined, this gave him far more resources than the average disciple of the Lingxu Holy Land. At the very least, Su Yuanwen was immensely satisfied with his financial situation.
Moreover, he understood clearly that the heavenly demon sect and the Lingxu Holy Land were unlikely to clash directly, allowing him to play both sides. Su Yuanwen even believed that with the combined stipends from these two factions, he might be able to envision reaching the spirit transformation realm.
Cultivation is progressing too slowly. Should I sell some intelligence to get the heavenly demon sect to supply more resources?
Su Yuanwen slowly opened his eyes, his thoughts drifting inward. At that very moment, he sensed something and hurried out of the main hall.
What is that? With Su Yuanwen's nascent soul cultivation, his perception was heightened. He watched the fluctuations atop Tianmen Peak. Su Yuanwen could already tell someone had successfully built their foundation.
And this agitated spiritual energy was undoubtedly that of a 100-day foundation building ritual.
Tianmen Peak. Could it be him?
Su Yuanwen couldn't help but recall the task issued by the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect 100 days prior to infiltrate the sect by having a disciple with a pseudo-spiritual root pose as one with a heavenly spiritual root. As for the demon cult's intentions, Su Yuanwen had no clue what they were planning. A 100-day foundation establishment, it seems the demon cult has gone to great lengths.
Is some major move afoot? Su Yuanwen pondered this for a moment.
Looks like I won't be collecting these two salaries for much longer. But since he's my colleague, I ought to engage in more discussions with him. Su Yuanwen didn't believe the deputy sect leader Han Yuan would arrange for a fake spiritual route to enter the Lingxu sacred ground and go to such lengths to have him establish a foundation in 100 days. It couldn't be a simple matter.
Could this kid be that bastard Huan Yuan's illegitimate son?
He's a powerful cultivator at the soul projection stage, yet he sired a fake spiritual root and schemed against the Lingxu sacred ground.
Having connections sure makes things easier.
Unlike me without status, I'm stuck as an undercover agent, barely scraping by. Only by juggling two salaries could I reach the nascent soul stage. Su Yuanwen sighed in reflection before returning to the hall to resume his cultivation. After news of Li Tianwei achieving foundation establishment in just 100 days spread throughout the entire Lingxu Holy Land, every disciple understood another prodigy was about to emerge from the Lingxu Holy Land.
For decades, aside from Bai Mux's generation, the Lingxu Holy Land had suffered relentless suppression.
Li Tianwei's emergence undoubtedly presented their chance to break the suppression imposed by the other sects of the northern Ling domain. Not only were the disciples thrilled, but the elders and peak masters of the Lingxu Holy Land were also excited, though their hearts held a tinge of regret. After all, they had failed to secure such a disciple for themselves, allowing Bai Muxu to reap the benefit. After Li Tianwei completed his 100-day foundation establishment, Bai Muxu immediately began visiting various mountain peaks. He sought out the peak masters who hadn't entered seclusion, inviting them for tea and chess. His mouth never stopped either. He boasted about Tianmen Peak, claiming both prodigies had completed their foundation establishment within 100 days, making them unmatched under heaven. Perhaps they could even shatter the current world order. Later, when Bai Muxu visited elders he hadn't seen before for tea, he received only one response: they were either in seclusion or out on trials. As for Li Tianwei, the man at the center of this storm, he remained in his cave dwelling atop Tianmen Peak. He was now studying the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique in his hands. Though he had suffered setbacks with the Tianyuan Dao Foundation method. But as someone who came from another world, he understood one thing: every towering structure begins with a single brick. Just as he had approached his studies able to comprehend all the math and language arts in elementary school, grasping their meanings, and even beginning to learn middle school, high school, and university knowledge. Yet he understood this wasn't a reason to look down on elementary knowledge after all, everything was built upon foundational groundwork. Though the Heavenly Source Foundation technique was flawed, through his ingenuity, he transformed it into a method that suited him perfectly, successfully completing his foundation establishment within 100 days. Thus, there is no such thing as inferior knowledge, only inferior practitioners. Li Tianwei truly held no contempt for the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. With just a few refinements, it could be perfectly tailored to him. Honorable Celestial Lord Tianyuan, do not blame me. This demonic fiend is too vile, too shameless. He threatened me. Bound to him, I had no choice but to hand over this immortal technique. For the sake of the immortal Lord's legacy, I endured this humiliation. When the opportunity arises, I will find a way to pass the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique to its true heir. I will never let the lineage be severed. The book spirit stared at the round fan with 3 leaves imprinted on Li Tianwei's forehead, repeating this mantra to itself as Li Tianwei fiddled with it. As for Li Tianwei, flipping through the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique in his hands, he gained a general understanding of it. It must be said that this immortal technique was far more complex than the heavenly origin Dao Foundation method. To qualify as an immortal technique, it contained not only the most fundamental cultivation of spiritual energy but also combinations of various spells. Within the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, one could cultivate a divine ability upon reaching the later stages. To master this divine ability, one must first master thousands of spells. Only after perfecting them could they be woven together into a node to unleash the divine power. It was akin to mathematics, starting with basic arithmetic, then progressing to linear equations, quadratic equations, geometry, and various logical judgments before gradually grasping advanced calculus, differential equations, and other profoundly complex problems. Undoubtedly, the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique can be cultivated to the point of ascension, with clear divisions from foundation establishment to golden core. Within this small volume lay the equivalent of thousands of combined scriptures. Li Tianwei found this perfectly normal. After all, in his previous world, the data and materials required to build an airplane if converted into sheets of paper would fill an entire football field.
Only by thoroughly mastering this knowledge could one independently construct a fighter jet.
This immortal technique was undoubtedly one of the most advanced methods in the cultivation world, so its extensive content was only natural. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, Li Tianwei's physical constitution, computational capacity, and cognitive abilities had enhanced beyond measure. It could be said that cultivators, with their current minds alone, were essentially supercomputers. After a few quick glances, most of the content had already entered his mind. To ensure no repeat of the Tianyuan Dao Foundation technique fiasco, Li Tianwei resolved to thoroughly revise it to align with his own cultivation path. He casually retrieved the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation technique he had refined atop Tianmen Peak and compared it with the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. The book spirit had long since fallen silent. Seeing that Li Tianwei, upon encountering the immortal technique, did not rush to cultivate it but instead retrieved a book from his storage ring, its attention was inevitably drawn. Upon seeing the words Heavenly Source Dao Foundation Method written on it too was puzzled, wondering what on earth Li Tianwei was up to.
Then, as it probed and sensed, watching Li Tianwei open the Heavenly Source Dao Foundation Method, the book spirit was dumbfounded.
The page was densely packed with text, various symbols, data calculations, and classifications. Even a single simple page was covered in modifications.
Ah! This. Fission, atoms, collision.
The 5 elements in motion, colliding through the principle of mutual restraint, detonating spiritual energy to fuse within the body. As a divine technique, it was no small feat that it could even give birth to a book spirit. It embodied the boundless wisdom of an immortal.
Though lacking combat prowess, the book spirit possessed unparalleled comprehension of all manner of cultivation methods.
Yet now, the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation technique Li Tianwei presented before it shattered its worldview, yes, its very worldview. Its pages were filled with elements defying conventional cultivation logic, the 5 elements cycles, and bizarre data arrays.
The book spirit now harbored only one burning question: could this modified Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation method actually be cultivated? Driven by this question, the spirit was utterly captivated.
It instinctively followed Li Tianwei as he turned the pages, desperately trying to grasp the knowledge within.
Simultaneously, it kept simulating this possibility.
At this moment, another function of the spirit manifested.
Immortal techniques possess spirit. They can sever cultivation, substitute cultivation. Chapter 23, 5 intentions are insufficient, 3,000 intentions are needed. Master, what is this chain reaction? How do I interpret E equals mc squared?
The proliferation factor, mass. The book spirit became engrossed in the contents of the Heavenly Origin Dao Foundation method, occasionally pausing its contemplation to pose questions to Li Tianwei. As for Li Tianwei, he was immersed in how to modify the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. Hearing its questions, he patiently explained to it. Listening to Li Tianwei's novel ideas and the combinations of various strange data points, the book spirit gradually grasped the concepts, even beginning to simulate the possibilities of its operation. Meanwhile, the system within Li Tianwei's mind observed the 2 old scholars in training suddenly engaging in a flurry of exchanges. It was momentarily bewildered. Especially when it witnessed the book spirit suddenly engaging in seamless communication with Li Tianwei, the system couldn't help but inwardly sigh at the unfavorable turn of events. Having sensed the book spirit's presence, its divine power allowed it to see right through Li Tianwei's situation. Everything unfolded exactly as it had anticipated. The book spirit had indeed seen through Li Tianwei's fake spiritual route. Unfortunately, the system hadn't anticipated that the book spirit could make Li Tianwei, this stubborn fool, come to his senses and recognize that he was a fake spiritual route. At the very least, the book spirit and it were supposed to be on the same side, working together to make Li Tianwei clearly understand his situation. Thus, the system felt no urgency to step forward or reveal itself to the spirit. It waited for the spirit to completely break down within Li Tianwei's uniquely twisted thought processes. Only then would it intervene, thereby gaining the spirit as an ally and joining forces to counter Li Tianwei's bizarre mindset, bringing him to his senses. But now, the two seemed to be hitting it off like old academic friends. Seeing this turn of events, the system began to panic. These were its future teammates. If it lost them now, it would be fighting alone forever. No, I must stop this. The system made its decision instantly, immediately beginning to secretly transmit messages to the book spirit. The system felt a flicker of relief that this host had bonded with the book spirit. Through its connection to Li Tianwei's consciousness, it could communicate with him as well. Thus, the system began its covert communication with the book spirit. Immortal techniques. The system's transmission reached the book spirit, but unfortunately, the book spirit was currently immersed with Li Tianwei in the vast sea of newly discovered cultivation principles. As it engaged in endless, deductive exchanges with Li Tianwei, the system's voice was completely dismissed as background noise and ignored. Seeing no response, the system assumed the data connection had failed and immediately tried to raise its volume. At that moment, after a period of exchange between Li Tianwei and the book spirit. Amazing! So this is how immortals cultivate. I simulated it based on your description, and it truly can achieve that level, though the probability is a bit low. The book spirit's excited voice slowly echoed out. At that moment, the system fell completely silent. It knew that the ally who had just potentially joined its united front had now defected. The system desperately wanted to shake both of their heads, just to see what the heck was inside them. Sigh, no, I can't give up. There will be other chances. A pseudo-spiritual root is a pseudo-spiritual root. Just because he's a bit special doesn't mean he can get away with blind luck. There's still the golden core stage, the Nascent Soul stage. He can't keep breaking through bottlenecks indefinitely. The system thought to itself honestly. As for the system's internal turmoil and self-pity at this moment, Li Tianwei and Shuling remained completely oblivious. After their exchange, both had slightly improved their impressions of each other.
In Li Tianwei's eyes, this book spirit actually had some use. It could recognize its own problems and even make improvements. That was far better than the system.
The system naturally picked up Li Tianwei's thoughts, but having developed resistance to his twisted logic, it remained silent. As for the book spirit, it had initially dismissed Li Tianwei as a reckless fool, a demonic impostor with a fake spiritual root who had infiltrated the human race through underhanded means. Now, its view of Li Tianwei had shifted. The corrections to the Tianyuan Dao Foundation technique, along with his unique ideas, perspectives, and data verification, all pointed to one thing: this guy actually possessed both ability and insight. Moreover, through its simulations, it confirmed that an ordinary pseudo-spiritual root indeed possessed the potential to complete the 100-day foundation establishment. This was something even its former master had been unable to achieve. As a celestial technique, its very nature demanded unique pursuits in knowledge and beyond. Thus, what Li Tianwei displayed resonated deeply with its essence. Its regard for Li Tianwei soared. Combining their insights, both the book spirit and Li Tianwei simultaneously conceived an idea. Could they follow this line of thought to thoroughly refine the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, elevating it to an even higher level? 5 intentions condensing heaven technique: condense the essence of heaven's intent, gather its might to suppress all. At its ultimate level, one can command the majestic presence of the heavens themselves, overwhelming opponents with sheer force. Without even lifting a finger, one can rely on the condensed Tao intent and spiritual energy to subdue them with righteous authority. In ancient times, the celestial origin immortal sovereign used this immortal technique to dominate the world, repelling demonic forces from beyond the heavens and keeping them out of the Tianxian realm. No immortal of equal cultivation could stand against him. The book spirit immediately recounted the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique and the former might of the celestial origin immortal with stirring passion. All the while, it kept stealing glances at Li Tianwei's expression. Seeing Li Tianwei deep in thought, it felt its dignity restored at last. As for what Li Tianwei was thinking at that moment, it was that this 5 intentions condensing heaven technique was rather lackluster. It could only be attributed to the heavenly source Tao venerable being somewhat inadequate. Li Tianwei mused inwardly. After all, between the flaws in the Tianyuan Dao Foundation technique and the book spirit's apparent lack of discernment, the Tianyuan immortal sovereign seemed rather underwhelming. Even so, Li Tianwei held no resentment. If changes were to be made, they would need to be bold. 5 intentions was simply too few. Double it to 10 intentions? The thought made his brow furrow. No, doubling it wouldn't suffice. What about 100 intentions? 1,000? When Li Tianwei thought of Qianni, he seemed to realize something. With a clap of his hands, he immediately had a plan. The Great Way encompasses 3,000 paths. How could there be only 5 intentions? At least 3,000 intentions, since they all condense the heavens. Wouldn't 3,000 intentions correspond perfectly? Li Tianwei acted on his inspiration immediately, retrieving a brush from his storage ring and beginning to write on paper. 3,000 intentions of condensing heaven. The book spirit, who had been waiting for Li Tianwei's response, suddenly saw his excited expression and watched as he picked up the brush and began writing. The spirit's consciousness settled upon the words Li Tianwei had just written. 3,000 intentions to condense heaven? The spirit was puzzled at first, but then seemed to grasp something as its awareness shifted to Li Tianwei. 3,000 condensing heavens. Well, are you intending to condense 3,000 Dao intentions? Yes. Upon receiving the spirit's words, Li Tianwei nodded without hesitation. Ah. Do you even grasp the magnitude of 3,000 Dao intentions? Even the heavenly origin immortal sovereign took hundreds of years to condense just 5 Dao intentions. With those 5, he stands among the elite of immortals. You actually want to condense 3,000 Dao intentions? Utterly delusional. The book spirit exclaimed in shock. In its mind, Li Tianwei was now utterly arrogant, even mad. Are you out of your mind? You possess only a pseudo-spiritual root. Even with your exceptional insight, your innate qualities simply cannot achieve such profound affinity with so many Dao intentions. The book spirit grew increasingly unrestrained as it spoke, letting its true thoughts spill forth. Li Tianwei, hearing the book spirit mention his pseudo-spiritual root once more, shot at a dismissive glance. An invisible pressure descended, and the book spirit seemed to realize something, quickly shutting its mouth. My innate talent isn't something you can judge. 3,000 Dao intentions? So be it. The great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths. If there weren't 3,000, what would we cultivate as immortals? That's precisely why I mentioned the heavenly source immortal venerables delay.
Li Tianwei naturally wouldn't bother arguing with such a narrow-minded fellow. If we're changing it, this is how it must be done. 5 Tao intentions are simply too few. Li Tianwei had made his decision. Faced with his master's authority, the book spirit naturally backed down. Truly worthy of being my master. If we cultivate to the extreme. 5 intentions are indeed insufficient, it must be 3,000.
The book spirit had long recognized Li Tianwei's wildly unconventional thinking, but now, forced by his overbearing authority, it chose compromise and flattery. In his heart, he schemed, once Li Tianwei realized he could never condense it and died of old age, he'd find another master to inherit the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique.
Chapter 24, 5-Colored Heavenly Spirit Root. In that case, let's begin.
That was Li Tianwei's nature. Once he made a decision, he acted immediately, embodying the principle of unity of knowledge in action. He had already mapped out how to condense the 3,000 Tao intentions.
What 3,000 Tao intentions? For someone of his innate talent, it was no problem at all.
The heavenly source immortal venerable could only condense 5 intentions. He was simply too weak.
Master, how do you plan to proceed?
Though the book spirit knew Li Tianwei's arrogance, its very existence now depended on him.
It had to play along. Naturally, I'll cultivate them.
According to this technique, Tao intent permeates every corner of this world, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, the myriad flavors of human existence, the principles of artifacts, and the essence of all duties.
Then I shall begin at my most fundamental point. That would be my spiritual root. Li Tianwei declared his plan with unmistakable confidence. Now at the foundation establishment stage, Li Tianwei could manifest his spiritual root.
As he finished speaking, a faint, 5-colored glow appeared behind his head.
A withered, shriveled spiritual root shimmered faintly in midair, yet to the book spirit, it appeared exceptionally dim.
The book spirit fell silent upon seeing this, gazing at the pseudo-spiritual root imbued with the attributes of the 5 elements, then shifting its gaze to Li Tianwei's earnest expression. A 5-colored celestial spirit root, condensing the 5 elements. This is the very foundation that allowed me to establish my foundation within 100 days.
Li Tianwei declared with confidence. Heavenly spirit root? Indeed.
With your innate talent, starting from the spirit root to condense the Tao intent of the 5 elements will absolutely allow you to master the condensing heaven technique.
After the 5 elements comes the 100 flavors, the way of artifacts. With your talent, you will surely accomplish it.
The book spirit cared little for anything else now.
In its eyes, this was an opportunity to curry favor.
Though the 5-colored heavenly spirit root looked peculiar, if Li Tianwei called it a heavenly spirit root, then so be it.
Enough talk. Let's begin now. With that, Li Tianwei crossed his legs and sat down.
The book spirit manipulated the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, or rather, the 3,000 condensing heaven intentions as it was now called. The book spirit manipulated the volumes, flipping through them before Li Tianwei. Occasionally, Li Tianwei would wave his hand to halt the process, beginning to fill in the gaps.
This won't do. Gathering the 5 intentions to summon heavenly thunder strikes yields the Tao intent of thunder. Exposing the spirit platform to gale winds allows comprehension of the Tao intent of gale winds. Flesh and spirit platform are too generic.
It should be a comprehensive refinement of the entire body.
Since we must condense all 3,000 Tao intentions, these mutually incompatible relationships that cannot be cultivated must be eliminated.
Though dangerous, it poses no problem for me whatsoever.
Li Tianwei couldn't help but grumble as he examined the conservative cultivation methods within. These so-called conflicting relationships? Li Tianwei couldn't care less.
If push came to shove, he'd simply activate his immortal body and engage in a direct confrontation, let them see whether the damage inflicted was greater than the risk of self-destruction. As for the book spirit, watching Li Tianwei modify the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, if it possessed a physical form at that moment, it would likely swallow hard in despair and fear while staring at Li Tianwei.
Is it really safe to practice this? This could kill someone. But Li Tianwei, stubborn and self-willed as ever, wasn't listening to a word. The spirit book thought, fine, go ahead. No problem.
Best if he dies trying, then I can find a new master.
Ha 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 ha, perfect.
I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Just as the book spirit thought this, the system deep within Li Tianwei's consciousness detected its thoughts. For some reason, it suddenly felt an urge to laugh.
Death is impossible.
This guy possesses the sacrificial Tao immortal body. He simply won't die from overtraining. At worst, he'll just fail to master the technique.
The system couldn't help but wait to see the book spirit's expression after Li Tianwei's fearless cultivation. How could I be the only one feeling frustrated? We're in this together.
As the system mused, Li Tianwei had already begun his cultivation, immersing himself in the comprehension of Tao intent.
Elder Bai is on another peak. Right now, Tianmen Peak is empty except for Li Tianwei. This is our chance. At that moment, a figure crept stealthily up Tianmen Peak.
The figure skillfully evaded every array deployed on Tianmen Peak, advancing without the slightest hindrance.
It seemed utterly familiar with every corner of the peak. 100 days to establish a foundation producing by Musu was already enough. We absolutely cannot let the Lingxu Holy Land gain another one. The figure that appeared on Tianmen Peak wore a cruel smile. Soon, Lu Muyu peered around cautiously, surveying his surroundings. After all, he had once been a disciple under Bai Musu's tutelage. Unfortunately, he had failed to complete the 100-day foundation building and had been forced to descend the mountain to join another peak. Lu Muyu harbored deep resentment over this matter, yet he understood the reason. Though the spirit stone test had revealed him to possess a supreme golden spirit root, this root had been concealed by certain secret arts. In truth, he only possessed an upper-grade golden spirit root. As for why it was concealed, that inevitably led to the White Yuan Holy Land. Within the North Spirit domain, there were 4 great holy lands: White Yuan, Lingxu, Xinglan, and Yinsong. Indeed, Lu Muyu was a spy sent by the Baiyuan sacred ground to infiltrate the Lingxu sacred ground. For centuries, Lingxu's sacred ground had produced an extraordinary succession of talents, earning it the title of the Northern Spirit Domain's foremost sacred ground. It had even nurtured Bai Musu, a prodigy who reached the spirit transformation stage within a mere 100 years, dominating an entire generation. Meanwhile, the other sacred lands gradually declined over the years, creating the impression that Lingxu's sacred land was poised to dominate alone. Thus, Lu Muyu was assigned to Lingxu Holy Land. Upon learning that Li Tianwei had successfully completed his foundation establishment within 100 days, he immediately reported the news. Soon, he received instructions from the elders of the Baiyuan sacred land. They would contain Bai Musu, buying him time to properly arrange matters for Li Tianwei. A prodigy who achieved foundation establishment in 100 days, what a pity he must fall by my hand. Having previously resided at Tianmen Peak, Lu Muyu was quite familiar with the array formations here. Moreover, with the dual support of the Baiyuan sacred ground and the Lingxu sacred ground, he had already reached the golden core stage. In terms of raw power alone, subduing Li Tianwei should pose no problem. But Lu Muyu wasn't foolish enough to act rashly. Forcing a direct confrontation to eliminate Li Tianwei would guarantee his own demise. The White Origin Sanctuary wouldn't waste such a valuable spy within the Spirit Void Sanctuary either. Rather than letting Li Tianwei die, crippling his spiritual roots and severing his path to cultivation was a far more advantageous outcome. The White Origin Sacred Land had employed such tactics countless times before. There was no need to fear exposure. Any suspicion would simply be dismissed as a mishap in their cultivation. Soon, Lu Muyu located Li Tianwei's cave residence. Lu Muyu understood that the cave dwellings on Tianmen Peak were protected by array formations, making it impossible to use divine sense for detection. However, he was prepared, or rather, the Baiyuan Holy Land had prepared in advance. Lu Muyu retrieved a banner from his storage ring, then aimed it at Li Tianwei's cave dwelling and began waving it gently. A chilling wind slowly swept through, enveloping the entire landscape as Lu Muyu continued to wave the banner. A gray mist spread across the entire landscape. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Muyu's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze sharpening. "Let's see what you can do now." Lu Muyu chuckled softly, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. As an undercover agent within the White Yuan Sanctuary, Lu Muyu knew exactly what this banner was. This soul-corrupting banner was crafted specifically for these prodigies of heaven. Within its folds lay the accumulated resentment of hundreds of thousands, ready to be unleashed into the world through a practitioner's magic. Being human resentment, once released into the world, it naturally merged with the cosmos. Whenever someone cultivated, this resentment would surge into their spiritual platform. Its dense spiritual energy was potent enough to saturate one's innate path with filth. Once it seeped into consciousness, it could utterly corrupt the spiritual platform of anyone absorbing it, thereby destroying their innate talent. This banner, crafted by several great immortals of the White Origin Sanctuary, was powerful enough to envelop an entire realm. It corrupts this entire realm, polluting the spiritual platforms. Lu Muyu watched the banner he waved, its densing energy enveloping Li Tianwei, making him appear grotesque as if influenced by it. Before long, the resentment began flowing along the spiritual energy toward Li Tianwei. Through this method, Lu Muyu could defeat Li Tianwei without even entering the cave dwelling. Ha 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 ha. What good is 100 days of foundation building? Once your spiritual platform is defiled and your spiritual roots invaded, what use is your talent then? Lu Muyu chuckled inwardly, growing ever more eager to hear the news in due time. After completing all this, Lu Muyu slipped away quietly. He intended to report this matter to the White Yuan Holy Land, and afterward, he would surely devise further plans. Huff. As he prepared to leave, Lu Muyu stole a glance at the cave dwelling. The surging spiritual energy within confirmed that Li Tianwei had begun his cultivation. Yet amidst the spiritual energy continuously amplified and gathered by the array, no one noticed the faint traces of darkness mingled within. Seeing this, Lu Muyu quickened his pace. The surging spiritual energy meant Li Tianwei was about to fall victim. Inside the cave dwelling, Li Tianwei was utterly absorbed in his cultivation. To complete the 3,000 condensing heavenly intent, he must strive harder and focus more intently.
According to the core principles of the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, infusing Tao intent into spiritual energy would make one several times stronger than others at the same cultivation level.
Condensing all 5 intentions would multiply that advantage 5-fold.
Consequently, the spiritual energy cultivated would be far purer than that of ordinary practitioners, demanding a significantly longer cultivation period. Therefore, if Li Tianwei wished to fully condense 3,000 Tao intentions, he would need to invest 3,000 times the effort.
Though Li Tianwei considered himself exceptionally gifted. But power doesn't come for free, it requires earnest cultivation and deep understanding.
Li Tianwei set himself a modest goal, to integrate at least 100 Tao intentions before breaking through to the golden core stage, and to complete the refinement of all 3,000 Tao intentions before ascending to immortality.
With his plan set, Li Tianwei began his cultivation.
His cultivation was no longer merely absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into spiritual power. He now sought to comprehend the Tao intent and the essence of the 5 elements within that spiritual energy.
Chapter 25, Trouble. Falling into demonic possession.
As Li Tianwei practiced according to the revised 3,000 condensing heavenly intentions, he found himself in a state of turmoil. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't help but shiver, as if a chilling wind were howling toward him. This energy was emitted by Lu Muyu's soul-corrupting banner, capable of polluting spiritual energy. Once inhaled, it would completely corrupt the cultivator's heart, taint their spiritual platform, ultimately shatter their Tao heart, and render further cultivation impossible. Lu Muyu, having departed, cared not whether Li Tianwei continued his cultivation. The essence released by the soul-corrupting banner was sufficient.
Huff, huff. 5 elements, 5 elements.
At that moment, Li Tianwei pondered the most accessible source, undoubtedly the 5-colored spiritual energy of heaven and earth: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was arguably the most superficial form. The spirit of the book beside him, having been modified by Li Tianwei, understood his intentions.
In the spirit's eyes, he was utterly arrogant and conceited. What 5 elements Tao intent? If Tao intent were that easy to grasp, every cultivator in the entire cultivation world would possess it by now. The book spirit inwardly scoffed, though it naturally couldn't reveal such thoughts outwardly. As expected of my master. The 5 elements are the most common among spiritual energies. Starting from here, he will surely comprehend the Tao intent. The spirit book had no choice but to utter these insincere words under Li Tianwei's intimidating presence. Deep down, however, it was eagerly anticipating the moment Li Tianwei would discover the Tao intent was beyond his grasp. However, Li Tianwei was precisely as the book spirit had imagined. At this moment, he was utterly clueless about the 5 elements spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
According to the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, the Tao intent of heaven and earth originated from the patterns, rules, and transformations of the world. Cultivating immortality was inherently an act of defying heaven, striving to seize a sliver of the divine spark from the cosmos. That divine spark was the Tao intent of heaven and earth, a stolen fragment of cosmic law. To seize heaven's secrets through human means, it could be said that cultivating even a sliver of Tao intent in the cultivation world was enough to create a gap between oneself and other cultivators. Even the celestial origin immortal sovereign had only grasped 5 Tao intentions. Of course, in Li Tianwei's view, this was nothing but the heavenly source immortal sovereign's exaggerated claims. What nonsense that comprehending a single Tao intent makes one a prodigy of heaven, creating a gap. It was merely a case of the person being inadequate, not the path being uneven. This was evident in the heavenly source Tao foundation method. Though he thought this, Li Tianwei understood that the heavenly source immortal sovereign must have his reasons for attaining immortality. He had no major objections to the fundamentals. Just as Li Tianwei continued to absorb the spiritual energy and explore its Tao intent, the polluted spiritual energy stirred by Lu Muyu's soul-tainting banner had already quietly infiltrated this cave dwelling. As a sacred land rivaling Lingxu sacred land, Baiyuan sacred land had crafted the soul-corrupting banner from 10,000 to thoroughly contaminate those seeds of ascension. The soul-corrupting banner, forged from 100,000 and refined through 81 intricate processes by several 7th-grade artifact masters, was designed purely to wreak havoc. Moreover, most cultivators who had just begun their cultivation journey possessed unstable Tao hearts, untested by hardship. The energy, born from 100,000 acts of dismemberment, flesh stripping, and the slaughter of kin, was potent enough to propel a demonic cultivator through 1 or 2 realms. As the foul resentment seeped in relentlessly, Li Tianwei channeled spiritual energy into it through his fission-induced qi absorption. This foul, vengeful energy was already dense and heavy. Under the influence of the fission-induced guidance, it made the natural spiritual energy grow increasingly fierce and malevolent. Had Lu Muyu remained before the cave dwelling now, he would likely have witnessed a layer of bloodthirsty, vengeful aura shrouding it, a veritable den of demons. Unfortunately, Lu Muyu was unable to witness this with his own eyes. As for Li Tianwei, he remained oblivious to the covert attack. He felt nothing as he absorbed the foul, resentful energies. For at this moment, bizarre visions flickered before his eyes, while faint whispers echoed in his ears.
Compared to Li Tianwei's confusion, the spirit of the five intentions condensing heaven technique was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the sky filled with filthy resentment. This is tainted resentment. This is bad. As the spirit of a divine technique, the book spirit had witnessed many things and recognized it immediately. This very essence originated from demonic entities. During the era of the celestial origin immortal sovereign, such fiends took particular delight in refining these substances. Infusing this tainted resentment into the land could utterly corrupt a region, severely hindering cultivators' ability to wield spiritual energy and cast spells within it. Worse still, it made recovering spiritual energy there impossible. Most terrifyingly, prolonged exposure allowed endless resentment to invade one's being, seeping deep into the spirit platform. At that point, cultivation became impossible. The spirit platform would become utterly defiled, and one's divine sense would dissolve. Now, such a phenomenon has resurfaced, enveloping the entire cave dwelling. Though the spirit of the book yearned to find a new master. But talk is cheap. Having designated Li Tianwei as the new heir, no matter how inadequate he might be, the spirit must guide him back onto the right path. Facing this malevolent aura now, it absolutely cannot allow him to fall victim to its poison. Master. The spirit of the book channeled its divine consciousness to stir the remnants of immortal energy within the pages. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, gathering faint spiritual energy. The spirit sought to use this to awaken Li Tianwei. Alas, the tainted resentment aura existed to corrupt spiritual energy and divine power. Worse still, this particular aura had been forged from the resentment of 100,000 souls within the White Yuan sacred ground. SSSSHHH. The spirit's counterattack proved utterly futile. The foul, resentful energy instantly enveloped it, leaving the spirit struggling merely to protect itself. Outside, the book spirit struggled, desperate to save Li Tianwei. As for Li Tianwei, he remained utterly unaware of any of this, oblivious to the encroaching danger. At that moment, he listened to the whispers in his ear while various images flashed before his eyes. Compounding this, he had been cultivating specifically to refine his Tao intent, and the arrival of this foul, resentful energy coincided perfectly. These bizarre flickering afterimages and whispers fell upon Li Tianwei. This existence, potent enough to shatter one's mind and corrupt the spirit. Yet within Li Tianwei's mind, it transformed into something else entirely. It's working. My innate talent truly is extraordinary. Merely entering meditation allows me to glimpse a sliver of Tao intent. At that moment, Li Tianwei was marveling. Indeed, Li Tianwei now interpreted the chaotic illusions and inner demons spawned by the defiling resentment clouding his spiritual platform as evidence that his comprehension of the Tao intent was bearing fruit. This only strengthened his conviction in his own exceptional talent. After all, even the heavenly origin immortal sage who created the five intentions condensing heaven technique had taken over a decade to manifest his first Tao intent. Yet Li Tianwei had already felt the Tao intent surface and resonate within him in less than a moment. Pseudo-spiritual roots, inferior aptitude, what system, what book spirit, and that heart-questioning ladder. If I truly had pseudo-spiritual roots and poor aptitude, how could I have achieved this so swiftly? Li Tianwei couldn't help but snort coldly. Of course, Li Tianwei completely ignored the various bloody scenes that flashed before his eyes, the cold and mournful aura surrounding him, and the cries of children and the elderly echoing in his ears. In Li Tianwei's eyes, this was the manifestation of the Tao's intent. Wasn't this the very essence of human existence: birth, death, suffering, and bitterness? He recalled the novels he'd read before. To become immortal, one had to endure countless cycles of reincarnation, experiencing birth, aging, sickness, and death, enduring hundreds of agonizing lives that could shatter a soul, and comprehending the myriad passions of the mortal world. So these voices, these things, they're no big deal. Li Tianwei showed not a shred of fear. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation. Thus, confronting this foul, resentful energy capable of shattering cultivators, polluting their spiritual platforms, and breeding inner demons, Li Tianwei charged headlong into it. He even drew it directly into himself. Thus, an unimaginable scene unfolded. The foul, resentful energy that had enveloped the cave dwelling, along with the surrounding spiritual energy, poured into Li Tianwei's body all at once. Thanks to his mastery of the fish and chi drawing technique, Li Tianwei manipulated the spiritual energy unseen by others, directing it to collide with another focal point within the foul, resentful energy. Soon, the foul, resentful energy combined with the raging spiritual energy, turning the entire cave into a sea of blood. Shadowy figures could be seen howling and screaming within the cavern, which had now transformed into a veritable den of demons. Seated cross-legged at the center, Li Tianwei resembled the sole demon of this place, his body constantly swallowing and expelling boundless resentment. Such a scene would deter even some demonic cultivators from absorbing this foul, resentful energy. As the foul, resentful energy surged toward Li Tianwei, the book spirit slowly struggled free. The moment it entered the cave, it witnessed this scene, its gaze locking onto Li Tianwei. He's succumbing to demonic influence. He's succumbing to demonic influence. This is bad. Chapter 26, Not possessed by demons. This is called enlightenment. Mother. No, not my child. Kill me. I'll trade my life for it.
Li Tianwei watched the scenes unfolding before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Under the gathering of foul resentment, the scenes experienced by the former owner of this 100,000 resentments unfolded before Li Tianwei's eyes. He witnessed his mother being skinned alive, her bones crushed, tortured, hung upside down to dry. He saw his mother, 10 months pregnant and about to give birth, cutting open her own womb to deliver the child. Each scene condensed endless atrocities, and crucially, they were viewed through the perpetrator's perspective. And you became the very embodiment of the person these souls hated, as if every single one of these atrocities were sins you had personally wrought.
I want you dead. I hate you. Why did you kill my wife and children? We worshipped you as a god, why treat us this way? I only wanted to farm my land, why did you take it from me? The rain has come, ending the drought. But we sold our land to those people. Now that the rain has come, we'll be serfs forever. Whispers drifted faintly, each scene unfolding like a vision from hell. Li Tianwei found it hard to imagine such things existing within the realm of celestial energy. Yet upon deeper reflection, Li Tianwei found it entirely plausible. This was a world of the supernatural. The collective thoughts and beliefs of all beings could indeed influence the heavens and earth. Thus, based on his current insights, Li Tianwei conceived a possibility: the people of this world were plunged into profound suffering, and it was within this very celestial and terrestrial chi that such anomalies manifested. After all, comprehending the essence of the Tao was fundamentally about grasping that fleeting spark of divine insight. Witnessing such heart-wrenching scenes now, Li Tianwei's heart trembled involuntarily. I am filled with hatred. Why, after honoring you cultivators, must I suffer such a fate? Just as these thoughts raced through his mind, a hideous face suddenly lunged toward him from among the countless phantoms. Seeing it lunge, Li Tianwei felt an inexplicable chill run through him, his entire body bristling with goosebumps. Simultaneously, his once pure spiritual platform began to develop mottled spots beneath a thick aura, as if covered in mold. The sudden change made Li Tianwei sense something was amiss, but the phantom shadows paid no heed to his thoughts. Die, die, die. The afterimages screamed, relentlessly lunging toward Li Tianwei. Soon, a layer of grime covered Li Tianwei's spiritual platform. Outside, Li Tianwei, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, now had a completely blackened complexion. An ominous aura emanated from his body. The overwhelmingly heavy, corrupting aura swept toward them. Witnessing this, the book spirit knew beyond doubt that Li Tianwei had been utterly consumed by this tainted, vengeful energy beyond redemption. In the era when it had followed the celestial origin immortal, under such corrupting and resentful energies, Li Tianwei could only need one fate: to be utterly transformed into a demonic entity. The book spirit now feared its own words might have come true. Having cursed Li Tianwei as a demonic fiend, he had now truly become one. As for Li Tianwei, struck by the lingering souls within this foul, resentful energy, his spiritual core was now utterly defiled. From this moment onward, the corruption began to devour his spiritual roots. His already dim and lackluster pseudo-spiritual roots were now shrouded in a layer of grey mist. If any powerful cultivator were present now and could detect the problem within Li Tianwei, they would likely reach only one conclusion: he was beyond saving. With his spiritual platform defiled and his spiritual root obscured, forget cultivation, the invasion of his inner demons would likely have already driven him mad. In this state of utter collapse, Li Tianwei found himself plunged into a situation he had never before encountered. In that fleeting instant, he became those shattered souls, endlessly reliving their every ordeal. Scenes of being flayed and dismembered the moment his family was destroyed, the utter helplessness when facing the slaughter by cultivators. Scenes sufficient to shatter, despair, and dissolve any soul. Even cultivators with hearts as steadfast as rock would struggle to endure such direct experience in this moment. For this was no longer tempering one's spirit, it was pure, utter torment. Yes, pure torment, the torment of experiencing the resentment of 10,000 souls firsthand. This revealed the sheer cruelty of those in the White Yuan sacred land who forged the soul-tainting banner. They had no intention of granting the affected cultivators any means of defense. At this moment, under the relentless torment, cold sweat began to bead on Li Tianwei's forehead, and his body trembled intermittently. The surrounding spiritual energy began to surge violently, its chaotic roar slowly spreading outward. Returning to Li Tianwei, the moment those ferocious remnant souls descended upon him, a single glance felt like an eternity. Li Tianwei was truly plunged into that bizarre spectacle, facing endless torment. At this moment, forget about ordinary humans. Even those demon cultivators who had endured countless brutal trials might not be able to withstand this. Yet Li Tianwei was an utterly bizarre individual, possessed of immense mental fortitude. He could convince himself he was a genius, clinging to his own beliefs to the extreme, even viewing his pseudo-spiritual roots as divine, turning wrong into right. A self-assured, arrogant, idealistic, and intensely serious individual. Yet when this strange phenomenon suddenly arose, he did not perceive it as stemming from himself. For in his mind, he was currently experiencing an epiphany, grasping the essence of the Tao. This profound immersion felt to Li Tianwei like he had finally found his purpose. I've achieved sudden enlightenment. Indeed, in Li Tianwei's mind, everything he was experiencing at this moment stemmed from his enlightenment.
After all, having read countless novels, he understood the protagonist's unique position.
This immersive experience, enduring countless hardships, as if everything lashing out against him was directed at his very core, didn't it all amount to an epiphany? If it weren't enlightenment, how could it feel so real? Thus, confronting this predicament, Li Tianwei felt not fear or dread, but excitement and an eager anticipation.
A normal cultivator encountering such an illusionary realm would have long since collapsed in despair.
But Li Tianwei interpreted it as enlightenment. Upon realizing this, he became utterly fearless. A sudden enlightenment must be felt with the heart. For someone with a heavenly spirit root like him, wasn't enlightenment perfectly natural? Thus, Li Tianwei fearlessly plunged headlong into it. He didn't merely experience the despair and suffering of others' lives within this, he savored every detail, afraid to miss even the slightest nuance. Too real, too real. Is this enlightenment? Feeling his body torn apart once more and experiencing the intense emotions emanating from a shattered family, Li Tianwei couldn't help but feel moved. He wouldn't let such an experience pass him by, immediately immersing himself in its depths to gain insight. To achieve enlightenment, one must grasp the essence of the Tao within it.
Thus, amidst this barrage of assault, Li Tianwei clung to that sliver of reserved enlightenment within his heart, an utterly subjective self-assuredness. No matter how fiercely the foul, resentful energies pounded, no matter how deeply his mind became stained with multicolored filth, he remained lucid. What must it be like to endure the suffering of 100,000 lives? And now, he was being asked to experience it. But Li Tianwei did not merely experience it, he savored it. Under such overwhelming pressure, that sliver of lucid awareness allowed even a mere novice to grasp something within it. Such an endeavor was utterly perilous, offering no guarantee of maintaining lucidity to grasp its methods. No one would dare attempt it. 100,000 experiences. Yet Li Tianwei plunged into it using self-enlightenment and hypnosis. Greed, anger, delusion, hatred, love. All manner of desires and human thoughts swirled within Li Tianwei's mind. The most prevalent were hatred, malice, resentment, venom, and suffering. Li Tianwei had intended to comprehend the Taoist essence of the 5 elements through the cosmic 5 elements and his own spiritual roots. Instead, his sudden enlightenment exposed him to something utterly unprecedented. The collective thoughts of all beings in heaven and earth. I truly am a genius. Li Tianwei, however, felt not the slightest surprise at this, regarding it as only natural after all, his innate talent was truly exceptional. Thus, beneath this aura of resentment and bitterness, Li Tianwei, writing this sensation what he himself deemed an epiphany, grasped the so-called Tao intent. In his eyes, the 3,000 Tao intentions were simple and effortlessly grasped. Chapter 27, Death, Resentment, and the Tao Intent. Host, are you okay? Oh no, don't you dare die. What Li Tianwei believed to be an epiphany was, in the system's eyes, a descent into the foul aura of resentment. His spiritual core had been defiled, and the likely outcome was the shattering of his divine soul. Seeing this, the system hesitated briefly before making a decision. Due to the previous 2 hosts, its energy reserves were nearly depleted. At most, it could assist Li Tianwei in condensing his heavenly spirit root. Using it would likely force it into a prolonged slumber. Yet faced with Li Tianwei's near-death state, the system resolved to use it. Simultaneously, it scanned Li Tianwei several times. The moment it scanned, the system froze, staring blankly at Li Tianwei's condition. What the hell? This is Tao intent. How did he manage this? Indeed, not only had the foul resentment energy failed to completely dissolve within Li Tianwei at this moment. Instead, the torment of this foul resentment energy, coupled with Li Tianwei's sudden enlightenment, had actually sparked a profound realization within him. He now channeled the method of comprehending Tao intent from the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. Soon, a distinct aura rose from his body, a thick, heavy resentment intertwined with the deathly thoughts of those trapped within the 10,000 grievances. The 2 combined, imbuing Li Tianwei's entire being with a deathly aura and a deep resentment. Indeed, through this senseless torment, Li Tianwei absorbed and comprehended 2 Tao intentions from these sensations. Resentment. Death. Why these 2 peculiar Tao intentions had formed was something Li Tianwei hadn't anticipated. Yet it made sense, for his sudden enlightenment stemmed from sensing the concentrated resentment and death energy permeating the heavens and earth. Perhaps it stemmed from the overwhelming despair and sorrow permeating the consciousness of all beings today. Li Tianwei had experienced it firsthand, in the truest sense. Even with his broad-mindedness, he had personally felt it and understood that sensation. The agony of near-death despair, the bitterness of sorrow. With these sensations, Li Tianwei sat motionless. The Tao intent of death and the Tao intent of resentment, 2 Tao intents he had comprehended through countless experiences, continued to surge forth. What is death? Extinction. The end of life. The law of the world. The meaning of the conclusion of all things in the world. The condensation of 100,000 grievances allowed Li Tianwei to glimpse the essence of death. Endless cycles trapped within death, the intent of all things ending, the moment of utter destruction. Accompanied by this vision, Li Tianwei grasped a sliver of the Tao's essence. He could sense a faint tinge of death permeating the spiritual energy within him: loneliness, decay, corruption. If channeled, it could sever and corrupt the life force of others. It must be said that under this transformation, spells forged from the essence of death possessed immense power. Once tainted by it, one could scarcely shake it off. Then came resentment, the second layer of Tao essence Li Tianwei grasped. Unlike death essence, which stemmed from the laws of heaven and earth, resentment springs from human emotion, born of affection and attachment, of flavor among life's myriad tastes. The Tao essence of resentment can shake others' thoughts and emotions. Extreme resentment can corrupt everything, altering people's emotions and influencing them. Though he had grasped these two Tao intentions, Li Tianwei knew he had only scratched the surface. To fully harness their supreme power, he needed to enhance his strength and deepen his understanding. It's done. Li Tianwei exhaled deeply. The various tainted energies of resentment that had swirled around him seemed to sense something terrifying and began to disperse. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei opened his eyes. Within them lay a withered, decayed quality, as if they had witnessed countless ages of suffering and hardship. This sensation quickly faded, replaced by a layer of decay enveloping his entire being. At this moment, the foul, resentful energies could no longer affect Li Tianwei in the slightest. He could now absorb them entirely. This was the true power of Tao intent. Any substance in the world, where intent resides, inevitably bears the traces of its inherent laws. To comprehend the Tao's intent was to master these patterns and their traces. Having grasped this layer, Li Tianwei could now command a sliver of these patterns and rules. However, Li Tianwei still needed a deeper understanding of death intent and resentment to unleash greater power. The most basic form of this foul, resentful energy truly had little effect on him. The book spirit saw Li Tianwei open his eyes, his entire being radiating death intent. The thick power emanating from him was like a demon crawling out of hell. Oh no, he's become a demonic entity. Witnessing this sight, the book spirit slammed the pages shut and cried out. Li Tianwei, who had just grasped the Tao's essence, frowned slightly upon opening his eyes to the sound of the book spirit's frantic shrieks. Shut up! I've grasped the Tao of death. To dare call me a demonic fiend shows you're blind as a bat. Li Tianwei was well aware of the nature of death intent and resentment, yet he still rebuked the book spirit harshly. After being scolded like this, the book spirit finally dared to peek out slightly. What it saw was Li Tianwei's face still bearing traces of anger. He looked nothing like someone affected by foul resentment. Instead, he wore his usual arrogant, self-righteous expression. Instead, the surrounding malevolent energies seemed to sense something and vanished completely. Death intent and resentment? The book spirit asked incredulously. Of course. Li Tianwei wasted no words, unleashing the death intent and resentment he had grasped in one explosive surge. An aura of universal demise, amplified by the power of extreme resentment, caused the very air to rot. Under the influence of these two Tao intentions, even objects within the cave dwelling became tainted, decaying and crumbling. Witnessing this scene, the book spirit was utterly dumbfounded. She sensed it with utter disbelief. As the immortal technique once created by the heavenly source immortal sovereign, a technique that required Tao intent to condense the heavens, no one understood Tao intent better than the book spirit. At this moment, the book spirit was utterly certain that what surged from Li Tianwei was indeed Tao intent. Though these two strands of Tao intent were faint a result of Li Tianwei's incomplete comprehension, they were undeniably genuine Tao intent. A single strand of Tao intent could grant cultivators immense enhancement when casting spells. Yet now, Li Tianwei had grasped Tao intent merely by closing his eyes and opening them again. This is impossible. The book spirit, witnessing this, still couldn't believe it. Nothing is impossible. I possess a heavenly spirit root and supreme insight. Grasping the essence of the Tao is child's play for me. Li Tianwei now understood just how blind the book spirit was. After interacting with Li Tianwei, the book spirit had come to understand the nature of this fellow, a completely self-deluded individual. Yet here he was, having completed the 100-day foundation building for a pseudo-spirit root and even grasped the essence of the Tao. Is this still a pseudo-spiritual root? Could it be that something is wrong with me? The book spirit desperately wanted to understand the reason behind this anomaly, but failing to find an explanation, it could only blame itself. Meanwhile, the system within Li Tianwei's mind watched his latest performance with utter numbness. It turned its attention to the book spirit, observing how utterly shocked and self-doubting he appeared by Li Tianwei's situation. The system could only think, I understand how you feel. This is merely the beginning. The system couldn't help but recall Li Tianwei's previous reckless cultivation methods. Back then, he hadn't possessed the sacrificial Tao immortal body, he'd stumbled upon it entirely by accident. Now, he was even using it to grasp the essence of the Tao. This made the system feel rather useless, yet this particular host was exceptionally reckless. The system thought truthfully. With the Tao intent complete, these 3000 condensing heaven intent can be considered an entry point. Finally, integrate it into spiritual energy. Only then can cultivation accelerate. Li Tianwei paid no heed to what the book spirit was pondering. With the Tao intent now formed, he must continue his cultivation. The 3000 condensed heavenly intentions were a cultivation technique, a divine art akin to the internal energy of martial arts. What he lacked now were spells and techniques. Possessing power without skill or techniques would render him useless. Thus, Li Tianwei retrieved the compendium of magical techniques from the storage ring given to him by Bai Mu Su. It must be said that the privileges of a genius were indeed different, completely unlike what was written in novels. In those stories, protagonists with extraordinary innate talent still had to complete quests to earn contribution points, then exchange them for powerful spells and divine abilities to comprehend on their own.
But in reality, these sacred lands and sects wouldn't waste their prodigious disciples' time making them earn contribution points.
They handed out the magical techniques and divine abilities directly, along with ample resources.
How much one could comprehend was entirely up to them. The rest is left to the disciples' innate understanding, talent, and aptitude. Of course, this privilege is reserved for the exceptionally gifted disciples. The rest are essentially expendable resources. The so-called contribution points are merely a clever ploy, a token gesture granting them a sliver of possibility to earn their own way. Within these vast sects and sacred grounds, the resources for elders and prodigious disciples are ultimately extracted from these expendables. None of this concerned Li Tianwei. His sole focus now was cultivation ascending to immortality and eternal life. Opening the compendium of spells revealed a volume similar to the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. Though it appeared as a single book, the methods and spells it contained were piled high as mountains. Li Tianwei understood it was impossible to master them all. He had to choose those suited to him. As Bai Muxu had mentioned, he would eventually need to create his own spells and supernatural abilities. Those were the truly limitless means. The contents of this compendium of spells would serve, at most, as a reference. Chapter 28, Soaring with the System. Yunqiao Peak. After departing Tianmen Peak, Lu Muyu quietly sought out a secluded corner, set up several layers of formations, and then retrieved a bead. Before long, a figure appeared on the surface of the bead. Upon recognizing the figure, Lu Muyu immediately greeted them and reported his completed task. Senior Brother Ding, the task is complete. I've channeled the foul resentment energy from the tainted soul banner into Li Tianwei's cave residence. I personally witnessed him cultivating before departing. Hearing Lu Muyu's report, Elder Ding within the bead nodded with satisfaction. Mu Yu, you've done well. The creation pill will be in your hands in a few days. At the mention of the creation pill, Lu Muyu swallowed hard, a hint of excitement flitting across his face. Clearly, this reward was no ordinary item. Thank you, Elder Ding. I will dedicate my life to the White Yuan sacred land. Lu Muyu appeared deeply grateful. In due time, the Baiyuan Holy Land will visit the Lingxu Holy Land to exchange cultivation insights. To ensure absolute success, we will arrange for someone to face off against Li Tianwei. Influenced by the tainted resentment energy, he will surely be defeated. This will allow our Baiyuan Holy Land prodigy to step over him and rise to prominence. Ding Moxiang stroked his beard as he spoke. Elder Ding, I will certainly cooperate. With that, it will be foolproof. Lu Muyu nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Very well, you may go about your business now. Soon, Ding Nixiang's figure vanished from the bead. Watching him vanish, Lu Muyu's mind was already calculating how, after obtaining the creation pill, he would consume it to advance from early to mid-stage golden core cultivation. The risk is a bit higher, but the rewards are greater too. Tianmen Peak. Outside the cultivation cave, a figure hovered mid-air as spiritual energy surged toward it from the surrounding atmosphere. Soon, an aura of decay and the end of all things began to emanate from the figure. With a gentle wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. He then formed a seal with his fingers and tapped lightly. Heaven's downfall technique. As his movements and words concluded, boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently. A brutal force, carrying threads of destructive energy, materialized out of thin air. A streak of light sliced through the air, warping the very fabric of reality. Ripples spread outward, forming a swirling vortex. Where the figure's finger touched the air, darkness twisted and warped. A withering aura enveloped the spot, swiftly causing the earth to crack and vegetation to wither. The entire area seemed to vanish in an instant, as if erased by some force, leaving a gaping void. Impressive power. Li Tianwei surveyed the annihilated patch of land, thick with deathly intent, and nodded with satisfaction. Having comprehended 2 strands of Tao intent these past days, Li Tianwei had fused them into his spiritual energy. He had also cultivated several techniques aligned with death and resentment. He had now solidified his foundation establishment realm completely. With these spells at his disposal, Li Tianwei was no longer merely a practitioner with empty cultivation. Moreover, he possessed the immortal Tao body. Relying on this Tao body, he could directly activate over a dozen explosive cultivation methods if he wished, easily amplifying his spiritual power by tenfold or more. In Li Tianwei's own estimation, the explosive cultivation methods boosting his power by over tenfold, combined with the spiritual energy containing the 2 strands of Tao intent formed from the 3000 condensing heaven intent, already made him several times stronger than other cultivators at the same level. Rounded up, his combat strength should be around 20 times greater. Of course, he couldn't possibly broadcast such matters. He must conceal his true capabilities. With that thought, Li Tianwei withdrew his power.
Now that the 3,000 condensing heavenly intentions had cultivated 2 Tao intentions, the spell formulae operated autonomously with their assistance, strengthening ceaselessly. Over the past few days, Li Tianwei had been striving to comprehend additional Tao intentions, only to find himself strangely uninspired. It felt as though his earlier sudden realization of 2 Tao intentions had been an illusion. He longed to recapture that sudden enlightenment, but the sensation eluded him. It felt as though those lingering shadows of regret had been nothing but a falsehood. He understood this was natural. Sudden enlightenment could not persist indefinitely. Still, Li Tianwei understood this might stem from his own impatience. Haste makes waste. His earlier grasp of the death principle and resentment principle had come from sensing the lingering shadows formed by the tangled beliefs of heaven, earth, and all beings. Having completed his own advancement, Li Tianwei now harbored other intentions. After all, he had succeeded in his cultivation. Wasn't it time to give this useless system a push? System, acknowledge receipt. At this moment, Li Tianwei finally recalled the system residing within his mind. The system, nestled within Li Tianwei's consciousness, never imagined he would reach out to it voluntarily. For a moment, it even wondered if it was experiencing auditory hallucinations as a system, or if Li Tianwei had finally come to his senses and changed his mind. Host, system here. What are your needs? The system immediately recoiled in disgust at its own fawning behavior, silently cursing itself. Pft. I'm nothing like that book spirit. I'm a system. I need to stay aloof. I can't let myself be manipulated. With that thought, the system snapped back to its senses. It had no choice but to. After all, the 2 previous hosts it had bound to had been far too reckless. They'd been killed by all sorts of bizarre entities in those worlds. This was its 3rd attempt, its last chance. Yet unexpectedly, Li Tianwei proved even more reckless than its previous hosts. Having endured 2 failures and the collapse of 2 worlds, the system had no choice but to adopt a steady, cautious approach. Has the host finally seen reason? A pseudo-spiritual root isn't something that can't be altered. Thus, the system re-edited a transmission and sent it out. Finally, Li Tianwei heard the system's reply, still that familiar tone. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to tell you that the opportunity is right in front of you. Didn't you want me to help you soar? Now that I've established my foundation, it's time for you to show what you've got. Your host is this powerful, yet you're so useless. It's a bit embarrassing for me. Li Tianwei blurted out these words immediately. Insulted once more, the system, though merely a collection of data, couldn't help but retort angrily. Useless? I'm not useless, you're the useless one. You're nothing but a fake spiritual root. The system raged on, but Li Tianwei heard it all without a flicker of emotion. He'd never believed in this pseudo-spiritual root nonsense. He'd managed to establish his foundation within 100 days. Who'd ever heard of a pseudo-spiritual root achieving that? Clearly, the system's words held little sting. Seeing Li Tianwei's indifferent expression, the system instantly grasped his mindset. Indeed, it currently possessed no means to verify Li Tianwei's so-called fake spiritual root. Once it could prove it, Li Tianwei would surely accept its steady suggestions. Since Li Tianwei wanted to take it for a ride, it would assign him an impossible task. When he failed, he would inevitably doubt the system. As for Li Tianwei succeeding, the system deemed it highly improbable. The circumstances in this world were far from easily resolved. Truthfully, the system's demands weren't high. It merely wished Li Tianwei would play it safe. Hiding his fake spiritual root from others was pure luck. Successfully building his foundation in 100 days with sheer recklessness in comprehending the Tao intent was nothing short of a miracle. But luck was an elusive thing. When it ran out, he'd be the one paying with his life. Therefore, in the system's view, Li Tianwei absolutely must be corrected and prevented from acting recklessly. The system resolved once more to assign him an impossible task, one he couldn't possibly complete, to deliver a proper blow. It aimed to make him recognize his flaws, learn to act with steadiness and caution, and abandon those so-called protagonist-level reckless maneuvers. Since you insist on taking me along for the ride, host, I shall thoroughly brief you on the state of this world. Soon, the system transmitted all the crises and circumstances of this world into Li Tianwei's mind. Upon receiving this information, Li Tianwei's brow furrowed slightly. Demons from beyond the heavens? Li Tianwei hadn't anticipated this world's circumstances. On the surface, it appeared to be a world of cultivation, yet in the shadows lurked strange entities. They relentlessly eroded the very fabric of the cosmos, using this corruption to possess countless cultivators and control their bodies. The entire cultivation realm had already been severely corrupted. These demons now waited for an opportunity to unleash chaos and devour all living beings. Chapter 29, I came here to purge everything. I am truly the protagonist. Now you see how dangerous this world is? One careless move and these fiends could invade you, turning you into something neither human nor ghost. Seeing Li Tianwei's solemn expression, the system's tone turned flippant, as if to say, see? This world is dangerous. The slightest mishap could get you killed. This world is inherently perilous, host. You'd be wise to tread cautiously. Stop taking such reckless risks, you only get one life. After two previous hosts, the system once believed itself to possess supreme power. It thought guiding a host would be a breeze, only to fail twice and both worlds collapsed as a result. Now the system had chosen to play it safe and bide its time. Yet as soon as the system's words echoed out, Li Tianwei seemed oblivious. His stern expression abruptly broke into a broad smile, as if he'd suddenly grasped something profound.
I knew it. I couldn't have been transported here for no reason.
So this is why I'm here to purge the demons from this world. Li Tianwei's face lit up with excitement, showing no trace of fear from the system's words.
The system, now receiving Li Tianwei's thoughts, was utterly dumbfounded.
It hadn't anticipated Li Tianwei would not only lack fear but instead begin proclaiming himself a divinely sent savior. Pure arrogance, recklessness, self-importance in the system's estimation. If the 7 deadly sins existed here, Li Tianwei would be the very embodiment of pride. Blatant audacity. The system nearly lost control again, yet Li Tianwei was its own chosen vessel. The system regretted it, felt frustrated, but there was nothing it could do. After all, it had chosen him precisely for his steadiness, rationality, and solid social connections. Who could have imagined this guy would be so deceitful on the inside, so arrogant, so delusional? But the choice had been made. It desperately didn't want Li Tianwei to end up like its previous two hosts. Must be steady. Must be sufficiently cautious. If protagonists truly existed, how could so many worlds vanish? They would have been saved long ago under the protection of these heroes. As a system that had traversed countless worlds, it understood this well. With that in mind, the system decided a bit of flattery was in order that way, Li Tianwei might be more compliant. With a clap of its hands, the system had already made up its mind. Host, you're absolutely right. If celestial demons were allowed to wreak havoc, this realm would never know peace. That is why you, host, were sent here as the savior of this world. To make Li Tianwei more compliant and encourage him to develop quietly, the system didn't care about the consequences. For once, it refrained from contradicting Li Tianwei and instead offered flattery. As for Li Tianwei, hearing these words left him utterly unmoved. Wasn't this precisely why he had traveled through time to purge these evils and elevate the system alongside him? System. You do have some use after all. At least I never sensed the presence of demons and such. Li Tianwei rarely praised the system. Hearing Li Tianwei's praise, the system froze in surprise. Not really. It responded with a touch of bashfulness, but quickly snapped back to reality. This was unacceptable. Li Tianwei was manipulating it. Absolutely not. By the time it snapped back to reality, Li Tianwei was already deep in thought, head bowed. After spending time with Li Tianwei, he recognized this pensive look, whether it was when Li Tianwei was devising his fish and chi drawing technique, using explosive secret arts to peer into higher realms, or confronting the foul, resentful energies. No doubt his world-shaking intellect was up to its tricks again. Oh no. The system instantly recognized that Li Tianwei was up to something. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Li Tianwei had already formed his calculations and plans. Through the system's intelligence and data, it was clear that demonic forces had already corrupted nearly all the rules of this world, along with its cultivators. If that was the case, did it mean the Lingxu sacred land had also been corrupted? Upon this realization, Li Tianwei had already made up his mind. Faced with his own sect being corrupted by demonic forces, how could he, as the protagonist, stand idly by? Purge them. Purge them all. Demons. Li Tianwei roared inwardly. But a problem arose: how could one distinguish these demonic forces? According to the system's information, these demons infiltrated cultivators, taking on their memories and personalities, becoming identical to their former hosts. Unless these demons took action, their true nature remained concealed. Host, don't even think about purging the sacred grounds. There are demons here possessing cultivators at the out-of-body realm, a full 5 realms above you. Can you be a little more cautious? Don't court death. The system, sensing Li Tianwei's intent, panicked and immediately tried to dissuade him. It couldn't fathom who could be so reckless, truly delusional enough to think they were invincible. The system ranted furiously. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Tianwei's expression turned serious. So what if he's at the out-of-body realm? Simple. I'll just reach that realm myself. Li Tianwei's tone was brimming with arrogance and confidence, as if the out-of-body realm were within his grasp. As for the system, upon hearing Li Tianwei's words, it nearly burst out laughing. To think that breaking through to the spirit-out realm with a pseudo-spiritual route meant that accidentally achieving 100 days of foundation establishment would make him truly equal to those with heavenly spiritual roots. The later stages of a pseudo-spiritual route demanded perfect equilibrium among all spiritual energy attributes. Achieving this balance required ceaseless absorption of spiritual energy until every attribute reached breakthrough levels, a process demanding hundreds of times more energy than those blessed with superior roots. Host, you're only at the foundation establishment stage now. The system reminded him. Of course I know that. I'm not a little cutie. While fighting above my level is my specialty, right now I can just kill some gold core and foundation establishment demonic cultivators. Once I achieve spirit projection, it'll be a piece of cake.
Li Tianwei shot the system a look that screamed look at the little cutie as he retorted.
The system locked eyes with Li Tianwei, momentarily at a loss for words.
For a second, it genuinely felt like Li Tianwei really did think he was a little cutie. Li Tianwei was supremely arrogant, but his mind remained sharp. But still, this wasn't sustainable.
He had to remain clear-headed, steady, and cautious at all times.
The system sensed this might be a favorable opportunity.
Despite the fact that the elders at the Lingxu sacred ground who had reached the out-of-body realm had been corrupted, there were still cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage within the sacred ground.
This demonic entity didn't have the power to cause trouble. Even if it dared to act, how could the tribulation stage cultivators fail to detect it?
Therefore, the Lingxu Holy Land remained safe.
So, if Li Tianwei were to suffer a setback within the Lingxu Holy Land, wouldn't that be the perfect moment for him to recognize his own shortcomings? I am indeed clever. I am truly worthy of being a system.
The system couldn't help but think, and with that thought, it suddenly snapped back to reality.
How dare I start acting like Li Tianwei? I'm a system, I must remain steady and prudent, not reckless.
Though I am indeed quite clever. The system spat repeatedly.
With this plan in mind, the system immediately began flattering Li Tianwei.
In its mind's eye, it already envisioned Li Tianwei growing increasingly steady, ascending step by step to purge the demonic forces from beyond the heavens.
Then, it would receive the blessings bestowed upon the world and successfully become fully operational. Chapter 30, I Remember You, White Yuan Sacred Ground.
Since such demons exist, we must begin with the Lingxu Holy Land.
Li Tianwei made his decision without hesitation. As for the out-of-body realm, or the demon's overwhelming power and invincibility.
As for me, Li Tianwei, with my heavenly spirit root, I'll establish my foundation within 100 days.
By then, 3,000 Tao intentions will adorn my being. Reaching the out-of-body realm is merely a matter of time. The system now fully supported Li Tianwei.
Even if he caused a major uproar, the spirit void sacred lands out-of-body realm and tribulation crossing realm cultivators could see through his disguised pure yang heavenly spirit root. When Li Tianwei's fake spiritual root was exposed, backed by the power of an ancestor above the spirit out realm, how would he possibly respond?
Truly killing two birds with one stone. Ha 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 ha, perfect.
Once it grasped this, the system had no more worries.
Instead, it couldn't wait to urge Li Tianwei into swift action.
Though it was intensely excited inside, eagerly anticipating the moment when Li Tianwei's fake spiritual root would have nowhere to hide, the very thought sent shivers down its spine. The system still managed to suppress its excitement. Li Tianwei, rarely seeing the system so obedient, gave a slight nod. The system didn't care what Li Tianwei planned to do. It followed his lead, eagerly anticipating the expression on Li Tianwei's face when he discovered his fake spiritual root. In the system's view, Li Tianwei's current cautious approach, allowing him to develop slowly, was far preferable to his current reckless behavior.
Finally back on track.
The system was overjoyed at this moment, certain its plan would succeed. Meanwhile, having learned of the demonic entity's existence, Li Tianwei resolved to investigate firsthand what these creatures truly look like.
Descend the mountain. Li Tianwei formed a hand seal, activating his sky riding technique. Mists rose beneath his feet as he shot straight upward toward the exit of Tianmen Peak.
According to the system's intelligence, these demonic entities had infiltrated cultivators' bodies, hiding deep within their hosts. Their ability to remain undetected for so long suggested considerable power. But to Li Tianwei, such things were insignificant. As Li Tianwei descended the mountain. At that very moment, outside the grand formation of the Lingxu sacred ground, a magnificent flying vessel slowly glided in. A banner bearing the words Baiyuan Sacred Ground fluttered prominently on the massive vessel. After its arrival, the grand formation of the Lingxu Sacred Ground slowly opened. Simultaneously, a colossal divine form rose from the air within the Lingxu Sacred Grounds. The crimson figure fixed its gaze upon the flying vessel of the Baiyuan Sacred Grounds, its surging spiritual energy pulsing with overwhelming force. Its imposing aura descended, directly targeting the flying vessel of the White Origin Sacred Land, seemingly intending to intimidate them. Those aboard the Baiyuan Sacred Land's flying vessel were not to be outdone. A massive, pale blue divine form, tinged with the iridescent hues of lapis lazuli, slowly materialized. Ha! True immortal Lanyu, such an elaborate welcome is hardly necessary. A voice transmitted from within the flying vessel, its booming echoes reverberating through the air. The collision of the two divine transformation stage powerhouses' divine forms instantly drew the attention of countless disciples from the Lingxu Sacred Land. Brother Shaoyi, why have you left the White Origin Sacred Land to come to our Lingxu Sacred Land? Lan Yuzhenren refused to be outdone, pressing forward with equal force. Seeing this, Shaoyi slightly lowered his divine form.
After all, on someone else's turf, a display of power with sufficient outright confrontation might invite unnecessary trouble. Ha ha ha.
Merely bringing my Baiyuan Holy Land's unruly disciples here for an exchange. I've heard that Tianmen Peak has produced a prodigy who achieved foundation establishment in 100 days. Coincidentally, my Baiyuan Sacred Land also has a direct disciple who accomplished the same feat. Perhaps we could discuss and exchange insights.
Who knows? We might gain sudden enlightenment, bringing the golden core stage within reach. After bowing his head, Xiaoyi directly stated the purpose of his visit to the Lingxu Holy Land. We are, of course, most welcoming. Soon, true immortal Lan Yu appeared aboard the Baiyuan Holy Land's flying vessel. Meanwhile, news of the Baiyuan Holy Land's arrival at Lingxu Holy Land for a martial contest had already spread throughout Lingxu Holy Land. Though framed as cultivation exchange, everyone understood this meant they were coming to the arena for combat trials. In the past, when a sacred land took in new disciples, they would arrange such events perhaps every few years, or every few decades. This year, however, was exceptionally different, for this contest pitted prodigies who had completed their 100-day foundation establishment cultivation against one another. By any measure, this was an event that occurred but once in a century. After all, many disciples had long heard of the advantages of a 100-day foundation building period and the immense power of an unparalleled Tao foundation. Now, the moment to witness it firsthand had finally arrived, and the entire sacred grounds buzzed with excitement. I wonder who will emerge victorious. That senior brother from Heaven's Gate Peak hasn't shown himself yet. Rumor has it he possesses a pure young celestial spirit root, though it's not ranked particularly high among celestial spirit roots. But that senior brother Li accomplished something few heavenly spirit roots could manage, scaling the summit of the heart ladder. Ha, that prodigy from the White Yuan sacred land who built his foundation in 100 days isn't much weaker either. It's said he possesses the 10,000 laws treasure body, capable of assimilating all manner of worldly spells. In combat, this grants him 30% more power than others at his cultivation level. The news spread relentlessly. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure watched it all unfold in the shadows. That figure was Li Tianwei. After learning that Lingxu sacred ground harbored countless demonic beings, he began viewing everyone as potential threats, keeping constant vigilance. Hearing these people discuss sacred ground combat, Li Tianwei found it utterly pointless. What good was wasting time on magical duels? With celestial demons poised to stir chaos, cultivators in the sacred lands neglected their cultivation to engage in such battles. What good would that do? Through the system's intelligence, Li Tianwei knew this world understood little about the demonic forces beyond the heavens. Speaking openly about it would be utterly pointless. I'll remember you, Baiyuan sacred land. Instead of diligently cultivating, they're messing around with all sorts of factional struggles. There must be demonic forces infiltrating. Otherwise, why would the Baiyuan sacred land, a righteous sanctuary, be involved in such matters? It must be purged. Li Tianwei thought to himself. Meanwhile, aboard the Baiyuan Holy Land's flying vessel, Xiaoyi felt an inexplicable chill. He tried to divine the cause, but the results remained strangely vague. Could it be I'm mistaken? Why do I have this feeling that the Baiyuan Holy Land is about to collapse? Xiaoyi's eyes clouded with confusion. Yet, by the time they landed beside the main hall of the Lingxu sacred land and received its hospitality, he had already cast the matter from his mind. Demon! Demon! Where are you? Upon learning of this, Li Tianwei felt nothing. A genius who had also achieved foundation establishment within 100 days, Li Tianwei didn't think much of him. My host is rather unstable, yet so confident. The system, blocked by Li Tianwei, lamented inwardly as it overheard his thoughts. Chapter 31, High-Grade Artifact. Li Tianwei traversed every peak within the sacred grounds, only to find he could discern no issues among the cultivators. It seemed as though the demonic forces were nothing but a fabrication. Beyond that, all Li Tianwei heard was talk of sacred land duels and such. What about the White Yuan sacred land's prodigy? Li Tianwei had heard it all so many times his ears were practically calloused. As for this so-called prodigy of the Baiyuan sacred land, Li Tianwei felt compelled to silently mourn for him. To be born in the same era as him, destined to be crushed by him, how pitiful indeed. Li Tianwei mused inwardly, feeling not the slightest threat from the prospect of battling someone from the Baiyuan sacred land. The failure to detect the demonic entity. This was the first time Li Tianwei hadn't gotten his way, and he couldn't help but marvel truly, this was an existence capable of eroding and destroying an entire realm. But mark my words. Sooner or later, I'll sweep everything aside. Li Tianwei observed from the shadows, lost in thought. The system, hearing his inner monologue, rolled its eyes at him countless times. Yet the system itself felt utterly helpless and powerless toward him. Within the main peak of the Lingxu sacred ground. Given the arrival of the White Yuan sacred ground delegation, the Lingxu sacred ground observed at least the most basic courtesy of hospitality. After all, within the northern Ling domain, the four sacred lands were not vastly different in stature. It was merely that over the years, Lingxu sacred land had consistently outshone the other three. The bare minimum of respect was still owed. Of course, had they known of the Baiyuan sacred ground's true intentions, they likely wouldn't have extended such hospitality. At this moment, Xiaoyi of the Baiyuan sacred land was discussing the upcoming disciples' combat trials with the peak master of the sacred land. As a late-stage spirit transformation cultivator, in the present era, those at the core formation, soul projection, and tribulation stages were already considered the strongest combat forces.
The Lingxu Sacred Land had also shown considerable face, sending out 2 spirit transformation cultivators, Lan Yuzhenren and Bai Musu, to receive them.
Ah, brother Bai, it's been ages.
I never imagined you'd reach my cultivation realm in just over 100 years of practice.
Xiaoyi greeted Bai Musu with a familiar, brotherly warmth. In response to Xiaoyi's familiar manner, Bai Musu bowed respectfully. Senior Xiao. Brother Bai, I hear your disciple achieved foundation establishment in just 100 days, displaying much of your former prowess. I came at the first mention of it.
As it happens, our White Yuan sacred ground has also produced a prodigy who established his foundation within 100 days.
Why not arrange a contest between them?
It's been a century since disciples from our 2 sacred lands last competed.
Now is the perfect time for a contest.
Xiaoyi smiled as he revealed his purpose for visiting the Lingxu Holy Land. For the sake of friendship between our 2 sacred lands, this item may serve as a token for this contest. Xiaoyi waved his hand, and a Dharma wheel brimming with Tao essence materialized in midair, radiating divine light. The elders and sect masters in the Grand Hall, upon seeing this Dharma wheel appear, couldn't help but show a trace of shock on their faces.
A high-grade magical artifact. Some elders couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought Brother Xiao would be so generous? Refusing it would only create a rift between us.
Bai Muxu, too, was visibly moved by the sight of this high-grade treasure.
Such treasures were rare even among cultivators at the transformation of spirit realm.
Across the entire North Spirit domain, fewer than 100 high-grade treasures had ever been publicly displayed, and most were already claimed. That the White Yuan sacred ground could present such an item as a prize now showed just how much trust they placed in their own prodigies.
In that case, let's set a date for the contest.
Xiaoyi, observing Bai Muxu's sudden change in demeanor, also smiled. At that moment, everyone in the Grand Hall harbored their own thoughts. Soon, the date was set for 3 days hence, and the assembly dispersed. Xiaoyi returned to his resting place.
Greetings, Elder Xiao. Yuan Shixiao greeted Xiaoyi as soon as he saw him return.
Xiaoyi gave a slight nod in response that Li Tianwei has already been infiltrated by the tainted resentment energy.
He likely hasn't revealed his own issues yet. In a few days, remember to use the lure technique I taught you. When the time comes, make his tainted resentment erupt completely. At that moment, even immortals won't be able to save him.
Yuan Shixiao's expression remained utterly unmoved as he heard this, merely bowing his head slightly.
100 days to build a foundation. What extraordinary talent!
The Northern Spirit Domain will not tolerate the Spirit Void Sanctuary producing such an existence again. Xiaoyi clenched his fist slightly, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Seeing the aura emanating from Xiaoyi, Yuan Shixiao bowed his head even lower, his expression hidden from view.
Where exactly is the demonic entity? What are its distinguishing features?
Li Tianwei was muttering to himself when suddenly, as if sensing something, he instinctively turned his head. There stood Bai Musu beside him, clad in a yin-yang robe and bearing a long sword on his back.
Master! Li Tianwei greeted him upon seeing him.
Bai Muxu, however, stared intently at Li Tianwei, his brow slightly furrowed. Especially after sweeping his divine sense over Li Tianwei, he could distinctly sense the peculiar spiritual energy emanating from him, intertwined with a thick aura of death and resentment. This peculiar situation left Bai Muxu baffled. He couldn't discern its cause. Yet, something seemed to click into place within him.
Tao intent?
Bai Muxu murmured involuntarily, his voice trembling slightly. Bai Muxu hadn't expected Li Tianwei to have comprehended Tao intent. Even he himself had only grasped one type thus far. Yet, judging by the aura emanating from Li Tianwei, it was clear he had grasped 2. To put it plainly, Bai Muxu had never heard of anyone comprehending 2 Tao intentions at the foundation establishment stage. It seems the White Yuan sacred ground will have to gift my disciple another treasure. Bai Muxu had originally come to teach Li Tianwei a few more spells to prepare him for the competition in 3 days.
Instead, this unexpected reunion brought him such news.
At this point, there was no need to teach Li Tianwei any more spells.
2 Tao intentions were more than sufficient. Tianwei, you've done well. Keep up the good work. Bai Muxu patted Li Tianwei's shoulder lightly in encouragement.
Caught off guard by the sudden encouragement, Li Tianwei merely nodded slightly, fully aware that Bai Muxu had sensed the Tao intent radiating from him.
As for the encouragement itself, Li Tianwei didn't give it a second thought.
For someone like him, praise and encouragement had long grown tiresome.
After all, he was a prodigy.
I'm sure you've heard in 3 days, you'll be sparring with a disciple from the Baiyuan Holy Land.
Just do your best then.
You achieved foundation establishment in 100 days and have now grasped the Tao intent. Defeating that disciple from the Baiyuan Holy Land should pose little difficulty. This disciple will certainly give it my all. Li Tianwei replied, his eyes darting up and down Bai Muxu as he wondered if this opportunistic master might be some sort of demonic cultivator.
Most likely not. If he were a demonic cultivator, how could he possibly resist such an exceptionally gifted being? Since the duel is imminent, let us return to the mountain. With that, Bai Muxu led Li Tianwei back to Tianmen Peak. Li Tianwei hadn't expected to return so soon after leaving the mountain. What's going on? Upon returning to Tianmen Peak, Bai Muxu seemed to sense something.
His expression grew unusually grave, his eyes darting about as if something momentous had occurred on the mountain.
Chapter 32, Grasping a Single Word Kill. Upon returning to Tianmen Peak, Bai Muxu's divine sense swept relentlessly through the area, quickly detecting something amiss. An unsettling aura lingered within the formation, while a pervasive stench of resentment filled the cave dwelling.
It was clear someone had been up to something on Tianmen Peak.
Who is it? Bai Muxu approached Li Tianwei's cave dwelling, carefully sensing the surroundings. While cultivating in your cave, did you notice anything unusual? Upon detecting the abnormal spiritual energy within the cave, Bai Muxu immediately questioned Li Tianwei. What's wrong? Nothing was amiss. Seeing Bai Muxu's grave expression, Li Tianwei lowered his head in thought but couldn't identify anything amiss.
However, there was something right, the sensation he had previously grasped when comprehending the Tao intent. No matter how he searched during this period, he could not recapture that feeling. Tell me what you discovered while in the cave dwelling and describe the two Tao intentions you grasped. Feeling the lingering, thick aura of resentment and malice, Bai Muxu understood that someone had definitely played some sort of trick on Li Tianwei during his absence. Moreover, the perpetrator was extremely familiar with Tianmen Peak's various arrays and taboos, leaving not a single trace behind. Had it not been for the immense power of his divine sense, he truly would not have detected it. Li Tianwei hadn't expected Bai Muxu to ask about this. Seeing this, he didn't hold back, immediately recounting in detail the circumstances of his sudden enlightenment within the cave dwelling and his grasp of the two Tao principles. Soon, Li Tianwei had recounted the entire sequence of events. After finishing, Li Tianwei was confident that his innate talent and sudden enlightenment would surely astonish Bai Muxu. He slowly raised his head, intending to savor Bai Muxu's expression of shock. But what he saw was Bai Muxu's eyes wide with utter disbelief, bulging slightly, his mouth hanging open. He appeared stunned, but to Li Tianwei, it felt less like shock and more like utter bewilderment. Indeed, Bai Muxu was exactly as Li Tianwei had imagined. After hearing Li Tianwei's account, shock was the mildest emotion he could muster. He was utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of it all. With Bai Muxu's cultivation at the divine transformation realm, how could he fail to recognize the sudden enlightenment, the whispers of fragmented shadows, and the strange phenomena described in Li Tianwei's words? That couldn't possibly be enlightenment. It looked exactly like a case of foul resentment invading the body. To put it plainly, in Bai Muxu's view, even someone at his level would suffer immense disruption if such foul resentment energy invaded their body. How much more so for Li Tianwei, merely at the foundation establishment stage? Yet Li Tianwei had dismissed it entirely, mistaking it for enlightenment. He had ignored the deadly nature of the resentful aura, absorbed it, and even used it to comprehend two Tao intentions. At this moment, Bai Muxu couldn't even begin to describe Li Tianwei's actions. Are you truly unharmed? Bai Muxu scrutinized Li Tianwei from head to toe, probing his condition with divine sense, unable to help but ask. Nothing's wrong. It's just that after that day, I could never recapture that feeling. A sudden enlightenment truly is something that can only be encountered by chance, not sought after. Li Tianwei couldn't help but sigh aloud. But, hearing Li Tianwei's words, Bai Muxu nearly burst out laughing. What did he mean, he couldn't recapture that feeling? What kind of cultivation practice was this? What kind of master teaches disciples like that? If you say he's my disciple, then fine. Bai Muxu forced down the boiling emotions within, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. Tianwei. There are certain things you must be cautious about, things you simply cannot cultivate. Seeing Li Tianwei in this state, as his master, Bai Muxu couldn't let him stray down the wrong path. He resolved to set him straight. Thus, leveraging his status, Bai Muxu resolved to thoroughly explain the realities of the cultivation world to him. He didn't want Li Tianwei to mistake encountering foul, resentful energies again for sudden enlightenment. After all, one couldn't rely on such luck forever. Bai Muxu continued his explanation, detailing the various strange and terrifying aspects of the cultivation world. Li Tianwei listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. How terrifying. I never imagined the cultivation world could be like this. Corrupted, demonic entities, and cultivators who were so wicked. No wonder when I attained enlightenment, the heavens and earth were filled with the aura of death and resentment. After hearing Bai Muxu's words, Li Tianwei clenched his fists tightly, burning with the desire to undergo a complete transformation right now. He longed to use his own strength to change this terrifying cultivation world. Meanwhile, the system within Li Tianwei's mind observed Bai Muxu's actions and Li Tianwei's unconventional thought processes. For some reason, the system sensed this world was headed for ruin. Though the system had much it wished to say to correct Li Tianwei's twisted worldview, it seemed too late. So this is why I was sent here to cultivate. It wasn't just to lead the entire cultivation world against demons, but to completely reshape it. Listening to Bai Muxu describe the dark corners of the entire cultivation world, especially as each detail mirrored the various life experiences he had sensed during his previous enlightenment. At this moment, Bai Muxu had no idea what kind of atmosphere his well-intentioned actions would bring to this cultivation world. I hope my good disciple will heed my words and stop being so reckless and ignorant. Bai Muxu reflected inwardly, hoping to unsettle Li Tianwei with these words. His approach was understandable. Any ordinary person hearing such revelations about the cultivation world's darkness would proceed with caution, perhaps even becoming more prudent. But Li Tianwei possessed an extraordinary mindset. He was confident, diligent, and persistent. To his ears, it all transformed into this: his arrival, his journey through time, and his destiny as the protagonist destined to dominate the world. And now, another thought had taken root: as the protagonist, he must sweep away all evil. The cultivation world was far too corrupt. He must have come through for more than just the demons. Now that I look, there's clearly more to it. Therefore, they must be purged. Thus, under Li Tianwei's so-called sudden enlightenment and now supplemented by Bai Musu's explanation, he had already concluded that the demonic forces were merely a minor issue. In Li Tianwei's mind, he had previously mistaken the tainted resentment energy for the collective consciousness of sentient beings. That was why he had attained enlightenment regarding the Tao principles of death and resentment. Such vile corruption, along with those cultivators who resorted to any means necessary, seemed far worse than the demonic forces themselves. As for Bai Muxu, seeing Li Tianwei listening so intently, he assumed the disciple had truly absorbed the teachings. Having taught few disciples himself, he was unaware of the need for tailored instruction and knew nothing of Li Tianwei's temperament. I have a bad feeling about this. At this moment, the system sensed the constant influx of entirely new thoughts and ideas surging through Li Tianwei's mind, already realizing something was terribly wrong. Stop talking, stop talking. This is going to end badly. After hearing Bai Muxu's words, Li Tianwei now fully grasped his meaning. Having surveyed the entire cultivation world, I've distilled it down to one word: kill. Chapter 33, Re-Enlightenment. Kill. As this thought surfaced, Li Tianwei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Especially after hearing it confirmed from Bai Muxu's mouth that cultivators killed for treasures, slaughtered for artifacts, and regarded all living beings as mere ants. In the past, Li Tianwei hadn't felt much about it. After all, the novels he read all depicted it this way. He hadn't experienced it firsthand, so it didn't matter. But the moment he cultivated within the cave dwelling and grasped the essence of the Tao of death and resentment, he experienced it firsthand. The death of his blood kin, the endless torment he endured himself, the myriad strange sensations of tearing apart, all of it changed Li Tianwei's mindset. It could be said that all things in the world nurture countless cultivators, yet the cultivators repay them with nothing in return. Kill, kill. Most cultivators here likely didn't regard those countless ordinary mortals as human beings. The moment they embarked on the path of cultivation, they naturally separated themselves from the common folk. But Li Tianwei was different. His mind worked in twisted ways. Having come from the mortal world, he could fully immerse himself in the perspective of the most ordinary person. Thus, in his eyes, the ugliness of cultivators was directed squarely at him. Therefore, he must kill. His resolve was unshakable. He had crossed over not merely to vanquish demons, but to utterly crush this corruption. A thick, murderous intent and resolve now constantly emanated from Li Tianwei. A crimson aura of blood energy descended, enveloping Li Tianwei. The man who had been listening intently to the lecture was already undergoing a transformation. Bai Musu sensed this intense killing intent and the various energies emanating from Li Tianwei. What is this? Bai Muxu's expression immediately darkened, fearing something had befallen Li Tianwei. He swept his divine sense over him. A murderous aura erupted from Li Tianwei, as if mountains of corpses and seas of blood were surging forth, like a sharp blade pressed against his throat. Tao intent, the Tao intent of killing. Recognizing this familiar Tao intent, Bai Muxu instantly identified it. After all, he had once fought a demon cultivator who had grasped the Tao intent of killing. That individual had slaughtered millions to comprehend it, achieving mastery through relentless slaughter. That demon cultivator was also the only cultivator he had ever encountered who could fight him on equal footing within the same realm. And now, Li Tianwei was beginning to comprehend an entirely new Tao intent under his guidance. At this thought, Bai Muxu couldn't help but swallow hard. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether it was his own teaching that was so effective, or if Li Tianwei was simply too monstrously talented. But I was teaching him stability, to recognize the darkness of the cultivation world. How did this turn into him comprehending the essence of the way and the essence of killing, no less? Bai Muxu was utterly bewildered, yet his hands moved without a moment's delay, casting spells to conceal their actions. Meanwhile, within Li Tianwei's mind, the system observed him endlessly fantasizing about overturning everything, slaughtering the entire cultivation world. Under such delusional fantasies, through constant self-hypnosis, he truly convinced himself he had endured everything amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This situation mirrored his state during the spiritual root test, when he'd relentlessly hypnotized himself into believing he possessed a heavenly spiritual root. What a shameless bastard. Aware of Li Tianwei's arrogance and self-delusion, the system couldn't help but admire his audacity. His face was truly thick. At this moment, the system finally understood why delusional thinking was considered a sickness. It was a skill to be so self-absorbed that one could deceive even oneself. As for Li Tianwei, he had no clue what the system was babbling about.
All he had now was one thought: he had attained enlightenment again. Yes, enlightenment once more. Indeed, my transmigration was meant to change all this. Kill. Only through killing can it be stopped. Through sheer fantasy alone, without killing a single soul, Li Tianwei, relying on his extreme self-delusion and self-hypnosis, grasped a brand new Taoist truth. Kill. Li Tianwei's eyes snapped open. The boundless killing intent overflowing from his dark pupils sent a chill through Bai Muxu's heart. In that instant, Bai Muxu believed Li Tianwei had succumbed to demonic possession and prepared to intervene to suppress the darkness within him. Before he could act, however, the murderous intent in Li Tianwei's eyes dissolved completely. Where was the killing intent now? As if it had been an illusion all along, the intense murderous aura in Li Tianwei's eyes instantly vanished, restoring his previously pure expression. Seeing Li Tianwei instantly suppress the killing intent within his heart, unyielding to the coercion of the way of killing, Bai Muxu couldn't help but nod slightly, thinking to himself, he'd taken on an extraordinary disciple. It seemed he possessed the heart of an innocent child. If the system within Li Tianwei's mind knew Bai Muxu's thoughts, it would probably spit in his face. Li Tianwei, a pure heart? More like a shameless liar. Thank you for your guidance, master. Gazing at Bai Muxu before him, Li Tianwei recalled the sensation from moments ago and couldn't help but express his gratitude. In his eyes, he had found a decent master, one who could at least help him grasp the essence of the Tao. Both master and disciple were lost in their own reflections. Li Tianwei, however, found the essence of the Tao he had grasped rather peculiar: death, resentment, and killing. But upon reflection, Li Tianwei understood death and resentment stemmed from the collective consciousness of all beings, saturated with mortality and sorrow. As for killing, it arose from his resolute Tao heart, determined to overturn everything. Li Tianwei believed his interpretation held no major flaws after all. He'd aced Chinese reading comprehension since elementary school. Bull. The system had reached its breaking point, utterly exasperated by Li Tianwei's delusions. It couldn't fathom how someone like Li Tianwei could exist in this world. Yet here he was, its host, and there was nothing it could do about it. As for Li Tianwei, he had long since blocked the system and couldn't hear its voice at all. Upon hearing Li Tianwei's words, Bai Muxu looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom where he had gone wrong in guiding him. He had merely been explaining the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Ahem, your ability to comprehend the Tao's essence stems from your extraordinary innate talent. Even so, Bai Muxu showed no sign of praise. He gave a light cough, then nodded slightly, maintaining an air of profound mystery. Hearing Bai Muxu's words, Li Tianwei felt immensely satisfied. Unlike the book spirit and the system, who couldn't discern his innate talent. Truly worthy of being the strongest elder of the Lingxu sacred land. I shall first conceal the Tao intent emanating from your body. As I've told you before, the cultivation world is dark these days. With your talent, you'll inevitably attract the jealousy of other factions. They might even try to refine you away. Bai Muxu swept Li Tianwei with his divine sense, sensing the traces of 3 Tao intentions on him, and immediately spoke. Thank you for your trouble, master. Li Tianwei nodded lightly. Bai Muxu immediately sprang into action. Behind Bai Muxu, a shimmering silhouette materialized, radiating golden light like an amplified version of himself. Yet the divine aura emanating from this phantom was so intense it was almost unbearable to look upon. It carried an aura of boundless grandeur. Following that, the phantom formed a mystic seal with its hands. A streak of light pierced through heaven and earth, surrounded by countless mystical characters. Heaven and earth conceal chi, divine might slows heaven. Bai Muxu chanted the incantation, and countless magical spells transformed into streaks of light, instantly pouring into Li Tianwei's body. Chapter 34, The Battle Platform. Li Tianwei stood motionless, allowing the incantations to enter his body. He could feel the power and aura within him being completely concealed by them. Bai Muxu swept his divine sense over him and nodded lightly. This is the divine concealment and calming breath technique. Cultivating it allows one to gather their breath and focus their spirit, making it difficult for others to detect your aura with their divine sense. Bai Muxu then retrieved another book from his storage ring and handed it over. Thank you, master. Li Tianwei bowed his head deeply. Very well. Rest in the cave dwelling for now. In 3 days, you will engage in a magical duel with the disciples of the White Yuan Sacred Land. Bai Muxu said. Soon, Bai Muxu departed the cave dwelling. Li Tianwei watched Bai Muxu's receding figure as he leafed through the secret manual in his hands. The divine calming breath technique, another spell to master. Returning to his cave dwelling, Li Tianwei resumed his meditation. 3 days later. With the arrival of the White Yuan Sacred Land, the duel between disciples from the 2 sacred lands drew a large crowd. Everyone knew the highlight would be the battle between 2 disciples who had completed their 100-day foundation establishment. Particularly regarding Li Tianwei's disciple, since entering Lingxu Sacred Land, he had vanished from sight. Had news of his successful 100-day foundation establishment not surfaced, many disciples would have nearly forgotten Li Tianwei altogether. No one knew the true extent of Li Tianwei's power.
Meanwhile, Yuan Shixiao of the Baiyuan Holy Land had repeatedly challenged numerous foundation establishment disciples from the Lingxu Holy Land over the past 3 days. These were all cultivators with years of training under their belts, yet Yuan Shixiao emerged victorious in every single battle. Whether facing peak foundation establishment cultivators or others, he suppressed them all one by one with his early foundation establishment strength. One couldn't help but marvel at Yuan Shixiao's seemingly invincible prowess. Among Lingxu Sacred Grounds Foundation establishment cultivators, only Yuan Shaoqing from over a decade ago possessed comparable combat strength. Back then, he too had fought undefeated against disciples from the other 3 sacred grounds while at the foundation establishment stage. Alas, he had since ascended to the Golden Core realm. Since establishing his foundation in just 100 days, Li Tianwei had yet to make an appearance, nor had any word of him surfaced. Many had begun to believe Li Tianwei could no longer defeat Yuan Shixiao. At this moment, thousands of disciples had gathered at the combat platform. The White Yuan Sacred Ground, seemingly aiming to build momentum for Yuan Shixiao, had arranged for many of its disciples to engage in combat with disciples from the Lingxu Sacred Ground first. Both sacred lands rewarded victorious combatants to energize the atmosphere. Soon, several figures materialized in midair at the main platform, their terrifying auras pouring down and causing spiritual energy to surge backward. This immediately drew the attention of the disciples gathered around the platform. Slowly lifting their heads, they saw the figures of several elders from both the Baiyuan Sacred Land and the Lingxu Sacred Land. We humbly welcome the esteemed elders. Led by one voice, the multitude of disciples echoed the greeting in unison. Their voices grew in unison. Lan Yuzhenren, suspended mid-air, stroked his beard with satisfaction at the disciples' attentive display below. Elder Shao, please take your seat. Lan Yuzhenren raised his hand slightly in gesture. Very well. Shaoyi nodded and instantly materialized at his seat below. Soon, the elders of the Lingxu Sacred Ground slowly took their seats. The torrent of spiritual energy and the terrifying aura finally dissipated. As for Li Tianwei, he followed behind by Mu Su, standing beside him. On Shaoyi's other side, Yuan Shixiao couldn't help but glance at Li Tianwei several times, sensing his aura. Early foundation establishment stage. Yuan Shixiao silently assessed. This is Yuan Shixiao, the prodigy of our Baiyuan Holy Land. I'm sure you've all heard his name quite a bit these past few days. Shaoyi spoke with a hint of amusement in his eyes, his gaze carefully observing the expressions of the various elders from the Lingxu Holy Land. Greetings, elders and seniors. Yuan Shixiao stepped forward slowly, bowing with hands clasped in a respectful gesture. His demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant, exuding a commanding presence. Upon hearing this, Lan Yuzhenren's brow furrowed. After all, over the past 3 days, Yuan Shixiao's terrifying record of 10 victories in 10 battles had begun to echo the legendary prowess of Bai Mu Su. Especially when a disciple from the Baiyuan Holy Land had so thoroughly humiliated him within his own sacred grounds, who could possibly be in a good mood? With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Mu Su, revealing that even Lan Yuzhenren felt uncertain about Li Tianwei. Disciples at the foundation establishment stage spent most of their time cultivating during these days. Where would they find time to practice spells to enhance their combat prowess? Yuan Shixiao, however, had come prepared. Possessing the 10,000 Laws treasure body, he could grasp most spells in an instant, granting him a distinct edge in combat over ordinary cultivators. It was precisely this advantage that allowed him to overpower a foundation establishment peak cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Feeling Lan Yuzhenren's gaze, Bai Mu Su tilted his head slightly, signaling reassurance with his eyes. Earlier, Bai Muxu had worried Li Tianwei might not be a match for Yuan Shixiao. But upon learning Li Tianwei had grasped 3 Dao intentions, such concerns vanished. Now he eagerly awaited the moment when the Baiyuan Sacred Ground would be humiliated. Lan Yuzhenren, sensing Bai Mu Su's gaze, exhaled in relief. He placed his trust in Bai Mu Su. Reaching foundation establishment within 100 days is already a prodigy. Fame is ultimately meaningless, true strength lies in the power of one's techniques. After all, this was his home turf. Lan Yuzhenren wasted no words, speaking his mind. Ha ha ha, well said. True skill in combat is the true measure. Shaoyi responded with a long laugh, though inwardly he pondered what true moves might be possible. Secret techniques, perhaps? He couldn't wait to see the expression on Lingxu Sacred Ground's newly cultivated prodigy when they were stripped of their title after just 100 days. Did you hear what Master Lan Yu said? Fame is useless, true power lies in what you can do with your hands. But once you step onto the combat platform, you still need to mind your manners. After laughing, Shaoyi turned to Yuan Shixiao. The weight of his words prompted Yuan Shixiao to nod slightly. Since Elder Shao has spoken thus, let us begin immediately. Li Tianwei. Lan Yuzhenren glanced at Li Tianwei. Li Tianwei slowly stepped out from behind Bai Mu Su, lifting his head to regard the elders seated above. He never once glanced at Yuan Shixiao, as if in his eyes, Yuan Shixiao was an insignificant figure. Begin! With a wave of Lan Yuzhenren's hand, the entire battle arena instantly expanded. A massive barrier formation unfolded, surging with spiritual energy. Under its force, Yuan Shixiao and Li Tianwei were simultaneously lifted onto the combat platform.
As Yuan Shixiao and Li Tianwei ascended the platform, waves of cheers erupted from all sides, countless disciples shouting with excitement. The atmosphere of the duel reached its peak.
Senior brother Li, beat that brat from the White Yuan Holy Land to death.
Show him the might of our Lingxu sacred ground.
Compared to the dozens of disciples from the Lingxu Holy Land, the voices of the Baiyuan Holy Land disciples were completely drowned out. Listening to the cheers around him, Li Tianwei spread his arms wide, eyes slightly closed, reveling in the sensation. Yuan Shixiao, however, noticed that Li Tianwei hadn't spared him a single glance from start to finish. Though his face still bore a gentle smile, Yuan Shixiao was already itching to kill Li Tianwei.
Let's see how long you can keep up the act.
Thinking of the Baiyuan Holy Land's arrangements, Yuan Shixiao chuckled inwardly.
Chapter 35, How can he be like a demon cultivator? Please, junior brother Li. Seeing Li Tianwei clearly relishing his complete disregard, Yuan Shixiao couldn't help but amplify his voice with spiritual energy.
The very use of the term junior brother revealed Yuan Shixiao's cunning calculation. Whoever addressed the other first would be deemed the senior brother.
Junior brother?
Li Tianwei's eyes sharpened at the sound of that voice, his displeasure palpable. After all, he'd been taken advantage of for no reason. Seeing Li Tianwei so easily provoked, Yuan Shixiao couldn't help but feel a hint of contempt.
Yes. Junior brother Li, let's begin. Yuan Shixiao immediately formed his hand seals.
Now that they were on the combat platform, the match had begun. Even though Yuan Shixiao knew the White Yuan sacred ground had played tricks on Li Tianwei, he could still take the initiative on the platform. As for martial virtue and such, who cared? Out here, no one bothered with such niceties. With the seal formed, spiritual energy surged. 10,000 laws treasure body. Mystic Gale incantation. Yuan Shixiao mentally simulated the incantations, instantly channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gale force energies materialized from thin air, the Qianjin element revealing faint, sharp edges. In an instant, the gale force energies obscured the sky and sun, converging upon Li Tianwei. Though Yuan Shixiao's speed was evident, a foundation establishment cultivator could not yet command spells instantly with words. Yet, his split-second advantage in sealing the spell and channeling spiritual energy proved decisive. Go! Yuan Shixiao pointed his finger, and the sky-filling gale energy powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks rushed toward Li Tianwei. Simultaneously, his hands were already forming another spell seal, his spiritual energy circulating anew in anticipation of what followed. Under Yuan Shixiao's 10,000 laws treasure body, the Shengang incantation, a metal attribute spell renowned for its supreme offensive power, gained an added edge. Li Tianwei, witnessing this display, refused to be outdone. After all, since completing his foundation establishment within 100 days, he had diligently cultivated numerous spells.
To align with death intent and resentment, Li Tianwei had deliberately chosen dark arts.
Heaven's downfall technique.
Li Tianwei clasped his hands lightly, channeling his spiritual energy.
In an instant, a sea of black mist surged forth. Soon, deathly energy permeated the air, and a corrosive force spread outward in all directions. The collision of their magical energies sent a tremendous shockwave rippling through the air, causing the battle platform itself to tremble. The dense spiritual energy enveloped the entire combat platform, and the spectacle of the spell's impact drew nods of approval from the spectators watching the duel. Truly worthy of a prodigy who achieved foundation establishment in 100 days, the power of his spells far surpasses that of cultivators at the same level.
Go, brother Li! Take down that brat from the White Yuan Sanctuary.
The shouts and cheers echoed relentlessly. After all, this was merely a foundation establishment stage battle.
To Qi cultivation practitioners, it might appear spectacular.
But to the Nascent Soul cultivators and spirit transformation elders watching from above, it was merely a minor skirmish. Soon, Li Tianwei and Yuan Shixiao engaged in relentless exchanges.
A barrage of spells poured forth, though most were rudimentary in nature.
Li Tianwei, possessing a pure young celestial root, instead unleashed a barrage of techniques, devouring, corrosive, and dark spells that drew frequent glances from the elders toward Bai Muxu.
Bai Muxu felt awkward under these stares. After all, he had warned them before arriving, Dao intent should only be used as a last resort, and even then, only one type. The other elders were unaware that Li Tianwei had comprehended the Dao intent of death and resentment. The spells Li Tianwei cultivated were perfectly aligned with the Dao intent he had grasped.
Thus, the various methods and spells Li Tianwei now deployed appeared strikingly similar to those of demonic cultivators, a sky filled with dark qi, and all manner of eerie energies ceaselessly corroding the surroundings.
Why does senior brother Li feel so much like a demonic cultivator? Some disciples were already murmuring among themselves. If anyone was suffering the most, it was Yuan Shixiao.
At this moment, his pressure was off the charts. Originally, he believed that with his 10,000 laws treasure body, he could exert equal pressure on Li Tianwei. Yet, to his surprise, Li Tianwei neglected orthodox spells, instead cultivating all manner of underworld magic. He'd unleash a curse spell now and then, followed by techniques that seeped in energy and cloaked everything in deathly intent. Having never encountered such techniques before, his 10,000 laws treasure body struggled to counter them, leaving him no choice but to confront them head-on. Yet these insidious techniques were precisely the kind that unleashed their power in the shadows. Take the heavenly decay technique, for instance. It inherently possessed corrosive power, forming a vortex within its range that devoured vitality and spiritual energy. It could even mutate the natural chi of heaven and earth into poisonous, sinister energy. Under such spellwork, the entire arena was saturated with venomous energy. Li Tianwei periodically unleashed soul-devouring curses as well. Had Xiaoyi not secured a mid-grade treasure to shield Yuan Shixiao's soul to ensure he completed the task, he would have been defeated long ago. Looks like there's no other way. I thought I'd take you down fair and square. But now it seems I must resort to that method. Feeling himself sinking into imminent defeat, Yuan Shixiao smiled darkly, already resolved to use this moment to stir up the foul resentment within Li Tianwei's body. Especially since Li Tianwei practiced techniques to conceal his aura, Yuan Shixiao was certain something was amiss within him. With that thought, Yuan Shixiao abandoned all caution. He immediately invoked the resentment channeling incantation Xiaoyi had taught him earlier. All evils, depart from this body. The spell takes effect. With a flick of his fingers, the incantation flowed forth. Of course, Yuan Shixiao did not forget to conceal the method he was employing. As Yuan Shixiao cast a faint surge of resentment energy rippled out. The surrounding spiritual energy howled toward Li Tianwei, carrying with it a strange, twisted intent. This was achieved by drawing upon the tainted resentment energy within the tainted soul banner. Having secretly added something extra to it, even if a powerful being attempted to suppress it, this spell could still stir it up. After all, the moment he absorbed the tainted resentment, it left a mark upon him. This mark acted like a fuse, ready to ignite everything. With this realization, Yuan Shixiao already envisioned Li Tianwei's fate. Soon, the spell had imperceptibly infiltrated Li Tianwei's body. As it took hold, Li Tianwei's movements visibly faltered, as if he sensed something. Yuan Shixiao noticed the pause too, a smirk curling his lips as he continued to work his dark magic. At this moment, Li Tianwei also noticed the unusual sensation within him. It must be said that the methods of the White Yuan Sacred Land were indeed formidable. This curse of resentment spell had indeed stirred up the tainted resentment energy he had absorbed earlier. However, having comprehended the intent of death and resentment, Li Tianwei suppressed this tainted resentment within himself. Yet now, with the resentment-binding curse unleashed, the foul resentment energy began to boil. Li Tianwei naturally sensed the change within himself. Yet contrary to Yuan Shixiao and the others' expectations, he did not succumb to demonic possession. Instead, to Li Tianwei, it felt like a sudden surge of power. After all, under the influence of death and resentment, the so-called tainted resentment energy held little sway over Li Tianwei. That is, the ordinary kind of foul resentment. But the foul resentment energy absorbed by Li Tianwei was no simple matter. It was the foul resentment energy that had been continuously amplified and expanded through the Fisher Chi guidance method, using fissures in the spiritual energy to violently split and fuse the spiritual energy with the foul resentment energy. Only Li Tianwei himself knew the true nature of the transformations this corrupted resentment had undergone through fission. Chapter 36, My Sudden Explosion. This transformation was no trivial matter. After all, Li Tianwei had never pursued a conservative cultivation path since he began his practice. Furthermore, his dual Dao intentions of death and resentment had raised the upper limit of the foul resentful energy. Thus, the foul resentment energy within Li Tianwei had reached an unimaginable level. Now, Yuan Shixiao's casting of the resentment binding spell had undeniably become the spark that ignited it all. Most critically, every bit of spiritual energy Li Tianwei had absorbed since his cultivation began was intensely volatile. The combination of these two forces made the situation within his body utterly complex. That Li Tianwei could maintain it at a balance point was already an extraordinary feat. Yet Yuan Shixiao was determined to shatter that equilibrium. This explosion was no small matter. Yuan Shixiao seemed to sense something, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Li Tianwei's movements did indeed halt under the curse of resentment, yet a destructive aura now emanated from his body. Beyond that, a terrifying pressure far surpassing the foundation establishment stage descended. Behind Li Tianwei, a twisted, distorted shadow struggled to emerge. The mutated shadow stretched endlessly, its aura of death and bloodshed instantly filling the entire arena. At that moment, Li Tianwei's eyes turned blood red, and the spiritual energy emanating from his body became saturated with malevolence. In that moment, Li Tianwei seemed like absolute evil crawling out of hell itself. The sudden transformation plunged the entire battle platform into silence. Spectators watching the fight fell quiet, their eyes fixed on the twisted, stretched, and mutilated shadow behind Li Tianwei. Even the elders outside the arena felt an ominous foreboding. Sizzle. Darkness descended. In an instant, the skies darkened as a mass of black clouds engulfed the heavens. A suffocating sense of unease washed over them, accompanied by a thick, murderous aura that erupted violently. What's happening? That aura is terrifying. Senior Brother Li, what's happening? It feels like you're almost on par with those Nascent Soul elders.
Crack.
Compared to the others outside, Yuan Shixiu was facing Li Tianwei directly. His face instantly drained of color and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably.
In that moment, he too was dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend whether this curse of resentment had succeeded or not.
According to Xiaoyi, stirring up the tainted resentment would cause Li Tianwei to lose control, giving birth to a heart demon that would directly corrupt his spiritual core.
Yet none of that had materialized. Instead, it seemed as though Li Tianwei himself had transformed into a heart demon.
A thick aura of malevolence, death, and bloodlust washed over them. Kill, kill, kill. The low murmurs echoed in Yuan Shixiao's ears. At this moment, Yuan Shixiu likely never imagined that his curse of resentment not only failed to stir the tainted resentment within Li Tianwei, but instead unleashed the fury of power within him. Simultaneously, three Dao intentions ignited, pairing and combining to unleash two extreme forces of unbridled fury. This propelled Li Tianwei into a state of extreme power surge. His entire body contained three Dao intentions and boundless, fissioning spiritual energy, perpetually in a state of extreme fission. Consequently, Li Tianwei's power surged over 100-fold. Under normal circumstances, such an extreme state would likely cause him to explode. However, Li Tianwei possessed the sacrificial Dao immortal body. This anomaly was attributed to his activation of a secret technique that unleashed explosive spiritual energy to elevate his cultivation realm. Thus, Li Tianwei maintained his indestructible state. Feeling the unprecedented power coursing through him, Li Tianwei grinned. Coupled with the dense aura of death and resentment behind him, he resembled a great demon descended upon the world. Though he didn't know where this power came from, one thing was certain: killing Yuan Shixiu was the right move. Kill! Li Tianwei chanted, sealing his spell with his fingers as murderous intent erupted from his eyes. A malevolent aura, as if emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, shot straight into the heavens. With the incantation sealed, Li Tianwei's body erupted in a state of fission. He raised his hand.
Condense heaven.
This was the absolute offensive technique of the five intentions condensing heaven spell, channeled through the Dao intent. Yet through Li Tianwei's refinement, the triple intention condensing heaven intent surged, deathly resentment piercing the heavens, murderous intent leading the charge. Boom! Behind Li Tianwei, a shattered, distorted phantom obscured half the sky. The immense energy evoked genuine dread and fear, stirring the most base and sensitive emotions within. A vortex of black clouds swirled into existence. This power far surpassed that of a foundation establishment cultivator, approaching the strength of a nascent soul cultivator. Boom! At that moment, the elders above also paled. This is bad. It's the Dao's intent. You brat! Xiaoyi stared in utter disbelief, his eyes flashing with both apprehension and venom as he fixed them on Li Tianwei. He could vividly imagine the terrifying potential Li Tianwei possessed once fully developed. He immediately channeled the power of his late transformation to deity stage, unleashing a palm strike. A colossal palm print whipped up a violent surge of spiritual energy, crashing viciously toward Li Tianwei. It appeared less like an attempt to stop him and more like a deliberate strike meant to kill. Bai Muxu, watching from the side, reacted instantly. With a clap of his hand, the crimson heaven sword behind him sliced through the sky. Its sharp edge, accompanied by a streak of swordlight, shot straight toward the palm print in midair. Clang! The sword's cry pierced the air as two surging forces collided mid-sky, unleashing a tidal wave of spiritual energy. The swordlight pierced through the heavens, effortlessly shattering the giant palm seal. In an instant, the seal shattered into countless specks of starlight. The clash between these two great immortal cultivators pressed down so heavily that the disciples gathered on the battle platform could scarcely breathe. Yet such pressure had no effect on Li Tianwei. Instead, his fatal strike was already hurtling toward Yuan Shixiu, facing certain death. The other elders of the Lingxu Holy Land exchanged glances with Yuan Shixiu. Some still chose to intervene. After all, they hadn't yet severed ties with the White Yuan Sacred Land, and the other two sacred lands were opportunistic entities. Lingxu Sacred Land, being powerful, might not necessarily use this as an excuse to stir up trouble. Therefore, Yuan Shixiu could be crippled, but he must not die. The Yuanling stage elder who ultimately intervened, Yi Chanshu of the Seal Technique Peak, felt Li Tianwei's attack, which condensed the heavens in bound intent. Though he managed to block it. Yet the sheer force unleashed left him utterly stunned. He could scarcely fathom how a foundation establishment cultivator could unleash an attack rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. Had a golden core cultivator been present, they likely would have been instantly annihilated by Li Tianwei. 100 days to establish his foundation, fighting beyond his tier, possessing a heavenly spirit root, ascending to the summit of the heart-questioning ladder. All these factors combined seemed to proclaim that Lingxu's sacred ground had welcomed an extraordinary genius. As Li Tianwei's assault was repelled, the power coalesced within his body dissipated, as if the frenzied outburst moments before had been an illusion. Regaining his senses, Li Tianwei lingered in the afterglow of that experience. Yuan Shixiu lay collapsed on the ground. Facing Li Tianwei's overwhelming power moments before, the near-death sensation left Yuan Shixiu distinctly aware of a dampness in his trousers. Countless scenes of utter despair flashed before his eyes, loved ones brutally slaughtered, himself stripped of everything, an immortal cultivator reduced to a mere mortal.
No, no. Ha 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 ha.
Yuan Shixiao screamed, half crazed, half laughing. Meanwhile, Bai Muxu and Xiaoyi, locked in combat midair, finally halted their struggle. A single glance between them revealed the murderous intent burning in each other's eyes.
Chapter 37, Still my sharp eye recognizes talent.
Xiaoyi had now regained his composure, realizing he had no chance to kill Li Tianwei. Now, within the Lingxu sacred grounds, he must seize the initiative and create a pretext. Thus, Xiaoyi unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Bai Muxu while pointing at Li Tianwei, his eyes blazing with righteous indignation.
What is the meaning of this, Lingxu sacred ground? This was merely an exchange of magical techniques, why such brutal force?
Moreover, I suspect this disciple of yours is a spy from the demon sect. Every spell he wields is treacherous and vicious.
Xiaoyi's swift realization brought him a silent sigh of relief.
He certainly didn't want to be branded a murderer of prodigies on enemy territory. He'd likely never escape the Lingxu sacred grounds if that happened.
But he immediately seized upon Li Tianwei's mistake and struck first.
Seeing Xiaoyi react so swiftly, he immediately shifted the moral high ground to accuse Li Tianwei.
Admittedly, this tactic proved effective.
Bai Muxu understood that Li Tianwei had comprehended the Tao intentions of death and resentment, which was why he cultivated spells suited to these intentions.
No orthodox cultivator would dare practice such arts. Challenging him would inevitably expose Li Tianwei's true nature. With such extraordinary talent, Bai Muxu could easily imagine how many would resort to underhanded means against him in the future.
Fortunately, Li Tianwei's earlier outburst had only revealed the Tao intent of killing. After all, it wasn't unheard of for someone at the Foundation establishment stage to comprehend Tao intent. He himself was one such example.
Bull! How dare you, an outsider, lay a finger on a disciple of Lingxu Holy Land?
Lan Yuzhenren, standing nearby, had also sensed Bai Musu's unusual state and immediately retorted. Xiaoyi, your Baiyuan Holy Land coming to our Lingxu Holy Land for martial exchanges is acceptable.
But regardless, this is still our Lingxu Holy Land's affair. To kill our disciples in broad daylight before everyone's eyes, how could such a thing be justified? I suspect you are the demonic sect spy, sent to eliminate the sacred land's prodigies. As Master Lan Yu spoke, the other elders followed suit, closing in and confronting Xiaoyi directly. After all, this was the Lingxu sacred ground. Regardless of anything else, the numbers were on their side. On the combat platform, Li Tianwei watched as Yi Changshu blocked the attack before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Nephew, that man may be crippled, but he must not be killed. We are not yet at the point of provoking a conflict with the other three sacred lands. Yi Changshu understood Li Tianwei's concerns and transmitted his voice to him, offering reassurance. Li Tianwei understood the reason behind this and didn't dwell on it.
Instead, he savored the sensation from moments ago. That explosive technique was simply too exquisite, capable of multiplying one's power hundreds of times over. His gaze then shifted to Yuan Shixiao standing nearby. If memory served him correctly, Yuan Shixiao had cast a spell upon him at that moment. It was this spell's intangible intrusion that had set off the chain of events that followed. This is a valuable technique, it must not be wasted. While the elders in midair were engaged in a heated verbal battle with Xiaoyi and the others from the White Yuan Holy Land, Li Tianwei quietly approached Yuan Shixiao.
Tell me what you did to me just now.
Li Tianwei crouched before Yuan Shixiao, his eyes tinged with coldness as he demanded. As for Yuan Shixiao, having just endured a near-fatal moment that shattered his consciousness, he now appeared half-mad. He still remembered the terrifying power Li Tianwei had unleashed upon him moments ago. Seeing Li Tianwei, Yuan Shixiao stared at him with utter terror and despair, his head tucked in like a turtle.
Don't come closer, don't come closer. I don't know. Yuan Shixiao screamed in terror. Beside him, Yi Changshu, who had earlier blocked Li Tianwei's lethal strike, seemed oblivious.
He casually hovered midair, obscuring the view of others from the White Yuan Holy Land who had projected their sightlines here.
Tell me, or else. Li Tianwei unleashed the spiritual energy within his body without hesitation. The lingering traces of his earlier explosive power still hung in the air.
Seeing this, Yuan Shixiao couldn't help but tremble all over.
The suffocating grip of death closed in once more.
Without hesitation, he spoke.
That's the curse of resentment. Its primary function is to trigger the eruption of deep-seated hatred within a person, allowing that resentment to corrupt their Tao heart and spiritual core. Li Tianwei couldn't care less about the purpose of the resentment unleashing curse.
To him, it was an utterly terrifying technique, one that Yuan Shixiao simply didn't know how to wield, failing to recognize true magic when it was right before his eyes.
Unlike Yuan Shixiao, Li Tianwei recognized its true nature. This curse of resentment clearly served a different purpose, otherwise, how could it have unleashed such terrifying power within him? Teach me. Recited word for word. At this thought, Li Tianwei glared furiously at Yuan Shixiao, simultaneously pressing his spiritual energy down upon him.
Feeling the force emanating from Li Tianwei, Yuan Shixiao snapped back to his senses and immediately recited the entire Tongyuan curse.
Yuan Shixiao couldn't fathom why Li Tianwei wanted this curse.
It was merely a minor technique designed to stir resentment within a person barely worthy of inclusion in the comprehensive compendium of spells, a completely low-grade incantation.
Yet Li Tianwei's solemn, earnest expression made it seem as though this were some extraordinary, powerful spell. Within moments, Li Tianwei committed it to memory, itching to return and study this potent technique.
As for Yuan Shixiao's puzzled expression, Li Tianwei paid it no mind. In his eyes, someone of Yuan Shixiao's caliber could never comprehend the true power of this technique. After all, even he had used it for so long without fully grasping its true might. How could such a fellow be considered a prodigy? To think he had also built his foundation in 100 days, Li Tianwei couldn't help but sneer. After obtaining the technique, Li Tianwei formed a hand seal and tapped Yuan Shixiao's forehead. He channeled the fission spiritual energy into Yuan Shixiao's body, shredding his spiritual platform to pieces.
This ensured Yuan Shixiao would never be able to cultivate again. Having completed this, Li Tianwei retreated behind Yi Changshu.
Seeing Li Tianwei cripple Yuan Shixiao, Yi Changshu immediately stepped in front of him. Meanwhile, the heated verbal battle between Xiao Yi and the elders of the Lingxu Holy Land in the air above finally drew to a close. Xiao Yi now wore a look of utter exhaustion, his eyes brimming with indignation and weariness. Visibly, his vitality and spirit had plummeted significantly. After all, the elders of Lingxu Holy Land had seized the opportunity to extort quite a few things from Xiao Yi. Furthermore, the Baiyuan Holy Land would have to send several more elders to exchange items for Xiao Yi and the other disciples. Xiao Yi, do you recall that extra item? Since your Baiyuan sacred land has lost, what about that high-grade magical artifact? Bai Musu spoke up at that moment. The other elders caught on to the implication, some of them directing their own barbs at Xiao Yi. Fine, I'll hand it over immediately. Xiao Yi was now truly afraid. After all, the Lingxu Holy Land had grown immensely powerful over the years. If something truly happened to him there, the Baiyuan Holy Land couldn't possibly risk a full-blown conflict with the Lingxu Holy Land over this single incident. Ultimately, it was his own fault. Lingxu's sacred ground had ample grounds to exploit this situation. After speaking, he retrieved the high-grade magical artifact from his storage ring. A Dharma Will artifact, a circular disc engraved with hundreds of overlapping arrays. A faint aura of precious energy emanated from it, resembling the circular light discs carried by immortals. Gazing at the spirit light wheel in his hand, Xiao Yi's face was etched with heartache. Bai Musu accepted it amidst the envious gazes of the others. After all, this artifact was the bonus prize from Li Tianwei's victory in the battle, so no one else had much objection. High-grade magical treasures were rare indeed, even cultivators at the Nascent Soul stage might not possess one. Only after putting it away did Bai Muxu and the others turn their attention to the matter of the combat platform. Chapter 38, Resentment Power Reaches the Heavens. Li Tianwei, now in possession of the resentment binding curse, was immensely satisfied, eager to test it out immediately. Just as Li Tianwei was reveling in his excitement, Bai Muxu and the other elders hurried over. Disciple, is everything alright? Bai Muxu first scanned Li Tianwei with his divine sense. After all, Li Tianwei's earlier outburst had been terrifying enough to drain the essence of countless foundation establishment cultivators. Even with Li Tianwei having completed his foundation establishment in 100 days, forging an unparalleled Dao foundation that granted him several times the power of others at his level, and being protected by the Dao's intent, complications could still arise. Yet after the divine sense scan, Bai Muxu fell silent. The scene he had anticipated Li Tianwei weakened from unleashing such an explosive technique had not materialized. Instead, the power radiating from his body felt unusually dense and substantial, showing little sign of depletion. Nothing to see here. Li Tianwei remained oblivious to Bai Muxu's thoughts, and even if he knew, he would likely find it unsurprising. After all, his fission-chi drawing method, refined through his research, caused the spiritual energy within his body to collide and multiply like nuclear fission. A mere speck of spiritual energy could be transformed into vast quantities of spiritual power for his use. Sure, it felt a bit uncomfortable, but to Li Tianwei, wasn't this precisely how it should be? Wasn't cultivation supposed to be like this? Thus, after his earlier burst of exertion, Li Tianwei recovered swiftly. To be precise, the source of his ability to unleash such formidable power stemmed from the rapidly accumulating resentment within his body. Are you certain you're alright? Noticing the abundant spiritual energy still radiating from Li Tianwei, Bai Muxu couldn't help but ask again. This was his prized disciple, he couldn't afford for anything to happen to him. Nothing's wrong. Just a bit of Dao intent depletion. To convince Bai Muxu, Li Tianwei subjected his body to a thorough inspection. The turbulent spiritual energy within him continued to undergo fission, converting into vital energy to mend the damage to his body. Only his spiritual platform and flesh occasionally suffered minor collapses, but with the sacrificial Dao immortal body protecting him, it posed no significant threat. The only issue was that his Dao intent felt somewhat scattered and depleted. Li Tianwei explained truthfully, simultaneously lowering his voice. After all, Bai Muxu had warned against revealing too much Dao intent. Is that so? Glad to hear it. Here is your victor's reward. Only after confirming Li Tianwei was largely unharmed did Bai Muxu retrieve the spirit light will Xiao Yi had given him earlier. Li Tianwei watched as the wheel spun in by Muxu's hand, radiating an aura of treasure. Countless arrays layered upon each other, revealing a Dharma wheel that drew his attention. This is the Spirit Light Wheel, a high-grade magical treasure. Even a nascent soul cultivator might not possess such a treasure. This artifact is composed of hundreds of offensive formations. By investing spirit stones or spiritual energy, it can unleash the 5 elements great array, harnessing the power of the 5 elements. With your strength, you can unleash power equivalent to the golden core stage, and even cast higher grade spells with it. Noticing Li Tianwei's gaze, Bai Muxu explained the function of the Spirit Light Wheel. After hearing this, Li Tianwei couldn't help but take it. The moment it touched his hands, the surging spiritual energy within pulsed, and the intricate patterns etched by its arrays shimmered with a radiant glow. "Thank you, Master." After examining it thoroughly, Li Tianwei bowed his hands in gratitude toward Bai Muxu. "Very well. Leave the rest to us. Focus on your recovery. Should anything go wrong, contact me immediately using the Jade Token." Bai Muxu produced a flawless Jade Token and placed it in Li Tianwei's hand before turning to confer with the other elders. Li Tianwei carefully stowed away all these items. Yet, he was even more eager to test the power of the resentment-clearing incantation. After Yuan Shishio had finished teaching it earlier, Li Tianwei had mastered it. He had even tested it briefly and discovered this was no simple spell. It could awaken Ni within the body, connecting it to the heavens and earth, thereby triggering an explosive eruption of within. Combined with his own state of constant fission, given sufficient time, he could harness the overwhelming resentment within to unleash that same overwhelming power once more. In short, it was incredible. If used skillfully, it could continuously absorb the resentment energy of heaven and earth, thereby strengthening himself and creating a perpetual motion machine. As for the influence of resentment energy, Li Tianwei hadn't given it a second thought. After all, his Dao heart was unbreakable, so-called resentment energy couldn't possibly affect him. Compared to Li Tianwei's situation, Yuan Shishio's was far worse. Though he hadn't died, after facing Li Tianwei's frenzied eruption, the image of Li Tianwei wrapped in resentment, resembling a great demon incarnate, had been seared into Yuan Shishio's mind. It had become a mental demon powerful enough to block his path of cultivation. After Bai Musu's words, Li Tianwei departed immediately. As for what would happen next, that was for the people of Lingxu Holy Land to handle. For now, he was determined to return and thoroughly study how the resentment binding curse could be activated to tap into the resentment energy of heaven and earth. Only then could he grow even stronger. In his eyes, the conflicts between sects were mere trifles compared to the threat of demonic forces and the corruption spreading across the entire world. Beyond that, Li Tianwei had also gained some insight into the demonic forces. If my senses haven't deceived me. Li Tianwei recalled his explosive outburst atop the battle platform. That surging tide of resentment and deathly intent had carved every detail from his heart into sharp relief. Simultaneously, through that sensation, Li Tianwei detected an inexplicable, magnetic pull emanating from certain individuals near the battle platform. Li Tianwei could sense that these individuals were markedly different from ordinary people, carrying an aura of malevolence. According to the system's data, these individuals were likely possessed by demonic entities. However, Li Tianwei had no intention of revealing himself. The situation with the demonic entities was unclear, and more importantly, he lacked absolute power. Though the Lingxu sacred ground possessed defensive power, who could guarantee its effectiveness? Things would be different soon, Li Tianwei thought to himself as he returned to his cave residence on Tianmen Peak. He immediately began studying the Tong Yuan curse. Unlike the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique or other great immortal arts, it wasn't a lengthy treatise. It contained only an analysis of resentment energy, along with methods to control and channel it. It was extremely simple, and Li Tianwei grasped it instantly, feeling no pressure whatsoever. After all, ever since his previous world, Li Tianwei had yet to encounter anything he couldn't comprehend. Li Tianwei grasped the essence at a glance. The process itself was irrelevant, it was something others needed to prove. Come on. Let me test the power of the resentment channeling incantation. Li Tianwei silently resolved as he began chanting the incantation. All evils, depart from this body. The law unblocks resentment toward heaven. Li Tianwei formed the ritual hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy. In an instant, guided by the resentment spell, the resentment within Li Tianwei, which had been constantly multiplying through fission, was ignited once more by this spark. This time, prepared, Li Tianwei immediately seized the sensation. A terrifying force surged through his entire body, causing his power to surge relentlessly. Chapter 39, Another Sudden Enlightenment? Had anyone been present in the cave dwelling at that moment, they would have witnessed the space filled with overflowing yin energy, as if twisted, grotesque fragments of souls writhed within it. Yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. The dense resentment surged skyward, transforming the cave into a veritable hell on earth under its influence. As for Li Tianwei, it was beyond description. From the moment he channeled the resentment of heaven and earth into his body, countless shadowy figures seemed to materialize behind him, wailing and screaming in agony. In this scene, Li Tianwei appeared to have become a living embodiment of earthly resentment.
Amidst this violent commotion, the spirit within Li Tianwei's storage ring frantically flipped through the pages of a book. What's happening? What is my master doing? Such intense malevolence, such resentment. Even those demonic fiends aren't this terrifying. Compared to the spirit, the system bound to Li Tianwei with a life-for-life contract was utterly panicked. Host. Stop this madness. This is the resentment power of heaven and earth. If you draw it into your body, you'll be ruined. The system screamed desperately, but Li Tianwei had blocked its voice, rendering it completely inaudible to him. Even if he had heard it, Li Tianwei would have persisted regardless. To him, it seemed insignificant danger belonged to others, not the protagonist. Damn it! This will kill you. The sacrificial Tao immortal body protects your physical form and life force, but if your soul becomes utterly corrupted and you lose control, neither reason nor consciousness nor the sacrificial Tao immortal body can save you. Previously, the system had only been this alarmed when Li Tianwei used the fish and chi drawing technique. At other times, despite the danger, the system still possessed the power to shield him. But now it was different. Li Tianwei was using his body as a fulcrum, channeling the resentment within him to connect with the resentment energy of heaven and earth. This was beyond the system's capacity to protect him. The very reason demons had invaded this world and why it had brought Li Tianwei here was because this world itself was flawed, saturated with tainted resentment and all manner of malevolent forces. When Li Tianwei had been forced to absorb the world's corrupted resentment, his initial realization was correct: the entire world was profoundly broken. Yet despite this catastrophic flaw, Li Tianwei charged straight toward it, even connecting with it a truly suicidal act. The notion of absorbing the world's resentment to strengthen oneself was flawed. If such power could be absorbed, the world wouldn't be collapsing in the first place. Given what Li Tianwei had done, it was no wonder the system reacted this way. It's over. No matter how lucky you've been before, you're now facing the very root of the world's corruption. The system watched as countless shadows swirled behind Li Tianwei, twisted, grinning, and madly encroaching, and felt a chill run through its core. It's over. In that instant, Li Tianwei's eyes turned blood red. A malevolent aura radiated from his entire body, thick killing intent surging forth, infusing the entire cave dwelling with a bloodthirsty aura. Within the cave dwelling now, a terrifying aura of resentment, channeled through thee to connect heaven and earth, mingled with Li Tianwei's intense killing intent, while malevolence continued to fester. The current situation was a clear testament to this. As for Li Tianwei, he too felt his consciousness being stripped away. The resentment energy of heaven and earth was nothing like the tainted resentment energy driven by Lumuyu's tainted soul banner earlier. The two were not even in the same league. The soul-tainting banner contained 100,000 units of resentment energy, but the resentment energy of heaven and earth was immeasurably vast. For every soul in the world who died with resentment, a thread of that energy spilled into the heavens and earth. Beyond that, cultivators and even the living could generate resentment, which would naturally merge into the world. It was precisely for this reason, compounded by the invasion of demonic forces, that the entire world could be said to have descended into semi-darkness. After his consciousness detached, Li Tianwei found himself in yet another new realm. He still hadn't realized something was amiss. For his thoughts were not on the situation, but rather, I've achieved another sudden enlightenment. This familiar sensation, wasn't this precisely the state of cultivation enlightenment he'd been desperately seeking for days? The resentment of heaven and earth, sensing Li Tianwei's approach, began to invade him. Resentment existed to corrupt, to utterly erode human intellect and reason, transforming victims into vengeful spirits consumed by bitterness. Standing amidst it all, Li Tianwei remained utterly unaware of the resentment swirling around him. He made no effort to avoid it, allowing it to invade him freely. The resentful energies never imagined Li Tianwei would be different from the living beings they usually encountered. Those creatures were so terrified they constantly summoned strength to resist this erosion. How could they possibly be like this now, offering no resistance, even welcoming it? Seeing such an opportunity, the resentful energies could not pass up such rich prey and immediately began their erosion. As entities that sought to corrupt, they naturally targeted the weaknesses of human nature. Thus, scenes designed to corrupt the soul began to unfold before Li Tianwei's eyes. This time, however, they penetrated deeper than ever before. Li Tianwei felt the scenes unfolding before him, things he had sought his entire life but never attained, everything he pursued, and things he cherished that others discarded as worthless. He saw himself loving humanity, only to die because of hatred. He saw himself cold and ruthless, yet dying because of a sudden flicker of compassion. These scenes, each capable of shattering a soul, played out relentlessly within Li Tianwei's consciousness. In this state of extreme realism, he believed manipulating Li Tianwei, a mere living being, would be a simple task. Yet, as time ticked by, Li Tianwei's consciousness remained unshaken. It seemed the complexities of human nature could not penetrate his resolve. The man before him was astonishingly resolute, and strangely enough, Li Tianwei even detected a hint of enjoyment on his face. If resentment possessed consciousness or emotions, it would likely have been stunned into confusion. And Li Tianwei was indeed savoring this familiar epiphany. Of course, this enlightenment was only true for Li Tianwei. For anyone else, such an epiphany would likely spell death.
It was precisely because of Li Tianwei's unwavering confidence and self-assured enlightenment that it seemed to materialize into reality.
He could feel himself fully absorbing this resentment.
He cared not a whit for what he was enduring, for in Li Tianwei's heart, nothing was impossible. He truly saw the answer within this thick, heavy resentment. He could gain something from it.
Driven by this conviction, Li Tianwei charged toward that answer.
He could feel himself drawing nearer and nearer to that answer.
Yet simultaneously, the force of resentment began to shift, transforming and moving toward another direction. What exactly is it?
With this thought, Li Tianwei paid no heed to what lay before him.
Come on. Take it all in. In an instant, the fan-shaped Dao foundation at Li Tianwei's brow manifested.
He invoked the immortal Dao body, merging the three essences of death, resentment, and slaughter. He charged toward the answer.
Chapter 40. Did I go a bit off track? Snap. With every ounce of his power channeled, Li Tianwei finally grasped the answer at the very last moment.
Dense, intricate characters, in a form beyond Li Tianwei's comprehension, surged directly into the depths of his consciousness.
Imprison, heaven.
As he stared at the two characters etched into his consciousness, a flicker of confusion crossed Li Tianwei's eyes. At that very moment, the malevolent aura that had invaded his consciousness began to slowly dissipate, and the visions he had experienced earlier began to fade.
Suddenly, Li Tianwei opened his eyes.
The resentment and malevolence within the cave dwelling gradually dissipated, yet strangely, the crimson glow in his eyes did not fade. Behind him, grotesque, distorted shadows began to materialize. Amidst the thick malevolence, Li Tianwei raised his hand slightly. He showed no sign of losing his sanity to the surrounding and evil intent, instead maintaining control over this power. This time, I have grasped the essence of malevolence. Li Tianwei savored the new Taoist insight he had grasped upon emerging from his earlier state of sudden enlightenment.
Too bad there's only one kind. And what's this prison of heaven business? Li Tianwei pondered, feeling the two characters engraved in his mind, radiating a faint golden light.
This was the answer he had glimpsed from the depths beyond the heavens' resentment, yet Li Tianwei could not discern its purpose.
Never mind. I've now connected with the resentment of heaven and earth. Clearly, I've succeeded.
He felt the surging power within him, along with the resentment constantly communicating with the resentment of heaven and earth, flowing into his body.
Strangely, this resentment could be transformed into cultivation just like spiritual energy.
The difference from spiritual energy was that before his eyes, within his consciousness, certain visions would appear.
Li Tianwei had experienced these visions countless times before and simply didn't care. System, can you sense those two words in my consciousness?
Rarely encountering something he didn't understand, Li Tianwei made a decision that defied his ancestors' teachings. He chose to ask someone else. The system had only just regained consciousness from despair when it witnessed Li Tianwei's entire being the four Tao intentions of evil, resentment, death, and killing fusing with his body. The Fisher Chi drawing technique stirred the resentment, propelling his body to unleash power far exceeding his physical limits.
The system was utterly dumbfounded. You're fine. The system asked incredulously, seemingly having missed Li Tianwei's earlier words entirely. Of course I'm fine. It's just another sudden enlightenment. What else could possibly go wrong? Li Tianwei replied with a look of utter nonchalance.
Seeing Li Tianwei treat his own life so carelessly, the system was furious.
Do you even know what that is? Heavenly resentment. You just absorb it like it's nothing. If it were that easy, why hasn't anyone else absorbed it in this world?
That resentment will strip you of reason, turning you into a mindless puppet.
Not even the immortal sacrificial body could save you then.
The system raged.
System. You're so narrow-minded. You're making sweeping generalizations. You can't dismiss everyone just because a handful can't do it. Everything has two sides and is ever-changing. Others can't do it because they're incompetent. I'm different, born apart. Li Tianwei sighed deeply upon hearing the system's words, speaking with a solemn and earnest tone.
At this moment, it no longer seemed like the system was lecturing Li Tianwei, but rather like Li Tianwei was lecturing the system. Yet the system knew Li Tianwei's stubborn nature all too well.
And yet, what he said held undeniable logic. Just because others couldn't absorb the resentment of heaven and earth didn't mean he couldn't. Others couldn't do it, but Li Tianwei had genuinely achieved it. What exactly do these two characters mean? Seeing no response from the system, Li Tianwei pressed further. Well, it does resemble a celestial pattern. You might not understand this term, but it has another name, divine power. Hearing this term, Li Tianwei froze momentarily. As the name registered, understanding dawned on him.
Simultaneously, information about the heaven-imprisoning divine power flooded into his consciousness.
Divine ability.
I never imagined this sudden enlightenment would not only grant me an understanding of the Tao's essence but also bestow a divine power.
Li Tianwei couldn't help but marvel.
Divine abilities were no trivial matter. They didn't require spiritual energy to activate, being imprinted directly into a cultivator's very essence. Their power to pierce heaven and earth granted ordinary cultivators the ability to rival immortals.
Of course, Li Tianwei, still at the foundation establishment stage, couldn't fully unleash the might of this divine technique.
Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly his greatest gain this time. A Tao insight, a divine ability, and beyond that, he had learned to harness the resentment of heaven and earth as a fuse, unleashing the immense power stored through fission to erupt with strength far surpassing his own. What a pity that battling Yuan Shixiao didn't trigger a breakthrough on the battlefield. How could such an essential skill be missing? I can only say Yuan Shixiao was too weak. Li Tianwei couldn't help but sigh at this realization. As for the system, upon discovering Li Tianwei had acquired a divine technique, it had completely lost its bearings. It scanned him relentlessly, leaving no stone unturned, desperate to understand how this man had survived amidst the resentment of heaven and earth, and to decipher the nature of that divine skill. The pseudo-spiritual route is correct. His comprehension is average, and his physical constitution is even less remarkable. The system scanned him from head to toe, yet Li Tianwei's status remained unchanged. His pseudo-spiritual route showed no alteration, and his comprehension remained utterly unremarkable. Yet, precisely because of this ordinary nature, Li Tianwei had accomplished feats beyond the reach of ordinary people. Beyond that, the system detected an endless fusion of resentment energy within his spiritual power. Combined with the four great Tao intentions: death, resentment, killing, and evil present within him now, Li Tianwei had become utterly mean and profoundly wicked. To put it simply, whenever Li Tianwei unleashed his techniques, demonic energies surged heavenward and wicked thoughts ran rampant, as if he were a great demon incarnate. Beyond that, the spells Li Tianwei cultivated were also designed to perfectly align with the four great Tao intentions. Heaven's downfall technique, soul-devouring curse, ultimate method, wrathful spirit evil art. Scanning these items, the system felt a bit overwhelmed. Most critically, Li Tianwei seemed to be steadily advancing down a path of darkness. Faced with this situation, the system hesitated for a moment before finally asking Li Tianwei, "Host, have you noticed your cultivation path has veered off course?" The moment the words left its mouth, the system regretted them. The very instant the question left its lips, Li Tianwei's eyes shifted abruptly, his expression tinged with disbelief. As if to say, "System, are you out of your mind?" Simultaneously, the four great Tao intentions: death, resentment, killing, and evil, along with the power born from the fusion of resentment and spiritual energy, erupted from Li Tianwei's entire body. Li Tianwei radiated an aura of utter darkness and depravity, swirling with countless shadowy forms. The of heaven and earth coalesced around him, like the wails of countless malevolent spirits. "You say my cultivation has gone awry? How could that be possible? Look at this spiritual energy, this Tao intent, all drawn from the heavens and earth, from the Lingxu sacred land, the foremost orthodox sect. Awry? How could it be awry? I say it's you who's gone awry." Chapter 41, Blatant Lies. The system observed Li Tianwei, whose body radiated thick resentment, sky-piercing malevolence, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This spectacle, combined with the diverse spells he cultivated, left the system wondering, could it be any more twisted? It had already spiraled beyond recognition. The system couldn't fathom what fueled his confidence, and crucially, there was no way to refute it. Just as the system pondered how to respond, the cave dwelling trembled slightly. Bai Muxu, seemingly having finished his business at the combat platform, appeared outside the cave entrance. Sensing Bai Muxu's arrival, Li Tianwei lost all interest in debating with the system. Outside, Bai Muxu gazed at Li Tianwei within the cave dwelling, startled by the profound aura of the Tao emanating from him. Four types? Indeed. Bai Muxu's divine sense now detected yet another Tao intent emanating from Li Tianwei. Bai Muxu hadn't expected Li Tianwei to comprehend another Tao intent so soon. Bai Muxu recalled that although he had grasped Tao intent during his foundation establishment stage, it had been only one type. Yet the Tao intent Li Tianwei had grasped still felt peculiar: death, resentment, slaughter, evil. For a moment, Bai Muxu fell silent. Observing the aura emanating from Li Tianwei's entire being, had he not known this Tao intent had been grasped through the torment of foul resentment, Bai Muxu might have mistaken him for some great demon incarnate. "Master." Seeing Bai Muxu arrive, Li Tianwei stepped forward, clasped his hands in a bow, and greeted him. "Tianwei, you truly are a prodigy. I never imagined you would grasp yet another Tao essence in such a short time." Bai Muxu did not hold back in offering Li Tianwei the praise he deserved. "This is all thanks to your cultivation, Master." Li Tianwei knew how to manage others' feelings. He was well aware of his own brilliance. After speaking, he couldn't help but mentally poke the system, as if to say, "System, take a good look at yourself, you're blind as a bat." Witnessing Li Tianwei's maneuver, the system was utterly speechless, retreating deep into the recesses of his consciousness. "Speaking of which, I observed your battle on the combat platform today. Your innate talent is truly extraordinary, and your grasp of spells is profound. Yet, like that fellow from the White Yuan sacred land, your methods are far too eclectic." Bai Muxu observed as Li Tianwei recounted the events he had witnessed on the battle platform. "I humbly request your guidance, Master." Li Tianwei couldn't help but ask. "Your spells are too numerous and too jumbled. Though your spiritual power is sufficient, you were unable to subdue Yuan Shixiao in a short time. You've seen the immortal formula too. Beyond the foundational cultivation methods for increasing cultivation, it also contains several spells derived from it.
Have you noticed that before cultivating these spells, one must first master numerous basic spells?
Seeing Li Tianwei's humble demeanor, Bai Muxu nodded lightly and looked at him again. Indeed, the content of this immortal technique is extremely extensive, especially the section on spells.
Li Tianwei couldn't help but reflect upon Bai Muxu's words.
I gave you the comprehensive guide to spells so you could cultivate various magical arts, not merely for simple practice, but to. Observing Li Tianwei's contemplative expression, Bai Muxu realized it was time to fulfill his duties as a master. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Bai Muxu saw Li Tianwei lift his head. The look of deep contemplation had vanished, replaced by one that clearly said, I understand.
Master, I understand now.
The structure of spells, those basic spells, all the way up to the various immortal techniques, all stem from the same source. But through continuous layering, they build into more powerful spells. Master, what you mean is that I should discard these mixed spells and instead directly construct a spell structure to build my own unique spells, correct?
Li Tianwei spoke with an air of enlightenment. As for Bai Muxu, he froze in place, staring at Li Tianwei with utter disbelief, as if asking, how did you know? For a moment, Bai Muxu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, only to realize that Li Tianwei had already articulated exactly what he had been about to express. In that moment, Bai Muxu felt a strange illusion, perhaps a disciple being too clever wasn't entirely a good thing. Exactly. That's precisely what I mean.
After a moment of internal struggle, having been beaten to the punch, Bai Muxu could only go along with it.
Master, I know what to do now. Li Tianwei hadn't arrived at this conclusion blindly.
During their battle on the combat platform, he had already identified the problem. Despite possessing faster methods to subdue Yuan Shixiao, the combined power of his various spells still fell short. With Bai Muxu raising the question, Li Tianwei saw the solution, his thoughts suddenly clear.
Good. Very good.
Bai Muxu nodded with satisfaction.
At that moment, Li Tianwei recalled the system's earlier taunt, how dare it claim his path was crooked?
The system must have corrupted data. Bai Muxu, after all, was a grandmaster of the righteous sect, the peak master of the sacred land, a cultivator from the most orthodox of orthodox schools. Moreover, everything Li Tianwei had learned came from the various methods imparted by Bai Muxu himself. Crooked or not, he knew best.
Thus, Li Tianwei addressed him directly. By the way, Master, I'd like to ask about one thing. How is my current cultivation path?
Bai Muxu hadn't anticipated this question.
He immediately lifted his head, scanning Li Tianwei with his divine sense.
He sensed the power within the young man's body and recalled the various spells Li Tianwei had previously cast.
This moment proved awkward.
For a time, Bai Muxu didn't know how to respond. After all, Li Tianwei's situation did appear somewhat off. Whether it was the Tao intent he had grasped or those unorthodox spells, it resembled the path of a demon cultivator, the sort of things only a demonic fiend would do.
Yet strangely, Li Tianwei's eyes held not a trace of the murkiness typical of demonic cultivators. They were exceptionally clear, seemingly unaffected. Bai Muxu did want to mention that something was indeed off. But upon reflection, what exactly was wrong?
And this was his own disciple, who had only been cultivating for such a short time.
If he truly had a problem, wouldn't that reflect poorly on his own teaching?
With that thought, Bai Muxu stepped forward and patted Li Tianwei on the shoulder. Disciple, you practice the immortal techniques of the heavenly source immortal sovereign, and your spells originate from the treasured collections of the Lingxu Holy Land. To put it plainly, within the northern Ling domain, our Lingxu Holy Land stands as one of the 4 great holy sects. We have sent countless true immortals to ascend. Few paths are as righteous and superior as the one you follow. You must surely understand by now that the path you've cultivated is truly the resplendent, righteous way without a single flaw.
Bai Muxu replied with solemn emphasis. As for Li Tianwei, upon hearing this, everything became crystal clear. What deviation? How could there be any deviation?
His cultivation stemmed entirely from the Lingxu Holy Land. Now, Bai Muxu, the very person who taught him, declared it the resplendent, righteous path, utterly without fault. Not to mention, his various Tao intentions were all comprehended within this very heaven and earth. It simply couldn't be deviant. It seems the system truly has malfunctioned.
Chapter 42, Storm Clouds Gathering.
I am lying through my teeth. Deep within Li Tianwei's consciousness, the system had awakened long before he questioned Bai Muxu, eagerly anticipating Bai Muxu's rebuttal to strike at Li Tianwei. Unexpectedly, Bai Muxu completely ignored Li Tianwei's various circumstances and his utterly shameless words. If it could connect with Bai Muxu, the system would have rushed over, pried open his eyes, and pointed at Li Tianwei, demanding,
"Are you blind? All manner of heretical arts, even the Tao essence he comprehends is death, resentment, killing, and evil, which I have seized the righteous path?" Alas, the system couldn't.
From the moment it bonded with Li Tianwei, it belonged to him. Its consciousness could only connect with him and assist him. As for Bai Muxu, he remained unaware that his blatant lies to Li Tianwei had been overheard by something. Without a flicker of shame or hesitation, he finished speaking and took his leave from Li Tianwei. "Very well, I shan't disturb you further. Now that you've grasped the framework of the spell, I hope you can use the immortal technique I've given you to forge your own unique magic.
Farewell, Master." Li Tianwei nodded in response and saw by Muxu off. System, it seems you've malfunctioned. Time for a thorough virus cleanup. Li Tianwei immediately addressed the system within his consciousness. The system fell silent upon hearing this. It hadn't expected by Muxu that fellow who appeared so righteous and noble to be such a shameless scoundrel. Master and disciple were cut from the same cloth. Sighing over it is useless. Fine. Wait until the spirit void sanctuary's transcendent, tribulation surpassing elder emerges. I'll see what you have to say then. The system was sulking too. Honestly, anyone who'd been getting the short end of the stick since this host took over would be driven mad by now. Jinshu Peak. Lu Muyu staggered back to his cave dwelling, his eyes vacant. He could already foresee his fate. I clearly used the soul-corrupting banner, yet that Li Tianwei survived unscathed and even counterattacked to kill Yuan Shishio. Scenes from the battle platform replayed relentlessly in Lu Muyu's mind. Now even Xiaoyi had been detained, and Yuan Shishio was effectively crippled. The thought of Baiyuan Holy Land learning this news made Lu Muyu take a deep, nervous breath. No, I must fight for it. Otherwise, the Baiyuan Holy Land will never let me off the hook. With that resolve, Lu Muyu hesitated no longer and retrieved his communication orb. Gazing at the orb before him, Lu Muyu clenched his teeth, his gaze hardening with resolve. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into the orb. Soon, ripples of spiritual energy rippled across the surface of the orb. An elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful face, radiating kindness, appeared within the orb. Elder Ding. Lu Muyu greeted him promptly. Well done, Lu Muyu. What about your intelligence? Didn't you say you'd already used the soul-tainting banner to infect that fellow with the tainted resentment energy? How could the curse fail? It's caused our white Yuan Holy Land to suffer immense losses. Ding Miaxiang's previously serene expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he glared at Lu Muyu and roared. Elder Ding, I don't know what happened either. I did send the 10,000 from the soul-tainting banner into his cave dwelling and witnessed him cultivating and absorbing the tainted with my own eyes. Lu Muyu immediately defended himself. As for Ding Miaxiang, none of these explanations registered in his ears. Enough. You know the fate of those who betray the white Yuan sacred land. Ding Miaxiang said, his eyes flashing with ferocity. No, this can't be. Elder Ding, please give me one more chance. I'll find a way to eliminate that Li Tianwei. Give me another chance, I've already figured out a solution. Lu Muyu knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. What method? Ding Miaxiang raised an eyebrow slightly at this and asked. Soon, Lu Muyu laid out his plan for him. The face that had seemed filled with ferocity regained its previous benevolent expression. Very well, very well. I'll give you this chance. You must eliminate him. Otherwise, it won't just be you, I'll wipe out your entire family and clan. Ding Miaxiang threatened. Lu Muyu nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Tianmen Peak. Some time had passed since the last battle on the combat platform. It was precisely this battle that had made Li Tianwei's name resound throughout the entire Lingxu sacred land, earning him the title of top new disciple. However, during this period, some new disciples had begun reaching the foundation establishment stage. Among them, Bong Huachen ranked second. Having achieved his breakthrough several days after the 100-day mark, it signaled a reduction in his chances of ascension. Most significantly, with Li Tianqian's own foundation establishment breakthrough, the news of a single sect producing 2 stars became the talk of the entire Lingxu sacred ground. What stirred peak, alchemy chamber. 2 stars from one sect, heavenly star Li Tianwei and earthly star Li Tianqian? Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. Within the ring, Ling Lao, upon hearing this rumor, laughed so hard he doubled over. Being a fragment of a soul, he literally somersaulted in midair. Li Tianqian had also visited the battle platform, originally intending to witness Li Tianwei's humiliation. Given his fake spiritual route, even with assistance navigating previous perils, now that he was on the battle platform, his true skill would be tested. To his surprise, Li Tianwei won, finishing the match in just a few moves. From that moment on, Li Tianqian sensed something was amiss. Initially, Li Tianwei had falsely tested as a heavenly spirit route due to the spirit stone. Later, at the Lingxu sacred ground, he received assistance to successfully ascend the heart-questioning staircase, masking himself as a heavenly spirit route. Then came his 100-day foundation establishment, followed by this battle where he crushed another prodigy who had also completed a 100-day foundation establishment. No matter how he looked at it, Li Tianqian couldn't shake the feeling that he'd stumbled into some kind of conspiracy. All signs pointed to Li Tianwei being no ordinary figure. What on earth is going on with my dear brother? Li Tianqian couldn't help but tug at his hair, tormented by the same turmoil for days on end. Master Ling, what exactly is my eldest brother's situation? Li Tianqian asked Ling Lao once more. Why dwell on what it is? Since he possesses a pseudo-spirit root, no matter what he does, it remains a pseudo-spirit root. The further he cultivates, the greater the drawbacks will become. Master Ling sighed deeply. But Li Tianqian clenched his teeth, suppressing the turmoil within him. Seeing his conflicted expression, the elder paused, as if something occurred to him. There might be another possibility. Do you recall when we joined forces to kill the disciple who tried to harm you? He carried a peculiar aura, similar to what your so-called older brother revealed during the arena duel. We could start investigating from there. Li Tianwei recalled that man. When he had killed him, he had unleashed tremendous power. Without Ling Lao's intervention, he might have been defeated. Now that he thought about it, the resemblance to Li Tianwei was undeniable. Just you wait, Li Tianwei. Seeing this, Li Tianwei began to formulate his own plans. Chapter 43, Grasping Divine Powers. After learning from Bai Muxu that his spells were flawed, Li Tianwei naturally set out to fix them. When Bai Muxu had questioned him earlier, Li Tianwei had genuinely felt a sense of familiarity from his past life, like being called on in class and instantly knowing the answer, leaving the proof of the process to others. He could only say he was too clever for his own good, born too late in life. Newton came before him, and Einstein after. Li Tianwei mused inwardly before summoning the book spirit once more. Since he intended to construct his own unique spell, the book spirit could undoubtedly offer some valuable insights. As a celestial incantation, the book spirit possessed unique insights into spells and cultivation methods. Master. Emerging from the storage ring, the book spirit cautiously peered out. After all, it had sensed a thick aura of evil just moments ago, that feeling of demonic forces descending upon the world, reminiscent of the days tens of thousands of years ago when it fought alongside the celestial origin immortal against the demonic hordes. But upon seeing Li Tianwei, the book spirit fell silent. As an immortal technique created by an immortal, it possessed limited power, yet Bai Muxu's concealment techniques and the divine concealment and calming breath method could not deceive it. How is this possible? You've attained enlightenment again? How did you gain 2 more Dao intentions? Sensing the 4 Dao intentions emanating from Li Tianwei, the book spirit was utterly bewildered. It clearly remembered that even the celestial origin immortal had only achieved this upon ascending to immortality, otherwise, he wouldn't have created the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. Now Li Tianwei had grasped for. With just 1 more, he would match the heavenly source immortal sovereign. In that moment, the book spirit began to doubt its previous understanding of Li Tianwei. Could he truly possess a 5-colored heavenly spirit root? Recalling how Li Tianwei had once revealed his own dim, modeled spirit root. Li Tianwei, however, remained unfazed by the book spirit's astonishment. Wasn't it perfectly normal for others to possess 5 intentions while he possessed 3,000? Differences existed between people, just as they did within himself. Unfortunately, Li Tianwei had rarely encountered anyone who could recognize his genius. But that was fine. Li Tianwei felt it was enough that he knew. He wasn't going to go around broadcasting it. As for the system, he was already rolling his eyes inwardly. Book Spirit, explain to me the structural framework of the spells within your immortal techniques. Li Tianwei summoned the Book Spirit and asked directly. Ah! The Book Spirit had only just recovered from the shock of Li Tianwei comprehending 4 Dao intentions. The framework of spells? In the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, the heavenly source immortal sovereign built it upon his 5 intentions constructed from the source of those 5 intentions. If you wish to create spells suited to you, it would be best to construct them based on the Dao intent you've comprehended. The Book Spirit explained the situation. I wonder what Dao intent you have grasped, Master. Given the divine talent Li Tianwei had just displayed, the Book Spirit no longer held any of its previous disdain for him. Instead, it began to flatter him. Death, resentment, killing, evil. Li Tianwei casually articulated the Taoist principles he had grasped. What? The Book Spirit froze upon hearing these Taoist principles, utterly incredulous, as if his ears had deceived him. Is there a problem? Li Tianwei naturally picked up on the Book Spirit's tone. And no problem at all. Hearing this, the Book Spirit grew visibly flustered. Anyone encountering an immortal cultivator who had grasped such a twisted and obscure Tao principle would likely react the same way. But Master, if you're going to construct it, you must pay attention to the countering relationships between spells. That's crucial. The spirit had completely stripped away its own emotions, death, resentment, wickedness, none of it mattered anymore. It had no choice, especially since Li Tianwei seemed utterly oblivious to the problem. After speaking, the spirit cautiously sensed Li Tianwei's facial expression, finding him utterly calm. The spirit knew its warnings were likely futile. Recalling Li Tianwei's previous cultivation methods, it was clear he wasn't acting like a normal person. As for Li Tianwei, he had already grasped the essence. The framework of spells or the structure of techniques no longer mattered. Constructing spells based on the Tao's intent felt too narrow-minded to Li Tianwei, too small scale. Now that I possess divine abilities, I shall begin by harnessing them. With that thought, Li Tianwei immediately commanded the Book Spirit. Introduce me to the various spells contained within the immortal manual. He then retrieved the comprehensive outline of spells given to him by Bai Muxu. Yes, understood, Master. The Book Spirit responded promptly. Imprisoning heaven? Let me see the divine abilities I've discovered within the cosmos. With that thought, Li Tianwei crossed his legs and sat down, focusing his consciousness on the divine abilities deep within his mind.
The instant he touched prison of heaven, everything concerning this divine power flooded into his consciousness. A vast flood of information poured in, far exceeding anything from the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique or other miscellaneous knowledge. As its name implied, prison of heaven possessed the power to imprison the heavens. This divine power, once unleashed, could instantly suppress and seal off an entire region. With the might to crush the heavens and earth, it could obliterate an entire area. Its power could obliterate living beings or any existence one wished to destroy, revealing the sheer might of this technique. However, Li Tianwei was currently only at the foundation establishment stage. To fully harness its potential, one would need to become an immortal. Of course, in Li Tianwei's view, this limitation did not hold him back. First, he possesses the sacrificial Tao immortal body, enabling him to unleash various secret techniques that explosively boost his cultivation. Second, by connecting heaven and earth through the curse of resentment, he can unleash hundreds of times his normal power. Combined, these techniques clearly surpass the capabilities of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Since the heaven-imprisoning divine power already knew everything about him, Li Tianwei only needed to build upon this understanding. Imprison heaven? Ha ha, I've got it. Overwhelm with the might of heaven and earth, then seal it off? In an instant, Li Tianwei found his direction. He immediately began flipping through the compendium of spells while listening to the book Spirit explain the various techniques within the 5 intentions condensing heaven art. This multitasking came effortlessly to Li Tianwei. He recalled how, before exams, he'd study Chinese and math simultaneously, mastering the material in just an hour before acing the test. This was child's play. Meanwhile, the book Spirit watched Li Tianwei study intently, scribbling notes and diagrams in the book. The Spirit's attention drifted toward the scribbles on the pages. Seeing this, it paused in surprise. Dense clusters of numbers and all manner of bizarre spells, yes, truly bizarre spells. Things like the Wrathful Spirit technique, Gathering Resentment art, Supreme Yin-Yang method, Solidifying Essence art. Among them, the book Spirit even spotted several dual cultivation methods. What's more, amidst those intensely toxic and Yin-dominated spells, several righteous techniques for suppressing demons and exorcising evil had been added. It was bizarre to the extreme. The Spirit found it hard to imagine how such a collection of spells could ever be constructed. Seeing this, the book Spirit realized Li Tianwei hadn't taken its earlier explanation of the countering relationships seriously. Chapter 44, Heavenly Annihilation in Evil, the Banquet of Hongmen. As for Li Tianwei's own thoughts, they were equally profound. He intended to use the divine prison technique as his foundation, constructing spells uniquely suited to himself. Tao intent, the sacrificial Tao immortal body, every conceivable element Li Tianwei could envision was incorporated. As for countering relationships? Trivial matters. Others always blamed the path for being uneven when they failed. Li Tianwei knew he wouldn't make that mistake. Time ticked by second. Li Tianwei continuously channeled the heaven-imprisoning divine power, circulating various spells and weaving them into the Tao intent. At its core, he anchored it in the resentment of heaven and earth. When unleashed, this spell would trigger a colossal eruption of that resentment, amplified by the intent of heaven's prison. At that moment, the resentment would surge skyward, sealing off the entire region and crushing everything beneath its weight. Li Tianwei named this spell Heaven's Severance in Sha. By unleashing the supreme secret technique through his immortal sacrificial body, and connecting with the resentment energy of heaven and earth, he transformed the entire area into dense yin through a fission-like process. This could suppress the source and annihilate everything. Upon completing its construction, Li Tianwei abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, he chanted the resentment-binding incantation. His aura transformed, a surge of yin-severing power erupted, and the surrounding world plunged into darkness. Simultaneously, countless shadowy souls, malevolent spirits, and malevolent energies howled forth, bursting forth in beams of yin shadow malevolence. Li Tianwei sensed that with a single thought, these yin energies would obey his command as readily as an extension of his own arm. As for their power, even a single thread of this yin-shattering force possessed the same destructive might as the explosion he had unleashed on the battle platform earlier. Very good. Observing the surrounding malevolent energies, Li Tianwei drew them back into his body, allowing them to temper his flesh. Death, kill. Feeling the yin shadow energy within his body, Li Tianwei ignored the incessant whispers echoing in his ears. The book Spirit watched the heaven-shattering yin evil that had just enveloped the entire cave dwelling, its heart growing icy cold. It felt as though the entire world was crushing down upon it, as if Li Tianwei could annihilate it at any moment if he so desired. It's done. I have my own spell now. 3000 condensing heavenly intent, unleashing the curse of resentment, heaven severing yin sha, imprisoning heaven the 4 great Tao intentions. Li Tianwei catalogued his abilities and trump cards, fully aware of who his enemy was. Demons from beyond the heavens. It's time to meet them. Li Tianwei thought. Simultaneously, the strange pull he had sensed on the battle platform surfaced in his mind, that force drawing upon his death intent and resentment. If I'm not mistaken, they are the demons. You won't even need to seek them out. Those demons should be coming for you soon enough. At that moment, the system, silent for so long, spoke. Ha!
Li Tianwei looked utterly perplexed at the system's words. He hadn't even sought them out, yet here they were, coming to him. Why? Li Tianwei couldn't help but ask. It's simple. They want to possess your body. To these demons, the resentment within you is overwhelming. They perceive your spiritual core as unstable, easy to infiltrate and control. Coupled with your status and innate talent, you would undoubtedly serve as a valuable pawn should they ever stir up chaos. The system replied slowly. But the moment the system finished speaking, Li Tianwei's expression had already changed, growing exceptionally cold and grim. What do they take me for? Unsteady in faith, heavy with resentment, a soft target, easy to control? Hearing the system's words, Li Tianwei erupted in fury. He never imagined he would be so utterly underestimated that they would dismiss him as someone whose Tao heart was unstable. Did he not know his own stability? Finally, seeing Li Tianwei's furious expression, the system was utterly speechless, tempted to ask if his focus was misplaced. The system was thoroughly exasperated with Li Tianwei, though it did harbor some genuine apprehension that his Tao heart might indeed be unstable and his resolve weak. Yet upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. This man was utterly convinced of his own extraordinary innate talent, his innate celestial spirit root so firmly rooted within him. How could he possibly be swayed by the influence of those demonic beings from beyond the heavens? The system was eager to see if those celestial demons truly possessed the power to sway Li Tianwei. Then let them come to me. Li Tianwei crossed his legs and settled into meditation, intending to focus on cultivating his cultivation first. Meanwhile, on another front, Lu Muyu had been granted an opportunity to atone for his transgressions by the White Yuan sacred ground. Naturally, he wouldn't let it slip away. To get Li Tianwei down the mountain, Lu Muyu began spearheading visits to new disciples across all sects within the Lingxu sacred grounds. The pretext was even simpler. He presented the appearance of celebrating a victory over the Baiyuan sacred ground for the sake of the new disciples. Behind the scenes, however, Lu Muyu had already made thorough preparations. Once Li Tianwei descended the mountain, Bai Musu, with his golden core cultivation and other means, could easily handle him. Lu Muyu certainly had the credentials. As a true disciple of Jinju Peak, he might not be able to fight across cultivation tiers, but he was among the top in the golden core realm. Leveraging his status as a true disciple of Jinju Peak to lavishly invite the new disciples, coupled with his slight connection to Tianmen Peak, he could still bring Li Tianwei down. Thus, even before Li Tianwei had agreed, Lu Muyu's grand banquet for welcoming new disciples had already commenced. When invitations reached certain individuals, the disciples who glanced at them all wore pensive expressions. What followed was peculiar. Disciples who had previously had no social interaction began exchanging knowing nods. Had anyone taken the trouble to investigate, they might have noticed something slightly different about these disciples. It seemed as though an inexplicable connection bound them. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Muxa Peak, Li Tianchen studied the invitation delivered by Lu Muyu, his brow furrowing slightly. The true disciples of Muxu Peak? This has never happened before. Is this aimed at Li Tianwei? Suddenly, Li Tianchen seemed to recall something. Perhaps I should attend. It's been quite some time since I last saw this elder brother. Li Tianchen smiled faintly. Tianmen Peak. Li Tianwei waited in his cave dwelling for the so-called demonic forces to arrive, preparing to unleash a major assault upon them. But after waiting anxiously for days, not only was there not a single sign of them, the calm was almost eerie. Just as Li Tianwei began to suspect the system might be malfunctioning again, a few menial disciples responsible for odd jobs at Tianmen Peak delivered an invitation. Who the hell is Lu Muyu? Li Tianwei immediately opened it and scanned the contents. So it's that disciple my cheap master never accepted. What's he up to now? The contents stated that a victory banquet was being hosted specifically for him to celebrate his triumph at the Baiyuan sacred grounds. The rest of the letter was filled with expressions of deep respect for Li Tianwei and regret for not having become a disciple of Bai Musu. Lu Muyu had his reasons for writing so much. After all, the two had little interaction. Yet within the Lingxu sacred ground, Lu Muyu saw Li Tianwei as holding a significant advantage over others he had been taught by Bai Musu. Leveraging this point, Lu Muyu was certain Li Tianwei would attend no underhanded schemes were necessary. At least in Lu Muyu's view, any reasonable person would agree after all, this title was coveted by so many. Yet upon seeing it, Li Tianwei's first impulse was to discard it. A victory banquet held for him? Li Tianwei couldn't care less. Socializing was just too exhausting. What was there to celebrate about defeating a trash like Yuan Shixiao? The instant he tossed it aside, Li Tianwei recalled the system's warning. The demonic forces were moving against him. This can't be a trap, can it? Chapter 45, Remembering the Past, The 12 Generals. Li Tianwei immediately grasped this possibility. His interest in science and such stemmed purely from curiosity. But history and politics? That was his domain. Remember when he devoured the 24 histories at 6? Who cares if it was billions of characters, he finished it. From that age onward, Li Tianwei harbored ambitions to unify Central Plains. Alas, he was born too late.
Still, that didn't stop him from recruiting the 12 great generals to vie for dominance in Central Plains until their parents scolded them soundly, extinguishing any such ambitions. Li Tianwei, however, saw no issue. After all, conquering the Central Plains had already been done by others. As the protagonist, he naturally sought to accomplish what no one before him had. Unfortunately, that goal remained unfulfilled. This shows how history and politics fuel ambition. Having read all 24 histories, Li Tianwei could still discern meaning in the simple words of this invitation. The term Hongmen banquet seemed innocuous enough, yet how many had fallen victim to this seemingly foolproof tactic? Take Liu Bang, the very architect of the Hongmen banquet, who founded a dynasty despite having the historical precedent of the Hongmen banquet as a cautionary tale. Yet Han Xin met his end precisely this way, summoned to court and executed outright. The same fate befell He Jin and Dongzhuo in the late Han dynasty. It appeared to be an invitation to dine or a meeting. Could one guard against it for a moment, let alone a lifetime? One might say all schemes and intrigues are futile. This method is brutally simple, leveraging the former master-disciple bond with Bai Musu, then enticing with the sacred land's name. To Li Tianwei, this seemingly simple invitation contained the demonic entity's profound understanding of human nature and its mastery of political maneuvering. These celestial demons are far more complex than I anticipated. To resort to tactics like inviting someone to dinner, that's truly shrewd. At that moment, Li Tianwei's young mind was unusually sharp. Gaining benefits for no reason, letting you make a name for yourself, though it still appeared to be within the Lingxu Holy Land. If it were truly safe, the system wouldn't have warned that the Lingxu Holy Land had been infiltrated by the demonic beings from beyond the heavens like a sieve. If it were me, I'd do the same. Li Tianwei picked up the invitation again and pondered. But for this so-called banquet of treachery, there was one crucial prerequisite: the host must be willing to strike. If they didn't get bogged down in trivialities, the plan was already halfway done. Take Xiangyu, for instance. Then there's the case where the invitee lacks sufficient strength, and the host possesses absolute power to suppress them. Thus, the matter is settled. Both scenarios demanded absolute decisiveness and formidable strength. As for breaking the deadlock, the solution was simple: crush them with overwhelming force. Then the so-called banquet would become a laughingstock, and you could even use it to test their true colors. On this matter, Li Tianwei remained supremely confident. Indeed, he always had confidence in himself. As the protagonist, the Hongmen banquet merely served as a backdrop. At this moment, the system in Li Tianwei's consciousness was pleasantly surprised by his rare display of intelligence. Based on its data analysis, this sudden invitation was undoubtedly problematic. Upon hearing Li Tianwei's inner thoughts and confirming its assessment, the system breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that Li Tianwei had, for once, shown rare insight. But before it could finish marveling, Li Tianwei turned away nonchalantly, still convinced he was the protagonist and the banquet merely a backdrop. Host. Demonic forces aren't as easy to deal with as you imagine. I advise you to speak with your master. Seeing this, the system immediately offered its counsel. But internally, the system had already calculated its move. If its assessment held true, any demonic forces targeting Li Tianwei would likely deploy no more than nascent soul cultivators, more than sufficient to overwhelm him. The system possessed the power to protect Li Tianwei. Clearly, this crisis presented the perfect opportunity for the system to showcase its value. What consolation! The system couldn't wait for Li Tianwei to go. Then, when despair gripped him, it could step in to save him. Wouldn't that make Li Tianwei acutely aware of his own inadequacy? It was a 2-for-1 deal. One reckless move was all it took. Afterward, it only needed to be cautious, prudent, and steadily enhance the host's strength while extracting merit from this world. A splendid future seemed within reach. Especially at the thought of Li Tianwei, that arrogant man, submitting to its control, the system felt all the pent-up frustration since binding him finally release. So you're saying I'm useless? Hearing the system's consolation, Li Tianwei sensed something was off. But due to his nature, he didn't voice it, instead demanding a response. Impossible. You are the host I selected. Still lost in thought, the system instinctively replied. The moment the words left its mouth, it sensed something was amiss. You're dead wrong, you know. Li Tianwei's eyes widened at this. After all, the system that had constantly opposed him and claimed he lacked aptitude was finally agreeing with him for the first time. Hearing Li Tianwei's words, the system realized it had fallen into a trap. No, I just wanted to knock your confidence down a notch. After all, this time could be fraught with danger, and you'll need me then. And so, the system shifted its tactics. As soon as the words fell, Li Tianwei smiled faintly. Trying to trick me? I've got you blocked. Li Tianwei immediately blocked the system once more. He had also sensed something off about the system. The reason was likely that participating might indeed be dangerous, though only in the system's perception. Li Tianwei understood this thing was likely trying to establish authority through this. As for the system's behavior, Li Tianwei understood. After all, its host was too exceptional, making the system seem utterly incompetent. Of course, he wouldn't say much about this rebellious act. Li Tianwei admitted that if he were the system and encountered such a perfect host, he too would feel utterly useless and strive to prove himself.
But there were no what-ifs in this world, nor could there ever be. So what? It didn't matter, it only made him seem more powerful and the system useless. Li Tianwei's thoughts streamed unceasingly into the system's ears, but since he had blocked it out, the system could only rage impotently. Hashtag. Still, I must attend this banquet. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will win every battle. After making his decision, Li Tianwei entered seclusion to cultivate, determined to push his cultivation further during this period. Come on. Secret technique of explosive power, let me see where the limits of the immortal sacrificial body lie. Li Tianwei immediately activated all the explosive techniques he had previously learned for temporarily boosting his cultivation. With the immortal sacrificial body protecting him, he had no fear of the damage these techniques might inflict. Instead, they allowed him to peer into higher realms without harming his foundational cultivation. Soon, Li Tianwei's cultivation, originally at the early foundation establishment stage, rapidly surged upward. It reached the mid-stage, then the late stage. Immediately after, a thunderous roar echoed in Li Tianwei's ears. Crack! Li Tianwei witnessed a qualitative transformation in his spiritual energy. The previously gaseous essence condensed into a liquid state, coalescing into a spherical that radiated an eerie aura. This was the pseudo-Dan realm, driven by secret techniques to elevate him to the golden core stage. Chapter 46, This one is a traitor. This accumulation of various secret techniques enough to drain a foundation establishment cultivator countless times over was, for Li Tianwei, an opportunity to savor and understand. Is this the power of the golden core stage? Maintaining this state, Li Tianwei began his cultivation. In his eyes, the cultivation level gained through secret techniques was always false. Only his own genuine strength was real, otherwise, it would be like a mirage. Empowered by the enhanced techniques and sensing higher level energies, Li Tianwei activated the fission Shi drawing method. The power of the golden core realm felt distinctly different from the foundation establishment stage. At the very least, under this intense enhancement, the pseudo-Dan within his body granted him greater control over spiritual energy. Of course, the golden core realm did nothing to alter the dull, lifeless nature of Li Tianwei's pseudo-spiritual root. Yet, it was precisely this pseudo-spiritual root that allowed him to perceive the myriad forms of spiritual energy within the heavens and earth. The 5 elements spiritual energy, along with other mixed attributes of spiritual energy. Li Tianwei directly triggered the fission collision, causing a surging torrent of spiritual energy to rush in. A sharp pain shot through his body, but Li Tianwei ignored it. Cultivation was inherently tedious and monotonous, often intertwined with pain. This was perfectly normal. Thus, Li Tianwei persevered in this state. It could be said that the current Li Tianwei was using a foundation establishment stage physical body to contain the liquid spiritual energy of the golden core realm. Boom! As the spiritual energy surged, Li Tianwei's immense absorption capacity drew the spiritual energy of Tianmen Peak directly toward him. Bai Musu, who had been cultivating nearby, sensed this change and abruptly opened his eyes. Feeling the commotion transmitted by the spiritual energy, he instantly realized Li Tianwei was cultivating. Making such a commotion again truly worthy of being my disciple. Bai Muxu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He promptly chose to leave, unwilling to compete with Li Tianwei for the spiritual energy. Had Bai Muxu truly intended to investigate, he likely wouldn't have remained so composed upon learning of Li Tianwei's actions. The unusual phenomenon of spiritual energy surging toward Li Tianwei's cave residence from Tianmen Peak persisted for several days. Inside his cave residence, Li Tianwei slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, not far from the late stage. Why is it slower than I anticipated? Could it be because my foundational cultivation is too solid? Feeling that his cultivation advancement was less than anticipated, Li Tianwei harbored some doubts. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness, aware of his thoughts, could only respond. This is how pseudo-spiritual roots function. Due to their inability to fully harness spiritual energy, even when absorbing it, some inevitably leaks out. The reason Li Tianwei could advance so rapidly in such a short time was because his cultivation methods were utterly abnormal. Any other foundation establishment cultivator would have exploded from absorbing such a massive influx of spiritual energy long ago. Such a torrent of spiritual energy entering Li Tianwei's body could only elevate him to the mid-stage of foundation establishment at most. After all, his spiritual roots were too impure, requiring supplementation of all attributes to advance. Li Tianwei remained unaware of this underlying reason, instead attributing his progress to his innate spiritual root and his foundational cultivation base. Otherwise, the foundation establishment stage barely managing to advance a minor realm by accommodating golden core power would be rather lackluster. Of course, with a pseudo-spiritual root, it might take over 100 years to break through, but there were no ifs, since pseudo-spiritual roots were fundamentally incapable of establishing a foundation. As for why Li Tianwei managed to establish his foundation? Lingxu Peak, I'm coming for your banquet of treachery. With his cultivation enhanced, Li Tianwei hadn't forgotten his purpose. He had hoped to shock everyone by advancing directly to the golden core realm within days, but he had severely underestimated his own aptitude and foundation. Even after consuming such vast amounts of spiritual energy, he still fell short. I'm still too powerful. With that thought, Li Tianwei activated his aerial flight technique and headed toward Jinshu Peak. Since arriving at the Lingxu sacred ground, Li Tianwei had only ventured down the mountain twice and remained unfamiliar with its 12 peaks. But still, Li Tianwei managed to find Jinju Peak. After all, within the entire Lingxu sacred ground, only Jinhu Peak bore the two massive characters Jinhu carved into its mountain face. It was the most conspicuous peak in the entire sacred ground, its signboard unmistakable. Seeing this, Li Tianwei mused whether he should learn the same skill. Perhaps he could use his own power to carve the character's heavenly gate onto Tianmen Peak. That would make it look more imposing and not lose out to Jinhu Peak. Something to consider later. Consider it. With this thought, Li Tianwei activated his aerial flight technique and headed straight for Jinyu Peak. Just as Li Tianwei departed Tianmen Peak, Lu Muyu received word of his descent. She immediately began making arrangements. At that moment, within the grand hall of Jinyu Peak, numerous new disciples had gathered together. As this was a scheme Lu Muyu had devised to deal with Li Tianwei, he had spared no effort in its preparation. The entire hall was filled with tables laden with spiritual fruits, spiritual beasts, and spiritual wine, all provided in abundance. To top it off, Lu Muyu had even invited renowned cultivators from the Qingchang sect to perform the immortal dance. Regardless of anything else, the new disciples who had just joined the Lingxu Holy Land were utterly astonished by Lu Muyu's extravagance. The spiritual fruits and beasts on the tables represented rewards that would require completing countless quests to obtain. The grand display, the dance troupe, and the numerous disciples gathered to celebrate Li Tianwei's fame in Lu Muyu's eyes, it was all sufficient. At that moment, Lu Muyu failed to notice that the new disciples, along with other familiar faces from various peaks, were silently communicating with each other through glances as they moved about the grand hall. Such unusual circumstances went entirely unnoticed by everyone except Li Tianchen, who remained buried in his work on the other side. Senior Ling, this banquet feels off somehow. Noticing the peculiar behavior of some disciples in the hall, Li Tianchen instinctively reached for the ring on his finger. Those people all carry a similar aura to the one who attacked you before. And there are many of them. But Lu Muyu doesn't carry that aura. It's rather peculiar. Noticing the unusual atmosphere in the hall, Elder Ling also transmitted his voice to Li Tianchen. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Li Tianchen felt a deep unease welling up inside him, regretting his rash decision to come here. Just as he pondered this, a figure soared through the air outside the hall, landing steadily on the ground. Hands clasped behind his back, his slightly raised head carried a hint of haughty arrogance. Upon seeing him, Li Tianchen clenched his fists. Li Tianwei. After landing, Li Tianwei felt countless gazes from the hall upon him, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, some with respect, and many more carrying inexplicable undertones. That aura. Having grasped the three great Tao essences of death, resentment, and evil, Li Tianwei instantly sensed the various prominent auras within the hall: chilling, violent, and wicked. Li Tianwei glanced around. Half the people in the entire hall were. At that moment, Lu Muyu, spotting Li Tianwei's arrival, promptly stepped before him. Ha ha ha! The banquet has been arranged especially for you, junior brother Li. Take your seat at the head of the table, you are the star of this victory feast. Lu Muyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled, giving him a distinctly cunning look. Upon seeing him, Li Tianwei could almost certainly deduce that this was the Lu Muyu who had delivered his invitation. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, Li Tianwei was surprised to find this fellow carried none of the aura of a demonic cultivator. He seemed perfectly normal. A traitor. Having failed to become a demonic cultivator yet still serving them, Li Tianwei had already labeled Lu Muyu. Chapter 47, Two Great Nascent Souls. Mid-foundation establishment? Lu Muyu now sensed Li Tianwei's cultivation level as well. His brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of envy slipped through his expression. How long had it been since he first established his foundation? Barely 100 days. To break through again so swiftly, was this the power of a heavenly spirit root combined with an unparalleled Tao foundation? Having once been initiated into Tianmen Peak and trained for a period within the White Veil Void, Lu Muyu had also mastered the basics of the Heavenly Source Tao Foundation technique, experiencing its formidable power firsthand. His own breakthrough to the Golden Core realm within decades had relied on this very Tao Foundation technique. Lu Muyu deeply regretted failing to achieve the 100-day foundation establishment back then. Yet Li Tianwei before him had accomplished what he had failed to achieve. In the future, Li Tianwei would surely surpass him. At this thought, jealousy, anger, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Moreover, because of Li Tianwei, his identity as an undercover agent might be exposed. When that happened, the pursuit of the two great sacred lands would await him. Therefore, Li Tianwei, you must die. Lu Muyu thought to himself. Just as his murderous intent flared, Li Tianwei's lips curled into a faint smile. Having grasped the way of killing, Li Tianwei naturally sensed Lu Muyu's emotional shift. But the situation wasn't looking good. Lu Muyu was merely a minor pawn. The truly terrifying threat lay in the demonic beings from beyond the heavens lurking behind him. Li Tianwei scanned the grand hall. With his eyes alone, he couldn't distinguish those figures as demons. Yet, having grasped the Tao intentions of death and resentment from the filthy, resentful energies, he could still sense the aura of these demons. The current situation was that the demons believed themselves hidden in the shadows, while Li Tianwei stood in the light. The reality was that Li Tianwei had already detected their presence. Therefore, the roles of offense and defense had shifted. Fellow disciples, this is Brother Li Tianwei, who defeated the disciple from the Lingxu Holy Land on the combat platform. This banquet is held in celebration of his victory. With Li Tianwei now present, Lu Muyu began executing his plan, instantly amplifying his voice with spiritual energy. Soon, at Lu Muyu's words, the numerous disciples in the grand hall turned their heads one after another, their gazes all landing on Li Tianwei. Respect, excitement, and fervor filled the air. It must be said that Lu Muyu was quite skilled at stirring emotions. Junior Brother Li, please take your seat. Lu Muyu led the way forward. Simultaneously, on the other side, several women dressed in rainbow-colored robes with wide sleeves arrived at the center of the hall and began to dance gracefully. Musicians were also positioned nearby. Such elaborate preparations revealed the considerable effort Lu Muyu had invested in this gathering. Li Tianwei felt the same way. If not for sensing the thick aura of malevolence and resentment emanating from these people, he might have believed Lu Muyu was genuinely hosting this gathering to befriend him. Alas, it was not so. Soon, Li Tianwei took his seat at the head of the table. Secretly, he was gathering his strength. Since he had come, he intended to take them all down at once. Meanwhile, Lu Muyu busied himself introducing Li Tianwei to various delicacies, recounting his memories of joining by Musu's sect at Tianmen Peak. To Li Tianwei, it seemed rather amusing. What memories could one possibly have from 100 days of foundation establishment cultivation? It was nothing but cultivation and the path to cultivation. Meanwhile, in the main hall below, disciples had long since begun feasting on spirit wine and divine fruits after Lu Muyu's words, creating an atmosphere of pure celebration. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Tianxian's heart was filled with a deep, gnawing unease, constantly warning him that he must leave this place or face certain death. At this moment, Li Tianxian had no desire left to uncover Li Tianwei's secrets, he just wanted to get away immediately. The celebrating disciples nearby remained oblivious, unaware that their once familiar friends and fellow disciples were quietly gathering together. Lu Muyu, the host of this grand banquet, was also waiting for the moment to eliminate Li Tianwei, completely unaware that the feast he had organized seemed to be becoming a wedding gown for certain entities. Junior Brother Li, look at this. As Lu Muyu continued speaking, two figures suddenly appeared before the hall's entrance. With their arrival, the entire hall fell silent. All eyes in the hall instantly turned to them. The deep purple robes of elders revealed them to be two elders from the Lingxu Holy Land. However, the jade tokens at their waists indicated they were not elders from the inner sect's various peaks, but rather elders from the outer sect. Though both were elders of the Lingxu Holy Land, there was a vast disparity between inner and outer sect elders. Inner sect elders at the Nascent Soul stage were mostly at the peak level, with opportunities to even reach beyond the transformation of spirit stage. Outer sect elders, though they had advanced to the Nascent Soul stage, were often limited by their innate talent and could not progress further, even if they spent their entire lifespan attempting to do so. Nevertheless, they were elders. Upon seeing the two elders arrive, many disciples rose to greet them respectfully. Lu Muyu did the same, showing respect for the powerful. In truth, Lu Muyu found it somewhat peculiar. He didn't recognize these two elders at all, and this banquet was held for Li Tianwei, essentially a gathering for disciples of the same generation. Many true disciples and direct disciples of Lingxu Holy Land hosted such gatherings to seek future followers. Typically, elders were immersed in cultivation and rarely involved themselves in such affairs. Their presence here now was somewhat unexpected to Lu Muyu. Junior Brother Li, two elders have arrived. I should go receive them. Lu Muyu said, rising to leave. Li Tianwei's lack of response stirred a flicker of irritation within Lu Muyu, though he quickly suppressed it. As for Li Tianwei, he was currently hearing the system's frantic voice echoing within his consciousness. Bad news, host. Leave immediately. Those demonic cultists have actually dispatched 2 nascent soul cultivators to capture you. The system immediately shouted at Li Tianwei upon sensing the two figures appearing in the main hall. The situation had now exceeded the system's capabilities. The trump card it had arranged for Li Tianwei could only handle 1 nascent soul cultivator, yet now 2 had appeared. The system had no confidence in resolving this situation. As for Li Tianwei being able to handle 2 nascent soul cultivators, that was utterly impossible. The reason pseudo-spiritual roots were called pseudo-spiritual roots was not only because they were difficult to cultivate, but also because their ability to manipulate elemental spiritual energy was vastly inferior to that of superior spiritual roots. Although Li Tianwei had now grasped quite a few Tao intentions, cultivated the sacrificial Tao immortal body, and possessed various other skills and techniques, Li Tianwei had indeed performed admirably. However, in the system's assessment, while he could handle cross-tier battles against Golden Core cultivators, facing nascent soul cultivators was an entirely different matter, one that would lead to certain death. Hearing this, Li Tianwei turned his gaze toward the 2 figures in the main hall. Strangely, this time he detected no trace of demonic aura emanating from them. Clearly, this was due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels. Just as Lu Muyu rose to his feet, the disciples who had suddenly gathered in the hall sprang into action. Boom! Evidently, these demonic forces had prepared everything long ago, utterly unconcerned whether they were within the Lingxu sacred grounds or not. Chapter 48. Are you kidding me? The target is a fake spiritual root. As the strange disciples gathered in the hall, after that thunderous roar, the entire hall plunged into darkness. The spiritual energy within seemed to be sucked dry, replaced by a suffocating aura of sorrow and death. The once grand hall transformed, seemingly cut off from the outside world. The sudden change stunned the disciples who had been celebrating moments before. Lu Muyu, who had been walking toward the entrance to greet the two elders, froze in his tracks, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, as the disciples' suddenly surging power erupted and dissipated, Li Tianwei, prompted by Ling Lao within his ring, had already hidden himself. This is bad. I know what those things are now. Demons from beyond the heavens. Ling Lao sensed the situation outside through the ring, his tone growing grave. Gone was his usual lazy, leisurely demeanor. One could even feel his tension and unease. What are celestial demons? Sensing the elder spirit's emotions, Li Tianwei seemed to grasp the origin of the primal fear he had instinctively sensed earlier. I encountered them in an ancient immortal tomb tens of thousands of years ago. Records within described beings existing tens of thousands of years ago, no, likely even earlier. In the era of the tomb's owner, immortals roamed our world as freely as cultivators at the Nascent Soul stage. But one day, strange beings descended from beyond the heavens. They could invade and corrupt the world's laws. Later, they even developed the ability to enter others' bodies through formless, malevolent energies, controlling cultivators, even immortals. Thus, a great upheaval erupted, instigated by these demonic beings. From that point onward, the era of immortals fell into ruin, and the world knew no immortals anymore. Ling Lao shared all the information he possessed. I never imagined these demonic beings still existed today. After hearing Ling Lao's words, Li Tian held his breath, fearing the terrifying beings outside might detect him. I never imagined my so-called older brother had been usurped by another. No wonder that fake spiritual root could manifest such extraordinary talent. In that moment, everything that had happened to Li Tianwei made perfect sense to Li Tianchen, and he felt somewhat relieved. Unfortunately, given the current perilous situation, Li Tianchen could only wait for an opportunity to leave. Through the sensations of the foul resentment energy, Li Tianchen understood that their willingness to act meant these demonic beings from beyond the heavens had already severed all contact with the outside world. Seated above, Li Tianwei observed the demons below erupting with foul resentment, the shifting dynamics within the grand hall, and the complete isolation from the outside world. Most crucially, two elders at the Nascent Soul stage were present. This turn of events had caught even Li Tianwei off guard. Compared to Li Tianwei and Li Tianchen, who understood the situation, the other disciples in the hall were utterly bewildered. Yang Shucheng, what's going on? What are you doing? Why did it suddenly get so dark? This aura feels so eerie. I can't circulate my spiritual energy. Ding Wanyu, what are you doing? Don't come over here. You're not him. Who are you? Senior brother Lu, save me. Elders, save us. Panic and fear echoed relentlessly throughout the grand hall. Yet under the pressure of those possessed by celestial demons, these people began to retreat. Some, upon the demon's approach, shuddered violently, their eyes fluttering open once more. Their gazes turned utterly cold, eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. Amidst these strange transformations, the atmosphere itself shifted. As for Lu Muyu, he was utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place, seemingly unable to comprehend what was unfolding. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, he never imagined that the trap he had set for Li Tianwei would instead become the perfect disguise for these unknown entities. Damn it! Fury blazed in Lu Muyu's eyes. He couldn't spare a thought for attacking Li Tianwei now. He almost wished Li Tianwei were stronger, perhaps then the two of them could escape these creatures and save their own lives. Sizzle! At that moment, the two Nascent Soul elders who had appeared at the hall's entrance had long since lost their former rationality. Their pupils were no longer a mix of black and white, only pure darkness remained. Under their manipulation, a Dharma image was materializing behind them. Unlike the radiant righteousness and profound elegance of other Nascent Soul cultivators' Dharma images, these two emanated nothing but sheer malevolence. The emerging Dharma image was grotesquely deformed, as if several beings had fused together. Its twisted flesh seemed to contain multiple mutated faces, snarling and screaming within. A terrifying malevolence surged forth, a wave of foul resentment crashing toward them. Lu Muyu, a formidable practitioner at the Golden Core stage, reacted instantly, sealing a spell with his hands. He even ignited the liquid spiritual energy within his Golden Core, causing it to erupt violently. Sharp metal chi. A streak of light sliced through the sky, golden sharp metal cleaving the heavens. Its edge was fully revealed. Amidst the sudden shift, Lu Muyu engaged the two Nascent Soul elders in combat. Meanwhile, Li Tianchen continued surveying his surroundings, searching for a way out. However, witnessing Lu Muyu engage the celestial fiends stirred his excitement.
In his mind, these celestial fiends had come specifically for Lu Muyu.
Senior brother Lu, you're too powerful.
Currently being forced back by other fiends, suffering heavy casualties, he immediately rushed over upon witnessing Lu Muyu unleash his power, hoping for Lu Muyu's protection.
Unfortunately, Lu Muyu faced two nascent soul elders, both enhanced by the celestial fiends.
Though Lu Muyu possessed a high-grade spiritual root, his golden spiritual root granted him offensive power far surpassing other types of spiritual roots. At the very least, it made him exceptionally powerful within the golden core realm.
Yet against the divine forms of nascent soul cultivators, it was laughable. Boom!
In an instant, Lu Muyu was sent flying backward, clutching his chest as if on the verge of death. Those who had gathered around Lu Muyu, hoping to resolve their own predicaments, began to scatter.
At that moment, utter despair and resentment enveloped the entire hall.
As for the two nascent soul elders, after summoning the Dharma forms behind them, these colossal manifestations radiated terrifying pressure, standing tall on either side of the hall. The entire hall was now firmly under the control of these celestial demons.
We're done for, finished. What should I do? I haven't attained immortality yet. I can't die. Li Tianwei frantically searched for an escape route, panic etched on his face.
The strongest presence within the hall, Lu Muyu, had already been struck down.
As for the others, they were either foundation establishment or chi cultivation cultivators. What could they possibly do?
There was not a shred of hope to be found. From the moment the sudden upheaval began, Li Tianwei had been gathering his strength.
Now that the demonic entity had dealt with Lu Muyu, its gaze fell upon Li Tianwei.
The two nascent soul elders also moved toward him. They hadn't forgotten their true purpose for coming here. It wasn't to deal with these others, but to target Li Tianwei. A disciple who achieved foundation establishment in 100 days, possessed of demonic potential, and trained by Musu, the foremost cultivator at the transformation of the soul stage, was an exceptional prospect. They could use him to infiltrate Musu's inner circle and seize control. Yet as these two nascent soul stage demons from beyond the heavens fixed their gaze upon Li Tianwei, relying on intelligence relayed by other demons, the demonic beings, who had been bristling with fury moments before, raised their eyebrows slightly.
Are you out of your minds? You tell me a genius who can establish a foundation in 100 days is a fake spirit root?
A questioning voice echoed slowly through the grand hall.
Li Tianwei, seated at the main throne, instantly darkened in expression. Chapter 49, Slander, They Slander Me.
The voice of the nascent soul stage demon echoed relentlessly through the hall, thickening the air with palpable tension.
Hidden in a corner, Li Tianwei was even more bewildered than Li Tianwei.
After all, his purpose in attending this victory banquet was to uncover Li Tianwei's secrets, how he had managed to infiltrate the Lingxu Holy Land.
The appearance of these Yuan infant demons had made the surrounding aura of corruption undeniable. Li Tianwei was undoubtedly a demonic entity.
This was precisely how he had deceived the elders of Lingxu's sacred ground and successfully joined its ranks, leveraging his innate talent with the heavenly spirit root. After these two nascent soul demons dealt with Lu Muyu, the outcome seemed inevitable. Yet Li Tianwei could never have imagined that these two Yuan infant fiends, creatures of extreme strangeness, would instead head straight for Li Tianwei. Through the demonic being's words, Li Tianwei realized that deploying these two nascent soul stage entities was not for Lu Muyu, but for Li Tianwei. Witnessing this scene shattered the image of Li Tianwei that Li Tianwei had previously built up. What's going on? Aren't they supposed to be allies? What on earth is going on? Li Tianwei desperately sought answers, utterly bewildered. The surviving disciples in the grand hall reacted differently. Hearing the words of the nascent soul demonic cultivator, they couldn't help but fix their strange gazes upon Li Tianwei. Now, with his enhanced power, Li Tianwei sensed their peculiar gazes. His expression grew increasingly dark, turning almost pitch black. Fine. Very well. Demonic fiend, is it? Rage burned within Li Tianwei's heart. He could scarcely fathom that fiends could be so utterly depraved. He had assumed that these demons, possessing nascent soul cultivation and displaying a semblance of humanity by setting this trap, already demonstrated their formidable power. Yet, he never anticipated these demons would prove far more wicked than he had imagined. They dared to slander him, a genius with a heavenly spirit root who had built his foundation in just 100 days, by branding him a fake spirit root. How utterly despicable, how utterly vile, likely aiming to shatter his Tao heart. His blood ran cold. Li Tianwei's eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he fixed his gaze on the demonic entity before him, which was still raising its eyebrows and continuously scanning and sensing him. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness had actually stirred with an inexplicable thought the moment it heard the demonic beings call him a fake spirit root. For some reason, the system felt an urge to pray for these demonic beings. It was as if Li Tianwei was about to explode with rage and kill these two nascent soul stage fiends before him. Did your intelligence fail you? Bringing in a fake spiritual root like this, did you expose yourselves? Overwhelmed by Li Tianwei's absolute power, the nascent soul demonic being paid no heed to his foundation establishment cultivation level, utterly unaware of the raging fury burning within Li Tianwei's heart. Instead, it continued berating the other demons.
Hearing the demon's insulting words once more, Li Tianwei could no longer contain himself. You fiends are utterly depraved. If you want to kill, just kill. But to resort to such methods to humiliate others? How can this be tolerated? Li Tianwei's eyes blazed with fury as he shed all restraint.
In an instant, his golden core stage spiritual energy erupted in a roaring torrent.
In an instant, it shot skyward.
The terrifying, fission-like spiritual power erupted violently, causing the entire hall to shake several times.
Immediately after, the four Dao intentions death, resentment, slaughter, and evil manifested.
A dark aura now enveloped Li Tianwei, and behind him, a sinister shadow seemed to grin maliciously. In that instant, every being within the hall, demons, evil spirits, and even the surviving disciples of the Lingxu sacred land fixed their gaze upon Li Tianwei. The surging, twisted spiritual energy pulsed with fury and savagery.
Combined with those four Dao intentions of death, resentment, killing, and evil, for some inexplicable reason, they all felt an indescribable sensation.
It seemed Li Tianwei appeared even more terrifying and twisted than the demonic beings themselves. Thinking this, the Lingxu Holy Land disciples who remained lucid turned to look at the Dharma forms of the two nascent soul stage fiends. They were distorted and twisted, brimming with wickedness. But Li Tianwei's sky-piercing resentment, fueled by continuous fission and relentless energy eruptions, had grown so dense that it now overshadowed even those divine forms, enveloping the entire hall. This. Li Tianchen, watching from a corner, felt his heart tremble at Li Tianwei's sudden eruption. In his eyes, Li Tianwei wasn't a demonic cultivator, he might even be a spy planted by demonic cultivators within the Lingxu Holy Land. No matter how he looked at it, Li Tianwei had to be seen that way. But now, witnessing this eruption and feeling the overwhelming pressure, Li Tianchen couldn't even fathom the possibility of fighting Li Tianwei. This can't be real. How is this possible? Li Tianchen thought in disbelief. In Li Tianchen's mind, no matter how much Li Tianwei improved, he was still a fake spirit root. Sooner or later, Li Tianchen would expose him and relish the feeling of crushing him into the ground. Yet now he found himself looking utterly ridiculous. What fake spiritual root? A fake spiritual root could never possess such power. He couldn't fathom it. Master Ling had clearly stated that Li Tianwei possessed a pseudo-spiritual root, one that would never allow him to build a foundation in his lifetime. Even if he had managed to establish a foundation now, it was likely the result of someone else's manipulation. But as Li Tianwei's power erupted, Li Tianchen began doubting everything. He couldn't help but touch the ring on his finger. Don't ask me. I don't know either. I'm starting to wonder if my divine sense misread him, mistaking treasure for trash. Little Chinzi, could you possibly swap places with your brother? Ling Lao couldn't help but ask. As a cultivator who had once reached the soul projection realm, even with only a remnant soul remaining, he could sense the Dao intent erupting from Li Tianwei. For Dao intentions, and he's only at foundation establishment? Is this fake spiritual root even a fake spiritual root anymore? Compared to Li Tianchen and the others, the demonic beings were even more bewildered. Now, he too stared at Li Tianwei with utter disbelief. In this moment, these fiends, who thrived on filth and corruption, even began to wonder if Li Tianwei himself might be one of their kind. The two nascent soul stage demonic beings, sensing Li Tianwei's sudden outburst, were utterly unprepared for him to manifest the power of liquid golden core spiritual energy at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he possessed four Dao intentions. A fake spiritual root? Something's off. Being demons, they lack the divine sense of cultivators. Yet, through their unique probing abilities, Li Tianwei's spiritual root condition was impossible to conceal from them. In that instant, they too recognized Li Tianwei's extraordinary nature. Just as he was about to seize Li Tianwei's aura underwent another sudden transformation. Curse of resonance. At that moment, Li Tianwei channeled the various energies ignited within his body, directly linking them to the resentment energy that connected heaven and earth. Facing a demonic entity at the nascent soul stage, Li Tianwei knew he had to give it his all. Moreover, these creatures deserved to die. Demons should act like demons. If they could overcome him by corrupting his body, that would be one thing. But to destroy his moral core for no reason and slander him? If they weren't demons, Li Tianwei would have cursed them for being unworthy of being human. Chapter 50, Reversing Heaven's Gangs. The heavenly spirit root must not be dishonored. The curse of resentment activated, unleashing a hundredfold amplification. The foul resentment that had shrouded the entire hall by these demons now inexplicably connected with Li Tianwei. This is bad. The two nascent soul fiends cried out in alarm, staring at Li Tianwei. What the hell is going on with this guy? He feels even more demonic than I am. Behind Li Tianwei, distorted afterimages flickered, accompanied by a wide, sinister grin that radiated pure malevolence. If one were to describe it, the two nascent soul stage fiends' manifestations, along with their very forms, relied on external ugliness and deformity to appear exceptionally wicked. Li Tianwei's body, however, was covered in twisted, grotesque, multicolored afterimages. Like a horror movie played on an old DVD, it projected a unique kind of psychological terror. To the demonic beings, Li Tianwei's transformation was somewhat tolerable, they merely felt he was even more wicked than themselves.
But the normal disciples had already retreated countless steps in horror, dragging even Li Tianchen far away to hide. Die. What fake spiritual root? If you're a demonic entity, then be one. How dare you insult me? Tell me, with which eye did you see me as a fake spiritual root? What fake spiritual root could possess such innate talent as mine? As Li Tianwei finished speaking, a terrifying shadow descended upon the entire hall. Heaven's severing curse. Li Tianwei's icy words echoed through the hall. In that moment, whether demonic cultivator or survivor, all felt the oppressive weight of a terror far beyond anything they had known. This was the heavenly severing curse, a formidable spell forged from divine abilities. In an instant, energy thickened, sealing off the entire realm. For some reason, this sealing felt even more terrifying than the demonic arts unleashed earlier. In the blink of an eye, Li Tianwei had replaced them, sealing off the entire hall area. The two nascent soul fiends, witnessing this reversal, were enraged. They could never have imagined that as fiends, they were accustomed only to targeting others, sealing off others, and using vengeful methods against cultivators. Now the tables had turned, someone had actually used demonic arts and vengeful power against them. Was this not a complete reversal of the natural order? Worst of all, the perpetrator was merely at the foundation establishment stage. How dare someone of such a low cultivation level lay a finger on a nascent soul cultivator? For a moment, these nascent soul fiends felt Li Tianwei was humiliating them. Strangely, these two nascent soul fiends even felt a sense of empathy toward Li Tianwei. The two nascent soul fiends immediately channeled their spiritual energy. Having reached the nascent soul stage, they had long since condensed their dharma forms and cultivated their nascent souls. Regardless of how one looked at it, they had undergone a complete transformation in their power tier. Boom! The two monstrous dharma forms standing on either side opened their blood-red eyes. An eerie aura, brimming with strange power, descended upon the scene. Boom! Both dharma forms simultaneously formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a colossal, terrifying burst of spiritual energy. Die! The two nascent soul fiends cared not a whit about where Li Tianwei's flaw lay, or whether he was merely a pawn in someone else's scheme. He was merely a foundation establishment cultivator with a fake spiritual root. Li Tianwei watched the two terrifying dharma forms bearing down on him, his expression unchanged. Clapping his hands together, he unleashed the heaven-severing soul, a technique distilled from countless spells, channeling the resentment of heaven and earth, and grounded in the prison god divine power. The sky erupted in violent change. The sky filled with, compressing relentlessly, layer upon layer. Threads of Sha seeped out from the heavens and earth sealed by Li Tianwei. Soon, the world was suffused with threads of shattered energy. A surging power emanated in utterly despairing pressure, as if a single thread could annihilate everything. Yet now, the entire sky was filled with shattered energy. Without further ado, Li Tianwei pointed his hand toward the two divine forms. Go! With that command. Crack! A deafening crack echoed across the heavens and earth. The swirling aura shot forth like streaks of light slicing through the sky, moving at a terrifying speed. The two nascent soul fiends sensed the power contained within the heaven-severing evil. Their entirely black eyes betrayed a hint of terror. How is this possible? He's only at the foundation establishment stage. Feeling the Sha's power sealing off everything, the fission of spiritual energy, the liquid force of the golden core, combined with the channeling of heaven and earth's resentment. Li Tianwei's technique lay in relentless compression and amplification upon amplification. From the foundation establishment realm, he forcibly squeezed out power approaching that of a nascent soul cultivator. If one were to study it closely, they would discover that none of this was entirely without precedent. The celestial and earthly spiritual energies and resentment that entered Li Tianwei's body were instantly purified, becoming violent and imbued with the four Tao intentions: death, resentment, evil, and slaughter. Combined with the heavenly prison divine ability, Li Tianwei truly possessed the means to contend with a nascent soul cultivator. Whoosh! As Sha cleaved the heavens past, in the eyes of demons and surviving humans alike, the two dharma forms that should have torn Li Tianwei apart halted mid-air. In their place, Sha was crushed, ground, and obliterated as if by a colossal millstone of the cosmos. Thus, before the eyes of all present, the Dharma image, that very symbol of the Yuan infant's transformative power, collapsed in that instant. The tangible form of the Dharma image plummeted, disintegrating into scattered fragments before completely dissolving. Meanwhile, Li Tianwei, the very force behind this destruction, floated mid-air, surveying the scene below. Behind him, Sha energy coalesced, its distorted, twisted afterimage darkening half the sky. The entire hall was enveloped in Li Tianwei's shadow. Most crucially, the convergence of the four Tao intentions: death, resentment, slaughter, and evil gave the present Li Tianwei an inexplicable aura of a demonic overlord descended from the heavens. The demonic forces beyond the heavens were indeed sinister, yet Li Tianwei seemed to surpass them in darkness. With mere foundation establishment cultivation, he shattered the dharma forms of two nascent soul cultivators, a crushing victory spanning two entire cultivation realms. This moment signified that Li Tianwei now possessed the strength to clash with nascent soul cultivators. The Yuan fiends whose dharma images had been shattered visibly lost their aura and oppressive presence in an instant.
In that instant, both Nascent Soul fiends had felt a fleeting sense of impending death. They could now confirm beyond doubt that Li Tianwei was indeed that prodigy who had established his foundation within 100 days and had done so with a pseudo-spiritual route. No, such an existence is utterly impossible among cultivators. Upon witnessing this, the first thought that flashed through both Yuan demons' minds was this: no matter what, they must eliminate Li Tianwei here and now. With their dharma aspects destroyed, the two Nascent Soul fiends had lost a tier of power. Yet fiends not only corrupted cultivators to possess their bodies but also fused within them. Demons possessed another unique trait: their bodies far surpassed those of ordinary cultivators. It could be said that every cultivator they corrupted saw their power increase slightly after the demonic entity took hold. After formulating their plan, the two Nascent Soul fiends exchanged glances, seemingly seeing the same resolute determination to kill in each other's eyes. They were determined to capture Li Tianwei and strike him down. Die! Without their dharma forms, the two Nascent Soul demons closed in directly, charging toward Li Tianwei. Seeing this, Li Tianwei's lips curved into a faint smile. Through Tianjue Yinsha's earlier probing, Li Tianwei had already assessed that these two Nascent Soul fiends were not particularly formidable. Prison of Heaven. Li Tianwei silently commanded in his mind, choosing to unleash his divine power at that very moment. Chapter 51, Foundation Establishment crushes Nascent Soul. Isn't that how it should be? With a single thought, Li Tianwei instantly ignited the words "imprison heaven" deeply engraved within his consciousness. Boom! Immediately, a colossal suction force surged forth. Li Tianwei felt the resentment energy and spiritual power within him being relentlessly drained, as if he were being squeezed dry. Simultaneously, the power of the heaven-imprisoning divine ability erupted, its terrifying might crushing all resistance. Li Tianwei's figure, suspended mid-air, radiated an aura of supreme terror. A suffocating sense of death descended, as if an entire world had materialized within the hall. Violent spiritual energy surged and pulled, threatening to drain everything dry. What? That's a divine technique? The two Nascent Soul fiends charging toward Li Tianwei froze in shock upon sensing the divine power emanating from him. As demons, they shared a common origin, corrupting all existence. They had once clashed with the living beings of this world. In the past, when immortals or even more powerful beings inhabited this realm, those immortals possessing divine abilities had annihilated countless demons. It was precisely because of this that the two Nascent Soul demons recognized Li Tianwei the moment he acted. Seeing this, the two Nascent Soul fiends were filled with terror, and the force that had attacked Li Tianwei was trapped mid-strike by the heaven-imprisoning power. At that moment, the endless afterimages entwisted behind Li Tianwei dissolved. In their place, a new realm seemed to rise slowly behind him. Immediately, the characters Qiu Tian imprisoning heaven shot skyward, revealing the divine power. The entire hall fell completely silent, or rather, it was an eerie stillness. The divine power displayed had already surpassed the level of those present in the hall. Apart from the demonic beings, the only one who could recognize Li Tianwei's divine power was the lingering soul trapped within Li Tianxian's ring. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Ling was utterly dumbfounded. If Li Tianwei's earlier display of pressure matching a Nascent Soul cultivator's strength, coupled with the four great Tao intentions enveloping him, could be attributed to his exceptional nature, his extraordinary innate talent, or perhaps the fact that he had been possessed. But now, Ling Lao sensed the characters Qiu Tian suspended midair. Such divine might was something even he had never witnessed before. Had he not once ventured into an immortal tomb, gaining a fragment of inheritance that revealed the existence of divine abilities? Such powers were extremely rare even among immortals. Every immortal possessing a divine ability wielded strength far surpassing those at the same cultivation level. Yet despite their might, divine abilities were exceedingly difficult to comprehend. One might even say only those who reached the immortal realm possessed the qualification to grasp them, and even then, one had to comprehend numerous Tao intentions before even earning the right to touch such powers. This was no longer something achievable merely through exceptional intuition. Ling Lao recalled that the master of that immortal tomb was a great immortal who had mastered a divine ability, yet it had taken him thousands of years to do so. Indeed, to comprehend a single divine power, he had to seclude himself for millennia. Yet now Li Tianwei possessed divine abilities. While his grasp of Tao principles had already astonished him, this new revelation dwarfed that previous awe. Little Chunzi, if you wish to surpass your elder brother, it seems you'll never achieve it. Seeing this, Elder Ling transmitted his voice to Li Tianxian. Truthfully, Ling Lao hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Just moments ago, he'd been teasing Li Tianwei about how he'd tricked the Lingxu Holy Land into accepting his fake spiritual root as a heavenly one. Now, looking back, the ridiculous one had become himself. Li Tianwei's capabilities had utterly surpassed his imagination. As for Li Tianxian, witnessing the vast disparity when Li Tianwei suppressed the Nascent Soul stage demonic cultivator had utterly shattered his delusions. So much so that he didn't even register Ling Lao's words. The spiritual energy within Li Tianwei's body had been drained dry, but the remnant thread of energy was swiftly replenished. Under the influence of his fission chi drawing technique and the foundation of his three-leaf fan-shaped Tao, his spiritual energy rapidly filled once more. Soon, the prisoner heaven-defying technique shimmered with golden light, spiraling down. Under the gaze of everyone present, it descended directly upon the two nascent soul demonic beings. Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Visibly, the heaven imprisoning technique sealed everything, distorting the very air itself as countless golden rays blazed across the world. Imprisoning heaven was the power to subdue all things, to erase everything utterly, with the might to imprison the very heavens and earth. Faced with Li Tianwei's prison of heaven-divine technique, the two demonic beings were pinned down, utterly unable to muster even a shred of power. Compared to the others in the hall, the fiends directly confronting this divine power understood it most clearly. It truly felt as if a condensed piece of heaven and earth had descended. Tearing through the air, the immense prison of heaven descended. There was no grand spectacle, no dramatic flourish. Only the two fiends, struck by the assault, instantly turned to dust. Not even a trace of a bubble remained. How immense was the power of the prison of heaven! With the prisoner of heaven's descent, Li Tianwei had not merely overpowered two nascent soul fiends, he had subdued them with just two simple techniques. Faced with this outcome, Li Tianwei couldn't help but sigh deeply. Why bother? If these fiends wish to attack and corrupt humanity, that's one thing. But to insult me? They're just asking for a beating. Li Tianwei stood with his hands behind his back, suspended midair. As for the other demons still in the hall, they remained utterly paralyzed under Li Tianwei's lingering might, utterly clueless on how to retaliate. Too powerful. Senior brother Li is peerless in this world. Kill these out-of-control creatures. Seeing Li Tianwei single-handedly suppress the two nascent soul fiends, the surviving demons now banded together to mount a desperate counterattack. Before long, with Li Tianwei holding the fort, the demonic beings in the entire hall had been nearly wiped out. Even if any powerful demons remained, Li Tianwei would personally eliminate them. Once all the demons were dealt with, the survivors gazed upon the hall, now transformed into a scene resembling hell itself. No one could have imagined that what began as a splendid banquet would end in such devastation. On the other side, Lumuyu, who had been knocked unconscious and thrown aside, slowly regained consciousness. Cough. What's going on? I'm still alive. Lumuyu lifted his head, his face filled with confusion. The excruciating pain throughout his body and the depleted spiritual energy both made his situation painfully clear. Fearing another attack from those two nascent soul elders, Lumuyu looked around in terror. What met his eyes was a sea of blood and countless severed limbs, as if he had been transported to hell itself. Lumuyu could still make out many familiar faces in the grand hall. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He was still at the banquet he had arranged to trap Li Tianwei, but something felt terribly wrong. He never expected those two elders to suddenly turn on him. And what about that thick black mist? What had happened to those disciples who had lost control? At that very moment, Li Tianwei, having dealt with the demonic entity, sensed Lumuyu's awakening and approached him. With the demonic forces dealt with, it was time to eliminate this traitor. Indeed, witnessing Lumuyu being knocked flying by those two nascent soul cultivators, Li Tianwei saw it as nothing more than a staged performance orchestrated by both sides. Otherwise, with Lumuyu's strength, how could he possibly survive under the hands of nascent soul cultivators? Therefore, Lumuyu was undoubtedly a traitor. As for Lumuyu, a gold core cultivator surviving against a nascent soul demonic being, Li Tianwei found it perfectly reasonable that he himself, at Foundation Establishment, could crush a nascent soul demonic being. Haven't you seen protagonists defeat foes far above their level? What's so surprising about that? By comparison, Lumuyu's situation seemed downright bizarre. Chapter 52, No cultivation, no quest for immortality, just power struggles. Junior brother Li, what's going on? Lumuyu, completely unaware of the events that had unfolded in the main hall, saw Li Tianwei approach him with such nonchalance. Lumuyu naturally inquired about the situation, assuming other elders from the sacred ground had discovered the commotion and come to handle it. Lumuyu maintained a calm demeanor, while Li Tianwei scrutinized him with a gaze that seemed to see through everything. Lumuyu, there's no need to pretend. Li Tianwei cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. At these words, Lumuyu's heart skipped a beat. A sudden thought struck him: had the Lingxu Sacred Land discovered his identity as a spy? Had the Baiyuan Sacred Land betrayed him? Despite this, Lumuyu maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Junior brother Li, I'm afraid I don't understand what you're implying. Lumuyu said this aloud, but his peripheral vision scanned the entire hall, searching for the elders sent to handle this matter or anyone else. In his mind, the two nascent soul elders who had attacked him earlier must have been dealt with by the Lingxu Holy Land's powerful figures. As for Li Tianwei resolving the recent incident, Lumuyu dared not even entertain such a thought. Forget it. Tell me, besides these demons, what other demonic entities do you know of within Lingxu Holy Land? Seeing Lumuyu's evasive stance, Li Tianwei spread his hands and demanded directly. Lumuyu was even more bewildered. What demonic beings? What was this about? Wasn't he being arrested for being a spy? Suddenly, Lumuyu recalled the two strange elders and their disciples from earlier. Li Tianwei, what do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you built your foundation in 100 days and joined by Musu's sect. Technically, I'm still your senior disciple. For starters, my cultivation realm is a whole tier above yours. You owe me at least that much respect. Lu Muyu roared angrily, his spiritual energy erupting as he prepared to fight Li Tianwei. At this moment, Lu Muyu attempted to use such force to force the mastermind behind Li Tianwei to reveal themselves. But the moment Lu Muyu unleashed his power, the surviving disciples in the once serene hall stared at him with expressions of utter shock as if they were looking at a dead man. It was as if they were saying, "How dare you? Who gave you the courage?" After all, these disciples had witnessed Li Tianwei crush the Nascent Soul demonic cultivator with their own eyes. Faced with these strange gazes, the disciples who had previously fawned over him now avoided him like the plague. Lu Muyu couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt wrong, for Lu Muyu had no knowledge of what had transpired while he lay unconscious. Nor could he possibly know the horrifying scenes witnessed by those who had survived in the main hall. Ha! Seeing Lu Muyu's posture as if he intended to strike, Li Tianwei was somewhat taken aback. To Lu Muyu, however, Li Tianwei appeared to be showing fear. Thus, he snapped his fingers, revealing the liquid spiritual energy of his golden core. Li Tianwei, I'll say it again, I truly know nothing about the demonic entity you mentioned, nor anything else. This time, I'm a victim too. As his metal-attributed spiritual root erupted, revealing a sharp aura, Lu Muyu grew bolder. Not seeing any other elders from the Lingxu Holy Land, he resolved to teach Li Tianwei a lesson to show him what it meant to show basic respect to a superior. Li Tianwei, you should understand what it means for the strong to reign supreme. Ah! Stop! Stop hitting me! Lu Muyu had just started spewing trash talk, but he didn't get to finish. Li Tianwei didn't give him another second. He unleashed the curse of resentment without hesitation. Several spells, infused with Dao intent, rained down. Lu Muyu was utterly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, and immediately fled in panic. Only then did Lu Muyu slowly come to his senses, staring at Li Tianwei in utter disbelief. Then came several more spells smashing into his face. By this point, Lu Muyu hadn't even processed how Li Tianwei, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, could wield the spiritual power of a golden core cultivator. Stop hitting me! I'll talk. I'll talk. I really don't know what the demonic entity is. I did have certain intentions in hosting this banquet, but I truly know nothing about the demonic cult. Facing Li Tianwei's overwhelming power, Lu Muyu felt utterly toyed with. This sensation was even more terrifying than confronting the two nascent soul cultivators earlier. Hearing this, Li Tianwei hadn't anticipated Lu Muyu's stubbornness. The man still refused to reveal the demonic entity. Several more spells sent Lu Muyu flying backward, coughing up blood in great gulps. Huff, huff. I'm going to the law enforcement peak. Lu Muyu collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest, his words slurring as he continued. The law enforcement peak, huh? Might makes right, huh? As for Li Tianwei, there was no need for further discussion. Such an oblivious fool deserved several more blows from the fists of truth. In that instant, Li Tianwei released all restraint. Death, resentment, evil, and slaughter, four Dao intentions erupted. Combined with the curse of resentment and various malevolent energies within Li Tianwei surged to unimaginable heights. Countless afterimages swirled around him, evil thoughts coiling like serpents. Li Tianwei appeared as if a demonic overlord had descended upon the world. Imagine facing such a being. Lu Muyu instantly understood why those in the grand hall had stared at him with such strange eyes earlier, and why those two nascent soul elders had vanished. Seeing this, Lu Muyu realized Li Tianwei truly possessed the power to kill him. Facing death, Lu Muyu had no time for hesitation. He immediately laid his cards on the table, revealing his true identity. Stop hitting me. I know. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'm a spy from the Lingxu Holy Land. I orchestrated this banquet just to lure you into the trap. Facing death, Lu Muyu cared about nothing else. He spilled everything he had done, including his previous infiltration of Tianmen Peak where he attempted to cripple Li Tianwei with the soul-corrupting banner. A spy? Senior brother Lu was actually a spy? You possess the finest golden spiritual roots. Hearing Lu Muyu's death throes, the others in the grand hall were stunned into disbelief. The supreme golden spirit root was a lie. I only possess an upper-grade golden spirit root. I use certain methods to feign it, allowing me to hoard more resources for cultivation. Lu Muyu was now cooperating fully, blurting out everything indiscriminately, spilling the beans without holding back. You truly know nothing about the demonic forces? Li Tianwei couldn't be bothered with factional struggles or spies. In Li Tianwei's eyes, the demon cult was the only thing that truly mattered now. As for the Lingxu Holy Land, Li Tianwei had long known it was no good. Instead of focusing on cultivation, they wasted time pursuing immortality and engaging in magical battles. And with the demon cult in existence, Li Tianwei had long marked the White Origin Sanctuary for future elimination. Seeing Li Tianwei finally halt his actions at his words, the sensation of impending death receded, and Lu Muyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could fully steady his heart, Li Tianwei's voice rang out again. Useless. You don't even know what demonic forces are.
Immediately, a twisted, distorted shadow began to creep toward him from behind Li Tianwei.
Chapter 53, Astonishing Wisdom Unleashes Astonishing Power.
As the shadow descended, Lu Muyu met an unexpected end. The survivors in the Grand Hall observed a moment of silent mourning. They never imagined Lu Muyu would be a spy for the White Yuan Sanctuary, nor did they expect he genuinely didn't know about Li Tianwei's earlier suppression of 2 nascent soul cultivators yet still dared to provoke him. But now, they had no time to dwell on such matters. The entire hall seemed sealed off by some unseen force. From the moment Li Tianwei dealt with those demonic beings until now, the lingering resentment and thickening mist showed no signs of dissipating. The spiritual energy within the entire hall was being drained dry. If they lingered any longer, while Li Tianwei might survive, the rest would surely perish from the and the various bizarre forces it unleashed.
Li Tianwei recognized the danger and continuously channeled the resentment-absorbing chant to draw on the.
It must be said that the demonic entity's methods were formidable.
Even with Li Tianwei's efforts, these showed no sign of diminishing. However, Li Tianwei understood why.
This resentment energy connected to the heavens and earth, constantly replenishing itself. Unless the sealing technique imprisoning it was broken, this resentment energy would never vanish. There was another option, though, absorbing all resentment energy from the entire world. Li Tianwei believed he could handle it, but the others in the hall likely wouldn't last much longer.
Senior Brother Li, how are we supposed to get out? I've already looked around, there's only a thick fog.
Though we're still in the hall, our location seems to have completely shifted. After much hesitation, a disciple stepped forward, bowing respectfully.
A closer look revealed his hands trembling slightly. I have my own way. Li Tianwei replied, glancing around the room. Hearing Li Tianwei's words, the disciple and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After calming the group, Li Tianwei crossed his legs, sat down, and closed his eyes. Truthfully, trapped here, Li Tianwei had intended to decipher the situation, find a way out, and ultimately lead the survivors to escape. Yet he sensed his extraordinary intellect warning him, facing such a crisis demanded mobilizing extraordinary power. Where would there be time for deciphering puzzles?
Before that, though, Li Tianwei needed to cultivate first.
Earlier, when he had channeled the curse of resentment in his rage, Li Tianwei had sensed a familiar sensation. That sensation of sudden enlightenment returned the reason at last. Li Tianwei immediately settled his mind, his thoughts returning to the moment he had heard those 2 demonic beings speak to him.
Fake spiritual root. These fiends used this to humiliate him. Li Tianwei still remembered the rage he felt then, and it was precisely under that fury. Li Tianwei faintly touched upon the threshold of a Taoist insight once more. Rage. While Li Tianwei cultivated, the surviving others found a corner to rest. They had no idea why Li Tianwei had suddenly entered a state of cultivation. Now, trapped here, their only hope lay in relying on Li Tianwei. Li Tianwei, who had overpowered 2 nascent soul elders, was undoubtedly their anchor of stability.
As for the demonic forces Li Tianwei mentioned earlier and the revelation that Lu Muyu was a spy, all these developments needed careful consideration.
Elder Ling, what is my elder brother doing? He still has the patience to cultivate?
The only one still observing was Li Tianchen, who asked while fingering his ring. After witnessing Li Tianwei's overwhelming display of power, Li Tianchen's resolve had shattered. If my senses are not deceiving me, he should be comprehending the Tao's intent. Master Ling slowly spoke, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Li Tianwei and the shift in his aura. Now, not only was Li Tianchen convinced, but so was Elder Ling. Having lived for thousands of years as an out-of-body cultivator, he had never witnessed a day more awe-inspiring than today. Divine abilities, the essence of the Tao, a foundation establishment cultivator surpassing a nascent soul, and now, comprehending the essence of the Tao after battle. Such innate talent was likely unseen even tens of thousands of years ago, or perhaps even in more ancient times. At this moment, Li Tianwei extended the rage he had felt earlier, carefully savoring the experience. In this moment, he felt as though he were immersed in flames, a blazing fire burning within his heart. It seemed to ignite his emotions, piercing through all barriers straight into the heart. An emotion welled up within Li Tianwei's heart, instantly transforming into waves of blazing fire. Immersed within it, the Tao essence of anger began to take root. Li Tianwei lost track of time, feeling the initial fury subside into calm. At this stage, the Tao essence of anger had fully formed. Li Tianwei's 5th Tao intent slowly emerged. His heart was no longer burdened by stagnation, all obstacles could now be consumed by the flames of his wrath. Li Tianwei recognized the benefits bestowed by the Tao essence of anger. He was no longer driven by this emotion. Moreover, it could ignite the flames of anger within him. With the enhancement of rage, Li Tianwei's spiritual power and strength ascended to a new level. Beyond this, the rage could manifest as a heartfire, an external flame that consumed not physical objects, but the very essence of emotion. As the Tao intent ignited, Li Tianwei slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Within his bright eyes, faint sparks of flame flickered briefly before fading away. Not bad. 5 Tao intentions now. Li Tianwei savored the realization. Now that the Tao's intent has been grasped and the demonic forces vanquished, only escape remains. Li Tianwei had already resolved to unleash his earth-shattering power and utterly overturn whatever had imprisoned them here. Curse of resentment, heaven's severance in Sha. Li Tianwei slowly rose into the air, surveying everything below. Driven by fission-induced qi, the curse of resentment pierced heaven and earth, thickening the aura surrounding Li Tianwei. The overwhelming pressure instantly made those within the grand hall tremble involuntarily. Though Li Tianwei had unleashed this power multiple times before, these individuals still could only express, "Senior brotherly, please withdraw your divine power." But now they understood Li Tianwei was using it to break the strange confinement trapping them here, so naturally they couldn't say that. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tianwei unleashed all 5 Tao intentions simultaneously. Death, resentment, evil, slaughter, rage. At this moment, Li Tianwei was fully empowered, his might surpassing even the force unleashed during his earlier battle against the 2 Nascent Soul fiends. With thunderous roars, the surrounding energy plummeted downward, plunging directly into Li Tianwei's body. Through fission-induced energy absorption, all forms of spiritual power were instantly replenished. Li Tianwei once again unleashed the heaven-imprisoning divine technique, appearing determined to utterly destroy everything before him. Resentment energy surged through Li Tianwei's body, distorted after-images flickered, and the various secret arts ignited by the immortal sacrifice Tao manifested. A terrifying pressure instantly overwhelmed most of the people in the grand hall. Prison of heaven, shatter. Li Tianwei snorted coldly, pointing a finger toward the sky. Flames of fury burned within his heart as rage surged. Chapter 54, Is this the near path? The divine power manifested once more. Fueled by his rage and the various secret techniques Li Tianwei unleashed, his strength surged to a new level. Just as Li Tianwei had anticipated, employing his world-shaking wisdom here would be a waste, but his world-shaking power was precisely what was needed. Crack! Soon, a sharp crack echoed. The thick, condensed black mist shrouding the grand hall, the dense, foul aura of resentment shattered like a mirror smashed to pieces. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, the chance to finally leave stirred excitement in anyone. Those within the hall crowded closer. Just then, Li Tianwei, who had shattered the ceiling barrier, seemed to notice something and furrowed his brow slightly. At the spot where Li Tianwei had pried open the barrier, a surge of resentment began to flow backward. A suction force rippled through the entire hall, and suddenly, the scene outside appeared at the spot Li Tianwei had pried open. It was a desolate, dim, and profoundly dark expanse. It was not the original exterior of the hall on Jinju Peak, it seemed to be a different place entirely. Seeing this, Li Tianwei frowned. It seems the system's intelligence was correct. These demonic forces can unite to imprison a section of the world, relocating it elsewhere to either trap it to death or invade and replace cultivators without being detected. Though unfamiliar with the surroundings, Li Tianwei knew he could always fly back to Lingxu Holy Land if necessary. He immediately channeled his power once more, forcing the fissure wider. Soon, the hall's malevolent aura began dissipating, streaming outward. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall shifted dramatically. As if under Li Tianwei's overwhelming power, the barrier trapping everyone shattered instantly. Violet lightning flashed as spiritual energy from outside surged relentlessly inward. Soon, the entire hall began to shake violently as various energies converged within its confined space. Seeing this, Li Tianwei immediately reached into his storage ring and summoned the Spirit Light Wheel, a high-grade magical artifact. Without hesitation, he activated the array within. Instantly, layer upon layer of protective formations rose, completely shielding everyone inside the hall. At that very moment, the hall could no longer withstand the devastation. The realm that had been transported here shattered completely. Terrifying energy poured forth unchecked. Boom! The earth shook violently, the heavens shattered, and in an instant, the original hall dissolved completely. A force vast enough to destroy everything sent shockwaves rippling through the entire realm, shattering the barrier that had imprisoned everyone. Li Tianwei formed a spell seal, forcing the Spirit Light Wheel formation to envelop everyone. After all, this was the explosive rupture of space itself. Amidst this storm, Li Tianwei barely managed to shield them. Yet once the barrier vanished, those within were swept away by the shockwave, turning into streaks of light in midair as they scattered in all directions. Having arrived in a completely unfamiliar place, Li Tianwei instinctively closed his eyes, carefully sensing his surroundings. For some reason, he genuinely felt as though he had returned home. The resentment and malevolence in this area, along with the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth, were exceptionally violent. For some reason, Li Tianwei sensed that practicing the fission-qi gathering technique here would yield far greater results with less effort. Beyond that, the most crucial aspect was the constant sense of potential enlightenment he felt while staying here. Such sensations all pointed to the extraordinary nature of this place. Could this be the near path? Having read countless novels, Li Tianwei was well aware of the special significance of certain places and immediately made the connection. Clearly, this unfamiliar place possessed precisely such characteristics. After all, only a near-path realm could grant Li Tianwei the sensation that even a partial epiphany could elevate him. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness had been anticipating changes after he demonstrated absolute power at the foundation establishment stage, overwhelming 2 nascent soul cultivators. But before the system could fully register its newfound respect for Li Tianwei, he once again displayed his extraordinary wisdom. The system was thoroughly impressed. The reason this place gave Li Tianwei the sensation of enlightenment. It was merely a place saturated with foul resentment, chaotic spiritual energy, and fierce malevolence. This was due to the remote location of the demon sex domain, compounded by the demon cultivators themselves, who deliberately employed various methods to saturate the entire area with murderous aura and sky-piercing resentment. Where exactly had Li Tianwei's cultivation reached now? Witnessing this, the system finally spoke. Host, depart immediately. This is demon sect territory. Demon cultivator and demonic entity invasions here far exceed those in the major sacred lands. At least 2 or 3 out of every 10 cultivators here have been possessed by demonic entities. Upon hearing the system's warning, Li Tianwei not only chose to stay but wore an expression of grave determination. I never imagined these demon sect followers would occupy such prime territory. The system had completely failed to anticipate Li Tianwei's reaction, its response momentarily frozen. Li Tianwei carefully sensed the familiar aura permeating the heavens and earth, achieving sudden enlightenment at any moment. This cultivation pace far surpassed what he could achieve at the Lingxu sacred land. Li Tianwei hadn't forgotten his goal when creating the 3,000 condensing heavenly intentions. To ensure he possessed 3,000 Dao intentions upon becoming an immortal, he'd set a smaller target, mastering 100 Dao intentions before advancing to the golden core stage. And this place before him now undoubtedly offered ample opportunity to grasp more Dao intentions. Therefore, Li Tianwei planned to remain in this land he deemed close to the Dao for a period of cultivation. Host, do you know what you're doing? This isn't the spirit void sacred land protected by great sages. This place is teeming with ruthless demon cultivators who kill without blinking an eye. And there are countless demonic entities here. Even the Nascent Soul realm means nothing here. Maybe you shouldn't be so reckless. Seeing this, the system immediately tried to dissuade him. After all, having endured 2 failures, the system now prioritized stability and caution. Shoo, quiet. I'm about to cultivate. Li Tianwei had long grown accustomed to the system's dramatic outbursts. As for danger or threats, sorry, but Li Tianwei hadn't actually encountered any of the system's warnings coming true yet. The system even called him a fake spiritual root. For a moment, the system was at a loss for words. And to be honest, it began to reflect on its own words. It suddenly realized that none of the threats or dangers it had warned Li Tianwei about had ever actually materialized. Meanwhile, Li Tianwei had already settled comfortably into a cross-legged position at what he deemed a shortcut location and commenced his cultivation. Meanwhile, the explosion of the barrier that had previously trapped Li Tianwei and the others had scattered everyone to different locations. Yet the commotion caused by this barrier explosion was strikingly conspicuous in the skies above the demon sect's territory. Several figures immediately appeared, following the source of the explosion. Chapter 55, Truly a shortcut spot. My Dao heart has become crystal clear. Li Tianwei sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the spiritual energy and resentment energy permeating this area. It must be said that while the spiritual energy and resentment here were somewhat weaker, the power contained within resonated profoundly with him, much like the sensation he had experienced during his previous sudden enlightenment. This was precisely why Li Tianwei perceived this place as a near Dao land. As the name implied, a place of proximity to the Dao was closer to the heavenly way, allowing one to grasp the power of heaven and earth more clearly and attain sudden enlightenment into the meaning of the Dao. This place possessed precisely such qualities. Li Tianwei never imagined such a prime location would be occupied by the demon sect. What a pity. If possible, Li Tianwei thought he could set up an array here. Then, in the future, he could shuttle between the 2 realms and come here to cultivate. At this moment, the system within Li Tianwei's consciousness remained utterly silent. It desperately wanted to vent what a shortcut. This place was entirely due to the presence of the major demonic sects here. Endless slaughter and the countless souls that perished here had allowed all manner of evil energies and malevolent thoughts to accumulate. After fermenting for untold years, the entire demonic sect territory had become exceptionally conducive to demonic cultivation. However, the overwhelming presence of malevolent thoughts and resentment inevitably affected cultivators practicing here to varying degrees. As for why Li Tianwei felt this way, the system had scanned and deduced the answer. It revealed that Li Tianwei possessed a profound affinity for the Dao intent in various heretical arts, making him exceptionally suited for cultivation within the demonic sex domain. Yet, ironically, Li Tianwei perceived this very place as a realm of profound Dao. The system was utterly baffled, forced to concede defeat. After all, Li Tianwei had just annihilated 2 nascent soul stage demonic cultivators at mere foundation establishment level, making the system feel utterly useless. Am I really being carried? Did I trigger the safety net? The system questioned its very existence. Even a data-driven system couldn't help but doubt itself when confronted with Li Tianwei's situation. Li Tianwei continued his breathing exercises, absorbing energy. His spiritual power surged, and his aura grew increasingly majestic. Li Tianwei sensed that if he unleashed the heavenly severing slaughter technique again, he could gain even greater benefits within this area.
Had any demon sect cultivators witnessed this, knowing Li Tianwei's intentions and his brazen, unrestrained absorption of the demon sect's spiritual energy, they would likely have deemed him insane. After all, even demon sect cultivators dared not so boldly absorb these spiritual energies wholesale. Ever since the spiritual energy of the demon sect's domain had transformed into a form suitable for demonic cultivation, it had become imbued with boundless resentment and the lingering thoughts of all manner of beings that had perished within its borders. To describe it, demon cultivators had a term for the spiritual energy of the demon sect's domain. It felt as if malevolent spirits lurked within. Composed of countless scattered thoughts, if absorbed without any safeguards, this spiritual energy would, as recounted by past demon cultivators who had absorbed it in such a manner, constantly guide you, leading you to completely fall into the path of evil and succumb to demonic possession. Demon cultivators employ brutal methods, fearless of the collapse of their Tao hearts, using the blood of living beings to purify and enhance themselves. Yet this rapid cultivation growth comes at a cost. It corrupts their minds, making tribulation trials several times more difficult than for righteous cultivators. Despite this, they too dread falling into demonic possession. This possession is not the same as righteous cultivators turning to demonic cultivation and losing their minds. Rather, it is a different kind of transformation and unparalleled torment from body to spirit, as countless distracting thoughts invade the mind. In that moment, one might even believe they are no longer cultivators, but ordinary mortals, an old farmer tilling the fields, a dowry maid, or any mundane thought capable of shattering everything. It is no different from death. Indeed, the spiritual energy in demonic sect territories requires intricate arrays and protective measures to filter it before absorption. However, precisely because of the peculiar nature of the demon sect's spiritual energy, far more turbulent than that found in righteous sects, it is also far denser. While the righteous path requires spirit-gathering arrays to concentrate energy for efficient cultivation, demonic cultivators deploy thought-cleansing arrays to purge the peculiarities of the demon sect's spiritual energy for their practice. Thus, Li Tianwei's current reckless absorption naturally attracted what the spiritual energy within the demon sect's domain termed evil spirits, the concentrated misgivings of countless beings who had perished there. The transformation he sensed within the heavenly severing soul seemed influenced by this very spiritual energy. At this moment, dense, perverse thoughts relentlessly assaulted Li Tianwei's spiritual platform. This familiar sensation caused Li Tianwei's eyes to light up. He detected not the slightest hint of trouble. Truly a place close to the Tao results this swift. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei accelerated his absorption. The surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, the fission chi drawing technique activated. In an instant, the already turbulent spiritual energy of this demonic sect's domain grew even more violent, even causing the so-called evil spirits within it to grow stronger. Now it yearned to devour Li Tianwei and transform him into its sustenance. Thus, under this influence, the spiritual energy now harbored demonic spirits. Driven by this force, the boundless spiritual energy outside rapidly converged toward the area where Li Tianwei was located. Simultaneously, this violent commotion had already drawn the attention of certain individuals. This must be an absolute demonic treasure, or some spirit treasure emerging. The two men watched the distant scene with excitement, racing toward it. Meanwhile, Li Tianwei's cultivation continued, though this time it was different. The eerie presence within the spiritual energy relentlessly invaded, targeting Li Tianwei's spiritual platform. Li Tianwei repeatedly forced it into the heaven-severing demon. He could distinctly feel this spiritual energy steadily integrating, causing the heaven-severing demon founded upon divine abilities to undergo continuous transformation. And they say this isn't a place near the Tao. Even my heaven-severing soul, forged from the foundation of the heaven-imprisoning divine power I attained through comprehending heaven and earth, is reacting to it. Doesn't this prove the existence of this Tao within heaven and earth? It might even evolve into a divine power. After witnessing the might of the heaven-imprisoning divine power, Li Tianwei realized it far surpassed the Tao intent in strength. If one were to draw a comparison, divine powers were akin to profound principles, while Tao intent remained a passive enhancement, each offering distinct advantages. Come on then. Let me see just how far this can transform. Li Tianwei murmured to himself as he sank into complete stillness. The impure thoughts within the spiritual energy continued to invade and grow stronger. After all, it was an existence capable of enveloping the entire demon sect territory, driven solely by its instinct to corrode and kill cultivators. Now that Li Tianwei had contained it, Li Tianwei must die. Die. The impure thoughts of the spiritual energy poured in relentlessly, pounding against his spiritual platform. Yet Li Tianwei's spirit platform, already covered in multicolored, destructive ripples, stood firm and unshaken. Observing beneath it revealed the supreme Tao foundation Li Tianwei had condensed during his foundation establishment. An eerie circular light, a three-leafed fan, constantly revealed 5 colors, appearing utterly sinister and bizarre. Chapter 56, willing to cultivate this demon Tao path with the senior. I sense something.
The impure thoughts, having gathered all their strength to utterly corrupt Li Tianwei's spiritual platform, finally managed to shake the incredibly stable platform with their desperate assault. With this tremor, the Tao foundation forged beneath by Li Tianwei began to swirl. The emblem on the three-leaf round fan glowed crimson, strange, violent, and compressed as an aura of boundless energy surged forth, defending itself. Crack! With a single counterattack, the mass of impure thoughts within the spiritual energy shattered instantly. Even at that moment, it still hadn't grasped what had happened. At last, Li Tianwei felt his mind grow crystal clear. The near Tao realm truly lives up to its name. Cultivating here has even clarified my Tao heart considerably. Keep pushing. Manifest the heaven's severance in Sha. Then, with one hand imprisoning the heavens and the other wielding heaven's severance, these petty demons will be easily subdued. Indeed, I crossed over to suppress all foes. With both heaven's prison and heaven's severance, I'll crush them until they can't breathe. As Li Tianwei's cultivation intensified, the commotion grew louder. Outside the mountain forest, two demon sect cultivators hurried toward the site. To their eyes, the commotion erupting from the mountain peak could only mean one thing: a demonic treasure or a celestial spirit object had descended. As for whether it could be someone cultivating? As demon cultivators, they knew full well what cultivation disturbances sounded like. Could anyone possibly understand the spiritual energy of the demon sect's domain better than demon cultivators themselves? To trigger a spiritual energy upheaval across an entire region, unleashing boundless resentment, and you tell me this is merely someone cultivating? Even if it were, a tribulation stage cultivator wouldn't dare practice so openly and defenselessly over such a vast area. After all, demon cultivators possess none of the virtues of righteousness or morality. Without concealment, you become a target. What if a more powerful cultivator happened to pass by and needed your head as a ritual artifact? With such reckless abandon, wouldn't you be the perfect candidate? Lin Yexue watched the spectacle of spiritual energy surging toward the distant peak, his heart racing with excitement. He had aspired since childhood to become a demonic powerhouse. Though he had now attained the golden core stage, it had drained all his reserves. The current phenomenon of an evil treasure emerging undoubtedly gave Lin Yexue hope, and he immediately set off toward that peak. He glanced at the other figure beside him and felt a pang of regret. He had teamed up with someone else just to make the task easier. Otherwise, he would likely have been the only one to discover the emergence of the demonic treasure. But it didn't matter. Lin Yexue planned to make things right later. That demonic treasure belonged to him. Thus, the two arrived at the site where spiritual energy surged, the entire area filled with strange phenomena and distorted, twisted shadows. Upon arrival, however, the coveted treasure they expected did not appear. Instead, they encountered Li Tianwei, who had just awakened from his cultivation. Li Tianwei had just completed the evolution of the heavenly severing in concealment. Though it hadn't reached the level of a divine ability, its power had doubled. Moreover, this process had imbued the spell with a newfound sentience, granting the heavenly severing in shadow a measure of enhanced efficacy. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened his eyes, two demonic cultivators arrived at his doorstep. Compared to Li Tianwei, Lin Yexue and Song Shouyuan saw only Li Tianwei alone in the area where the spiritual energy had erupted. They exchanged a glance. As golden core cultivators, they instantly discerned Li Tianwei's cultivation level and tier, foundation establishment. Their ability to see through him stemmed from Li Tianwei's own actions. Though he had learned the divine concealment and calming breath technique, at his current foundation establishment level, there was no need to conceal his strength. In the cultivation world, foundation establishment was an extremely common stage. His divine concealment and calming breath technique primarily served to mask the aura of his Tao intent. Li Tianwei stood alone in the entire arena. In Lin Yexue's eyes, any demonic treasure that appeared here would undoubtedly be taken by Li Tianwei. Now, only one choice lay before him: kill to seize the treasure. Hand over the item, boy, or else. Lin Yexue and Song Shouyuan unleashed their golden core realm power without hesitation. Liquid spiritual energy and the aura of golden core cultivation radiating from their bodies were brimming with ferocity. Their greed and desire were palpable, amplified several-fold within the demonic sect's domain. What they didn't know was that as they sized up Li Tianwei was doing the same to them. For Li Tianwei sensed the aura of demonic energy emanating from Song Shouyuan. Due to the Tao intent and the Tong Yuan curse, others were unable to perceive the demonic presence. But Li Tianwei is now fully capable of doing so. Demon scum, you dare show your face before me? You're asking for death. Li Tianwei showed no sign of responding. In his heart, there was only a burning desire to exorcise demons and uphold the righteous path. Li Tianwei's sudden outburst left Lin Yexue puzzled, unable to fathom what he meant by demon. Beside him, Song Shouyuan also showed a trace of confusion upon hearing this. Yet, at some point, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and his demeanor underwent a subtle shift. Senior brother Lin, let us subdue him first. Song Shouyuan concealed his inner emotions and immediately proposed to Lin Yexue. Instantly, both men formed their hand seals, glaring at Li Tianwei with mocking expressions, seemingly laughing at his audacity, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Yet just as they prepared to strike, an inexplicable pang of dread suddenly gripped them. A terrifying vision instantly unfolded before their eyes, freezing them solid on the spot. A dense black mist utterly evil, utterly malevolent erupted in an instant, its concentrated yin energy engulfing the entire land. The once clear sky darkened in an instant. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei unleashed the heaven-severing yin soul he had cultivated. In that instant, as the heaven-severing yin soul erupted, surging resentment rose skyward, layers of yin sha piling up like dark clouds, resembling a raging inferno of demonic flames. Such a venomous and bizarre aura sent a chill through both their hearts. This demonic energy, this wicked intent, this resentment, how incredibly powerful. Even the Tao of demonic evil couldn't surpass this. Watching Li Tianwei unleash this aura, Lin Yeshio's heart trembled with excitement. In that instant, he felt as though the demonic cultivation path he had longed for was finally within his grasp. Among all the Nascent Soul elders and spirit transformation powerhouses he had encountered, none possessed such overwhelming demonic energy. In that instant, Lin Yeshio had only one thought: this was the true path of demonic cultivation. Your Majesty, your presence leaves me utterly. With a thud, Lin Yeshio knelt on the ground, his eyes brimming with fervent supplication as he addressed Li Tianwei. Senior, I beg you to take me as your disciple. I wish to cultivate this path of demonic cultivation alongside you. Your overwhelming demonic flames and aura are truly mighty and majestic. I bow in awe. Lin Yeshio prostrated himself, his voice trembling with genuine emotion, his expression seemingly without a trace of pretense. As for Zhang Yuan, the demonic cultivator, witnessing Lin Yeshio's actions and glancing at the scene of surging demonic flames behind Li Tianwei, he found Lin Yeshio's words rather convincing. Such flattery and prostration might just save his life. But why did his face look so dark? Chapter 57, Local cultivators are so unpolite. The demonic entity within Zhang Yuan pondered this, yet Lin Yeshio's current demeanor praising the man before him as if he were the sole, supreme demon lord of heaven and earth was utterly bewildering. Despite being a demonic entity, its thoughts and everything about it differed from humans. But now possessing the memories of this body, it saw nothing wrong with Lin Yeshio's desperate pleas. Consider the man before him shrouded in an aura of malevolence even darker than its own. He must be some great demonic cultivator. Knowing that demons existed wasn't strange at all, so begging for mercy and praising him as a titan of the demonic path was perfectly reasonable. Reaching this conclusion, Zhang Yuan believed he should follow Lin Yeshio's example and beg for mercy outright. But why, then, did his face darken? Darken so profoundly. It must be because he was a demonic cultivator. He simply didn't like to smile. As for Li Tianwei, he never imagined that despite wielding his resplendent righteous laws, these demonic cultivators and fiends would remain so despicable and vile, continuing to insult him and even seeking to become his disciples. Fine. Having just grasped the essence of anger, Li Tianwei held nothing back. The tremor in his voice was now filled with blazing fury. Amidst the swirling, a faint anger rose. Under the influence of killing intent and rage, the originally overwhelming black demonic energy and were tinged with a vivid crimson, turning the entire sky a dark red that looked even more terrifying. Lin Yeshio trembled violently at this transformation. Such demonic flames. He was so overwhelmed that his words became slurred. This. Senior, you are truly the demon lord incarnate. Such intense killing and resentment energy. In the entire demon sect, what are nascent soul or transformation spirit cultivators but mere trifles before you? I humbly beg you, Senior, to take me as your disciple. Lin Yeshio pleaded earnestly, simultaneously kowtowing to Li Tianwei. As for Li Tianwei, he never imagined that even after wanting to kill this demon cultivator, the man was still pretending. Most shockingly, his eyes saw nothing but genuine sincerity in the demon cultivator before him. He could scarcely fathom the audacity of these demonic cultivators and fiends. At the Lingxu Holy Land, they had not only defiled his innate talent but also managed to deceive his very eyes. It was clear that these demon cultivators' acting was utterly despicable. This was nothing short of an insult to his very character. What demonic Tao? This was the Tao essence he had comprehended from the heavens and earth. All the righteous cultivation methods he practiced originated from Baimuxu, the peak master of Tianmen Peak at the Lingxu Holy Land, a true righteous sanctuary. If this wasn't the true Tao, what else could it be? Could it possibly be fake? Without a doubt, this demonic cultivator and demonic entity before him were merely putting on a show to humiliate him. His own master, Baimuxu, the peak-level spirit transformation cultivator and peak master of the righteous sanctuary, had declared that the path he followed was the resplendent righteous path. There was no doubt that this demonic cultivator, this demonic fiend, was attacking him with such foul and obscene words solely to shatter his Tao heart. Fortunately, his Tao heart remained unshaken, not wavering in the slightest. He saw right through this fellow's tricks. Shut your filthy mouth. You vermin dare to insult me thus, seeking to corrupt my Tao heart. Li Tianwei roared in fury, then swept his hand through the air. Amidst the layered spiritual energy of the demon sect's domain, the heaven-severing yin soul had already fused with the myriad impure thoughts permeating this place. A sky filled with crimson-black flames descended, revealing twisted, shattered souls within. They surged toward Lin Yeshio, attempting to mimic his plea for mercy.
Instead, they caught the hidden cultivator Yuan off guard. Ah! Truly worthy of being the demon lord I've witnessed. Such ruthless decisiveness. To die by such a method is truly. As the heavenly annihilation soul descended, Lin Yexue watched without a trace of fear. Instead, his face lit up with excitement as he continued to shout. Filthy words. Li Tianwei's forehead veins throbbed involuntarily. Even in death, this bastard was still full of sincerity. Demon cultivators were truly despicable. As for the demonic cultivator, Song Shouyuan, he regarded Lin Yexue with a peculiar gaze. He never expected the man to remain so calm, even seeming to relish his impending death. As for Li Tianwei, his body radiated demonic energy while uttering incomprehensible words. One was more wicked than him, the other clearly deranged. As a demonic cultivator, he felt for the first time that he was the only sane one present. Alas, Zhang Shouyuan was granted no time for reflection, nor even a chance to resist. The result? Li Tianwei's transformed heavenly annihilation fiend was now infinitely close to divine power, far beyond what two gold core cultivators could withstand. Boom! The heaven-severing fiend descended, its terrifying corrosive power grinding them into oblivion. Li Tianwei's Tianjue Sha, even before its transformation, had obliterated the dharma forms of two nascent soul cultivators. Now, facing two golden core cultivators, it was a complete and utter suppression. The boundless malevolence of the heavenly severing demon descended, piercing through everything. Li Tianwei focused his assault squarely on Lin Yexue, unleashing a brutal barrage of over a dozen direct strikes. The target was reduced to a pile of flesh, utterly annihilated, both body and soul destroyed. These demon cultivators from the demon sex domain are utterly impolite. Li Tianwei couldn't help but remark after eliminating one demonic cultivator and one demonic fiend. He had anticipated a thrilling campaign of exterminating demons and upholding the righteous path. Yet these demon cultivators had truly warped their minds, spewing filthy insults to defile his glorious orthodox teachings. Looks like I'll need to cultivate some soul-targeting spells to extract and burn them as offerings. Otherwise, these fiends are getting off too easy. Li Tianwei thought to himself. But, ha 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 ha. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter. Hearing the system's laughter, Li Tianwei raised an eyebrow slightly. The system immediately fell silent, suppressing its laughter with great effort. I just heard you laughing. What are you laughing at? Li Tianwei's icy tone slowly echoed through the system. For some reason, the system felt a chill run down its back, a bone-deep coldness. Host, you know I'm just a system, a string of data. I possess no human emotions. I was poisoned earlier, but I'm fine now. But witnessing your heroic figure, host, using the righteous path to vanquish demons and uphold justice, that truly brought me heartfelt joy. The system immediately retracted, as if nothing had ever happened. Having said this, the system felt not the slightest bit guilty. After all, if even Li Tianwei's master could blatantly lie with a straight face, what harm was there in a mere system being a little more honest? As for Li Tianwei, he remained silent after hearing it all. Truth be told, he was genuinely disgusted by the demonic cultivators and evil spirits here. How shameless! They'd seized such a splendid location only to cultivate demonic arts. Cultivating demonic arts was bad enough, but to do so with such utter disrespect? While it was true that righteous and demonic paths were irreconcilable, one might expect them to settle things with genuine martial prowess. Instead, they resorted to these underhanded, malicious tactics. All manner of foul language, insults aimed at one's very person and reputation. No, I can't tolerate this. They must be punished properly. If I hadn't come, that would be one thing. Now that I'm here in this demonic sex domain, how could I possibly let them off? Li Tianwei made a quiet decision to himself. So then, he could delay his return to the Lingxu Holy Land for a bit and set up a few small arrays here while he was at it. Li Tianwei glanced around, began pulling spirit stones from his storage ring, and simultaneously retrieved the spirit light wheel. He started feeding them and while simultaneously setting up an array nearby. This was a prime location for cultivation, and Li Tianwei had no intention of wasting such a valuable spot. He planned to return often in the future. Host, when did you learn array techniques? How come I didn't know? The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness was utterly perplexed by his intentions. It had never been separated from Li Tianwei, and these past days, Li Tianwei had been cultivating at Tianmen Peak, waiting for the demonic being's banquet. He simply hadn't had time to learn. Didn't you notice? I learned it here. Li Tianwei held up the spirit light wheel in his hand and pointed at it. Looks like various geometries and topologies. As long as the placement is correct, spiritual energy communication should work. The system paused, scanning him up and down once more. It found nothing unusual about Li Tianwei. He was as normal as could be. The Li Tianwei before it was profoundly abnormal, yet at the same time, utterly normal. For a moment, the system didn't know how to respond. Chapter 58. Everyone contributes a bit of beauty. Lingxu's sacred ground. When Li Tianwei unleashed his power to break through the demonic forces' traps, the violent commotion caught the attention of Lingxu Holy Land's elites.
However, after Li Tianwei shattered the demonic forces trap, the Lingxu Holy Land's elites failed to intercept him. After all, the demonic forces had long swapped the two locations to better carry out their schemes. The two spaces shared the same location, and after Li Tianwei broke through, he fell directly into the other side. The demonic force's original plan was to corrupt Li Tianwei, then use him to strike against Bai Mu Su, gradually devouring the entire Lingxu Holy Land. It could be said that the demonic forces perpetrated such schemes ceaselessly across every corner of the world. Because this demonic disturbance occurred within the Lingxu Holy Land, several self-sealed venerable elders were forced to break their seclusion. Yet even they could not uncover the cause. This demonstrated the demonic entity's formidable methods. However, several days later, survivors began returning to the Lingxu sacred land. After Li Tianwei shattered the demonic forces scheme, the explosion had hurled them all to various locations. Some landed not far from the Lingxu sacred land, while others were hurled into the territories of other sacred lands. The disciples who had attended the banquet at Jinju Peak began trickling back to the Lingxu Holy Land. The truth behind the events that unfolded in the Grand Hall was finally revealed. Particularly astonishing to many of the Lingxu Holy Land's venerable elders and senior members was how Li Tianwei, wielding merely Foundation establishment-level power, had managed to suppress a cultivator at the Nascent Soul stage. How long had Li Tianwei cultivated? Barely 100 days since establishing his foundation, a realm utterly distinct from the Nascent Soul stage. While others doubted it, Bai Muxu knew Li Tianwei possessed this capability. He had comprehended 3 Dao intentions, wielded a high-grade magical treasure, and was also his disciple. He recalled his own past, when he had faced a Nascent Soul cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment. Even the weakest Nascent Soul cultivator was someone he could hold his own against. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that Li Tianwei, as his disciple, possessed some extraordinary means. Beyond that, it could only be demonic forces. Demonic forces. I never expected them to surface so soon. Upon hearing the news from his disciples, Bai Muxu's expression grew grave. He drew the long sword from his back and began to gently swing it. There's little time left. I must break through as well. Bai Muxu seemed to have made a decision at that moment. As for the existence of the demonic entities, the higher-ups of Lingxu Holy Land were actually aware of them. Due to their peculiar nature, they were difficult to detect. Once they infiltrated a human body, their actions and memories showed no signs of separation whatsoever. Therefore, only the highest echelons of Lingxu Holy Land knew of the demonic entities, primarily to prevent unrest. Consequently, the events unfolding at Jinju Peak were immediately pinned upon the Baiyuan Holy Land and various demonic sects. The propaganda narrative portrayed it as Lu Muyu, a spy from the Baiyuan Holy Land, orchestrating the banquet to obstruct and assassinate the prodigy Li Tianwei. Ultimately, Li Tianwei saw through the scheme and crushed him. This incident was thus officially labeled as a White Origin Sacred Land spy causing trouble and harming Lingxu Sacred Land disciples. Coincidentally, Xiaoyi and a group of disciples from the White Origin Holy Land were present at the time. The Lingxu Holy Land's leadership issued an ultimatum to the White Origin Holy Land, demanding they handle the matter appropriately. After all, the 4 sacred lands share common roots, united in their resistance against the demon sect, exorcising evil and upholding the way. Yet here they were, planting spies in another's domain, prompting condemnation. Xiaoyi, who had already agreed to a price and was preparing to be released, was once again imprisoned. There was no going back now. Due to Li Tianwei's exceptional aptitude, the Lingxu Holy Land remained uncertain about his condition. They specifically summoned a self-proclaimed out-of-body cultivator from within the Holy Land to perform divination. Ultimately, it was determined that Li Tianwei was unharmed, effectively concluding the matter. While some fortunate disciples were swept near the Lingxu Holy Land by the shockwave, others were hurled directly into the demon sect's territory. Some were even transported into forbidden zones. Li Tianchen was among them. After escaping the Grand Hall, the shockwave hurled him directly into the heaven-scorched abyss, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the northern Ling domain. Had it not been for the assistance of Elder Ling's spiritual power, Li Tianchen would likely have perished in the heavenly incineration abyss. The longer he remained trapped within, the more Li Tianchen felt an invisible flame igniting within his heart, searing every fiber of his being like charcoal. It was pure, utter torment. Tianchen, my soul power can only shield you for a few more days. If we don't find a way out soon, we'll both perish here. It seems we have no choice but to go there. Hearing Ling Lao's words, Li Tianchen seemed to make a decision, speaking directly. Soon, Li Tianchen set off toward the depths of the heavenly burning abyss. Amidst the raging forces and gloom of the heavenly burning abyss, a burst of multicolored divine light suddenly erupted, as if something was about to emerge. This was Li Tianchen's choice to enter the secret realm and make his final stand. Finally done. Drawing upon his knowledge, Li Tianwei had finally established a peculiar formation atop this mountain peak using spirit stones and various materials found there. This formation served a single purpose, to anchor the spirit light wheel's positioning through its own array. Like an anchor point, it would allow future construction of a teleportation array once sufficient power was attained, enabling effortless travel to this location. After completing these tasks, Li Tianwei hadn't forgotten how utterly disrespectful the demon cultivators in this region were. Having been so viciously insulted, how could Li Tianwei endure it? Even though the instigator had been killed by him. But in Li Tianwei's eyes, the problem extended beyond Lin Yeshio. He was merely a demon cultivator. Such a temperament stemmed from societal influences. Therefore, to eradicate the root cause, these demon cultivators and demonic forces must be thoroughly dealt with. The demon cultivators of this world weren't like those in novels, practitioners of different paths. They were pure, unadulterated evil. Those defined as demonic cultivators inevitably used humans as tools for cultivation, refining blood, distilling souls, stripping bones to craft magical artifacts. These truths were what Li Tianwei had comprehended from the very fabric of the universe. It can be said that 80% of all evil deeds committed by cultivators in this world are perpetrated by these demonic cultivators, who resort to any means to advance their cultivation. Alas, my power is too weak to purge them all completely. But weakness has its own methods. It's about everyone doing their part to make the world better. Each person can lend a hand within their capabilities. Li Tianwei reflected honestly, already beginning to take action. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness observed his actions and couldn't help but silently mourn for those who would soon cross his path. Evidently, those two individuals had left a profound impact on Li Tianwei. With that thought, Li Tianwei activated his aerial flight technique and headed outward. Chapter 59, Worse than the 18th Layer of Hell. Host, I advise you to leave the demon sect territory immediately. Demonic entities share a common origin. The demonic creature you just killed has likely spread news of your situation to others. Receiving Li Tianwei's reckless thoughts, the system couldn't help but caution him. It understood that Li Tianwei was stubborn and unyielding, unlikely to heed any advice. Yet, ironically, the system itself was powerless to sway him in the slightest. The system felt utterly helpless about this. I'll be gone before they mobilize en masse. Li Tianwei replied simply. As he made his way through, everything he saw was gray and lifeless, with little sign of vitality. This made Li Tianwei frown involuntarily, for he hadn't seen a single soul along the way. At first, Li Tianwei thought he had ended up in a remote area. Yet the dilapidated villages and small towns below all bore witness to the fact that this place had once been inhabited. This was nothing like his journey from Baixian City to the Lingxu Holy Land aboard Lu Lingming's magical artifact. The stark contrast laid bare the state of the demon sect's domain. Just as Li Tianwei pondered whether the common folk of the demon sect's territory had been utterly ravaged, he finally sensed a few glimmers of life. After all, during his enlightenment, Li Tianwei had deeply understood the plight of these ordinary people through the resentment energy of heaven and earth. Finally, some living souls. Upon seeing this, Li Tianwei immediately headed toward those signs of life. Soon, he arrived above them. It was a simple group, 7 or 8 people and a donkey cart. Nearly all of them were gaunt and emaciated, skin stretched taut over bones, faces etched with exhaustion, eyes unnaturally dull. To call them human, they scarcely resembled it anymore. Li Tianwei frowned deeply at the sight, then landed beside the group. He was about to ask them about the situation in this area. Before he could speak, the group spotted Li Tianwei descending from the sky and instantly fell into a panic. Their eyes filled with terror and dread as they looked at him. Unlike ordinary people in Baixian's presence who would immediately kneel and bow upon seeing a cultivator, calling them immortal master, these individuals did not react that way. With the Tao intent of wrath within him, Li Tianwei could clearly sense the various emotions emanating from these people. It wasn't just panic, there was despair, and even a hint of anger mixed in. Before Li Tianwei could speak, the leader of the group stepped forward immediately. Sir, we are blood slaves from the Blood Nightmare sect's territory. We've already shed blood once before. After speaking, he cautiously studied Li Tianwei's expression, seemingly hoping to intimidate him by invoking the Blood Nightmare sect's name. Perhaps only ordinary folk in the demon sect territories truly understood the horror these cultivators represented. They corralled people from every region, resorting to any means necessary to sustain their cultivation practices. In nearly every locality, the majority became servants to various demonic sections. Their sole purpose was to survive on the meager rations provided by these sects and to perpetuate their bloodlines. As for what these offspring were used for, they were almost invariably turned into various consumables for demonic cultivation. When a mother-child bond was needed for a curse, a group of mothers and children would be taken away and tortured. When a fetus was needed for cultivation, it would be dissected. The Blood Nightmare sect specialized in condensing human essence and blood. How many blood slaves did they control? From the moment of birth, nearly every human began supplying blood to the Blood Nightmare sect. The essence blood of newborn infants is considered the most potent, and all territories under their rule must make offerings of it. Compared to the Blood Nightmare sect, other cultivators' demands are bizarre and unpredictable. They might suddenly erupt and attempt to refine you. Here, the lives of ordinary people were worth less than anything else. That was why these people looked at Li Tianwei with such terror, fearing he had come to refine them. Li Tianwei observed the genuine terror in the man's eyes and the icy words that escaped his lips. Though he had anticipated this, the reality before him revealed a situation far more dire than he had imagined.
Old man, I am not one of those demonic cultivators.
I am a righteous cultivator from the Lingxu Holy Land.
I am not one of those demonic cultists. I won't harm you. Li Tianwei flashed a smile and immediately revealed his identity. Yet when he finished speaking, these people showed no signs of excitement or relief.
Instead, panic spread across their faces. The leader, his face etched with sorrow, pleaded urgently. Master, please leave. Though I know nothing of the distinctions between righteous and demonic cultivators among your kind, I sense you are a good person.
Good people are useless here. Last time, another immortal master like you tried to save us.
The elders of the Blood Nightmare sect stripped him of his flesh, turned his bones into magical artifacts, and I heard they even sealed his soul inside a banner. This place is hell worse than the 18 layers of hell.
Such things exist?
Li Tianwei's heart lurched at this, his expression darkening. After all, he had felt the resentment of 100,000 souls within the world's vengeful energy. Those cultivators would stop at nothing to advance their cultivation. And now, arriving at this demonic sect's domain, a place that should be a prime shortcut, it had been transformed by them into a realm resembling the 18 layers of hell. As for whether the words of the man before him were false, Li Tianwei didn't need to verify them. With his perception of heaven and earth, he could see through it at a glance. At the very least, these people before him did not carry the same aura as the demonic beings and demonic cultivators he had encountered, those shrouded in lingering spirits and spewing foul curses. Therefore,
this is no place for humans to dwell.
The leader shook his head and sighed. In his cloudy eyes, Li Tianwei glimpsed an eerie calm, the kind forged through suffering until utter numbness.
Li Tianwei lifted his head again, surveying the emaciated, gaunt figures around him.
When their gazes met his, they flinched and ducked away, their fear and shrinking so palpable it revealed the sheer cruelty of their plight. Guided by these emotions, Li Tianwei suddenly felt his simmering rage boil over, igniting a fiery fury within his heart.
Driven by rage, murderous intent rose, death descended, resentment surfaced, and malevolence grew fierce. How long have I been in this demonic sect's domain?
I've only realized that these demonic cultivators all deserve death, no reason to discuss it. They occupy such a prime location, yet instead of cultivating diligently, they indulge in demonic and heretical practices.
Li Tianwei exhaled deeply, his gaze intensely resolute. Evil must be eradicated. If you can lead me to the Blood Nightmare sect's territory, report me freely. I will not implicate you.
The group had expected Li Tianwei to retreat, never anticipating such a declaration.
For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Chapter 60, Heaven Sent Merit. The Blood Nightmare sect, a demonic sect's domain.
As a demonic sect that had stood here for nearly 10,000 years, its territory spanned nearly 10 million kilometers, with over a dozen nations under its sway. Yet under their rule, ordinary people were nothing but blood slaves of the Blood Nightmare sect, compelled to pay tribute at fixed intervals. Should the sect require additional resources, they were forced to sacrifice their children, wives, and mothers. The only solace for these common folk was the assurance that, unlike in the past, a demon cultivator would not suddenly appear and refine their entire family. With the Blood Nightmare sect in place, where 10 people might have died to demonic cultivators before, now only 9 perish. At least the burden is eased, though the price is now the offering of blood. Li Tianwei learned all this from this group of people. They were now heading to the Blood Nightmare sect's headquarters to deliver the essence blood collected from their village. As they spoke, Li Tianwei sensed through their emotions that this journey was definitely not solely for delivering the essence blood. Li Tianwei's gaze fell upon the 2 girls and 1 boy in the center of the group. The despair etched upon their faces made it clear to him that they, too, were likely part of the offering they were delivering. Witnessing this, Li Tianwei clenched his fists. Blood Nightmare sect, Mount Pan settlement. As the largest settlement within a 1,000-mile radius of the Blood Nightmare, it had grown into a veritable city. Countless demon cultivators and other practitioners would come here to purchase goods. Compared to the territories protected by the 4 sacred lands and various righteous sects, the demonic sect's domain offered a stark contrast. Here, as long as one possessed sufficient spirit stones, one could acquire anything needed. For instance, while foundation establishment pills from righteous sects were unobtainable, demon cultivators' 9 child foundation establishment pills were readily available. Undoubtedly, this Pan Mountain city had become a lucrative prize for the Blood Nightmare sect. Those stationed here could reap substantial rewards. After all, within a 1,000-mile radius, the sheer volume of blood slaves, various essences, and consumables surrendered was staggering. With just a slight reach, vast resources flowed in. Selling these resources to wandering cultivators and unscrupulous righteous cultivators could easily fill their coffers to overflowing. However, the peak Nascent Soul demon cultivator stationed at Panshan could never have imagined that the nest had long since been usurped. When Li Tianwei killed the cultivator Yuan, the demonic forces, sharing the same roots, had already spread the news far and wide. Compounded by Li Tianwei's earlier feat at the Lingxu Holy Land, where he, as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, had overpowered 2 Nascent Soul demonic cultivators, he had long been regarded as a thorn in their side. Soon after, Qin Yuanying of Mount Pan emerged from her seclusion.
I'll handle it.
According to intelligence from Lingxu Holy Land, his combat strength is roughly mid-stage Nascent Soul.
Dealing with those two first-grade Nascent Soul bastards should be manageable.
This body of mine belongs to a direct disciple of the Blood Nightmare sect master. With an 8th grade Nascent Soul, his combat prowess is in a different league entirely. If that old fool of the Blood Nightmare sect hadn't been so cautious, we might have actually lured him out. He could have added a powerful boost to our rebellion. A wicked smile spread across Qin Yueying's stunningly beautiful face, as if conversing with someone through the air.
Outside Panshan City, with Li Tianwei's assistance, what would normally take days of travel was covered in just half a day.
The others shot Li Tianwei grateful glances. After all, the time saved spared them considerable hardship on the road. Only the two women and the child wore grim expressions.
Wait here for now. We'll enter the city later.
Li Tianwei gazed toward the distant Pan Mountain city as he addressed those beside him. The others nodded in agreement, halting nearby to rest. As for Li Tianwei, he immediately sat cross-legged.
The moment he arrived at Panshan City, he sensed the resentment energy and spiritual energy in the heavens and earth had thickened immeasurably.
Moreover, the heaven-shattering demon within his body, which absorbed resentment energy, along with his modified 3000 condensing heavenly intent and efficiency drawing technique, operated ceaselessly. As he drew near the city, Li Tianwei felt as though he were being pulled into its depths.
It could be said that Li Tianwei was now ceaselessly absorbing the spiritual energy and resentment energy of the demon sect's domain.
Coupled with the peculiar nature of this domain's spiritual and resentment energies, Pan Mountain City served as a staging ground where countless beings had perished. The spiritual and resentful energies here were so saturated with impurities that they reached an utterly terrifying level. Thus, even before stepping inside, Li Tianwei felt this pull.
What's happening? It feels like they're calling out to me. Li Tianwei carefully sensed the spiritual energy and aura within the heavens and earth, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. Is it the call of the heavens? This was the first thought that flashed through Li Tianwei's mind. After all, this land of the demon sect possessed such favorable geography, yet it had been desecrated by these demonic cultivators. To Li Tianwei, this faint, elusive call felt like the heavens urging him to restore order and purge the corruption once and for all. This anomaly manifested as the spiritual energy within the demon sect's domain becoming corrupted and malevolent. Upon sensing Li Tianwei's presence, this perverse energy swirled around him, attempting to corrupt him. After all, under its perception, Li Tianwei's figure stood out most clearly across the entire Pan Mountain city and most of the demon sect's territory. Li Tianwei, without the slightest barrier, absorbed the spiritual energy with reckless abandon. His proximity to it, coupled with the various energies of resentment, death, killing, and evil that clung to him, made him an irresistible target. Li Tianwei was undoubtedly the most distinct presence traversing the demon sect's domain. This made the corrupted celestial energies eager to devour him. It kept tempting Li Tianwei, pouring vast amounts of spiritual energy into his body. Especially since Pan Mountain City was infested with countless evil thoughts. It was as if they were swarming in. As the thick, impure thoughts mingled with spiritual energy surged in, Li Tianwei let go of everything in that moment. He discovered that even without consciously channeling any cultivation techniques, he could absorb these energies. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his face. Feeling the influx of spiritual energy, combined with the surging, Li Tianwei could sense his body undergoing a constant metamorphosis. Could this be divine merit bestowed from the heavens? This intangible call and the strange transformation brought by the enhancement didn't feel like sudden enlightenment, yet it did boost his strength. The only possibility Li Tianwei could think of was this. The more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, since his time at the Lingxu sacred ground, he had expelled demons and slain demonic cultivators. Now, he sought to purge the cancer of Panshan City from this near-path land. Wasn't it only fitting that heaven and earth bestowed merit and blessings upon him? Within Li Tianwei's consciousness, the system sensed his thoughts while simultaneously scanning the surroundings. Outside, invisible to the naked eye, a sky filled with malevolent thoughts gathered like a sinister face desperately surging into Li Tianwei's body. Evil thoughts, fragmented souls, and shattered spirits tangled in the heavens and earth, jostling each other to enter Li Tianwei. You call this divine favor? It looks nothing like divine favor. The system desperately wanted to point at Li Tianwei and yell. Merit? None. But I do retain some favor from other worlds. I intended to forge a spiritual route for you, but it seems you won't need it now. With that thought, the system hurled its remaining blessings into the swirling maelstrom of malevolent intent. Chapter 61, You call this baptism? After the system cast its stored blessings into the thick, chaotic aura of perverse thoughts and uncontrolled spiritual energy. A simple flash of light, inconspicuous amidst the chaos. This sliver of grace, no matter how you looked at it, stemmed from the system's creative power. The moment it invaded the vast sea of spiritual energy, it began its chaotic expansion. At this moment, even the system itself had no idea where this would lead. Li Tianwei's situation was already utterly abnormal. Now, with this sliver of grace added to the mix, what on earth would it evolve into? Crack!
In an instant, the resentment energy and spiritual energy throughout the entire city of Panshan began to reverse and flow toward Li Tianwei's location.
Li Tianwei felt the transformation brought by this spiritual energy.
This sensation, unlike sudden enlightenment, felt like the rhythm guided by heaven and earth, or so Li Tianwei perceived it, within his own understanding. Meanwhile, the mutated spiritual energy sought to thoroughly erode this man of such clarity. It was rare for a demon cultivator on this demonic sex land, one who understood cultivation and array formations, who isolated himself from the world's spiritual energy and all manner of distractions to encounter someone as reckless as Li Tianwei. At this moment, the situation was crystal clear. Whispers echoed in his ears, illusions, fragmented images, and countless thoughts assaulted him. Li Tianwei sat cross-legged, his expression still calm to the point of being unbelievable. Amidst it all, a faint golden light flickered, a trace of blessing bestowed by the system. The sky, once filled with black, distorted by impure thoughts, now held a hint of purple amidst the thick black mist. His eyes, a strange blend of black and purple, carried an eerie, unique aura of darkness. Seeing this purple aura rising in the sky, Li Tianwei's resolve strengthened. This was the descent of merit. Come forth. Let us see what you can offer me. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei absorbed it directly, triggering the fish and chi drawing technique. Simultaneously, the three-leaf circular fan-shaped Dao foundation within his spiritual platform burst into brilliant radiance. As the Dao foundation manifested behind Li Tianwei, an overwhelming sense of foreboding emanated from it, far more terrifying than when he had previously wielded the heavenly annihilation in evil. As for the mutated spiritual energies, upon encountering this bizarre Dao foundation, they scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, instantly suppressed. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei's fish and chi drawing technique began to unleash its chain reaction. Boom! Endless bizarre and chaotic thoughts connected incessantly at this moment. Having accumulated the resentment and various chaotic thoughts of countless beings here in Panshan City, the fish and chi drawing technique acted like a fuse, igniting them all in an instant.
In that very instant, Li Tianwei unexpectedly invoked the resentment channeling chant.
He directly connected himself to heaven and earth, carefully sensing what he believed to be the power of merit. This was no spirit void sacred ground. The density and ferocity of the resentment energy here were on an entirely different level. With Li Tianwei stubbornly persisting, the chain reaction of the fish and chi drawing technique combined with his forced connection to heaven and earth through the resentment channeling spell. Under such overwhelming conditions, the two forces combined.
Li Tianwei truly achieved penetration. Yes, penetration.
Li Tianwei had effectively transformed himself into a bridge, connecting all of this. Feeling the boundless emotions of heaven and earth, combined with the system's bestowed blessing, an intangible and bizarre state emerged. The resentment, impurities, and remnants of souls and spirits within the heavens and earth, overwhelmed by sheer volume, coalesced into consciousness. Leveraging the divine favor, Li Tianwei built a bridge connecting heaven and earth through his own being. Countless stray thoughts flowed through his will and Dao foundation, linking the cosmos. No one could have imagined that Li Tianwei, who had comprehended the Dao intentions of death, killing, resentment, evil, and rage, remained utterly unaffected. He even filtered out these impurities entirely. The steadfastness of his will and the rationality of his mind had surpassed all imagination. After all, Li Tianwei was that kind of man. Once he embraced a principle, not even 1,000 horses could pull him back. And now, the resentment of heaven and earth, the distractions of the demon sex domain, they were no different. Through this flowing connection, purged of countless distractions, Li Tianwei instantly realized the merit bestowed by heaven and earth was not given in vain. Li Tianwei could feel this wondrous state continuously purifying him. This is the baptism of heaven and earth. Having read extensively, Li Tianwei recognized this transformation for what it was: undoubtedly the heavenly baptism. Truly a place close to the Tao. I never imagined such benefits could be found here. In stark contrast to Li Tianwei's beaming expression, the system was utterly dumbfounded. It knew full well Li Tianwei's capabilities, having witnessed his prowess and endured countless humiliations. Upon receiving Li Tianwei's notion of this so-called baptism by heaven and earth, the system could only think, whose heaven and earth uses resentment and all manner of impure thoughts for such a baptism. May the blessings I bestow prove profoundly useful. After all this time knowing Li Tianwei, the system was well acquainted with his peculiar thought processes: self-assuredness, maintaining confidence bordering on arrogance in the face of challenges, persistence with a touch of adolescent idealism, effort often attributed to luck, and strength largely imagined. The system couldn't help but admire him for it. As for Li Tianwei undergoing this baptism and transformation amidst such intense upheaval, Li Tianwei's cultivation level was soaring. Yet due to the nature of his pseudo-spiritual root, all attributes must be filled to achieve balance. Before long, Li Tianwei broke through once more, reaching the late foundation establishment stage, not far from the golden core realm. Yet this was merely the smallest transformation. Through the baptism, Li Tianwei continuously perceived and sensed the resentment of heaven and earth, the chaotic thoughts, allowing him to glimpse the underlying rules. The celestial cycles, the laws of cause and effect. Moreover, by continuously filtering out distractions and resentment from his physical body, his physique began evolving in a different direction.
The transformations of all things, the threads of cause and effect, nothing escaped Li Tianwei's gaze. At this moment, a faint purple glow emerged from Li Tianwei's pupils. Having endured so much within this baptism, he witnessed the destruction of all things, the rise of all things, and the condensation of all distractions. By this stage, Li Tianwei had traversed countless chains of causality. The rampage of demonic cultivators had formed a force of resentment within the heavens and earth, which in turn fed back into the spiritual energy, causing various transformations in the lands of the demon sect. Everything followed a flow, a pattern of change. To Li Tianwei's eyes, all this had coalesced into distinct threads. He could now peer into the karmic ties binding humanity past deeds, discerning good from evil. All living beings existed within this web of cause and effect. Thus, Li Tianwei gained a divine ability, a simple one, the heavenly eye. It allowed him to visualize the karmic threads of all beings, discerning people and their hearts. A faint purple glow faded from Li Tianwei's eyes as he drew a long breath. Meanwhile, the system, observing Li Tianwei's transformation come to a halt, felt a surge of excitement. After all, it had played a part in this outcome. Eager to curry favor, the system hurried forward. Noticing Li Tianwei deep in thought. Host, how do you feel now? The system was practically bursting with impatience. After all, this time it had drawn upon the heavenly grace. Combined with its own power and Li Tianwei's peculiar abilities, the system couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying the result might become. Chapter 62, Could it be? His thoughts were real? The system was filled with anticipation. After all, it had played a part in this, hadn't it? And it had also given Li Tianwei a glimpse of its power, proving it wasn't useless, right? After a quick scan of Li Tianwei, the system understood what had transformed within his body. Another divine ability, one involving causality, no less. This was a major power. The system grew excited just thinking about it. That Li Tianwei had successfully grasped such a profound ability with its assistance, didn't that make it seem even more formidable? If the system had a nose right now, who knows if it would be sticking straight up to the heavens? Host. Seeing Li Tianwei hadn't responded for a long time, the system thought he might have been overwhelmed by excitement and called out again. As for Li Tianwei, after sensing the divine power he had grasped following his baptism and the changes in his body, he remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Useless. This divine power and ability are rather pointless. Li Tianwei's words were not what the system had anticipated. Hearing Li Tianwei's words, what a useless appendage, what a worthless divine power, the system felt as though a flock of crows had caught overhead, their cries piercing its very core. The power of cause and effect, discerning treachery, detecting evil, what use is such an ability? As if I couldn't see through things myself? Li Tianwei sighed deeply, his face filled with regret, yet he spoke with unwavering confidence. These so-called causes and effects, could they possibly be trying to steer me away from my own consciousness? Li Tianwei thought to himself honestly, and he truly felt no connection to this supernatural power. The system fell silent, utterly unprepared for Li Tianwei's reaction. It now realized it had underestimated the extent of his delusions. Simultaneously, the system recalled another matter. During one of Li Tianwei's delusional fantasies, he had imagined that he could see the answers to everything he looked at. As for the process? Others would prove it for him. Now, seeing Li Tianwei act this way again, the system couldn't help but wonder. Could it be his thoughts are actually real? But as this thought surfaced, the system snapped back to reality. Had it actually believed this? Li Tianwei acting like this? Was this right? Right, my foot. But compared to this trivial matter, the system now felt somewhat bewildered. It had sacrificed the previous heavenly blessing to help Li Tianwei. Yet it seemed to have little effect, and it had even been rejected. Could it be? I really am a worthless, trash system? In that moment, the system couldn't help but sink into self-doubt. It hadn't anticipated that its attempt to make Li Tianwei recognize his own situation would instead force it to confront its own reality. My data is messed up. And what about the blessings I expended earlier? What good did that do? If I brought it up now, that jerk Li Tianwei would only think I'm even more useless. The system was now in turmoil, its data becoming chaotic. As for Li Tianwei, he was also sorting through what he'd gained this time. This ability to peer into the source is somewhat useful. But this cultivation breakthrough is happening far too quickly. He's nearly at the golden core stage already. That's even faster than my 100-day foundation establishment. I really am too powerful. Li Tianwei couldn't help but marvel. Though he considered the heavenly eye somewhat useless, it still had its minor benefits. As for concepts like causality, given his extensive studies in natural and social sciences, cosmology, and everything in between, Li Tianwei couldn't even begin to fathom the depth of his understanding. Such matters, he could discern through knowledge alone. Besides, what this divine ability perceived were merely the causal threads within this world. It was still far too narrow. To truly comprehend patterns, understand transformations, and let causality reveal itself, I reap the fruit while they sow the seeds. Li Tianwei mused to himself. The sky regained its calm after Li Tianwei completed his transformation. The group that had been waiting nearby now rested about 100 meters away. Uncle Lu, do you think he'll really help us? Can he pull it off?
A gaunt, sallow-faced man spoke slowly. His hoarse voice betrayed his youth, likely not yet 20, yet his face bore the exhaustion and weariness of a man well past middle age.
Sigh, he's so determined. What can we do? We can't even protect ourselves.
He'll probably end up like those other immortal masters before him. The Blood Nightmare sect has existed for nearly 10,000 years.
If it could truly be destroyed, it would have been long ago. Lu Qi sighed.
We still have to hand over what the Blood Nightmare sect demands.
Otherwise, we'll end up like Shikong Village.
These few simple words plunged the group into utter gloom. Only those who lived on this land truly understood the might of demonic cultivators and the terror of the Blood Nightmare sect. Now, they just wanted to deliver this final shipment and leave Panshan City as quickly as possible, lest they meet their end here. Not long after their idle chatter began, Li Tianwei slowly approached. Upon seeing him, Lu Qi immediately stepped forward and asked,
Master, are we ready to depart? You may proceed. Go inside first.
Li Tianwei had naturally overheard their casual conversation, but he felt nothing about it. He didn't seek others' trust, he trusted only himself.
Understood, Master. Lu Qi's face lit up with relief upon hearing Li Tianwei's words.
After all, while Lu Qi didn't know the true extent of these immortal masters' power, he understood the Blood Nightmare sect's formidable strength. If they became entangled with Li Tianwei, the Blood Nightmare sect would never let them off.
They might even target their entire village.
Such things had happened before. Soon, under Lu Qi's command, the group set off toward Panshan City.
Li Tianwei remained behind, gazing intently at the entire city of Panshan.
Everything lay exposed before his eyes, such profound sin. Even from this great distance, Li Tianwei felt as though he could hear the wails of agony within.
A faint aura of killing intent surfaced around Li Tianwei, swiftly enveloping him.
Clasping his hands in a seal, Li Tianwei rose into the air and headed toward Panshan City. At that moment, within Mount Pan City, Qin Yueying also slowly raised her head, gazing outwards. As a demonic entity, her sensitivity to the energies of heaven and earth far surpassed that of humans.
Moreover, the entire domain of the demon sect, constantly reshaped by their influence, was now saturated with dense malevolent qi and accumulated resentment.
Once the turmoil began, this place would become the grand headquarters for all demonic forces. Therefore, the moment Li Tianwei had just attained the heavenly eye perception and connected heaven and earth with the resentment binding chant, Qin Yueying had sensed the strange fluctuations in resentment energy and the disturbances in the cosmic will. It was clear that resentment energy was surging intensely from a certain direction, as if some great demonic entity had emerged. Qin Yueying never imagined that she, a demonic being who controlled the very essence of filth and resentment, would one day be shocked by a violent surge of resentment.
What great demon has emerged? Or has that demonic cultivator advanced and broken through?
Qin Yueying pondered in confusion, simultaneously scanning her memories of the powerful beings surrounding Panshan City. She found few who matched the description.
Chapter 63. Where did this hand come from?
Since purging is necessary, let this serve as a warning to those demon cultivators and fiends.
Li Tianwei, soaring through the air, summoned the spirit light wheel from his storage ring. As Li Tianwei channeled his spiritual energy into it, the entire spirit light wheel glowed with a faint purple light. The various overlapping arrays within began to activate. Seeing this, Li Tianwei immediately retrieved a mountain-sized pile of spirit stones from his storage ring. To Li Tianwei, his resolve to purge these demonic cultivators and fiends was no idle threat. He now saw the thick, suffocating aura of sin permeating the skies above the entire city of Panshan.
Having comprehended the Tao intentions of death, resentment, killing, evil, and wrath, Li Tianwei could instantly discern that the entire population of Panshan City was steeped in profound sin.
After this realization, Li Tianwei began channeling his spiritual energy.
Under his command, the formation within the spirit light will continuously layered, amplified, and expanded. Simultaneously, the spirit stones he had thrown out were being consumed at an alarming rate.
A faint purple glow emanated from the spirit light wheel in his hand, illuminating the heavens and earth.
Combined with the 5 Tao intentions emanating from his body, a dark purple cloud surged above Mount Pan City. Laden with dense resentment, chaotic thoughts, and worldly evil intent, it obscured half the sky above the city. The surging power caused the cultivators of Panshan City to lift their heads in unison, gazing at the sky's abnormal transformation.
Look! What is that? The heavens have changed. Such thick malevolence and murderous intent. Has some great demon descended? This is the Blood Nightmare sect stronghold, guarded by Nascent Soul cultivators. How dare they act so brazenly here? Though some cultivators who witnessed this scene wore a hint of alarm on their faces, it quickly faded. In their eyes, the Blood Nightmare sect of Mount Pan City was supremely powerful. Across the entire demon sect domain, the 2 sects and 3 clans had stood firm for 10,000 years. To this day, no force had ever shaken their established dominance. To them, such violent fluctuations were merely the spirit energy of the demon sect's domain playing its usual tricks. After all, most demonic cultivators and heretical practitioners knew that spiritual energy harbored malevolent spirits.
The resentment and impure thoughts within spiritual energy were, for these cultivators, merely obstacles that could be overcome with a few simple techniques. The lingering thoughts of extinguished beings might affect the heavens and earth, but these demonic and heretical cultivators feared them not in life, much less in death. As for the righteous cultivators witnessing this scene, their hearts were filled with shock and dread. To them, it seemed another peerless demonic being had emerged from the demon sex domain. Within Panshan City, cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above distinctly sensed Li Tianwei's presence in the sky. They were utterly perplexed by a late Foundation establishment cultivators summoning such supreme vengeful power, wondering what the devil he was up to. But when they caught sight of the treasure-glowing Dharma wheel in his hand, their eyes lit up. With their spiritual senses, they could instantly discern it was a high-grade magical artifact, and immediately felt a surge of greed. But this was Blood Nightmare sect territory. They dared not cause trouble. Otherwise, the sect would capture them for blood extraction, subjecting them to daily refinement. Could they endure that? All the cultivators above the Golden Core stage fell silent, biding their time. They could never have imagined that the figure suspended in the air intended to envelop the entire city of Panshan within an array formation, aiming to wipe out every demonic cultivator within its walls in one fell swoop. And this was being orchestrated by a late Foundation establishment cultivator, someone not even close to the Golden Core stage. As the instigator of all this, Li Tianwei now gazed at the formation enveloping half of Panshan City, his brow slightly furrowed. Li Tianwei couldn't help but glance at the depleted spirit stones and the spirit light wheel in his hand. This so-called high-grade magical treasure seemed nowhere near as powerful as he had anticipated, even somewhat underwhelming. All I wanted was to use your formation to envelop the entire city of Panshan and purge its sins. Even such a minor request proves impossible. So much for a high-grade artifact. External tools just don't cut it. I have to rely on myself. Li Tianwei immediately set to work, beginning to refine the spirit light wheel. In his eyes, this spirit light wheel was utterly inadequate. Curse of resonance, connect me to the heavens and earth. Li Tianwei pressed his hand firmly against the spirit light wheel, establishing a direct connection to channel the resentment energy of heaven and earth. As this surge of resentment poured in, the entire spirit light wheel began to stir violently. Simultaneously, the dark clouds enveloping the entire city of Panshan grew ever more massive, threatening to crush the city beneath their weight. But to Li Tianwei, it still fell far short. He intended to spare no one in Panshan City, and if this spirit light wheel was all it could do, it was nowhere near enough. These artifacts are useless junk, they can't even operate autonomously and still need me to power them up. And I've got a fight coming up soon. This won't do. Li Tianwei felt a rare sense of frustration. These external tools always caused problems: the system, the hard questioning ladder, the book spirit, and now this spirit light wheel. If the spirit light wheel possessed consciousness right now, it would probably curse Li Tianwei too. I'm just a magical artifact, how could I possibly drive myself? If I could operate autonomously and control myself, I'd have ascended to the level of a spirit treasure by now. Unfortunately, the spirit light wheel had no consciousness. But Li Tianwei's thought sparked an idea. Self-powered? Why not just have the book spirit do it? The moment the idea struck, Li Tianwei promptly retrieved the book spirit from his storage ring. As a divine technique spirit, it had entered slumber after completing the transmission of the divine technique. Entities like it served little purpose once their knowledge was acquired. Especially when confronted with Li Tianwei's utterly bizarre circumstances, the book spirit had long since sunk into complete apathy. It refused to acknowledge Li Tianwei as the inheritor of its 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. Had you ever seen anyone whose grasped out intentions were things like killing, death, resentment, and evil? For this reason, the spirit could only insist this Li Tianwei, the heavenly origin immortal sovereign, was absolutely not the true inheritor of this immortal technique. Look, he'd altered it. Therefore, it wasn't a true inheritance. Since Li Tianwei hadn't consulted it in ages, the book spirit had no desire to be summoned again. Yet there it was, sound asleep, only to be yanked out once more. Gazing upon Li Tianwei before it, his pupils glowing dark purple, a cloud of impure thoughts and malevolent resentment swirling behind him, obscuring half the sky. Holy crap, how long have I been asleep? Who is this guy? Even those peerless fiends aren't this bad. What the hell am I doing here? Is this even the cultivation world anymore? The book spirit couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The familiar aura of filth and resentment permeated the surroundings, plunging the entire world into utter corruption. This was far more terrifying than when it had once joined forces with the heavenly origin immortal venerable to resist the demonic forces. But soon, it realized the figure before it seemed vaguely familiar. It was none other than its master, Li Tianwei. What on earth had transpired during this time? The book spirit was utterly perplexed. Chapter 64, Activating the Array, Aiming to Slaughter. Before the book spirit could react, Li Tianwei had already made his move. He grabbed the book spirit and slammed it down onto the spirit light wheel. Soon, boundless spiritual energy filtered through Li Tianwei surged forth, filling the heavens and earth. You know formations, right? Li Tianwei asked, his gaze fixed on the book spirit. Seeing Li Tianwei's terrifying aura, the purple light in his eyes seemed to pierce through everything.
Facing Li Tianwei, lies felt pointless. Instinctively, the book spirit answered. I do. Then get inside. Help me control this artifact. Remember, don't let anyone escape. Li Tianwei nodded decisively, pointing toward the city of Panshan below. The words fell, and the book spirit was utterly perplexed. It had no idea what Li Tianwei wanted it to do. Moreover, it was merely a spirit bound to a divine technique book. Could it simply enter a magical artifact like that? The moment the spirit voiced its confusion, Li Tianwei raised his hand and pressed it against the spirit. The spirit felt as if everything within it was being stripped away. Immediately afterward, under Li Tianwei's manipulation, it felt as though it had entered an entirely new realm. It found itself in a new realm layered with hundreds, perhaps thousands, of overlapping magical arrays. In that instant, the spirit sensed it could command any array with a mere thought, supported by an inexhaustible wellspring of power. Through this sensation, the book spirit instantly deduced that this power originated from Li Tianwei. Only now did it realize that Li Tianwei had reached the late foundation establishment stage, possessing 5 Dao intentions. Most terrifyingly, he seemed to have entered a state of unity with heaven and earth, channeling the power of his physical body to communicate with the cosmos and infuse it into this magical artifact. Master! Master! What are you doing? Witnessing Li Tianwei's profound transformation, the book spirit's heart trembled with unease, a sense of foreboding settling over it. What else could I do? Do you see below? Such profound sins. Countless demonic beings lurk there. As a disciple of the righteous Lingxu Holy Land, how could I stand idly by? Every ounce of my cultivation comes from Lingxu Holy Land. How could I stand idly by when the glorious righteous path is at stake? Therefore, I intend to utterly annihilate them. My only fear is that they might escape while I'm engaged in battle. So you must keep a close watch. If even one slips away, I'll hold you accountable. Li Tianwei laid out his plan with an expression of righteous indignation, his words brimming with confidence. It seemed utterly natural to him that one man could single-handedly subdue an entire city. Of course, if one ignored the boiling malevolent aura and thick killing intent surging behind Li Tianwei as he spoke, it might indeed seem like the righteous path should be exactly this. But what righteous path would ever contemplate slaughtering an entire city, even if most of its cultivators were demonic practitioners, evil cultivators, or demonic fiends? Ah! The book spirit was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. If it had a physical form, it would likely have pointed an accusing finger at itself. You're talking about me, right? The one who trapped the entire city's population? The book spirit sensed Li Tianwei's late foundation establishment aura, then scanned the city of Panlong below, detecting dozens of golden core cultivators and 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators. Is this even possible? This should be deadly. Before the book spirit could question further, guided by Li Tianwei's power, the formation within the magical artifact housing the book spirit began to activate. Li Tianwei channeled the resentment chant, piercing directly through heaven and earth. He had previously achieved a state of unity with the heavens and earth by using his own body as a bridge. The dense energy and spiritual essence of heaven and earth, channeled through Li Tianwei's fish and shi drawing technique, continuously poured into the spirit light wheel. The book spirit, understanding Li Tianwei's intent, immediately activated its own formation, a golden radiance blazing forth to illuminate the world. At the edge of Panshan City, boundless resentment boiled. A vast formation, saturated with malevolent, descended, obscuring the sky and enveloping the entire city. From the arrival of the dark clouds to the sudden manifestation of the formation, Li Tianwei completed the entire setup within mere minutes. Feeling the book spirit busily casting the formation within the spirit light wheel, Li Tianwei nodded with satisfaction and flung it toward the sky. Book spirits are far more useful than systems. Li Tianwei couldn't resist taking a jab at the system. Unprovoked and mocked, the system felt powerless to retaliate. At that moment in Panshan City, Qin Yueying had already stepped out of the Grand Hall. She gazed upon the vast formation enveloping the entire city and the sky, now completely shrouded in dark purple. Could it be the Heavenly Demon sect? Are they planning to attack the Blood Nightmare sect? This was Qin Yueying's first thought upon witnessing the scene. After all, not long ago, the demon cult's deputy leader, Han Yuan, had gone berserk and destroyed 2 of the Blood Nightmare sect's strongholds. Had the Blood Nightmare sect leader not intervened to repel him, who knew how much worse the situation could have become? Now, with this sudden, vast formation and the terrifying aura of malevolence and resentment surging like the descent of a great demon, Qin Yueying's first thought was precisely this. As Qin Yueying extended her divine sense to probe the situation, her entire body froze. She stared fixedly at the sky. No, this is. She had recognized Li Tianwei. Seeing this, Qin Yueying was filled with confusion. Through the shared intelligence of demonic cultivators sharing a common origin, Qin Yueying knew Li Tianwei's situation. He practiced cultivation methods even more heretical than those of the demonic cultivators, yet his cultivation base was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Yet now, this fellow had reached the late stage, wielding such a powerful formation and this thick, intense. In that moment, Qin Yueying seemed to understand why those slain fellow demons had spoken of this man. He appeared even more wicked than they were. It seemed to be true now. I was just about to come find you.
Never expected you'd deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Qin Yueying grinned, her beautiful face blooming like peach blossoms, her eyes seductively alluring. Just as Qin Yueying prepared to strike, something seemed to occur to her, and her body stiffened.
Something's off. Even with his mid-Yuanling combat strength, he's alone now. To boldly set up an array in Panshan City, a confinement array at that, what exactly is this guy planning? Could he have a backup plan, waiting for me to walk into a trap? Surely he doesn't think he can take on an entire city by himself. I absolutely cannot follow the example of my two kindred spirits. I must be cautious. Qin Yueying thought to herself. Trying to lure me in? You're still too green.
At that moment, Qin Yueying felt a surge of excitement at her own cleverness. Using the identity of the body she possessed, Qin Yueying directly commanded the other two Blood Nightmare sect elders stationed here to act.
At that moment, the colossal formation manifested, plunging the entire city of Panshan into chaos.
To the cultivators of Panshan City, the sheer scale of the formation and the sky-darkening resentment energy created an apocalyptic scene, as if a great demon had descended. Many began fleeing toward the city's outskirts, only to discover upon reaching the edge that escape was impossible. Dense, malevolent energy enveloped everything, layering upon itself until the entire formation nearly trapped the whole city. Most peculiar was that those versed in formations noticed this array enveloping Pan Mountain City seemed different from anything they recognized. The entire formation appeared to be layered upon layer, interlocking in a bizarre, peculiar pattern that seemed impossible to dispel. This entirely unfamiliar formation seemed to have forged its own path, representing a completely new approach to formation design. What the hell is going on? Who's attacking the Blood Nightmare sect? Could it be the Heavenly Demon sect? Not long ago, their deputy leader attacked several Blood Nightmare bases. It caused quite a stir. Rumor has it the Blood Nightmare sect disrupted one of the Heavenly Demon cult schemes. Those with access to information had already begun piecing things together. Unfortunately, no matter how much they speculated, they couldn't have imagined someone so brazen, so utterly deranged, that they'd attempt to take down an entire city single-handedly. Chapter 65, You Deserve Death. How dare you! As the formation activated, two Nascent Soul elders of the Blood Nightmare sect soared into the sky from within Panshan City at Qin Yueying's command. Before they arrived, their furious roar echoed through the air. Two figures materialized mid-air. One was a burly man clad in crimson robes, his face twisted in ferocity, eyes like venomous daggers that dared not meet Li Tianwei's gaze. The other was a frail old man, his face creased with wrinkles that seemed to foretell death. Clutching his soul banner, his body shrouded in black mist, he radiated an icy malevolence as he fixed his gaze on Li Tianwei. Sensing Li Tianwei's late foundation establishment cultivation, both men's expressions instantly turned icy. They couldn't fathom why Qin Yueying had mobilized such force, dispatching two Nascent Soul elders to deal with a mere foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivators trapped within the grand formation in Panshan City finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two Nascent Soul elders of the Blood Nightmare sect arrive. Look, there's Elder Xiaku, mid-stage Nascent Soul, and Elder Yanshan. Both are Nascent Soul powerhouses. With their strength, resolving this matter should be a breeze. With the Blood Nightmare sect's two elders here, Pan Mountain City's troubles should soon be over. Did you notice that the one who set up this grand formation is only at the late foundation establishment stage? Maybe he's hiding his cultivation level. The cultivators below looked up at the impending battle unfolding in the sky, murmuring among themselves. Xiaku and Yanshan were also puzzled as to why Qin Yueying had sent them two to deal with Li Tianwei. With Qin Yueying's warning, they too suspected Li Tianwei was concealing his cultivation level. Boy, which sect or cult do you belong to? Don't you know this is Blood Nightmare sect territory? Yanshan fixed Li Tianwei with a deathly stare. His icy words, combined with his appearance, were downright terrifying. As for the old man Xiaku beside him, his expression remained utterly unchanging as he held the Demon Soul banner, from which black mist billowed. Li Tianwei glanced at them, seeing countless sins clinging to their every fiber, their hands stained with the blood of countless innocent lives. The Blood Nightmare sect exists to deal with the Blood Nightmare sect. Do we need a reason to eliminate demonic cultivators and evil spirits like you? In short, exterminating demons and upholding the way you all must die. Li Tianwei had already made up his mind there was no point in reasoning with these people. In an instant, Li Tianwei shed all restraint, unleashing a palpable aura of overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, he activated the immortal body of the Tao, triggering a cascade of explosive techniques that instantly amplified his cultivation. Within moments, a torrent of secret arts erupted, burning blood, melting flesh, dissolving bones, severing souls, erasing consciousness, and scorching lifespans. Li Tianwei's cultivation aura, originally at the foundation establishment stage, surged upward. What had been a late foundation establishment aura now reached the late golden core stage. At this moment, he sacrificed everything the Tao demanded. Facing a city full of demonic cultivators, Li Tianwei knew he had to give his absolute all. The withered elder in Nightmare Mountain never expected Li Tianwei to unleash his full power the instant he finished speaking. As demon cultivators themselves, they possessed explosive techniques too. They instantly recognized Li Tianwei's situation. That's the black mystic secret art, the life-boiling technique, the bone-stripping wrathful soul method. Having lived longer, the withered elder naturally recognized some of the secret arts Li Tianwei was deploying. He was utterly bewildered. These were all desperate, life-threatening techniques of the dark path techniques that could kill. He found it hard to fathom how someone could sustain so many such techniques without collapsing. This youth must harbor a great secret. What kind of secret technique boosts one's cultivation by an entire realm? Is this guy trying to fight to the death? Boy, hand over those secret techniques. The withered elder lightly tapped the soul banner in his hand toward the air, releasing a surge of nascent soul-level pressure. Immediately, a Dharma image rose and stood tall behind him. The Dharma image was swirled with countless vengeful souls, shrouded in thick malevolence and dark intent. With a flick of the evil soul banner in his hand, innumerable malevolent spirits surged forth from within the banner, descending straight down. The sky darkened completely. Boom! In an instant, the world fell silent. Yen Mountain refused to be outdone, revealing its own Dharma image. A terrifying, monstrous, gigantic demonic beast materialized behind Yenshan. Both erupted simultaneously, their nascent soul auras pouring down. Below, the residents of Panshan City gazed upward at the three figures suddenly erupting into the sky, shock etched upon their faces. Under this intangible pressure, even Chi cultivators, Foundation Establishment cultivators, and even Golden Core cultivators found it difficult to move. Clearly, the battle unfolding in the skies was far beyond their reach. Facing the pressure of two nascent soul cultivators, Li Tianwei seemed oblivious. Instead, he coldly surveyed the entire Pan Mountain with a surge of spiritual energy, his voice icy as he declared, "I am the eldest disciple of Tianmen Peak, the sacred land of Lingxu. Seeing you all shrouded in sin, you deserve to be executed." His words echoed throughout the entire city of Panshan. Amplified by spiritual energy, they reached the ears of every cultivator present and even ordinary citizens. Below, Lu Qi and his companions, who had just entered the city, recognized the familiar voice. They instinctively looked up into the sky, where Li Tianwei stood suspended in midair. Their faces froze in utter shock. That's... The aura radiating from him made Lu Qi and the others feel, inexplicably, that Li Tianwei truly possessed the power to change everything. As for the heretical cultivators and demonic cultivators within Mount Pan City, the mere mention of Lingxu Holy Land sent shivers down their spines. The older demon cultivators especially remembered the Lingxu Holy Land's demon-slaying campaign a century prior. The Holy Land had single-handedly fought against one sect and two clans, deploying all its elite forces. Only after the Kunmo sect intervened did the Lingxu Holy Land finally retreat. Over a dozen spirit transformation cultivators had fallen then, nearly 100 nascent soul cultivators, and countless others besides. It must be said that when Li Tianwei uttered that name, both Yenshan and Xieku's hands trembled. The ordinary demon cultivators in Panshan City were even more terrified, fearing the Holy Land of Lingxu might come attacking again. Before their panic could fully subside, Li Tianwei raised his hand and swept it toward the heavens, activating the 5 great Dao intentions alongside the Tongyuan curse. A torrent of black-purple demonic flames instantly ignited the dark clouds overhead, while Li Tianwei became enveloped in an overwhelming aura of profound demonic energy. Combined with his state of heaven-man unity, the chaotic spiritual energies, remnant souls, and fragmented spirits of the world coalesced into grotesque, shadowy forms that swirled around him, emitting half-visible, half-hidden demonic screams. Witnessing this spectacle, many in Panshan City fell silent. They appeared somewhat dazed. After all, moments ago they had genuinely feared an attack from the Lingxu Holy Land. Now, witnessing Li Tianwei's overwhelmingly demonic appearance. Could you really believe he was a disciple of the Lingxu Holy Land? Many were already grumbling about Li Tianwei. Demon cultivators killing fellow demon cultivators might get them into trouble, so it made sense for him to claim to be a righteous cultivator and make them take the fall. But couldn't he at least conceal the demonic nature of the spells on his body? Unfortunately, Li Tianwei remained oblivious to these thoughts. As for the withered elder in Nightmare Mountain, witnessing this scene, they were already enraged. "Insolent! How dare you!" The two roared in unison. "You think relying on secret arts to boost your cultivation to late golden core stage makes you a match for us? Ridiculous! Come and die! Surrender the secrets you hold." At this moment, due to Li Tianwei's use of the burst secret technique, the two realized he hadn't concealed his cultivation at all. He was genuinely at the late foundation establishment stage. In their eyes, a cultivator of such a level wasn't even worthy of kneeling before their disciples, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly to them. Evil soul banner, make him wish he were dead. Ha ha ha. Under their incantations, two divine forms surged toward Li Tianwei. Simultaneously, the withered elder swung his evil soul banner, unleashing a torrent of malevolent specters and fiendish ghosts that surged toward Li Tianwei like a tidal wave numbering in the thousands. The power of two nascent soul cultivators was terrifying indeed. Yet now, with his secret technique unleashed, Li Tianwei had reached the late golden core stage. Coupled with the manifestation of the 5 intentions and surging demonic flames, his presence seemed no less intimidating than theirs. But this was merely the beginning for Li Tianwei. Raising his hand, he declared,
Heaven's severance in slaughter. Chapter 66, Is the realm I reach when my secret technique explodes not a realm? Li Tianwei let out a cold snort. In a state of heaven and man as one, he activated heaven's severing in evil. This peerless grey technique, forged from the spells Li Tianwei had comprehended, was exceptionally well suited to his grasp of the fight intentions. Combined with his current location, a place he considered close to the Tao, it felt as though he were fighting on home turf. Soon, dark purple yin sha gathered behind Li Tianwei, obscuring the sky as layers of yin sha piled up. Amidst the shrieks of chaotic spiritual energies, the entire sky plunged into utter darkness. How utterly depraved you are, how vile your methods! I shall destroy you in the name of righteousness. In Li Tianwei's eyes, the withered elder and Yenshan were now enveloped by countless twisted souls that feasted upon their bodies, distorting their features into grotesque monstrosities. Such a sight left no doubt they were undoubtedly the most depraved of evils. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei unleashed the heavenly annihilation in demon. His current power had surged beyond measure, defying all laws of cultivation with an eerie intensity. Upon hearing Li Tianwei denounce them as the epitome of evil, Yin, Xiaku and Yenshan couldn't help but glance at Li Tianwei's current state. His demonic flames raged skyward, his body radiating an overwhelming aura of wickedness. That he would turn around and accuse them left their expressions darkening. Die! Both roared, fingers forming seals as they unleashed their respective grasping spells. Boom! In an instant, the entire city of Panshan was engulfed by an aura of malevolence and supernatural phenomena, unleashing the terrifying power of the Nascent Soul stage. Yenshan underwent a complete physical transformation, surrounded by all manner of fierce ghosts that fused with his body, causing his entire physical form to metamorphose. True demon body. Yenshan roared, the withered elder's demon soul banner trembling behind him. His terrifying form instantly swelled, hurtling straight toward Li Tianwei. Evil energy and restless intent manifested, the demonic body's intimidation bearing down. Li Tianwei, witnessing this, showed not a trace of fear. A purple glow flared in his eyes. Behind him, the heaven-severing yin sha manifested, obscuring the sky and forming a state of heaven-man unity that connected heaven and earth. The two collided in an instant, filling the sky with demonic flames as the raging fire of anger surged upward. Violent ripples spread through the air, causing the entire earth to tremble. It felt as though even the slightest force striking Panshan City would utterly annihilate it. Terrifying. Is this the true form of a nascent soul cultivator? That evil soul banner actually absorbed the souls of thousands of cultivators. How could the withered old demon possibly command so many vengeful spirits and maintain control over them? To the cultivators below, Li Tianwei's fate was sealed, doomed to be crushed. Relying on secret techniques to boost his cultivation to late gold core level and confront a nascent soul cultivator was nothing short of laughable. Who among the golden core cultivators who had ever defeated a nascent soul cultivator wasn't a prodigy of their generation? As for some Lingxu Sacred Land or the top disciple of Tianmen Peak, they'd never even heard of such names. It's over, it's over. What a joke. Some were already mocking him. After all, Li Tianwei had previously boasted about slaughtering them all. Now, he was likely being beaten to a pulp. Yet Yenshan and the evil withered elder battling mid-air felt nothing of the sort. They were utterly bewildered, especially Yenshan, who had activated his true demon body. They had slain countless cultivators and knew all too well the consequences of taking a life. When Yenshan's force strike landed on Li Tianwei, they only felt a sense of obstruction and an inexplicable feeling of suppression. Before they could react, something materialized before Li Tianwei. A black golden core, tinged with an eerie purple and radiating a destructive aura, stood before Yenshan, forcibly blocking his powerful strike. Most crucially, the aura emanating from this golden core was profoundly bizarre. A circular three-leaf fan swirled ceaselessly upon its surface. Under its influence, the surrounding air itself warped into an eerie haze, as if it were distorting the very fabric of heaven and earth. Yenshan's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled with an instinctive dread he couldn't explain. It felt as though the golden pill before him held an unimaginably vast, compressed energy, one that would surely kill him if unleashed. What is this? Yenshan asked in horror. Li Tianwei smiled faintly at the question. What else could it be? My golden core, of course. What? Your golden core realm was enhanced by secret techniques? How could you possibly have a golden core? Yenshan questioned incredulously. After all, they weren't strangers to such explosive techniques. While they boosted combat prowess, how could they possibly manifest the defining characteristics of an actual cultivation realm? At Yenshan's doubt, Li Tianwei's expression darkened instantly. Doesn't a cultivation realm achieved through secret technique bursts count as a realm? Look at mine, it's clearly condensed. If you can't do it, don't say others can't. Li Tianwei retorted immediately. He detested people like this, those who couldn't achieve something themselves yet claimed others couldn't either. How despicable. For someone as brilliant and unique as him, refining a genuine golden core realm through secret techniques, was that so strange? Of course not. It was only natural. He'd worked so hard, remained confident, and strived relentlessly. Wasn't this feedback what he deserved? I've told you, but you just don't get it. Come and die.
Li Tianwei unleashed the heavenly severing yin slaughter technique, causing the golden core before him to swirl violently. A wave of destructive force crashed toward him. Before Yenshan could react, endless yin sha covered the sky, layer upon layer, dense energy containing Tao intent, the resentment of heaven and earth, and another indescribable energy just like the golden before him. The overwhelming assault closed in, reaching him in an instant.
Behind him, the withered elder's expression darkened with alarm.
He realized the malevolent spirits, vengeful ghosts, and various forces summoned by the demon soul banner couldn't come within an inch of Li Tianwei as if they feared him.
What's going on?
The overwhelming assault of malevolent spirits and fierce ghosts froze in place. After all, Li Tianwei now stood connected to heaven and earth, surrounded by countless fragmented souls and malevolent spirits. He had achieved unity with the heavens.
Could any fierce or evil ghost possibly match the combined power of heaven and earth's resentment?
In the eyes of these eerie, vengeful spirits, Li Tianwei was the greatest threat of all. Purple light blazed from Li Tianwei's eyes as the yin behind him erupted, tearing through the heavens and earth. A torrent of streaking light cascaded down from the sky.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
They converged in unison toward Yenshan and the withered old demon.
No!
Both cried out, but it was already too late. Li Tianwei unleashed his follow-up move, the heaven-imprisoning divine technique, instantly sealing off the heavens and earth. Under the crushing weight of boundless pressure, the yin energy condensed with layers upon layers of spell power squeezed into the confined space around the two, its might amplified beyond measure.
Divine power? How is this possible? A mere foundation establishment cultivator has grasped divine power? Having lived for 2,000 years, the Xiaku elder possessed considerable insight. He instantly recognized the supreme power within the heaven-imprisoning might Li Tianwei had unleashed.
Simultaneously, Li Tianwei's golden core began to swirl, unleashing destructive forces that cascaded down in a manner neither of them could comprehend.
What? Divine power?
Yenshan was startled. Seeing this, his true demon body erupted instantly, his entire form swelling dozens of times larger in the blink of an eye. Yet against the overwhelming force of heaven's absolute yin soul combined with the divine power of heaven's prison, it was too late to stop the onslaught. In an instant, the momentum of the two forces shifted. How is this possible? Watching the swarm of yin-killing energy surge toward him, completely ignoring the true demon body as it invaded his true spirit, Yenshan froze in shock. Simultaneously, the ominous aura emanating from Li Tianwei's black golden core crashed toward him. Yenshan couldn't comprehend how a mere foundation establishment cultivator could grasp such bizarre techniques. A powerful explosive secret technique, 5 Tao intentions, divine abilities, this bizarre golden core, and that overwhelmingly strange spell. Each layer surpassed his expectations.
No!
Seeing this, Yenshan struggled desperately, summoning his Dharma form, his nascent soul, even attempting to flee with his divine soul. Yet under the shackles of the heaven-imprisoning divine ability, all escape routes were sealed.
Divine abilities exist precisely to force you into confronting them head-on. Xiao Tian, however, sought to seal off everything, compelling you to face it directly. Die!
Li Tianwei let out a cold snort, commanding the swirling yin to crash down with the golden core.
Boom!
The nascent soul cultivator, who had seemed invincible in the eyes of all the cultivators in Panshan City, fell dead.
Ah! Elder Qin, save me!
In his dying moments, Yenshan twisted his head and shouted toward the city below.
Alas, no response came.
A piercing scream echoed as blood rained down from the sky, as if spirits were returning to heaven.
At that moment, the demonic cultivators of Mount Pan City were thrown into panic. This is bad. The blood nightmare sect's nascent soul elder has fallen. Run! A loud cry rang out as the cultivators rushed frantically toward the city gates. Alas, Li Tianwei had already commanded his spirit book to activate the modified array within the spirit light wheel, blocking their escape. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei fixed his gaze upon the frantic, fleeing elder Xiaku. Chapter 67, I am the Great Benevolent One.
Sir, elder. Let's talk this out. Feeling Li Tianwei's gaze and witnessing the demise of Yenshan, a cultivator of comparable strength before him, the withered elder was utterly terrified. In his mind, Li Tianwei must have had a reason for not instantly killing him earlier. He immediately scrambled to beg for mercy. Seeing the old man's plea, Li Tianwei gave him a thorough once-over. Li Tianwei had no particular reason to spare Xiaku Laorun. As a disciple of a righteous sect, witnessing such a demonic cultivator extracting another's soul without intervening would be unacceptable. Moreover, Li Tianwei had been contemplating developing secret techniques targeting divine souls to combat these demonic cultivators. Undoubtedly, the withered old man before him possessed some skill in this regard.
Hand over your banner, Li Tianwei commanded. And tell me how you control these souls.
Li Tianwei stepped forward, extending his hand as he spoke directly to the withered old man.
Slap! Without a moment's hesitation, the withered old man lowered the soul banner in his hand and replied to Li Tianwei. I have already released the binding on this evil soul banner. You may use it at any time, sir. This is my cultivation technique, the yin soul refining art. It can command all manner of fierce ghosts and evil spirits, refine various malevolent spirits, and forge souls.
The withered old man was remarkably astute, understanding Li Tianwei's intentions. He immediately surrendered his cultivation method. At this moment, survival was his sole concern. The longer he lived, the more he feared death. He still had much to enjoy as a nascent soul cultivator. He was treated as an honored guest wherever he went. Seeing how obliging the withered old man was, Li Tianwei approached him. He glanced at the evil soul banner and the cultivation method before casually flipping through it. Then he picked up the banner. The instant it touched his hand, Li Tianwei felt the intense resentment energy within the Shehuan banner, along with the various souls inside, snarling and screaming. With just one glance, Li Tianwei discerned that many of these souls were transformed from innocent beings. He could see all too clearly the depth of Xieku Lao Ren's sinful transgressions. However, Li Tianwei now had an excellent idea. Killing these demonic cultivators and heretical practitioners would be far too lenient a punishment. Existences like them deserve to have their divine souls extracted and subjected to every conceivable torment. You're quite good. As I said earlier, your sins are so profoundly evil that you deserve to be executed. So enter my banner now. Li Tianwei raised the evil soul banner, unleashing without hesitation the various resentments, grudges, and spiritual energies within his body. These forces began to drive the diverse array of refined evil souls trapped within. You have no honor in battle. Xiaku's face twisted in fury as he pointed at Li Tianwei and shouted. When dealing with evil cultivators like you, do demonic cultivators still uphold martial ethics? Enter the banner now. Submit to my command. Let me help you atone for your sins. Li Tianwei remained utterly unmoved by Xiaku's words. What honor? Honor was something Li Tianwei only extended to the righteous. As for these people? When preying on others, might made right, and oppressing the weak was considered perfectly natural. They'd annihilated entire families without a second thought, never once considering honor. Yet now that the tables had turned, they demanded it? Li Tianwei swept his arm decisively. No matter how the withered elder struggled, the heavenly prison divine technique struck, combined with the crushing force of the golden core, extinguishing the heaven-severing evil. This time, however, Li Tianwei held back slightly. After all, he still needed their souls. Go! Those with grudges, seek vengeance. See those burdened by sin? Bring them into the banner. Li Tianwei waved the demon soul banner once more. Terrifying energy and demonic aura completely enveloped the entire city of Panshan. Then, it drove all manner of evil souls and fierce ghosts, directing them toward the city below. At that moment, the demonic cultivators and various practitioners below witnessed the fall of the two nascent soul cultivators. Compounded by Li Tianwei's body spewing smoke, his demonic aura was overwhelming. Add to that the constantly swirling golden core and the grand formation completely sealing off the outside world. Now, under Li Tianwei's command, the swarm of malevolent spirits and fierce ghosts intertwined, howling as they plunged straight toward the cultivators below. Li Tianwei, of course, had not forgotten to direct these fierce ghosts and evil souls toward specific targets. After all, there were still many ordinary people within Mount Pan City. Empowered by Li Tianwei's monstrously potent resentment energy, the strength of these malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts had effectively doubled. Most crucially, Li Tianwei felt no fear of losing control by summoning too many malevolent spirits and souls. He unleashed their power without restraint. After all, who could be more wicked than Li Tianwei himself? But in Li Tianwei's eyes, he radiated resplendent righteous law. Under his influence, all evil spirits and malevolent ghosts had to obey his commands. Evil? How could that be? A torrent of fierce ghosts and malevolent spirits descended, snarling and charging like a tsunami. Behind him, the terrifying golden cores he commanded followed suit. Should any resistance arise, the golden cores would immediately crush it. No. The cultivators and demonic practitioners scattered throughout the mountain city never imagined that the very act of slaughtering entire families of ordinary people to fuel their own cultivation would one day come back to haunt them. Facing these terrifying malevolent spirits and ghosts, resist? Could they possibly resist? No. Master, I'm sorry. Are we demonic cultivators deserving of death? Aren't you also consumed by vengeful energy? No. Master, I'm a disciple of the White Yuan Holy Land. A righteous Holy Land. Cries echoed relentlessly, yet they could not halt the onslaught in the slightest. As for ordinary people, witnessing the overwhelming tide of malevolent souls and fierce ghosts approaching, they did not panic or despair like the demon cultivators. Instead, they closed their eyes and awaited death. For them, it was nearly liberation. At this moment, the myriad flavors of human existence played out continuously below. The sight of these cultivators transformed into demonic practitioners seemed scarcely different from that of ordinary people. Only when the fierce ghosts and evil souls bypassed the common folk did they realize they weren't the targets. Of course, some demon cultivators attempted to use these ordinary people as shields. Their fate was clear. Who could escape Li Tianwei's keen eyes? Enter the banner. Blood stained most of Panshan City as fierce ghosts and evil souls tore apart countless cultivators, capturing their divine souls and dragging them into the evil soul banner. Li Tianwei immediately began refining them into the evil soul banner. Watching the demon cultivators writhe in agony, Li Tianwei couldn't help but sigh.
Ah, suffering is but a fleeting moment. You're steeped in sin. Enter my banner, and I'll lead you to slay demonic cultivators and evil spirits. Earn merit for the world, this will lighten your sins. Isn't that better? So, come in quietly. I truly am a great benefactor.
Despite all the wrongs they've committed, I still consider their welfare. By letting them enter the soul banner, they can accumulate merit to lessen their sins. Li Tianwei declared himself a true righteous cultivator. Unlike others who would simply obliterate their souls, he preserved their spirits.
This is truly great benevolence. Li Tianwei could only think, who wouldn't call this act a great virtue?
Meanwhile, deep within the winding mountain city below, a hellish scene unfolded. After all, the malevolent souls and vengeful spirits trapped within the banners endured endless torment.
Every ritual refinement subjected them to unimaginable agony. It could be said that no one understood the art of torment better than they. Yet, under the absolute pressure of Li Tianwei's might, these malevolent spirits and fierce ghosts only targeted the demonic cultivators and evil entities. At this moment, it truly felt as Lu Qi had once described, this place was the 18th layer of hell, and now Li Tianwei was inflicting hell's torments upon these demonic cultivators. Endless screams echoed ceaselessly as the malevolent spirits and vengeful ghosts tore into everything in sight.
Meanwhile, in the grand hall at the center of Panshan City, Qin Yueying, exercising caution, had not intervened.
She had sent Xieku and Yenshan to test Li Tianwei.
Unexpectedly, things had escalated to this dire situation.
Li Tianwei truly intended to annihilate the city.
Most terrifying of all were the endless techniques, divine abilities, bizarre golden cores, powerful spells, and his state of unity with heaven and earth. All these traits signified his extraordinary nature.
This won't do.
He must be dealt with. Otherwise, he will become a major threat to us demonic cultivators.
Now that he hasn't fully matured yet, perhaps I can. Qin Yueying seemed to have an idea. Chapter 68, Forcing My Breakthrough in Battle?
Evil spirits and vengeful ghosts rampaged through the winding mountains, while outside, the spirit of the book array was utterly stunned. It had imagined countless scenarios, how it would prostrate itself before its new master's heroic figure once the battle commenced, seeking the inheritance of the five intentions condensing heaven technique. After all, for a late foundation establishment cultivator like Li Tianwei to orchestrate such a grand scheme was nothing short of courting death. Yet no matter how it pondered, the outcome seemed utterly different from its expectations. Instead of Li Tianwei being subdued, he unleashed power beyond even its wildest expectations, instantly overpowering the two nascent soul cultivators. At that moment, the book spirit began to suspect that something significant had occurred to Li Tianwei during its slumber. Could it be that he had truly modified the 3000 condensing heaven intent to surpass even the 5 intent condensing heaven technique? Could this thing actually be cultivated? Does that even count as a divine technique anymore? The book spirit couldn't help but wonder. The book spirit now even began to doubt its own bookish master this time. The owner seemed utterly extraordinary. While the entire city of Panshan was being utterly ravaged, Qin Yueying was secretly plotting her own schemes behind the scenes. After all, she possessed peak nascent soul cultivation a full 2 major realms above Li Tianwei. Previously uncertain whether Li Tianwei harbored ulterior motives, Qin Yueying had now tested him through the evil withered old man in Yenshan, uncovering his various tactics. She had already devised a plan to deal with him. Qin Yueying intended to seize control of Li Tianwei's body, thereby gaining access to his terrifyingly powerful physique. The bizarre golden core, divine abilities, and various explosive secret techniques. Such a wealth of abilities made Qin Yueying think of a single phrase, the bearing of an immortal. I intended to flee, but now it's different. You're digging your own grave. Qin Yueying watched as Li Tianwei rampaged through Pan Mountain City, slaughtering the demon cultivators within. As a demonic entity, this was precisely the scene it craved most, for it presented an opportunity. Soon, Qin Yueying began her scheme. In the shadows, she orchestrated the death of the entire Pan Mountain City through this slaughter. The faint thread of consciousness released by their demise began to coalesce. The very essence of all the demonic cultivators who perished in Pan Mountain City allowed it to invade Qin Yueying's body, taking possession of the disciple of the Blood Nightmare sex master. And now, without a doubt, was its chance an unprecedented opportunity. Even if Li Tianwei summoned all the demon cultivators' souls with the evil soul banner, the emotions and thoughts they had released would still linger in the world. It intended to harness these very energies to weave a demonic array, a scheme to swap bodies with Li Tianwei. Everything Li Tianwei was doing now would become his own undoing. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yueying roared with laughter, simultaneously using the demonic cultivators' shared roots to secretly contact those still clinging to life in Panshan City, urging them to aid her. Soon, with Qin Yueying and the dying demons united, they indeed constructed a demonic erosion formation. For these demons, this moment was the perfect convergence of heaven, earth, and humanity. After all, their very ability to invade this world stemmed from its suitability for their existence. Just as Qin Yueying greedily prepared to strike Li Tianwei, a voice rang out from midair. Found you. For simple words, delivered with utter coldness. Qin Yueying was startled by this and looked up into the sky.
There stood Li Tian, his banner billowing with black smoke, surrounded by countless malevolent spirits and fierce ghosts. His gaze was fixed intently on Qin Yueying. Found me already? Faster than I expected. You really are twisted. Clearly only at the late foundation establishment stage, yet both your divine abilities and that bizarre golden core are far beyond what someone at your level should possess. Qin Yueying quickly regained her composure at this sight. Cut the crap. Come into the banner. Li Tianwei couldn't be bothered with reasoning with these demonic heretics. Sending them to their end was simply his duty. With that, Li Tianwei swung the soul banner in his hand. 5 Dao intentions whispered to him, wrathfully slay the evil resentment. Their target was now crystal clear. Qin Yueying hadn't expected Li Tianwei to act with such ruthless decisiveness. Opening with the 5 intentions, he unleashed Heaven's Severancine Soul along with his divine abilities, essentially treating his ultimate moves as basic attacks. Witnessing this, Qin Yueying couldn't help but wonder if his body was somehow abnormally enhanced. What the hell are you? A foundation establishment cultivator wielding divine abilities without being drained dry? Even us demonic beings can't manage that. Qin Yueying's body, after all, was at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. Facing such an assault, she scrambled to respond. Only upon engaging did she realize the terrifying energy unleashed was far beyond what someone at Li Tianwei's foundation establishment stage should be capable of. What do you know? Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Besides, I've already boosted my cultivation level with secret techniques. I'm at the golden core stage now. A golden core cultivator defeating a nascent soul cultivator is perfectly normal. Li Tianwei hadn't expected Qin Yueying to withstand his assault. Instantly, he revealed that black golden core, a faint aura of destruction emanating from it. Damn it! Qin Yueying hadn't unleashed her full power yet. She needed to conserve energy, biding her time for an opportunity to erode Li Tianwei's defenses. Watching the golden core hurtle toward her, Qin Yueying finally understood why Yan Shan and Xieku had fallen so swiftly. The energy contained within was utterly bizarre and terrifying. Endless energy, bizarre corrosive power. The destructive aura ignited instantly upon contact, bypassing the physical body entirely to penetrate deep within. No, I must speed up. Qin Yueying summoned her Dharma form in Yuan infant, colliding directly with the golden pill. In an instant, ripples rippled through the air, causing the entire city of Panshan to tremble violently. Purple chi flared around Qin Yueying, clearly showing that the impact had scattered some of her spiritual energy. Her eyes, now as venomous as poison, fixed on Li Tianwei. As for Li Tianwei, he felt nothing of this. After all, being powerful and intelligent, he was constantly subjected to others' venomous stares, jealousy and such. He could only blame his own overwhelming strength. Go! Li Tianwei flicked the soul banner in his hand, unleashing a torrent of black mist and dark energy. The malevolent souls and fierce ghosts swirling around him surged toward Qin Yueying like a tidal wave, amplified by the prison of heaven-defying technique and his terrifying golden core. Under the influence of the fish and chi drawing technique and the adaptive properties of the demon sex domain, Li Tianwei's spiritual energy flowed endlessly. This was enough to drain the reserves of countless foundation establishment cultivators. Li Tianwei quickly replenished his energy and continued his assault. Deeply trapped within the heaven imprisoning technique, besieged by an endless tide of evil souls and malevolent spirits, and subjected to the occasional sneak attack from the golden core, Qin Yueying was utterly frustrated. Damn you, just wait. You'll die soon enough. Once I possess your body, I'll whip you mercilessly. Qin Yueying thought viciously, her mind racing with calculations. As for Li Tianwei, he finally encountered a formidable opponent. Despite exhausting so many tactics, he could only barely suppress her. Looks like this is the only way. I'll have to make a breakthrough right here on the battlefield. Seeing this, Li Tianwei thought to himself. Judging by Li Tianwei's confident words, it seemed he wasn't just talking big, he genuinely believed he could pull it off. As for Qin Yueying, for some reason, she instinctively felt a sense of impending doom, as if her end was near. No, I have to strike now. Qin Yueying looked at Li Tianwei, a vague fear stirring within her. A premonition of death whispered that Li Tianwei seemed to have some hidden card up his sleeve. If she delayed any longer, death was certain. You forced my hand. Since that's the case, I'll proceed to corrupt your body directly. Chapter 69, System, finally my turn to shine. Before Li Tianwei could make his so-called last-minute breakthrough, Qin Yueying had already begun her corruption. Her once vivid human form and slender figure swelled into a bloated mass. Simultaneously, an inexplicable force began permeating the entire city of Panshan, quickly coalescing into a unified energy. The sudden shift caused Li Tianwei's brow to furrow. Li Tianwei, let's see how you handle this now. Through the shared power of demons and demons sharing the same root, Qin Yueying knew Li Tianwei's name. After the vicious words, Qin Yueying's body began to grow larger and larger, while the surrounding spiritual energies simultaneously flowed toward her. Explode! Qin Yueying let out a cold snort, unleashing the nascent soul within her body. Without hesitation, she chose to self-destruct her nascent soul, unleashing a massive explosion. Her actions unfolded too swiftly to be stopped.
In the blink of an eye, it seemed the demonic entity possessed a method to accelerate the self-destruction of cultivators. Boom! Spiritual energy erupted violently, compressing the surrounding chi. A terrifying wave of power swept out with such speed it threatened to obliterate the entire world. The energy aura illuminated vast swaths of the sky. Witnessing this, even though Li Tianwei understood Qin Yueying's intent, he could not help but respond with utmost gravity.
Prison of heaven, heaven's severance in evil.
Without hesitation, Li Tianwei activated his divine ability to counter the effects of the Nascent Soul explosion. Strangely, the moment the forces collided, Li Tianwei sensed something amiss. The explosive power seemed far weaker than expected, barely surpassing the force Qin Yueying had unleashed moments before. It bore no resemblance to the devastating power one would expect from detonating a nascent soul. At that very moment, throughout the entire city of Panshan, that strange energy gathered and transformed. The terrifying radiance that had followed the explosion began to fade. Soon, the once beautiful figure of Qin Yueying vanished entirely. In her place emerged a sinister black mist, its hideous form resembling a monstrous entity dwelling within the heavens and earth, absorbing everything in its path. At the first sight of it, Li Tianwei knew the answer. This is the true form of the demonic entity. Li Tianwei stared at the creature sprawled across the land, its form so grotesque it defied imagination, only amplifying the demonic entity's eeriness. The revealed demonic entity fixed its gaze intently on Li Tianwei, while the strange power that had previously permeated the entire city of Panshan now converged its malevolence upon it. Host, be cautious. This is the demonic entity's true form. It likely intends to invade your body. The system within Li Tianwei's consciousness immediately issued this warning upon witnessing the scene. The system felt a strange surge of excitement at this moment. To it, this was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate its purpose as a system. Wasn't this precisely its core function? Eliminating all entities seeking to control the host, especially such demons. A mere demon was no match for it. It could be said that its choice of this world was deliberate. The system's core power was more than sufficient to repel any entity seeking to possess the host, making it exceptionally effective against demonic entities. Finally, my time to shine. Faced with this situation, the system felt a rare surge of excitement. After all, it had endured too much injustice. The host was reckless yet strangely powerful, possessing unique innate talent. Day after day, it endured his mockery and was treated like trash. This time, it would redeem itself. The system pumped itself up. As for Li Tianwei, he naturally understood the demonic entity's true form and grasped its intentions. He was well acquainted with such cliched tactics: unable to win, resort to possession, then self-destruct. As the protagonist, he'd always been prepared for such scenarios in the mortal world. After revealing its true form, the demonic entity scrutinized Li Tianwei. The surrounding demonic erosion formation it had conjured possessed far greater energy than anticipated. The more it advanced, the greater its chances of successfully possessing Li Tianwei. Li Tianwei, you are mine now. With that thought, the demonic entity unleashed its corrupting array, channeling its modified power to assault Li Tianwei. Seeing the demonic entity approach, Li Tianwei unleashed a barrage of techniques, including the heaven imprisoning technique. Do you truly believe such tactics still affect me? Though we can see each other, we are not in the same place. The demonic entity roared with laughter. True to its words, neither spells nor supernatural abilities could touch its existence. Clearly, it was aided by some strange power from the heavens and earth. It seemed the demonic entity had seized some authority over the heavens and earth, using it to evade all attacks. Seeing his methods useless, Li Tianwei's face remained utterly expressionless. As the demonic entity pressed closer, Li Tianwei made no move to stop it again, appearing as if he were waiting for death. Why didn't you surrender sooner? Come. Let me become you. The demonic entity, seemingly unaware of what awaited it, now desired nothing more than to possess Li Tianwei. Simultaneously stirring within Li Tianwei's consciousness was the system. At this moment, it yearned to demonstrate its purpose to its host. The mere thought of Li Tianwei using it to erase all traces of this demonic entity filled the system with extraordinary excitement. As for Li Tianwei, not only did he not resist, but he even spread his arms wide, eagerly welcoming the demonic entity head-on. Ha 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 ha. The demonic entity trembled with excitement at Li Tianwei's willingness to comply. Thus, without the slightest hindrance, the demonic entity entered Li Tianwei's body of its own accord. At this moment, the demonic entity was utterly exhilarated. This was its domain, after all. In its view, no force of the heart could compare to the power of these demonic beings. Otherwise, how could they have invisibly corrupted so many cultivators in this world? As long as a single crack existed within their hearts, even the tiniest fissure was enough for them to seize control. Only immortals possessed hearts so perfectly seamless and flawless that no cracks could be found. Once inside, the demonic entity intended to devour Li Tianwei completely, reveling in his misery. Little Tianwei, I'm coming. To the demonic entity, Li Tianwei was nothing more than a mere brat under 20, holding a mere twig. It pushed toward the deepest core, the very heart of his power. This was the most vulnerable spot.
No matter how strong one was, the heart always held a flaw.
And that flaw was precisely what the demonic entity craved. As the demonic entity surged with excitement, reaching the ultimate depths of the heart, it froze.
What is this? How is this possible?
At a glance, the demonic entity froze in place.
The dazzling spectacle they had anticipated, one where they could effortlessly control every aspect of Li Tianwei, did not appear.
Instead, they were met with a terrifying sea of stars, boundless and endless, stretching to the very bottom of the heart.
What on earth is going on? Chapter 70, I am reason, the reason in principle. How is this possible? How could this be? The demonic entity was utterly bewildered.
At this moment, the demonic entity could not begin to describe what it witnessed.
Logically, the deepest recesses of every person's heart should be unique, resembling a star. The powerful might grow brighter, like a resplendent sun. Yet what now appeared before the demon's true form was a vast expanse of stars, a boundless cosmos. The demon could scarcely fathom how unwavering and immense Li Tianwei's inner world must be, as if it could contain everything.
No matter how hard the demonic entity pondered, it could not fathom that a human mind could reach such heights.
No, I still have a chance.
This is merely the mind of a cultivator.
I am the heart demon, this is my domain. He cannot possibly wield this power.
The demonic entity quickly suppressed the shock within its heart, offering itself solace.
Just as the demonic entity pondered, the starry sea before its eyes suddenly rippled. Across the dazzling celestial river, waves of light spread, illuminating the entire mental realm. At that very moment, a figure slowly emerged, hands clasped behind its back.
Behind it, the starry river shimmered brilliantly, and from within it, the figure stepped forth.
It was Li Tianwei, a miniature version of Li Tianwei. Witnessing this scene, the demonic entity was startled. Who are you? How did you manage this?
This is clearly the domain of our heart demons. How could you manifest within our minds?
The demonic entity blurted out the question.
In the demon's eyes, this realm of the mind had always been their domain. Though cultivators constantly cultivated their hearts, walking both paths, very few could manifest within the mind. Each one had lived for thousands of years.
Now, Li Tianwei emerged from this mental realm with such effortless ease. How could the demonic entity not be astonished?
The Li Tianwei who appeared seemed oblivious to the demon's questioning tone, instead gazing at it as if it were a cute little creature.
As if to say, what's the big deal? This is how it should be. Outside, I won't argue with your logic.
But here, in the depths of the mind, I am the logic, the very essence of reason.
Li Tianwei snorted coldly.
He had expected the demonic entity to employ some trick, only to find it had come to the depths of his mind to forcibly possess him. In such a situation, it didn't matter who he was. While the outside world required careful navigation, within his own mind, Li Tianwei never doubted himself. He was utterly resolute, supremely confident, convinced no one could match him.
So it ends here. That's all you've got. Li Tianwei swept his hand toward the demonic entity, his voice dripping with scorn.
Instantly, a surging expanse of starlight erupted.
Li Tianwei activated his cleansing power, sweeping it all away. As for what exactly constituted psychic power, Li Tianwei didn't truly understand it.
He simply sensed the demonic entity's presence, immersed himself within it, and then he knew.
If the demonic entity could penetrate the depths of his mind, couldn't he do the same? What was so strange about that? That's why these demonic entities were nothing special. The demonic entity hadn't anticipated Li Tianwei's terrifying prowess. Not only had he manifested physically, but he seemed to have instinctively mastered the ability to dominate and control everything within his mind, executing it with a fluidity countless times greater than its own. No. Li Tianwei's decisiveness and array of techniques were simply too swift. Just as he had said, what reason could there be?
Right and wrong were right before their eyes, crystal clear.
The demonic entity's true form had no chance to resist, crushed utterly by Li Tianwei's suppression.
As the demonic entity dissolved, Li Tianwei slowly opened his eyes, as if nothing had transpired moments before.
Meanwhile, the system witnessing this scene was utterly dumbfounded.
Unfortunately, being merely a mass of data, it possessed no facial expressions. This was purely the system's imagination. The system had anticipated this moment as its chance to shine, to showcase its standard capabilities before Li Tianwei, eliminating the demonic entity like a virus.
Yet unexpectedly, Li Tianwei didn't need it at all. He hadn't been affected by the demonic entity in the slightest.
Just as he firmly believed himself to be the protagonist, his heavenly spirit root had elevated his mind and character to an indescribable realm. Upon reflection, the system suddenly found this unsurprising. Li Tianwei, that freak, had cleansed himself with the resentment of heaven and earth and all manner of impure thoughts, yet still retained his sanity and rationality.
Now, the chance to prove itself had vanished once more. It's not that I'm useless, it's that this guy is too abnormal. I simply couldn't make a difference. The system couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The system wondered if reporting this situation where it had drawn the guaranteed reward yet was still being carried along would actually get it promoted. The system could only sigh. It was tough. Having a host who was too powerful didn't seem ideal either. It kept getting criticized. The system couldn't help but feel relieved it hadn't made any bold claims too early. Otherwise, it would have lost even more face in front of Li Tianwei. Seems like I lost all face ages ago, the system thought involuntarily. After dispatching the demonic forces, Li Tianwei continued waving his banner, sweeping through the demonic cultivators and evil spirits within Pan Mountain City.
Soon, under Li Tianwei's overwhelming might, it was as if he dug up every last one.
Even demon cultivators hiding in their homes, buried in pits, were unearthed by Li Tianwei. Not a single one could escape Li Tianwei's gaze. Evil spirits and malevolent ghosts were thoroughly purged.
After sweeping the entire city clean, Li Tianwei's banner now held the souls of tens of thousands of cultivators. Most were merely chi cultivators, yet their deeds were far from insignificant, each burdened with a heavy weight of sin.
Seems they're all here now. Tens of thousands of evil souls, refine them well. Let them atone for your sins in the future. Li Tianwei's words echoed within the banner.
These simple words sent waves of wails and moans rippling through the shattered souls and spirits. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei began channeling his spiritual energy to refine this magical artifact. After all, he still had contributions to make to the righteous path. There were so many demonic cultivators, weighed down by their sins, who needed to enter the banner to properly purge their transgressions.
Why can't all cultivators in this world be like me, pure as a mirror in both body and mind, acting solely for the sake of justice? Li Tianwei couldn't help but sigh, feeling not the slightest remorse for slaughtering every demonic cultivator in Panshan City. After handling this matter, Li Tianwei did not forget the ordinary people within Panshan City. After all, with all the cultivators dead, how could they possibly be safe?
Li Tianwei didn't believe that after he left, if new demon cultivators arrived here and saw that the cultivators of Panshan City were all dead, yet these ordinary people were still alive, they wouldn't have their own plans.
Human hearts are treacherous. Why can't everyone be like me? Li Tianwei's soul banner tapped lightly against the ground.
Behind him, black smoke billowed as countless malevolent souls and fierce ghosts revealed their hideous forms. Take them back to the Lingxu Holy Land for settlement.
Li Tianwei hadn't forgotten the powerful force backing him.
Such a vast righteous sanctuary possessed territory far exceeding that of the Blood Nightmare sect.
Just as his own White Xian sect was well protected by the cultivators of the Lingxu Sacred Land, wasn't it? Li Tianwei was not one to waste time.
With that thought, he acted immediately, heading straight for the ordinary citizens now gathered within Panshan City.
Chapter 71, Merit That Can Be Borrowed.
After careful deliberation, Li Tianwei loaded all the remaining commoners of Panshan City into the soul banner.
Its ample space could accommodate living beings.
He then proceeded to their respective villages and towns, gathering the remaining inhabitants and adding their souls to the spirit banner. After completing all this, Li Tianwei marveled at his own great kindness, remembering to tie up loose ends. Just as Li Tianwei was cheerfully wrapping things up to return to the Lingxu Holy Land, he had no idea that news of his actions had already spread throughout the entire demon sect territory. Particularly within the thousands of miles surrounding Panshan City, where not a single living soul could be found.
Who could have imagined so many people vanishing without a trace? Millions of ordinary folk disappearing might be one thing, but the absence of demon cultivators was deeply troubling. The news gradually spread. Within the demon sect's domain, in the city of bloodshed. As the major city at the foot of the Blood Nightmare sect, it gathered an immense number of demon cultivators. Situated within the Blood Nightmare sect's domain, it was considered an excellent location after all, one only needed to contribute a token of blood to earn the right to stay here for a time. Yet today, the usually bustling bloodshed city felt eerily quiet and oppressive. The reason? News of Mount Pan's destruction by the Lingxu Holy Land, which had swept away all demon cultivators and ordinary people within thousands of miles. Many believed the Lingxu Holy Land had launched another invasion. Such tactics were terrifying indeed. Within Bloodshed City, demon cultivators gathered in groups, endlessly discussing the news they'd heard from Mount Pan City. Did you hear? That person slaughtered the entire city of Panshan. Not a single soul survived, not even the common folk. Their methods were far more brutal than ours. My uncle's master's senior disciple said that the Blood Nightmare sect sent a powerful cultivator to investigate. Based on the traces left behind, they determined those people had been sealed into the demon soul banner, truly a fate worse than death. Unfortunately, they failed to capture the mastermind behind it all. How tragic. The righteous factions have grown far too ruthless. Those ordinary people numbered at least several million. All were seized. I hear the disciple from the Lingxu sacred ground practiced all manner of bizarre arts too. He was taken to be sacrificed and forged into the demon soul banner. The demon cultivator recounted the news from Panshan City, his expression unusually somber. Yes. These righteous cultivators are becoming more and more inhuman. We're just demon cultivators, practicing differently. Now they're even copying us. It's despicable. Amidst the demons' chatter, none noticed a husky had slipped into their pack of grey wolves. This individual was one of the Lingxu sacred ground disciples who, like Li Tianwei, had been scattered by the spatial explosion's shockwave. Chang Liqing had been fortunate. Having practiced some demonic cultivation techniques, he had ended up in this demonic sect territory. Chang Liqing knew how to hide.
He waited for an opportunity to return to Lingxu Holy Land, so he continued gathering intelligence in this gathering place for demonic cultivators as usual.
He planned to report back to Lingxu Holy Land later to earn contribution points.
Unexpectedly, upon arriving here, he overheard these demonic cultivators venting about the actions of the Lingxu Holy Land, massacring cities, exterminating demonic cultivators, and even sparing no ordinary people.
How could such a venerable righteous sanctuary possibly resort to methods akin to those of demon cultivators?
As for why he had resorted to demonic arts, it was purely out of desperation.
Lingxu's sacred ground disciples would certainly use righteous methods when taking action. How could they possibly resort to such things? Hearing this, Chang Liqing immediately dismissed it as slander. As a disciple of the Lingxu Holy Land, who could possibly know it better than him?
Therefore, this was slander, blatant slander. Even so, Chang Liqing revealed not a trace of his aura.
He hadn't forgotten this was demonic sect territory, not the Lingxu sacred ground.
Revealing himself would only get him refined into a pill. To dare call the Lingxu Holy Land cruel, utterly despicable.
Demon cultivators are truly shameless. Chang Liqing inwardly railed against the absurdity. Did you hear?
They say that righteous disciple is so fierce and cruel because he practiced our demonic arts.
That's why he's like this. The demon cultivators continued discussing that man's cruelty and terror.
The words reached Chang Liqing's ears, causing his body to tremble as if recalling something. The image of that figure in the main hall of Jinshu Peak, shrouded in murderous intent, resentment, and all manner of Taoist energies, its body radiating an evil aura that pierced the heavens, surfaced deep within Chang Liqing's consciousness. At this thought, Chang Liqing couldn't help but swallow hard.
Could this be the work of Senior Brother Li?
The mere thought of Li Tianwei's terrifying power, a foundation establishment cultivator battling a nascent soul cultivator and defeating not one, but two, was staggering. Such monstrous power defied description. After all, Chang Liqing himself was at the foundation establishment stage. How well he understood the limitations of that realm.
Should I go ask for help?
Chang Liqing considered this, then rose and crept away from the gathering point of the demon cultivators. Meanwhile, Li Tianwei, busy with his affairs in Panshan City, remained unaware that his deeds had already reverberated throughout most of the demon sect.
Even the demon cultivators themselves were now speaking of his cruelty.
If Li Tianwei knew how his reputation had grown within the demon sect, who knew how he would react? But he had no time for such thoughts.
Li Tianwei was busy purging all mortals from Pan Mountain City's controlled territories.
Here, he even encountered several Lingxu Holy Land disciples who had been scattered by the demonic space's eruption.
Upon learning of Li Tianwei's actions, they immediately joined his cause. These are disciples of the Lingxu Holy Land, utterly different from these demonic cultivators.
Li Tianwei observed the Lingxu Holy Land disciples busily running about, handling the mundane people of the demon sect's domain, and couldn't help but think to himself. Yet, the look of fear and deep contemplation on their faces when they saw the banner in his hands gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. Still, Li Tianwei understood. This banner was a demonic artifact he had seized from demonic cultivators. Lingxu sacred ground was a righteous sanctuary. It was only natural for its disciples to feel uneasy upon seeing it. Even so, Li Tianwei remained convinced that in his hands, this demonic soul-devouring banner would inevitably transform into a righteous holy soul banner. When enveloped in the aura of merit, it would radiate even greater majesty.
And why hasn't my merit been credited yet? Can you even run up a tab for this?
The thought of his merit caused Li Tianwei to lift his gaze toward the heavens, a hint of displeasure flickering through his mind. After all, he had vanquished hundreds of demonic fiends, nearly 10,000 demonic cultivators, and saved millions of ordinary souls. That such immense merit went unacknowledged by heaven, with not a shred of feedback, left Li Tianwei feeling rather aggrieved. He had been counting on receiving these merits to help him comprehend 100 Tao intentions and condense his golden core. Forget it. I'll deal with this when I return to the Lingxu Holy Land. What's owed to me in merit will be repaid sooner or later. Li Tianwei sighed inwardly, though only the system knew his thoughts. It was itching to retort. Not only was it unclear whether merit even existed in this world, but what he considered merit was entirely different from the so-called merit of this realm. Chapter 72, Demon Cultivators Have Their Merits Too. Within the demon sect's domain, amidst the winding mountain ranges, Li Tianwei sat cross-legged mid-air, deep in contemplation. Over the past few days, he had gathered all the ordinary citizens of Panshan City into the Soul Banner. Once they reached the Lingxu sacred land, he would arrange a place for them to recuperate, sparing them from the exploitation and torment of these demon cultivators. Yet the merit he longed for remained elusive. While Li Tianwei cultivated, elsewhere, the Lingxu Holy Land disciples who had been scattered across the demon sect's territory gathered here upon hearing news of Li Tianwei. Fortunately, several disciples here had trained at the Lingxu Holy Land for over a decade and recognized its distinctive markers. They had left traces along the way, enabling the later arrivals to find Li Tianwei. It was precisely because of these clues that Li Tianwei had chosen to wait here. Chang Liqing, too, had journeyed for days from Bloodshed City to reach Mount Pan City. Only upon seeing the markings left by the Lingxu Holy Land along the way did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately hurried toward the location where Li Tianwei and the other Lingxu Holy Land disciples were gathered. Upon arrival, he saw over a dozen disciples of the Lingxu Holy Land.
Chang Liqing hastily suppressed the aura of his demonic cultivation techniques. "You're here too."
Chang Liqing suppressed his awkwardness as he recognized several familiar faces within the group.
"Senior brother Chang, we never expected you'd end up here too."
The disciples of the Lingxu Holy Land exchanged greetings.
They were genuinely surprised to find Chang Liqing had survived in this demonic sect territory. The situation in the demon sect territory was exceptionally clear. To survive here without being hunted down by demon cultivators, everyone must have done the same, cultivating a bit of demonic cultivation techniques to conceal their aura. Chang Liqing, renowned for his impeccable reputation both in the outer and inner sects, was now no different from the rest. This explained why the Lingxu Holy Land disciples felt awkward and reluctant to interact when they met. "Senior brother Chang, you too?"
A disciple familiar with Chang Liqing leaned in and asked quietly.
"Indeed.
Years ago, during a sect mission, I encountered a group of demon cultivators. Seeing their ruthless methods, I slaughtered them all.
Little did I know they carried such profoundly evil cultivation techniques.
To understand our enemies and better confront demon cultivators in the future, I used this experience to temper myself."
Chang Liqing responded with a light cough. Naturally, he couldn't admit that cultivating demonic arts was to enhance his cultivation.
Though it carried a higher risk of developing a heart demon, demonic cultivation wasn't inherently forbidden as long as one didn't harm others.
It was just slower and more dangerous. If one couldn't even break through, what else was there to think about? Who would have thought senior brother Chang to be so noble and upright? We truly feel ashamed by comparison. Indeed. Indeed. Senior brother Chang's noble character leaves us all in awe. Those around him seized the moment to heap praise upon him.
To Chang Liqing's ears, however, it felt unbearably flattering, almost like his fellow disciples were teasing him.
But upon reflection, weren't they all the same? To remain undetected within the demon sect's territory, one must either have cultivated demonic arts, possess overwhelming power, or master unparalleled teleportation techniques. Chang Liqing found the latter unlikely.
They were all from Lingxu Holy Land, roughly equal in strength. He knew full well how his fellow disciples fared. Of course, one freakishly talented individual had to be excluded. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, where towering demonic flames roared and intermittent wails of ghostly souls pierced the air. It was clear that someone was sacrificing and refining evil souls and fierce ghosts.
Chang Liqing desperately wanted to approach Li Tianwei and say, "Senior brother, sometimes you need to be more tactful.
We're righteous cultivators, we should put away these demonic arts."
But Chang Liqing dared not.
Meanwhile, Li Tianwei stood in the distance, holding the demon soul banner, or rather, the holy soul banner as it was now called, refining the demonic cultivator's souls within it while preparing food for the ordinary people trapped inside. Though the sacred soul banner could hold living beings, it demanded the utmost caution. Soon, after refining these demonic cultivator souls, a faint, ominous aura resembling his golden core began to emanate from the soul banner in Li Tianwei's hands. Beyond that, a faint, dark green, sinister glow seemed to emerge. Observing the faint glow emanating from the sacred soul banner in his hands, Li Tianwei immediately recognized it as a manifestation of merit. He felt quite satisfied, especially since the demonic souls within were obedient and understood how to self-regulate, unlike the spirit light wheel.
It seems these demonic cultivators do have some redeeming qualities after all.
Li Tianwei murmured in quiet reflection before turning his gaze toward the disciples of the Lingxu sacred grounds behind him. He counted them. Everyone was present.
"Everyone's here. We can depart now. Return to the Lingxu Holy Land." Li Tianwei's voice carried slowly.
The Lingxu Holy Land disciples, who had been exchanging pleasantries, nodded in unison.
As for whether they were truly united, they couldn't say for certain.
After all, they had come seeking Li Tianwei's protection. Staying in the demon sect's territory any longer would surely mean certain death. As for Li Tianwei, he instantly realized that only these few disciples of the Lingxu Holy Land remained on the demon sect's territory. Having rescued those who needed saving, it was time for him to return to the Lingxu Holy Land and focus on breaking through to the Golden Core stage.
It was also time to deal with Bai Yi.
It was all the demonic power's fault for accelerating his foundation establishment cultivation too rapidly, leaving him no time for profound enlightenment. Otherwise, he would have attained dozens of Dao intentions by now.
How infuriating. Li Tianwei retracted the soul banner in his hand and summoned the spirit light wheel.
Soon, the entire spirit light wheel rapidly expanded, hovering above the crowd. As Li Tianwei landed upon it, he placed the sacred soul banner before the wheel. Under his command, the of heaven and earth surged skyward. The disciples of the Lingxu Holy Land swallowed hard at the sight, tempted to exclaim, "Senior brother Li's demonic arts have advanced tremendously." But upon second thought, something felt off, so they followed the spirit light wheel in silence. Li Tianwei formed a mystic seal with his hands, and the spirit light wheel transformed into a streak of light, piercing straight through the heavens. Within the Lingxu sacred ground, the incident involving Lu Muyu had stirred up waves throughout the entire Lingxu Holy Land. At Bai Muxu's strong urging, a sweeping purge was launched across the entire Lingxu sacred ground. To their surprise, the higher-ups uncovered numerous spies from other sacred grounds and even agents from the demon sect. Had it not been confirmed that Li Tianwei remained unharmed, Bai Muxu would likely have confronted them directly. This revelation did not surprise the Lingxu sanctuary's leadership, as they too had planted spies and traitors within other sanctuaries, and even within the demon sect. But now that they'd been exposed, it would be foolish not to capitalize on this opportunity. Yet the Lingxu Sacred Land's leadership understood clearly that these spies from other sacred lands and the demon sect were mere trifles. The true scourge was demonic forces. That such an act could be carried out under the noses of the Holy Land's numerous powerful figures meant that high-ranking members within the Holy Land had undoubtedly been compromised. Demonic forces lurked everywhere, ready to invade any mind that faltered. When demonic entities first appeared, all cultivators dismissed them as mere mind demons. Yet at the Huatian realm and above, this phenomenon underwent a complete metamorphosis. The demons manifesting in the mortal realm were merely weak manifestations. The truly powerful ones constantly watched over cultivators above the transformation spirit stage. Once a cultivator fell victim, they could only choose to seal themselves away or succumb to corruption. Of course, only the highest-ranking cultivators within each sacred land are aware of these truths. This explains why Huatian cultivators appear freely today, while those of higher realms are rarely seen. They are all avoiding detection. Chapter 73, All are drunk, only I am sober. At the summit of Tianmen Peak in the Lingxu Sacred Land, a figure clad in yin-yang robes sat cross-legged upon a massive boulder. Simple characters etched upon the boulder radiated an air of majestic authority. One sword opens heaven's gate. Bai Muxu closed his eyes, feeling the moment. He had made his choice, to break through to the spirit transformation stage and step into the soul departure realm. Once he took this step, he would undergo a complete transformation. Simultaneously, he would begin to confront the great terror of demonic forces and evade those unfounded influences. Before that, there's one more thing I must do. Bai Muxu slowly opened his eyes, surveying the entire Tianmen Peak. At that moment, a translucent figure descended slowly from the clouds, arriving before Bai Muxu. Upon seeing this figure, Bai Muxu bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Holy Sovereign. The Holy Sovereign Lingxu, seeing Bai Muxu's respectful gesture, nodded lightly in return. Elder Bai, it seems you have made your preparations. The restraints beyond the transformation of spirit realm and the five decays are no easy foes to withstand, even for a peerless prodigy like you who emerges but once in a millennium. The Holy Sovereign Lingxu gazed intently at Bai Muxu. I have made my preparations. I am satisfied with the disciple chosen for succession. However, before that, I wish to see him enter the Taishu Forbidden Land before my breakthrough. Bai Muxu nodded deeply, revealing his own intentions. This is an opportunity for divine prowess. Are you certain you wish to entrust it to him? The Holy Sovereign of Lingxu asked, slightly surprised upon hearing this. He established his foundation in 100 days, ascended the heart-questioning ladder to its peak, and has now grasped 3 Dao intentions at the foundation establishment stage, surpassing even my own past aptitude. Moreover, he defeated 2 nascent soul fiends at the foundation establishment stage within the Ashen Void Peak. Though they were relatively ordinary nascent souls, he might just use the Taishu Forbidden Ground to break through to the Golden Core stage in one go. 100 days to establish the foundation, a year to reach the Golden Core stage. This is what I leave behind for Tianmen Peak. Bai Muxu nodded firmly in response. Upon hearing Bai Muxu's words, the Lingxu Holy Sovereign's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Such innate talent truly deserved recognition. Since Elder Bai has spoken thus, I shall naturally grant him this opportunity. According to the predictions of the 2 Supreme Elders, he should return in the near future. You may discuss this with him then. Seeing Bai Muxu's unwavering resolve, coupled with Li Tianwei's extraordinary talent, the Lingxu Holy Sovereign could find no grounds for objection. Then I shall prepare the items required for your tribulation crossing. The Lingxu Holy Sovereign turned and vanished, his translucent form dissipating into the air as if he had never been there at all. Before the Lingxu sacred grounds. Recent major events within the sanctuary, the purge of demonic sect spies and the uncovering of infiltrators, had cast a pall of fear and suspicion over the land, leaving everyone on edge. Consequently, the Lingxu sacred grounds had activated its protective sect formation, with several nascent soul elders stationed at its entrance. These nascent soul elders continued their routine, taking turns guarding the entrance as usual. In their eyes, nothing significant could possibly happen. Not only would the demon sect never attack directly, but even if the White Yuan sacred ground allied with other sacred grounds to launch an assault, it would take considerable effort just to reach this location. Thus, their vigilance appeared remarkably leisurely. While ostensibly guarding against external threats, their primary concern was actually preventing internal demons from escaping. One of the elders in charge of the guard duty was Su Yuanwen. The recent intensified inspections at the Lingxu sacred ground had left him on edge, terrified that his true identity as a member of the heavenly demon sect might be exposed. However, after some investigation, Su Yuanwen came to understand that the apparent chaos within the Lingxu Holy Land concealed a deeper, more intricate reality. And this intricate scheme?
Su Yuanwen deduced it originated from Li Tianwei. Having been involved in the demon cult schemes, Su Yuanwen could confidently conclude that this situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by deputy cult leader Han Yuan. Consider this: Li Tianwei, with his fake spiritual root, managed to build his foundation within 100 days, successfully deceiving numerous elders of the Lingxu Holy Land. He even fought against a prodigy from the Baiyuan Holy Land, sparking conflict. Finally, he orchestrated an ambush by a sleeper agent from the Baiyuan sacred ground. The energy unleashed by this hidden pawn swiftly stirred the waters of the Lingxu sacred ground into utter chaos. Su Yuanwen, privy to these secrets, observed the elders and disciples of Lingxu Holy Land in utter disarray. He couldn't help but feel like the only sober one amidst a sea of drunken fools. No one knew whether Li Tianwei, this so-called prodigy, possessed a fake spiritual root or was an undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect. It seems the deputy and deputy cult leader Han Yuan is about to be dropped. Su Yuanwen thought to himself, deciding to alter his address for Han Yuan. Su Yuanwen could only say that the sect leader Han Yuan was truly far-sighted, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. A single pill that disguised a fake spiritual root as a heavenly spiritual root had laid such a grand scheme. I must cultivate a proper relationship with this colleague. Too bad he hasn't returned yet. He must have gone to the demon sect's territory to find the cult leader. Otherwise, with his spiritual root, how could he pretend to be a heavenly spirit root? He'll probably have to mention another minor breakthrough when he comes back. That's the only way it'll make sense. Just think about it: a prodigy framed by other sacred lands, ambushed, and finally returning. It'll take something truly shocking to make an impact. Truly worthy of the Soul Origin Patriarch, this plot is meticulously crafted. Su Yuanwen's mind was filled with constant admiration. Just as Su Yuanwen was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something. He sprang to his feet, his gaze darting toward the horizon. On the western horizon, a faint yet eerie spectacle formed, a strange convergence of malevolent and yin energies. It appeared as though a layer of dark purple mist was descending from above. An aura of extreme yin and profound evil approached at an alarming speed. Seeing this, Su Yuanwen shuddered. This can't be right. This is the territory of the Lingxu sacred ground. How could demonic cultivators be approaching here? Such a thick aura. Could it be an attack from the demon sect's territory? Faced with this possibility, Su Yuanwen hesitated over whether to surrender to the invading demonic forces. Far off in the distance, a whirl radiating intense demonic energy sliced through the sky. At its front, a banner fluttered in the wind, channeling the resentment of heaven and earth into the spirit wheel below. Above, on the spirit wheel, stood over a dozen figures, their cultivation levels ranging from chi refining to foundation establishment. The most conspicuous among them was the man leading the group. Clad in simple robes, he possessed a handsome face and exceptionally bright eyes, gazing straight ahead without the slightest flicker of emotion. Yet behind him, dark purple malevolent energy howled ceaselessly, intertwined with the shrieks of fierce ghosts and faint demonic flames that burned. No matter how one looked at them, they clearly weren't a group of good people. These were Li Tianwei and his companions, returning from the demon sect's territory to the Lingxu Holy Land. Now back on the territory of the Lingxu Holy Land, the disciples on the spirit light will watch Li Tianwei cautiously. Especially since he showed no sign of restraining his aura, they were tempted to step forward and warn him, lest he cause unnecessary trouble. After all, Li Tianwei radiated an aura thick with yin energy and resentment, propelled by the spirit light wheel's terrifying speed toward the Lingxu Holy Land. The scene resembled an invasion. Yet strangely, despite Li Tianwei's state, his journey proceeded smoothly without any interference. It seemed as though the powerful figures of the Lingxu sacred ground were aware of his situation and chose not to cause trouble. Chapter 74, Cultivator's Short-Sightedness. Report first. We'll decide how to handle it. Observing the demonic energy surging skyward in the distance, Su Yuanwen contacted the other Nascent Soul elders stationed there. Upon witnessing the distant spectacle, their expressions turned grave. They had never anticipated that demonic cultivators would appear under such circumstances. Moreover, this aura felt peculiar. Though utterly sinister and evil, it contained not a trace of bloodshed or karmic retribution. It appeared profoundly sinister, yet possessed a peculiar purity and clarity. The Yuanling elders observed the same peculiarity. They were equally baffled as to how such a being, radiating such overwhelming demonic energy, had managed to reach the very gates of the Lingxu sacred ground. Soon, the aura rapidly closed in. Judging by its speed, it must belong to at least a nascent soul cultivator. The Yuan infant elders stationed there prepared for a fierce battle. Before long, the source of that overwhelmingly sinister aura revealed its true form. In the distance, a streak of spiritual light sliced through the sky, racing toward them. The Yuanling elders' expressions grew grave. They sensed that the speeding spirit wheel was likely a high-grade magical artifact, no, perhaps even higher. Even from afar, they could sense the aura of treasure emanating from the wheel of light, along with several figures above it. Su Yuanwen, however, was different. He recognized the figure atop the distant wheel. Damn it, doesn't this kid know to tone it down? How arrogant! Su Yuanwen was startled by Li Tianwei's actions upon witnessing the scene. But upon reflection, such blatant arrogance showing off his demonic cultivation without a shred of concealment actually made it less likely to arouse suspicion.
After all, over 100 years ago, when the Lingxu Holy Land invaded the demon sect's territory, though they were technically victorious, they suffered heavy losses due to the numerous tactics employed by those demonic cultivators. Knowing both sides, many in the Lingxu Holy Land began studying demonic cultivation techniques. Building upon this foundation, they even developed quite a few hybrid practices that blended righteous and demonic cultivation. Consequently, Lingxu's sacred ground now possessed numerous cultivation techniques seized from the demon sect. Many cultivators within the sacred ground practiced these arts as well. As long as they did not harm others or violate the fundamental order of heaven and earth, Lingxu's sacred ground turned a blind eye. Even some elders of the Lingxu Holy Land practiced them. But while others at least attempted to conceal it, this Li Tianwei. For a moment, Su Yuanwen couldn't find the words to describe him. He truly seemed unafraid of encountering a righteous cultivator who might, at the slightest provocation, eliminate him in the name of upholding the way. How did he manage to reach the Lingxu Holy Land unscathed? Su Yuanwen couldn't help but wonder. After all, in his eyes, Li Tianwei possessed a fake spiritual root. In the eyes of the powerful within the Lingxu Holy Land, he was a prodigy. A bit unusual was only natural. Though puzzled, Su Yuanwen remembered Li Tianwei was his colleague in this matter concerned the heavenly demon sect's plans. He knew he couldn't let anything happen to Li Tianwei. With that thought, Su Yuanwen immediately spoke up to stop the Nascent Soul elders beside him who were preparing to act. Elders, you've made a mistake. That man is Li Tianwei, disciple of the Tianmen Peak Master. Hearing Su Yuanwen's words, the elders immediately halted their actions. Some stared in astonishment at the aura emanating from Li Tianwei. Had they not known his identity moments ago, they would have dismissed him as some audacious upstart daring to display such power on the sacred grounds of Lingxu. But now that they knew his identity, they suddenly perceived Li Tianwei as possessing remarkable grace even while cultivating demonic arts. He had cultivated such bearing. The earlier confusion over how Li Tianwei had managed to reach the Lingxu Holy Land was instantly resolved. A prodigy at the foundation establishment stage capable of defeating Nascent Soul stage fiends no matter how he cultivated, it was perfectly reasonable. After all, every prodigy had their unique traits. Perhaps Li Tianwei just appeared a bit more sinister, but that was normal. Thus, after Su Yuanwen's assessment and the elders' verification confirmed Li Tianwei posed no significant threat, they permitted him to enter the sect, despite the overwhelming aura of malevolence radiating from him. Li Tianwei must have been detected by Lingxu Holy Land's higher-ups the moment he stepped onto their territory. Otherwise, with such an eerily peculiar aura, how could he have made it all the way back to Lingxu Holy Land? By Muxu, too, sensed Li Tianwei's presence approaching Tianmen Peak, a presence nearly identical to that of the two supreme calculators from Lingxu Holy Land. Had he not known the reason behind Li Tianwei's comprehension of those bizarre Taoist principles, Bai Muxu would likely have regarded him as a great demon. He truly hides nothing at all. Does he really believe he's cultivating the resplendent righteous path? Most crucially, this was all taught by me. Bai Muxu felt like covering his face. He's grasped yet another Tao intent. Suddenly, Bai Muxu detected yet another aura of Tao intent emanating from Li Tianwei, his expression turning astonished. He must be sent to the Taishu Forbidden Grounds without delay. If he can comprehend divine abilities there, he stands a better chance than I do. As for Li Tianwei, his journey back to the Lingxu Holy Land was remarkably unimpeded. Upon his return, his first task was to make arrangements for the ordinary people within the Holy Soul banner. Millions of people, how many cities would it take to house them all? Fortunately, this was a world of cultivation. With cultivators' abilities, tasks like clearing land and expanding cities were simple at worst, a few spells would suffice. Li Tianwei found this situation rather baffling. Cultivators possess the power to reshape everything, even propel entire societies forward, yet this era remained stuck in an agrarian, feudal age. To Li Tianwei, their vision seemed far too narrow. Yet upon reflection, he found it understandable. After all, cultivators pursued immortality and ascension to the heavens. Anything else was deemed futile and distracting. Naturally, they wouldn't waste their spells on mere mortals. Yet to Li Tianwei, this mindset itself seemed flawed. Unfortunately, he understood that such matters were beyond his power to change now, though the future might be different. If everyone were allowed to cultivate, resources cultivated, and technology advanced, as long as knowledge continued to progress without hoarding secrets, higher and more numerous realms could absolutely be discovered. For instance, a group might cultivate for 5 years and ascend to immortality in 3. Li Tianwei pondered this truthfully, while the cultivators working for him ahead felt a chill run down their spines. For some reason, they couldn't shake the feeling that a miserable life awaited them in the future. To accommodate these millions, Li Tianwei identified several suitable locations for city building within the major nations of the Lingxu Sacred Land. With Li Tianwei's current power, constructing several cities was a simple matter, though it involved various magical techniques. To Li Tianwei, the power of his 5-colored heavenly spirit root seemed to tell him he was a versatile talent. Perhaps he could even become an architect someday. Within days, cities rose from the ground. He allocated land to millions, provided ample food and seeds, knowing they would soon have to fend for themselves. After completing all this, Li Tianwei returned to Tianmen Peak, determined to ask his master, whom he had acquired rather unexpectedly, if there were any good places that could help him grasp the essence of the Tao quickly and advance his cultivation. For instance, places akin to the demon sects near Tao realms. If such prime locations existed in the demon sect, how could the Lingxu sacred land possibly lack them? Strength must be enhanced, and the 100 Tao intentions must be fulfilled. After all, back in Panshan City, when he fought the demonic cultivator occupying the peak Nascent Soul stage, Li Tianwei had felt a hint of strain. Though he had suppressed the enemy, he hadn't achieved an instant kill, which left him deeply unsettled. It was clear his current cultivation level and various cultivation techniques were beginning to lag behind his potential. Chapter 75, The Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence. After settling the millions brought back from the demon sect's territory, Li Tianwei finally returned to Tianmen Peak in the Lingxu sacred land. No sooner had he arrived than Bai Musu materialized before him. Disciple. Seeing Bai Muxu's arrival, Li Tianwei bowed with clasped hands. Greetings, master. Observing Li Tianwei's aura, now at the late foundation establishment stage, and the 5 Tao intentions radiating from him, Bai Muxu nodded slightly. It seems you have not slackened in your cultivation while away. You have already reached the late foundation establishment stage, much faster than I anticipated. It is time to begin preparing for the golden core stage. Bai Muxu slowly turned away, his words carrying a weighty tone. I was just thinking along those lines. After my journey to the demon sect's territory, I realized my foundational cultivation still leaves much to be desired. Li Tianwei replied slowly. His mind was consumed by the frustration of failing to instantly kill the peak Nascent Soul cultivator. Had he succeeded, that demonic head likely wouldn't have even gotten close. Hearing Li Tianwei's words, Bai Muxu appraised him from head to toe. To Bai Muxu's eye, he did indeed seem lacking, appearing rather sinister. Yet, the cultivation techniques were his, the knowledge was his teaching, and the cultivation had taken place on Tianmen Peak. How had it ended up feeling so unorthodox? For the sake of his future reputation, Bai Muxu felt it necessary to correct this. Originally, he had given Li Tianwei so many resources, various spells, and cultivation techniques for reference. Many of these came from the storage rings of those transformation core cultivators he had killed during the last great battle against the demon sect. Those rings contained abundant resources. After purging the harmful elements within, he had simply tossed them to Li Tianwei. Unexpectedly, Li Tianwei had cultivated every single one of those demonic arts, even the ones that seemed relatively harmless. But Bai Muxu understood this was partly his own fault. Had Li Tianwei not successfully completed his 100-day foundation establishment period, he wouldn't have gone off to other peaks to show off, circling the Lingxu sacred grounds 2.5 times and staying away for days. Otherwise, Li Tianwei's cultivation within the ring would have been corrupted by the tainted resentment energy. Fortunately, Li Tianwei's Tao heart remained steadfast, allowing him to comprehend the Tao's intent from within that very tainted energy. Since the problem had arisen, he, as the master, must make amends. Though demonic cultivation methods were swift, they were also somewhat extreme. Overindulging in them could lead to complications. Cultivation emphasized equilibrium yin and yang, the 5 elements, and all celestial principles advanced steadily through balance. Now, Li Tianwei needed a more orthodox cultivation method to slightly suppress his most wicked form. Upon careful consideration, Bai Muxu actually found a suitable cultivation method within his collection. But this particular method, in Bai Muxu's view, it was far too soft. He had never agreed with the philosophical path advocated by its creator. The creator actually believed that everything in the world was inherently good, that all that was needed was purification and enlightenment, even for demonic cultivators and evil practitioners. It was precisely for this reason that the founder of this path ultimately met his end at the hands of demonic cultivators. To be fair, that man's strength and innate talent were comparable to his own. What a pity! In this era, who could avoid staining their hands with blood? Why must your weakness be kindness? Bai Muxu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After all, this man had once saved his life. Therefore, Bai Muxu had kept this technique solely for his collection. But now things were different. Recalling the sky-piercing demonic energy emanating from Li Tianwei, using this technique to counteract it a few times seemed quite suitable. It could balance the dual energies. With a clap of his hands, Bai Muxu made his decision. As for confessing to Li Tianwei that his cultivation had gone awry and needed correction, that was utterly out of the question for Bai Muxu. His pride wouldn't allow it. Besides, it hadn't gone wrong at all. It hadn't gone wrong in the slightest. Hadn't he just corrected it? Practicing a bit of demonic cultivation was perfectly normal. Disciple, this is the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Transcendence, a truly supreme and resplendent orthodox teaching. Seeing your cultivation nearing the breakthrough to the golden core stage, I bestow this method upon you. In my view, this Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Transcendence suits you far better than the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique. Bai Muxu hesitated for a moment, unable to think of any aspect of Li Tianwei's abilities he could genuinely praise. Perhaps his innate talent was something worth mentioning? But as he trailed off, Bai Muxu's pride kicked in, and he refused to continue spouting nonsense.
The Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence?
Li Tianwei examined the book Bai Muxu handed him, a look of confusion crossing his face. But upon seeing the character for benevolence on the cover, Li Tianwei instantly felt certain that the technique Bai Muxu offered must be perfectly suited for him. After all, that was just who he was, a benevolent soul.
Li Tianwei accepted the book and thanked him. "Thank you, master. You'll need to practice diligently with this." Bai Muxu offered a slightly awkward suggestion upon seeing Li Tianwei accept it.
"I shall cultivate diligently and grasp the essence of this secret manual."
Li Tianwei nodded deeply.
This was the first time Bai Muxu had given him such specific guidance. The last time had been during his 100-day foundation establishment period.
Thus, Li Tianwei vowed to fulfill Bai Muxu's expectations.
Seeing Li Tianwei nod so earnestly, Bai Muxu breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, Li Tianwei had at least returned to the right path.
After all, this was an absolutely orthodox and righteous technique. Could he possibly go astray again?
Additionally, I have petitioned the Holy Sovereign to open the Taishu Forbidden Ground for you. This Taishu Forbidden Land was once a battlefield where immortals clashed.
Many immortals perished within its confines.
Due to its unique nature, one might even encounter immortal souls there.
Thus, it holds countless opportunities.
However, those immortal souls possess no consciousness and are extremely dangerous. It is a place where both benefits and risks coexist. With your innate talent, should you enter and grasp deeper truths of the Tao, the opportunity to master divine abilities is not beyond reach. Given the Taishu Forbidden Ground's nature, entering it means facing certain death.
Are you willing to venture in and gamble for that sliver of transcendent power?
Bai Muxu laid out the plan he had prepared earlier, explaining both the advantages and risks of the Taishu Forbidden Ground to Li Tianwei.
Upon hearing Bai Muxu's words, Li Tianwei's eyes lit up.
This perfectly aligned with his own purpose for seeking out Bai Muxu. What he needed now was a place where he could comprehend the essence of the Tao and elevate his cultivation.
Sure enough, the moment I thought of it, it came right to me.
This is the protagonist's privilege. My abilities truly are too formidable.
Li Tianwei couldn't help but marvel inwardly.
As for whether it was a place where 10 out of 10 would die without a chance of survival, that might be true for others, but it would never happen to him.
Though he thought it, Li Tianwei couldn't possibly voice it aloud. When Bai Muxu asked, Li Tianwei answered without hesitation. "This disciple is willing."
As Bai Muxu posed the question, he observed Li Tianwei's expression, detecting not a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing the question, Li Tianwei revealed a hint of delight before immediately agreeing, demonstrating his decisiveness.
"Good. You truly live up to being my disciple."
Bai Muxu nodded with satisfaction.
Chapter 76, Master, how did you manage not to break down?
Good.
Bai Muxu nodded approvingly at this.
Just as Bai Muxu was about to tell Li Tianwei about the Taishu Holy Land and how to best benefit from it,
Li Tianwei spoke up quietly. "Master, when you mentioned comprehending divine abilities within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds, were you referring to this?" With that, Li Tianwei unleashed the power of his divine ability, Prison of Heaven, without hesitation.
Instantly, an aura that sealed off everything and exerted pressure upon heaven and earth surged forth from around him, heading straight for Bai Muxu. White Curtain Void, who had been sorting through thoughts about the Taishu Forbidden Ground, hadn't anticipated Li Tianwei suddenly uttering such words.
Immediately after, he witnessed Li Tianwei activate his heaven-imprisoning divine ability.
This. For a moment, Bai Muxu was rendered speechless.
Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Li Tianwei, he sensed an inexplicable threat within it. Moreover, this familiar force, wasn't it precisely the aura of the divine power he himself had yet to complete? Bai Muxu's gaze toward Li Tianwei shifted. He desperately wanted to ask, "How did you manage this?"
But then he remembered his role as Li Tianwei's master, and the thought vanished. In that moment, he began to understand how his own former master must have felt. Back when he had grasped the essence of the Tao, hadn't he been exactly the same? His own response back then had been, "Isn't this something you just grasped casually?" Now that it was his turn, didn't divine powers simply come with understanding? Bai Muxu was utterly convinced Li Tianwei would give such a reply. No, not convinced, certain. In that moment, Bai Muxu truly felt the weight of his lineage. However, it also confirmed how Li Tianwei managed to suppress a nascent soul cultivator while still at the foundation establishment stage. With divine abilities in hand, defeating a nascent soul cultivator 2 stages above was perfectly normal. Even I, a nascent soul cultivator, could sense a hint of threat from this divine power. How much more so for a nascent soul? Good. Excellent. That is the essence of divine abilities. Despite the immense shock within him, Bai Muxu maintained his usual composure on the surface. But only Bai Muxu understood how painful it was to put on such a front. He desperately wished he could go back in time and ask his own master, "Master, how did you manage to hold your ground without breaking through your defenses back then?" Alas, there was no way around it. He had to bear it alone. At this moment, he understood his master profoundly. As for Li Tianwei, observing Bai Muxu's composed demeanor, he concluded this divine power couldn't be anything extraordinary. After all, if Bai Muxu could grant such an opportunity to a foundation establishment cultivator, it was likely that Bai Muxu himself possessed divine power. Each harbored their own thoughts. Even though Li Tianwei now possessed a divine ability, Bai Muxu believed the opportunity within the Taishu Forbidden Land would serve Li Tianwei better. Having already mastered one divine ability, gaining another might grant him greater prospects than himself in the future. This way, he could focus on breaking through to the soul projection realm without worry. Even if he had to endlessly evade demonic forces and celestial influences while searching for a way out, there would be successors to carry on. Thus, Bai Muxu began explaining the Taishu Forbidden Ground to Li Tianwei, how to navigate it, what dangers to avoid, and how to handle the various immortal souls within. During the period the Taishu Forbidden Land occupied Lingxu Sacred Ground, a safe path had long been established. Li Tianwei listened intently. To him, breaking through to the Golden Core realm was merely a matter of willingness, while achieving the 100 intentions before reaching that stage would be far more advantageous. After Bai Muxu's detailed explanation, Li Tianwei gained a general understanding of the Taishu Forbidden Ground. The greatest danger within lay in the chaotic immortal souls, which could plunge one into endless peril. Simultaneously, comprehending the immortal essence within these souls offered glimpses into the past lives of immortals. Their Tao intent, supernatural abilities, and even immortal artifacts might be obtained there. The danger lay in the chaotic, disordered nature of the immortal souls, which could suddenly attack without warning. That's the gist of the Taishu Forbidden Ground. As long as you proceed with caution, rely on your divine abilities, and follow the path I described, you will surely pass through unscathed and ultimately obtain what you seek within. But before that, you must first practice the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence I gave you earlier. Bai Muxu instructed Li Tianwei. Hearing Bai Muxu's earnest tone, Li Tianwei nodded deeply. Master, I understand. You understand? Like hell you do. All you're thinking about is how to go wild in the Taishu Forbidden Land, unleashing 100 different Tao intentions. You think Bai Muxu gave you too few directions, that he's being way too conservative. The system monitoring Li Tianwei's thoughts couldn't resist the urge to snark. The only life-saving blessing from heaven and earth it possessed had already been given to Li Tianwei. It still lingered within his body, transformed into the heavenly eye. Though it retained some residual power, it could block a few immortal souls within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. But what about later? Li Tianwei had blocked out the system, so naturally, he had no idea what it was thinking. In that case, focus on your cultivation. When the time comes to enter the Taishu Forbidden Ground, I will come for you. Bai Muxu patted Li Tianwei's shoulder lightly as he spoke. With Li Tianwei's response, Bai Muxu quietly withdrew. As for Li Tianwei, he gazed at the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Simplicity in his hands, feeling a surge of anticipation for this cultivation method. Though it lacked the spiritual essence of the 5 intentions condensing heaven technique, the fact that Bai Muxu had emphasized it so strongly meant it must possess its own merits. The character Shan benevolence is there. Master truly understands my nature. He is a truly benevolent person. Otherwise, why would he give me such a teaching? Satisfied, Li Tianwei stowed it away and hurried back to his cave residence, eager to begin cultivation. Back in his cave dwelling, Li Tianwei surveyed the familiar surroundings. He took out the sacred soul banner and planted it on the ground as decoration, then retrieved the spirit light wheel. Book Spirit, I'm about to cultivate. Help me set up an array to guard the cave. If anyone comes, let me know. Li Tianwei promptly issued the command to the Book Spirit within the spirit light wheel. Yes, Master. Having witnessed Li Tianwei's extraordinary prowess firsthand, the Book Spirit declared that from now on, Li Tianwei would be its sole master. As for that heavenly source immortal sovereign? Not familiar with him. Seeing such an obedient Book Spirit, Li Tianwei nodded in satisfaction. He then sat cross-legged and opened the Sutra of Supreme Purity. The moment he opened it, Li Tianwei was overwhelmed by the overwhelming moralistic tone within, leaving him speechless. He even began to doubt whether Bai Muxu had mistakenly given him the wrong scripture. The pages were saturated with morality, righteousness, supreme benevolence, utmost loyalty, profound justice, and extreme filial piety. It was a veritable compendium of feudal dregs, filled with concepts Li Tianwei found utterly baffling. Clearly, the worldview was deeply flawed. Seeing it, Li Tianwei could only think to retort, why the hell should I? If someone betrays you, you must reform them. If your parents are unkind, you must still be filial. If your ruler is unrighteous, you must still be loyal. Li Tianwei was utterly baffled. How could someone with such twisted ideas even create their own sect? Clearly, they'd gone down the wrong path. Could it be that my master is testing me, demanding I develop discernment? That's no big deal. Li Tianwei pondered for a moment, and suddenly it all clicked. Chapter 77, Radiate upon all spirits, let them all become mine. Regarding Bai Muxu's intentions, Li Tianwei could only say that Bai Muxu had greatly underestimated him. Did he really think Li Tianwei lacked the capacity for independent thought? Right and wrong, isn't that something you can see with your own eyes? This is called a trial? This is called cultivation? Using such things to test people who could possibly withstand such a trial? Li Tianwei scoffed. So,
This method must be changed and radically so. Li Tianwei muttered to himself as his hand already began to move the brush. Of course, Li Tianwei understood one thing: since this method was called the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Adornment, it naturally couldn't stray from the core theme of benevolence. When it came to this kind of goodness, Li Tianwei had considerable insight. After all, he himself was a person of great virtue. Otherwise, how could heaven bestow merit upon him, granting him the divine eye? When it came to goodness, few could match him. Thus, I need only remain true to my nature. The core principle within is fundamentally flawed. If the ruler lacks benevolence, I shall take his place and forge a benevolent ruler anew. Li Tianwei murmured, his hands never ceasing their work. The entire Sutra of Supreme Virtue had already been transformed beyond recognition. Moreover, the subsequent teachings and the power of this sutra still held valuable elements. These could be preserved, though the methods were rather conservative teaching and purification. No, this is far too simplistic. Seeing the state of the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence, Li Tianwei once again grew dissatisfied. Time ticked by second, and Li Tianwei himself lost track of how long it took him to revise the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Purity. By the end, however, he finally felt somewhat satisfied. The core principle should be: if others treat me with loyalty, filial piety, kindness, and goodwill, if everyone acts for my sake, then naturally, I too will act for everyone's sake. This is excellent. Even those wicked individuals could be reformed through this. Muttering to himself, Li Tianwei crossed his legs and began cultivating this thoroughly revised Sutra of Supreme Virtue. Closing his eyes, Li Tianwei cultivated according to the core principles advocated within, though now, it was his own principles and content he embraced. What is goodness? It is, of course, not imposing upon others what you yourself dislike. For instance, I detest bullying the weak and oppressing the vulnerable. I would never tolerate such treatment myself. Just as those demonic cultivators possess such utterly wicked natures, killing as casually as slaughtering dogs, treating others as expendable resources, I could never become such a person myself, nor could I allow anyone else to become like that. It must be reversed. Wouldn't that make everything beautiful? No one would impose upon me what I deem wrong. Upon this realization, Li Tianwei felt a sudden sense of enlightenment, for this was the very essence of goodness. Thus, Li Tianwei immediately prepared himself, continuing his cultivation to thoroughly refine and improve the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence. As he delved deeper, more and more connections began to form in his mind. Ah, and my Tao Foundation. Wouldn't it be better to integrate it into my Tao Foundation? That way, even without using spiritual energy or resentment energy to drive it, the Sutra of Ultimate Virtue could run constantly, circulating, and even manifest itself. The more Li Tianwei contemplated, the more possibilities unfolded, continuously expanding his vision. After all, this was specifically instructed by Mu Su. Naturally, Li Tianwei had to strive for comprehensive perfection. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful the idea became, and Li Tianwei's mind became completely absorbed in it. Slowly, Li Tianwei shifted the original spirit energy-driven form onto his Tao Foundation. Soon, beside Li Tianwei's spiritual platform, the three-leaf circular fan began to slowly rotate. Sparkling starlight swirled within it. As the Tao Foundation powered it, a faint, pure, and pristine energy surged forth. A white lotus platform slowly emerged from within. As the lotus platform materialized, the Tao Foundation within the three-leaf circular fan seemed to respond as if provoked. The Tao Foundation surged into motion, spinning relentlessly. Soon, the Tao Foundation of the three-leaf circular fan shot straight toward the white lotus pedestal. With a single touch, the white lotus platform seemed to sense a deadly aura and struggled desperately. Alas, it was too late. Li Tianwei commanded the Tao Foundation to devour it completely. This lotus platform was exclusive to the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Purity. Successful cultivation manifested as a white lotus blossoming at the spiritual platform. When revealed, one radiated boundless brilliance, resembling a true immortal among mortals, a body enveloped in pure, luminous radiance, embodying purity and innocence. This indeed matched what Mu Su had described the resplendent true Dharma. Of course, that was merely the outward majesty. Yet this thing was utterly useless. Li Tianwei had no use for useless things. Since he possessed it, he would harness it, weaving it into his Tao Foundation to radiate its power directly outward. Let everyone truly experience what resplendent righteous law truly means: selfless, solemn, and pure righteous law. After merging the lotus pedestal into the Tao Foundation of the three-leaf round fan, the foundation, which had previously seemed ominous and carried an aura of destruction, now held a hint of peace and tranquility. Li Tianwei was satisfied with this result and immediately plunged deeper into his cultivation. Soon, through his continuous refinement and layering, a faint aura of serenity, tranquility, and purity erupted from Li Tianwei's body, roaring forth like the sun at zenith. Even his face seemed to carry an inexplicable hint of compassion for all beings. With his eyes closed and gaze lowered, anyone witnessing this would declare, "This is the true path of righteousness." What a pure and peaceful aura this was. It drew people in involuntarily, making them feel a sense of closeness and a desire to immerse themselves within it. Outside, the vigilant book spirit sensed the transformation emanating from Li Tianwei, that flawless, unblemished aura of pristine majesty.
In that moment, the book spirit could only think, even the righteous immortals of this world pale in comparison.
What a profoundly pure existence, unblemished and pristine. How I yearn, how I yearn.
Unbeknownst to the book spirit itself, as an essence bound to a celestial incantation, it was being subtly influenced by this very presence. Immerse yourself in me, Supreme Majesty. I am the righteous path, cleansing you of all worldly trappings. Deep within its consciousness, the book spirit could feel a voice echoing relentlessly. A desire to surrender arose within her heart, as if Li Tianwei himself embodied the very essence of truth at that moment. In this moment, the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence, just as Li Tianwei had altered it, radiated sufficient purity and sufficient goodness. Radiating to all spirits, all shall belong to me, pure benevolence is my desire. He felt the pure aura flowing through his body, the benevolence radiating from him, the unblemished form.
Li Tianwei found this state utterly splendid, perfectly suited to him.
Behold this immaculate, divine form. Paired with his Tao-based spirit platform, it would absolutely enable him to be kind to others.
Everyone contributing a bit of goodness, that's wonderful. Chapter 78, This is not kind. It's truly too virtuous, far too virtuous.
Seeing Li Tianwei completely transform the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Radiant Purity, the majestic aura emanating from him was so powerful that the system guaranteed any individual with an unstable Tao heart would likely surrender themselves to him upon direct confrontation.
Is this still called kindness? Others must be kind to him, isn't this essentially turning himself into a brainwashing cult? Purifying all beings and spirits, then pairing it with that radiant might.
The system could scarcely fathom the consequences. As for Li Tianwei, upon sensing the successful cultivation of the Sutra of Supreme Purity, he drew a long breath and slowly opened his eyes.
The aura of immaculate purity emanating from Li Tianwei then retracted completely, leaving him utterly unaffected.
The book spirit, which had nearly merged with Li Tianwei, now fully regained its senses.
Recalling the sensation it had just experienced, the spirit regarded Li Tianwei with a distinctly peculiar expression. This is remarkable, it aligns perfectly with my nature. Truly benevolent. Li Tianwei felt that the lead-free sutra, transformed by his own hand, perfectly aligned with his own nature. The sensation was exquisite. Shall we test its effects? Li Tianwei pondered. His gaze immediately fell upon the sacred soul banner nearby, which contained numerous test subjects. Using these utterly wicked, utterly depraved demon cultivators as test subjects contributing to the world's betterment, they would surely be willing. After all, this was an opportunity to accumulate merit, how could they possibly refuse? The demonic cultivators' souls trapped within the Holy Soul banner had no idea what awaited them. Surely it couldn't be worse than their current state. After all, within the Holy Soul banner, Li Tianwei was constantly refining the souls trapped inside. And refining meant fully unleashing the power within these wicked souls and fierce ghosts. So, well, torture was inevitable. Every method from the 18 levels of hell was deployed. Since the evil withered elder had previously refined nearly 10,000 innocent souls, Li Tianwei assigned these very souls to thoroughly refine the various demonic cultivators' souls within. Thus, when Li Tianwei unfurled the Holy Soul banner, the incessant shrieks of vengeful spirits echoed from within, whipped and tortured, their agonized cries piercing the air. Li Tianwei seemed oblivious, observing the state of the demonic souls within the banner. In his eyes, these beings were making sacrifices. Contributing their strength for merit, cleansing their own sins, surely they were willing. If anyone doubted this, Li Tianwei guaranteed they could ask the souls themselves if they were willing. Such a blessing, surely no one would refuse it. Just as Li Tianwei swept his gaze across the Holy Soul banner, the demonic cultivators and wicked souls within trembled involuntarily. A sense of foreboding gripped them. Having endured the ordeal within the Holy Soul banner, these demonic cultivators finally understood what it meant to wish for death. They were now experiencing, in full measure, the searing torment they had once inflicted upon the souls of the innocent. Li Tianwei's methods were even more ruthless. He effortlessly commanded the resentment of heaven and earth, along with all manner of impure thoughts. Even while controlling such a vast number of evil souls and demonic spirits, he remained utterly unaffected, continuing to drive them relentlessly. As demon cultivators, many had attempted to refine the 10,000 souls banner or the evil souls banner. While such artifacts grew stronger with more souls bound within, they also carried immense danger. The accumulated souls and malevolent energies could cause the wielder to lose control. Even an old demon like Xieku, at the Nascent Soul stage, had only refined nearly 10,000 malevolent souls and fierce ghosts. Any more than that, and he might lose control. Li Tianwei, however, showed no fear whatsoever. His resolve was astonishingly unwavering. Even with every demonic cultivator in Pan Mountain City gathered here, he could still command them as easily as moving his own limbs. After a few glances, Li Tianwei casually plucked several demonic souls from the crowd. The chosen souls trembled violently, their eyes darting nervously, utterly terrified to meet Li Tianwei's gaze. Li Tianwei, of course, ignored these glances. His sole focus now was to thoroughly test the Extreme Virtue Lead in Gold Sutra he had modified. Extreme Virtue and Transience Sutra. Li Tianwei murmured silently, immediately unleashing the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence.
A three-leaf circular fan slowly unfolded at the center of his brow. Immediately, a pure, unblemished aura roared forth from behind him. At that moment, Li Tianwei appeared as if a celestial savior had descended from the heavens, a halo of light encircling his form, the supreme righteous law enveloping his body. Merely a hint of this aura revealed itself, and the previously terrified expressions of the evil spirits vanished without a trace. They lifted their heads, their eyes filled with pure innocence. All traces of malevolence and resentment dissolved from their bodies, leaving them exceptionally pure to an extreme degree. Their gazes were united in a quiet, yearning stillness, as if all worldly concerns had ceased to matter. They desired only to become part of that supreme righteous law, to offer up everything they were.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. My soul is defiled. I never imagined I was such a person in life. How despicable. Please take your revenge on me freely. I was wrong, so wrong. I shouldn't have acted that way. I must become a good person. They immediately knelt on the ground, berating themselves.
Some had already begun the process of self-redemption for their own souls.
The entire world seemed to turn pure white.
Everything was so beautiful, so pure and unblemished. Just as Li Tianwei had envisioned, through his righteous deeds of kindness toward others, all demons, evil spirits, and spiritual impurities were stripped bare and cleansed of their filth under his righteous law.
What a moment of goodness!
These evildoers were thoroughly cleansed, finding no refuge from his righteous law. This power was so right, so magnificent.
Li Tianwei declared himself truly exceptional.
In this manner, the wicked souls within the sacred soul banner would be stripped of their illusions, achieving self-redemption through self-torment, all for the sake of purging their sins.
Indeed. This method of purification is absolutely perfect.
Watching the demonic cultivators kneel on the ground, witnessing their own sins firsthand, and using self-mutilation and self-redemption to atone for their transgressions, a hint of bliss seemed to flicker across his face. No, there's still a slight issue.
Doesn't this effectively turn their suffering into their salvation?
We must restore their rationality.
Then it will be perfect.
In an instant, Li Tianwei discerned the flaw within this seemingly flawless, supremely benevolent lead-free sutra. He stepped forward and touched the forehead of each self-torturing soul lying on the ground. The demonic souls, who had been basking in the bliss of self-redemption through their sins, saw the faint glimmer of demonic essence return to their eyes.
Instantly, they let out agonized screams.
Their previously blissful expressions reverted to demonic expressions.
No! What's happening to me? I'm torturing myself. It hurts. Let my soul be annihilated. Why won't I obey? This is unbearable, yet it's right. This is how I should be treated.
Reason returned, and the demonic saints wrestled within themselves.
Using virtue to overcome vice, wasn't that the way it should be?
How could one burdened with sin possibly savor the sweetness of redemption through self-salvation?
This is not virtuous. Thus Li Tianwei refined it.
In this moment, the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence leaned toward perfection.
Chapter 79, I'm quite suited to being a master.
After thoroughly refining the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Decadence, Li Tianwei expressed profound satisfaction. The mutual cancellation of evil and virtue, coupled with the endless torment of guilt inflicted upon those seeking to purify their sins, this was the true embodiment of supreme virtue. Watching the demonic cultivators' souls struggle and suffer, Li Tianwei waved his hand, sealing them within the sacred soul banner. Since these souls had now experienced the supreme benevolence of the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transience, the other demonic cultivators within the sacred soul banner could not be spared a blessing to be shared equally. Li Tianwei, a man of exceptional decisiveness, immediately cast the Supreme Virtue of Transience Sutra to satisfy the demonic cultivators within the banner. Such an opportunity to accumulate merit was surely something they would eagerly welcome. Soon, a three-leafed circular fan materialized at Li Tianwei's brow, emanating a pure, untainted aura from his body. In an instant, the power of the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence surged into the Holy Soul banner. The banner, once saturated with vengeful energy and evil chi, seemed to encounter its nemesis. It was instantly cleansed and purified, pure white energy spreading throughout the entire banner. At that moment, every demonic cultivator's soul within the banner underwent Li Tianwei's purification. Pure righteous law continuously radiated outward, and those souls seemed to be struck by something. The resplendent aura of righteous law swept over them with unadulterated force, sweeping away all traces of their former sins. The demonic cultivators, who had been enduring torment, paused for a moment. Then, expressions of blissful joy appeared on their faces as they gazed upon this pure, pristine energy, as if they were about to immerse themselves in it. Starting with the first demonic cultivator's soul, it spread like a contagion, filling the entire sacred soul banner in an instant. Yet this was only the beginning. Before long, the joy on his face twisted into extreme agony. Of course, Li Tianwei avoided the souls of those innocent victims. I was wrong. What is that? I've defiled myself. I shouldn't have done this. Only death, only torment can atone. These demonic cultivators' souls screamed, then fell to their knees one after another, beginning to harm themselves. To Li Tianwei, this transformation was merely their path to self-redemption, a process that could never be so effortless. In an instant, he made the evil within them resurface once more, condemning them to eternal ruin. They must endure every torment deserved. Their path to redemption has yet to begin. Such a scene truly evoked a sense of shared bliss.
Good. With a wave of Li Tianwei's hand, the entire Holy Soul banner seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Ecstasy and torment intertwined, good and evil merged, oscillating between reason and utter chaos. Even the souls of these demonic cultivators could not describe this madness, this sensation of losing everything. Endless torment in the spirit, yet unable to be destroyed. The agony of the soul never ceased. Observing the state of these demonic cultivators, Li Tianwei felt profoundly fortunate. He was willing to bestow upon them the supreme virtue of Purity Sutra, to enlighten them, and to guide them in contributing merit to the world. Others would likely have exterminated them all.
Indeed, I am far too kind to others. Truly, the resplendent righteous law has been perfected.
Li Tianwei nodded with satisfaction as his consciousness withdrew from the Holy Soul banner.
Within the Holy Soul banner, all the wicked souls and malevolent spirits remained in this state. This transformation caused the entire banner to surge with dark purple energy, entering an eerie state. Li Tianwei's face now radiated compassion, and the three-leafed fan between his brows slowly retracted. Now that the Supreme Benevolence Lead in Ash Sutra had been mastered, all that remained was to await Bai Musu's guidance to the Taishu Forbidden Land. There, he would comprehend various Tao intentions, condense 100 Tao intentions, and attain the golden core.
Li Tianwei reflected truthfully.
10 days later, Bai Muxu arrived on his sword, landing within Li Tianwei's cave dwelling. Emerging from his deep meditation, Li Tianwei abruptly opened his eyes and immediately stepped out of the cave.
Greetings, Master. Li Tianwei bowed respectfully with clasped hands.
The Taishu Forbidden Ground is about to open.
Follow me.
Without further ado, Bai Musu waved his hand, lifting Li Tianwei onto the sword. In an instant, they shot toward the heavens, a streak of light slicing through the sky.
The two vanished from the Lingxu sacred ground. Regarding the immortal soul, do not approach it under any circumstances. Observe them from afar. Bai Muxu, guiding the sword, repeatedly cautioned Li Tianwei. Li Tianwei nodded lightly.
Observing Li Tianwei's demeanor, Bai Muxu felt reassured that this disciple was dependable and unlikely to cause any major trouble. He would surely proceed steadily within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. Whether he could comprehend divine abilities depended on himself. Though possessing innate divine power himself, he likely had a high chance of mastering them. It was impossible to say how far Bai Muxu had traversed on his sword, crossing seas and scaling mountains until all landmarks faded into blurred shadows. Gradually, the region grew silent, permeated by a thick sense of decay. Even the spiritual energy had been whittled down to an extremely scarce level.
It could be said that casting spells here would be utterly impossible, as there was no spiritual energy to replenish.
Yet this transformation affected Bai Muxu not in the slightest.
Cultivators at the spirit transformation stage existed on an entirely different plane from those below.
Their divine souls manifested, allowing them to roam like immortals, governed by their own laws. Even as the world's spiritual energy dissolved, they could draw power from the laws they had grasped during their transformation. Wherever his divine sense reached, he could arrive in an instant. As Bai Muxu delved deeper, the entire world turned ashen and lifeless, a vast expanse of grayish-black devoid of any trace of vitality. An indescribable, inexplicable sensation permeated this realm.
Even a powerhouse like Bai Muxu grew solemn upon entering this realm.
Yet his pace did not falter. With sword fingers poised, he pressed forward relentlessly.
Soon, against the once gray and lifeless expanse of sky and earth, a streak of dark crimson emerged on the horizon.
It resembled a sword slicing through the heavens, causing the world to bleed.
A blood-red streak pierced the heavens, radiant amidst the intersection of sky and earth.
As for Bai Musu's target, it was that very streak of blood that had sliced across the heavens the entrance to the Taishu Forbidden Land. As he drew nearer, everything grew increasingly volatile, as if ready to explode at any moment. Even his own senses grew chaotic, the cultivator's divine sense and 5 senses completely sealed off. It could be described thus: the heavens and earth appeared unchanged, yet were filled with an inexplicable strangeness. Here, as Bai Muxu had described the Taishu Forbidden Land, within its boundless expanse, cultivators were stripped of all abilities. Their senses shattered, they could only rely on their own rational judgment to navigate. Compounded by the wandering immortal souls within the Taishu sacred grounds, a single misstep would lead to the annihilation of both body and soul, leaving no place for burial. Even Bai Musu, who had never slowed down before, was forced to reduce his pace here. The entire world was now drenched in a blood-black hue, permeated by a sense of distortion and transformation. An inexplicable threat and an eerie feeling surged through his mind. After slowing down, Bai Musu glanced at Li Tianwei. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected by this place, he felt extremely satisfied. Moreover, since meeting him today, that wicked aura that had once permeated his entire being seemed to have been completely suppressed, as if by some force. Judging by this, it appeared that his cultivation of the Supreme Virtue Lead and Ash Sutra had borne fruit. It seems I'm quite suited to being a master after all.
Bai Muxu couldn't help but think. Chapter 80. This is immortal qi. Li Tianwei, however, paid no heed to Bai Muxu's gaze. He was currently immersed in sensing the permeating aura around him. To Li Tianwei, this twisted, anomalous situation could only mean one thing: a treasure trove. I knew it. If the demon sect's domain has such a place near the Tao, then a major orthodox sect like the Lingxu Sacred Land must have a place just as suitable for cultivation. Just look at the surging energy outside the Lingxu Holy Land itself must be even more extraordinary. Li Tianwei's anticipation for everything within the Lingxu Forbidden Grounds grew ever stronger. He couldn't help but entertain a bold hypothesis: could it be that the place contained divine energy? Yes, immortal energy. If immortal souls could exist here, the presence of immortal energy wouldn't be surprising at all. With my innate talent, might a single breath of it instantly grant me immortality? Li Tianwei held on to this hope. As for Bai Muxu, he had no idea what Li Tianwei was pondering. In his eyes, this promising disciple was the very model of maturity and steadiness. He rarely needed to worry about him, unlike the direct disciples of other elders in the Sacred Land. His extraordinary aptitude for demonic arts was exceptionally well suited to him, hardly a cause for concern. As if anyone hadn't practiced demonic arts before. If anyone dared to criticize this, Bai Muxu wouldn't hesitate to raise his sword and pay them a visit at their sect. Bai Muxu gradually slowed his descent, hovering within the crimson celestial scar in the sky. Gazing upon the vast, desolate expanse of the Lingxu Forbidden Land within the scar, he turned to Li Tianwei and spoke once more. Disciple, this is the Lingxu sacred ground. Remember my words, advance steadily within, resisting all temptations. When the Lingxu Forbidden Land reopens, a crimson eye will appear, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Remember to reach beneath that crimson eye at that moment, and you will successfully leave the Forbidden Land. Li Tianwei nodded repeatedly, his expression conveying clear understanding. Seeing this, Bai Muxu felt reassured. He trusted his disciple, a man as steady as himself, would never act recklessly. This was hardly a major concern. What troubled Bai Muxu far more was whether any unforeseen changes might occur within the Lingxu Forbidden Grounds. Master, I shall proceed now. Having witnessed the surging energies within the Lingxu Forbidden Ground, Li Tianwei now felt an eager anticipation. Within lies the spiritual energy of the Holy Land's Supreme Elder who passed the tribulation. It can withstand 3 attacks below the tribulation level. Bai Muxu produced several storage rings and a jade talisman once more. Li Tianwei nodded upon seeing this and accepted them. I'm going in. After receiving Bai Muxu's offerings, Li Tianwei eagerly stepped into the Lingxu Forbidden Ground. Watching Li Tianwei's departing figure, Bai Muxu silently wished him well. As he silently prayed, Bai Muxu couldn't help but notice the barely concealed excitement flickering in Li Tianwei's eyes as he stepped into the Lingxu Forbidden Ground. Why does he seem so excited? Is it just my imagination? Bai Muxu murmured to himself, but quickly dismissed the thought. Li Tianwei crossed the crimson scar that pierced the heavens and earth, entering a bizarre realm of utter void. The horizon stretched endlessly before his eyes, yet at this moment, spiritual energy and all 5 senses were utterly compressed within a range of less than a meter. Of course, this applied only to ordinary cultivators. Li Tianwei relied on more than just spiritual energy and power. He also drew upon the force of power born from the of all living beings. Even without this resentment energy, however, Li Tianwei would feel no different. Under the fish and chi drawing technique, his spiritual power was inherently beyond all bounds of ferocity. He could even squeeze out a burst of power far exceeding his usual capacity. At worst, he might undergo fission. Stepping into this Lingxu Forbidden Land, Li Tianwei glanced around, his face lighting up with excitement and thrill. This is the Lingxu Forbidden Ground? This is incredible. It's practically tailor-made for me. Feeling the pure, delicate, and surging energy permeating this area, Li Tianwei felt as if he had arrived in the realm of immortals. This place was far superior to the Near Path and the demon sect's domain. They weren't even on the same level. With that thought, Li Tianwei turned away from the immortal souls within the Lingxu Forbidden Ground and sat cross-legged. So there really is divine energy here. It's time to put my plan into action. Fission alone is insufficient to generate truly explosive energy. It's time to advance to the next level. Fusion Qi Gathering Technique. After completing his cultivation of the Sutra of Supreme Purity, Li Tianwei couldn't afford to waste the time waiting for Bai Muxu to come and take him to the Lingxu Forbidden Ground. After all, he needed to prepare for ascending to the Golden Core Realm, which meant upgrading his cultivation setup accordingly. The Fission Qi gathering method had become inadequate. Even battling a peak Nascent Soul cultivator proved taxing. He had to ascend another tier to harness fusion, a power nearing infinity. At that moment, he would fear neither the absence of spiritual energy nor the exhaustion of his own power, no matter where he was. However, the magnetic constraints and repulsive forces of atomic matter within the spiritual energy of the cultivation world proved far too formidable. It was far more complex than he had imagined. Arriving in this Lingxu Forbidden Land, a realm of higher-level power, Li Tianwei had already discerned beyond doubt that this presented an opportunity to advance from fission to fusion. Yet this endeavor carried a certain risk.
Due to the repulsive forces, the energy released by fusion might prove overwhelming.
Just how powerful? Li Tianwei had no clear estimate. Still, Li Tianwei believed it posed no major issue.
Should problems arise, he would immediately abandon this location and seek another to continue his refinements. Besides, this was the Taishu Forbidden Land, a realm where immortal souls resided. Such a potent domain couldn't possibly be affected by his actions.
So come to me, celestial energies. Li Tianwei murmured, ignoring the chaotic, disordered energies within the Taishu sacred ground as he began to channel and refine them.
The entire Taishu Forbidden Land was itself a ruin left behind after a celestial war, a celestial wasteland. That cataclysmic conflict had utterly shattered the fabric of heaven and earth, allowing the chaotic energies from outside to pour in.
Compounded by the myriad techniques once wielded by the immortals here.
These lingering energies could still affect immortals, so Li Tianwei's claim that this was divine energy seemed perfectly valid.
Wasn't it simply a matter of whoever defined it first? Just as Li Tianwei cultivated, deep within the Forbidden Land, echoes continuously reverberated. Countless shadowy figures, ethereal and bizarre in form, wandered chaotically, their flickering forms appearing and disappearing. At times, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, and in an instant, terrifying storms would sweep across everything. Endless depths, saturated with peril. Chapter 81, Are Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators this powerful nowadays? Fusion Power.
Li Tianwei closed his eyes, carefully sensing the chaotic energy of the Taishu Forbidden Ground.
The Li Tianwei of today was no longer the novice who had first cultivated in the Lingxu sacred ground.
Back then, he could already channel the essence of heaven and earth, causing it to collide and undergo fission to unleash immense energy. How much more so now?
Yet Li Tianwei understood the distinction between fusion and fission.
To achieve fusion, one must overcome the repulsive force between spiritual energies, merging them into a more potent form.
This transformation could yield near limitless energy.
In his former world, fusion remained merely experimental, achievable but not fully controllable.
Yet upon learning of this fusion concept, Li Tianwei had already grasped some answers.
Now he intended to apply this knowledge to the cultivation world and within his own body.
As for how to accomplish it? It required establishing a system within his body capable of overcoming repulsion.
In the mortal realm, this was achieved through temperature. Hundreds of millions of degrees of heat stimulated the kinetic energy of atoms, overcoming repulsion to achieve atomic fusion.
Now, Li Tianwei had glimpsed another possibility.
After all, this was the cultivation realm, where the manifestation of power was entirely different.
Li Tianwei was fully confident in his ability to create an environment conducive to fusion. Come forth, celestial energies.
Feeling the chaotic energy within the Taishu Forbidden Ground, it was far more terrifying than the spiritual energy outside. Yet the more potent it became, the more Li Tianwei sensed a distinction between these forces and the outside spiritual energy, not merely in arrangement, but in their fundamental nature. The closer they were, the greater the chance for them to merge and coalesce. Precisely because they were so near, their power was immense.
This was why Li Tianwei believed this was divine energy.
It seems heaven and earth acknowledge my definition of this spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could the power enveloping the Taishu Forbidden Ground align so perfectly with the chi gathering method I need to transform now? Surely it can't be that while I was at the Lingxu sacred ground, I mused about how much more suitable the Taishu Forbidden Ground would be for gathering and transforming power, and now it appears here.
No way, no way. Li Tianwei thought to himself, yet his actions were anything but slow. Having grasped the essence of its power, he initiated fusion.
A vortex swirled above Li Tianwei's head, pulsing with surging energy. As the chaotic energy rippled outward, unnoticed by anyone, Li Tianwei steadily began channeling this disordered force into fusion. Deep within the Taishu Forbidden Ground, something seemed to sense the sudden anomaly.
Slowly, it stirred to life.
Along with it, the immortal souls within the Taishu Forbidden Ground began to stir restlessly, wandering frantically throughout the entire domain.
Who is it? Who is it?
A muttered voice echoed across the heavens and earth, yet due to the vastness of the Taishu Forbidden Grounds, it reverberated only within a single region. If one were to observe, they would see a faint, icy glow emanating above the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. A colossal form, composed of overlapping scales, circled the heavens. Its length was impossible to gauge, but the moment it appeared, purple lightning crackled around it. Its majestic eyes were as cold as lightning, its head resembling a camel's, its horns like a deer's. As it revealed its form, it was none other than a 5-clawed azure dragon. Soon, the spectacle vanished. The dragon disappeared, leaving only a translucent spirit dragon floating in the air.
I remember now.
That fellow ordered me to guard this place, awaiting someone destined to awaken me, so he could inherit that fellow's legacy.
Damn it!
How despicable. I have no idea how long he tricked me into sleeping.
Inheritance? Dream on. No, this isn't right. My awakening time shouldn't be now. Wasn't it supposed to be tens of thousands of years from now?
Why has this changed so suddenly? The translucent spirit dragon seemed to have lost its mind, muttering to itself in midair.
Could my early awakening mean something's happened? Just as the spirit dragon pondered this, it seemed to sense something.
Instinctively, it lifted its head, gazing toward the distant horizon of the Taishu Forbidden Land.
This aura, this power. Not good. Who is it?
Deep within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds, Li Tianwei remained unaware of the unfolding disturbance. At this moment, he was steadily progressing toward his goal, determined to complete the fusion and qi gathering in one breath. Rumble. Under Li Tianwei's fearless guidance and manipulation, strange sounds echoed continuously throughout the entire Taishu Forbidden Ground, as if subjected to some extreme pressure.
Simultaneously, ripples began to appear in the air.
If anyone else could control the energies within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds as Li Tianwei did, they would realize he was employing an unusual method to dissolve repulsive forces, forcibly merging two distinct energies together.
What Li Tianwei required was to provide immense heat and pressure for this fusion form to coalesce. At this moment, Li Tianwei had fully activated his peak state, channeling the resentment energies of heaven and earth. His immortal body of eternal existence was activated, and behind him, the golden core of his elevated realm flickered faintly. A three-leaf circular fan swirled upon his brow, emanating a faint, pure aura of sanctity. Yet from its depths, an aura of extreme wickedness and utter depravity also surfaced. In this moment, Li Tianwei embodied the fusion of saint and demon. "Gather for me." Li Tianwei murmured softly. The inverted force intensified further, the vortex expanding once more. Rumble. If any being possessed absolute control over the entire Taishu Forbidden Ground, they would have noticed the chaotic forces of heaven and earth growing even more disordered, even giving rise to a peculiar phenomenon of evaporation. In a frenzied form, its fervent activity had multiplied beyond measure. Within this bizarre state, something seemed to be gestating, emanating an extreme, bone-chilling stillness that stirred primal fear. Upon sensing the Taishu Forbidden Ground's transformation, the spirit dragon immediately raced toward the source of the disturbance. Arriving at the scene, it tilted its head back, staring in utter shock at the spectacle before it. It struggled to describe the spectacle unfolding before its eyes. Chaotic energy coalesced into mist-like forms, permeating the heavens and earth. Below, a figure sat upright. A power of utter depravity surged forth, mingled with faint traces of sacred intent. This contradictory entity stirred the chaotic forces compressed within the Taishu Forbidden Ground. Yet all the figure did was twist and manipulate it all in a bizarre manner. Most terrifying of all, the spirit dragon noticed something peculiar about the figure below. Despite possessing only foundation establishment stage strength, a golden core glowed behind him, and 5 Dao intentions coiled around his entire body. Every technique he employed spoke to his terrifying prowess. Yet the most bizarre aspect was that, before the spirit dragon's eyes, this man's innate talent was shockingly poor. Not only did he possess a pseudo-spiritual root, but his physique was in a state as if abandoned by heaven. Normally, such a being wouldn't even be able to sense spiritual energy, let alone cultivate. Yet here he stood, a foundation establishment cultivator, accomplishing feats beyond the reach of even the prodigies of Linglong's own era. Most crucially, it seemed the anomalies within the Taishu Forbidden Ground originated from him. The spirit dragon gazed at the chaotic energy above, now transformed into swirling mist and gathering into a dense cloud. Thanks to its control over the Taishu Forbidden Land, the spirit dragon sensed this was the reason for its awakening. As for the reason? The Taishu Forbidden Land was telling it that its end was near, urging it to intervene. What the hell is going on? Has the world changed so much that foundation establishment is this powerful now? Witnessing this, the spirit dragon was so shocked it had lost all semblance of its divine dragon demeanor. Chapter 82, I think I understand again. The spirit dragon couldn't discern what Li Tianwei was doing, but it understood one thing: this fellow must be stopped, or all would be lost. Once the thing was unleashed, it would undoubtedly trigger an extreme chain reaction, shaking the entire Taishu Forbidden Ground to its core. Regardless of how this guy managed it, daring to practice something this dangerous made the spirit dragon deeply suspect he was sent by someone. The spirit dragon didn't know how to put it. It never imagined it would one day have to take down a foundation establishment cultivator. But with my current strength, it can only send those immortal souls away. Linglong hesitated, then closed its eyes, beginning to guide the immortal souls drifting through the Taishu Forbidden Ground. Before long, a dozen ethereal figures materialized on the distant horizon. Seeing the divine souls arrive, a hint of nostalgia flickered in the spirit dragon's eyes. Yet the spirit dragon understood these were not the true remnants of deceased immortals. Rather, they were formed from the lingering, unresolved thoughts of immortals who had perished. The immortals themselves had transcended existence. Even the thoughts born from their beings were no longer accepted by heaven and earth. The Taishu Forbidden Land had once been a battlefield for immortal wars. Over countless ages, these unabsorbed thoughts had coalesced into these entities known as immortal souls. To varying degrees, they inherited a sliver of the fallen immortals' former might. Though lacking the awe-inspiring might of the immortals themselves, each possesses unique characteristics. Cultivators can glimpse the essence of immortals through these thoughts, thereby comprehending the remnants of divine power and forging their own path. Thus, the Taishu Forbidden Land became an exceptional place for spiritual enlightenment. Of course, because immortal souls are unconscious and chaotic, they are also extremely dangerous.
The spirit dragon did not control them, instead, it guided them through the Taishu Forbidden Ground's commanding power.
Soon, these chaotic immortal souls surged wildly toward Li Tianwei's location.
As for Li Tianwei, he had now reached a critical juncture in his fusion cultivation. That is, to integrate them into himself and construct an environment within his own body suitable for fusion. This process was exceedingly perilous, a danger hundreds of times greater than that of the previous fission. He must continuously refine his essence, driving it through relentless metamorphosis. With the immortal sacrifice immortal body protecting him, Li Tianwei relied on the various methods he had gathered from the Lingxu sacred land to squeeze every last bit of potential out of his physical body. Physical transformation differs from cultivation advancement, it leaves tangible traces within the body. With the sacrificial Dao immortal body protecting him, he had no fear of dying from this process.
Thus, Li Tianwei continued to squeeze out every ounce of explosive power.
Forging flesh with fire's ashes, carving soul to gather body, shedding spirit to cast bones.
Li Tianwei seemed intent on transforming it into fuel for his fire, continuously integrating it.
Visibly, his physical form underwent a metamorphosis at that very moment.
Too slow, too slow. Feeling the transformation of his physical form, yet to Li Tianwei it felt painfully slow.
After all, to sustain fusion conditions, one needed pressure and temperatures akin to those within a star. Therefore, it must be higher and stronger.
Come on. Absorb it first. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei began absorbing vast quantities of the so-called divine energy from the heavens and earth.
Whether it posed any issues was not within his considerations. During his earlier tentative absorption, he'd sensed his body had already grown accustomed to this divine energy, so it no longer mattered. Whether he truly had adapted or not, Li Tianwei felt this way. After all, who could know his own body better than he? Outside, the spirit dragon guiding the immortal soul toward Li Tianwei to stop him now stood frozen in shock. How dare he? Watching the chaotic energies within the Taishu Forbidden Ground collectively surge toward Li Tianwei, now brimming with boundless malevolent intent and composed of the endless tainted power left behind from ancient battles between immortals and demonic forces. Such substances, fermented over endless ages, had long since become impossible to refine into usable power. Yet now, the spirit dragon witnessed something astonishing, a foundation establishment cultivator desperately channeling this very force into his own body. For Li Tianwei, the cultivation techniques he sought, those that harnessed potential bursts to refine the physical body, were merely another form of energy conversion. Using immortal energy to refine his physical form was actually quite natural, it adhered perfectly to the law of conservation of energy. Faster, faster. Watching Li Tianwei's transformation and the energy fuse together because of him, the destructive force within kept piling up. It's over. It's over. The spirit dragon cared not a whit for the astonishing feats Li Tianwei might perform. The fusion reaction he had triggered was the true danger now. Both men accelerated, while the distant immortal soul continued closing in. It had now entered the spirit dragon's field of vision, causing the spirit dragon to breathe a sigh of relief. This situation was indeed dire for Li Tianwei, for he had failed to construct an environment within his body suitable for fusion. It was simply too difficult. Refining his physical body to withstand pressures and temperatures akin to a star was nothing short of a transformation of matter. But in Li Tianwei's eyes, it was simply a matter of insufficient energy. Yes, insufficient. Even though the energy of the immortal chi was greater than the spiritual energy outside, there was still a problem. It seemed that because his cultivation level was insufficient, the refined immortal chi was exceptionally chaotic. Though it was a treasure, it contained much that was unusable. In short, Li Tianwei concluded he needed purer energy. At that moment, the system within his consciousness alerted him to danger. Host, the immortal souls are approaching. Danger. The system was frantic, desperately trying to rouse Li Tianwei. Hearing this voice, Li Tianwei snapped instantly awake. After all, Bai Musu's constant warnings had ingrained in him the understanding that immortal souls were extremely dangerous entities. These were immortals. In his mind, immortals were beings capable of anything. A single drop of blood creates all beings. Just think, if he, at the foundation establishment stage, was already so powerful, how much more so would an immortal be? Thus, they still posed a threat to him. At this moment, Li Tianwei realized the system did have some use after all. At least it could alert him to dangers while he was in deep meditation. Thus, Li Tianwei slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a cluster of over a dozen bizarre, distorted phantoms. Their twisted forms constantly warped the surrounding space, utterly out of place with the outside world. The energy radiating from them was incredibly pure. Indeed, in Li Tianwei's eyes, those so-called immortal souls before him were truly too pure. It was as if the divine energy of the Taishu Forbidden Land had merged with the essence of the demon sect's near path, amplified beyond measure. According to what Master said, these immortal souls shouldn't gather together, they'd clash the moment they drew near each other. But why are they gathered together now? And why now, at this very moment? Suddenly, Li Tianwei seemed to grasp something. Chapter 83, deeply moved by these immortal souls. Gazing at the immortal souls appearing at the edge of his vision, countless doubts flashed through Li Tianwei's mind before he suddenly understood. These immortal souls, which should never have gathered, were now unexpectedly assembled together, a complete violation of the rules Bai Muxu had previously stated. Consider this, as the peak master of the Elder's Peak at Lingxu's sacred ground, Bai Muxu's master had absolutely no reason to deceive him. Therefore, something must have gone terribly wrong in the Taishu Forbidden Grounds, causing this situation.
And what exactly was this problem?
Li Tianwei didn't need to ponder it long, it was likely triggered by his very presence. It made perfect sense that the protagonist's arrival in the Taishu Forbidden Ground would cause ripples. The fact that these immortal souls surged forward en masse, carrying such pure energy, clearly signaled their intent to aid him.
Yet, even faced with such aid, Li Tianwei hesitated.
He understood the nature of these immortal souls before him. They were immortal souls. Anything bearing the word immortal possessed supreme power. The entire Taishu Forbidden Land had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, but now it was shifting. Bai Muxu's words were true, yet he knew nothing of immortals. Therefore, the reason these immortals appeared here, rushing toward him, was precisely because of their immortal nature.
In Li Tianwei's eyes, those who attained immortality were invariably individuals blessed with immense destiny and profound virtue.
Only such souls, having endured the trials of mortal existence, could ascend to immortality. And now, transformed into immortal souls, they must still retain the benevolent intentions deeply buried within their own consciousness. Indeed, these immortal souls have surely come for the sake of goodness. This world is now engulfed by demonic forces, yet these immortal souls remain imprisoned here, unable to escape. They must be aware of the events unfolding outside, yet powerless to intervene. Through their own power, they can only guide cultivators who enter the Taishu Forbidden Land to comprehend their Tao intent, allowing their divine abilities to linger and resist the demonic forces.
It must be so.
As Li Tianwei contemplated this, tears welled in his eyes at the sight of these immortal souls. In Li Tianwei's view, had he faced such an accident upon ascending to immortality, he too would likely have acted similarly after death, offering whatever lingering warmth remained to benefit all beings, performing great acts of kindness. Even if his physical form were utterly destroyed, his remnant consciousness would surely persist in upholding this righteous path. Thus, these immortal souls must be doing the same, sacrificing themselves to save others. Their arrival now signaled that they had recognized his predicament and intended to offer their own pure essence to help him weather this crisis and achieve fusion. Upon learning of their intentions, Li Tianwei firmly declared this absolutely unacceptable. That our predecessors had to resort to this means that we, their successors, have failed in our duties.
How could we possibly exploit their lingering power? Li Tianwei could never accept such a proposal.
He could understand the divine spirits harboring such thoughts.
Their manifestation should serve only to spur us onward, it must not be offered as a sacrifice to us.
This thought led him to the outside cultivation world, now suffering demonic invasions.
The demonic cultivators employed endless bloody tactics, despicable and shameless. Even the Lingxu Holy Land, hailed as a righteous sanctuary, was mired in factional strife. Yet within this Taishu Forbidden Land, the spirits of former immortals constantly pondered how they might aid the myriad beings of the cultivation world. Therefore, regarding these immortal souls' selfless offerings, Li Tianwei deemed refusal imperative a fundamental principle of humanity. For they had already fulfilled their duty. This was now the responsibility of later generations. How could they continue to exploit the power of those who had gone before? Li Tianwei considered himself peerless under heaven, yet he believed that any individual possessing righteous resolve, imbued with righteous energy, and cultivated in supreme orthodox methods would likewise reject such an offering. And even without this gift, did he, Li Tianwei, lack the ability to complete this transformation from fission to fusion? He possessed absolute confidence.
Originally, the system had warned of an impending crisis from immortal souls, a supreme peril looming before him.
Yet after Li Tianwei's wild musings, any sense of tension or urgency vanished.
Besides, these immortal souls were filled with impure thoughts, composed of chaotic energies.
Where did you get the idea they came bearing gifts? Setting aside other concerns, hadn't he noticed his relentless fusion was spiraling toward uncontrollable chaos? As a data entity, the system had meticulously calculated that if Li Tianwei continued infinite fusion, combined with the chaotic energies within the Taishu Forbidden Land, it would absolutely transform the entire realm into a truly forbidden domain, endlessly fusing and destroying itself without cease. Li Tianwei, of course, had no idea what the system was thinking at that moment. Even if he did, he'd likely retort, "Your calculations are flawed, you underestimated this man." After comprehending the intentions of these immortal souls, Li Tianwei's face clouded with sorrow. He sighed deeply for these souls who had sacrificed everything. "I shall not accept your offerings." With that, Li Tianwei had made his decision. Rather than accepting their offerings, he believed guiding these immortal souls back to the heavens and earth was the best path. With that thought, he opened the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence without hesitation. At this moment, Li Tianwei seemed to grasp something. Had Bai Musu intended this very outcome when he had guided Li Tianwei to cultivate this very method? Truly worthy of being my chosen master. With that realization, Li Tianwei no longer concealed his aura. His energy roared forth, shooting straight into the heavens. Boom! 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 A solemn, pure, and immaculate radiance surged forth behind Li Tianwei. A circular halo encircled his head, while the three-leafed fan emblem appeared between his brows. Li Tianwei lowered his eyes slightly, revealing an expression both solemn and compassionate, his entire presence radiating an aura of supreme grandeur. The radiant light slowly spread, carrying an aura of supreme sanctity. No one could articulate this sensation, an extreme sanctity that seemed to wash away all impurities. At that moment, the spirit dragon that had just guided the immortal soul to ambush Li Tianwei merely watched as Li Tianwei rose to his feet. He paused in deep thought, appearing as if he had attained some profound realization. Immediately afterward, he began uttering words incomprehensible to the spirit dragon. Then, a terrifying divine intent surged skyward, carrying an aura of extreme benevolence and profound darkness that washed over them. Having slumbered for far too long, much of its power had faded. Now, confronted with this sudden transformation, the spirit dragon felt an inexplicable dread. Witnessing Li Tianwei's metamorphosis and the aura radiating from his brow, the spirit dragon felt an overwhelming urge to surrender itself to him. What's happening to me? What trick did this guy use? The spirit dragon's body, suspended midair, swayed gently. It sensed an absolute nemesis emanating from Li Tianwei. It yearned to escape, to drift away. No, what kind of power is this? How could it make me feel this way? The spirit dragon stared at the mark between Li Tianwei's brows, where an intangible power faintly radiated outward. This was a power the spirit dragon had never before sensed or comprehended. Chapter 84, Granting Goodness, Yet Useless. Having resolved to subdue the immortal soul before him, Li Tianwei unleashed the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence at full power. Its power was even more terrifying than when he had used it outside the Taishu Forbidden Land. Most importantly, Li Tianwei was now drawing upon the immortal energy within the Taishu Forbidden Land to wield it. Though he had yet to construct an environment within his body suitable for fusion, he had already mastered the technique of using fission to trigger fusion. Progress unfolds in stages and pivotal moments. Though Li Tianwei hadn't achieved fully controllable fusion yet, his understanding of the process and navigating several critical junctures during that brief period was perfectly normal. Aiming to purify the immortal soul before him, Li Tianwei relentlessly expended his power. Pure, untainted energy radiated outward. Under its faintly penetrating influence, the chaotic energies of the Taishu Forbidden Grounds fell into an eerie stillness. The immortal soul, which had been charging fiercely toward Li Tianwei, paused slightly in its movement. Immortal souls were formed from the lingering thoughts of immortals over countless eons within the chaotic Taishu Forbidden Land. The Great Perfection Sutra, transformed by Li Tianwei, was inherently intertwined with the Tao foundation he had forged. It exerted its influence at the atomic level in a bizarre manner. At the very least, that was how it appeared to Li Tianwei. Moreover, he had infused it with a thread of his own understanding of supreme benevolence, aiming to spread it more effectively and strip away all impurities. This allowed the Sutra of Supreme Virtue and Transcendence to spread effectively, radiating its influence to all spirits. And were not the immortal souls before him also a form of spirit? Thus, the Sutra exerted even greater potency upon these immortal souls, for they too represented another form of existence. Li Tianwei recognized his Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Radiant Splendor as more akin to information-driven influence and infection powered by force. This concept already existed in his former world, mimetic infection. Li Tianwei had studied this phenomenon. Social observation revealed that such mimetic information spread and infected everywhere. Though unnoticed by individuals, this invisible transformation constantly reshaped society. But Li Tianwei was different. Through social interactions between people, he had uncovered the existence of this mimetic infection. Take a meme or an emoji, for instance. They form invisible connections that subtly alter your original judgments, even influencing certain facets of society and reshaping definitions. What exists is justified. Naturally, Li Tianwei employed some of these communication techniques he discovered to spread the path of great benevolence within the Sutra of Ultimate Virtue. He genuinely wished for everyone to treat others with kindness, seeing himself as a paragon of benevolence, a propagation he believed to be beneficial. Li Tianwei sought to use these methods to properly guide those of ill intent, while also allowing the immortal souls tainted by resentment and demonic influences to recover and ultimately return to the heavens and earth. Li Tianwei was not a greedy man. He could achieve this without the power of these immortal souls. The immortals had already done more than enough, the rest was his responsibility. Li Tianwei lowered his gaze, opening his eyes like a bodhisattva. Yet within them shimmered a faint purple hue, a vibrant streak of violet stirring amidst the pristine, unblemished power that radiated from his pure, luminous aura. Ultimate benevolence strips away all artifice, washing away all pretense. Li Tianwei swept his hand, unleashing a dazzling radiance 10,000 zhan high, radiating an aura of supreme benevolence. The chaotic, frenzied immortal souls that had been charging toward Li Tianwei were now struck by the radiance of the Sutra of Ultimate Purity. The three-leafed round fan spun rapidly, plunging the entire world into utter stillness, stripped of all worldly trappings. This. Even those bald monks wouldn't pull a stunt like this.
Watching Li Tianwei, merely at the foundation establishment stage, suddenly manifest such immaculate energy. The energy concealed within, capable of twisting all intentions, was such a filthy trick that even Linglong couldn't help but curse aloud. Most crucially, this thing had actually affected that twisted immortal soul. What kind of technique is this? Even the ancient spirit dragon, who had lived for untold ages, had never witnessed such a technique before. But that wasn't his concern now. If Li Tianwei suppressed the immortal soul, he would surely repeat his earlier actions and blow the Taishu forbidden ground to smithereens. Alas, the spirit dragon possessed no means to halt the unfolding events. Li Tianwei was truly shedding all pretense. Power surged from his body, continuously emanating outward. The distant immortal souls, once dazed and violent, had completely ceased their frenzied movements. Next, Li Tianwei would naturally purify them completely, using his own consciousness to cleanse everything within these immortal souls, ultimately returning them to the embrace of heaven and earth. Come forth! Li Tianwei stepped forward, arms slightly outstretched, approaching the immortal souls. The celestial souls took on various forms, not resembling humans, though they retained human characteristics. Seeing this, Li Tianwei was struck by how far fallen these once immortal beings had come. Their plight only strengthened his resolve to guide them. Li Tianwei extended his hand and gently placed it upon the immortal soul before him. The Sutra of Supreme Purity fully activated, radiating pure, unblemished light that spread. It advanced, permeating and infusing these immortal souls. Yet despite the Sutra's influence, celestial souls remained celestial souls. Their chaotic disarray could not be fully controlled. Moreover, they sensed a sense of danger emanating from Li Tianwei. Thus, several immortal souls began to manifest the chaotic techniques born from their earthly desires. Frenzied energy and Tao intent pushed to its absolute limit erupted in an instant, surging directly toward Li Tianwei. Yet strangely, Li Tianwei remained utterly motionless in the face of this, seemingly unaffected by the divine soul's eruption. Soon, these attacks struck Li Tianwei directly. Boom! Something bizarre occurred. Despite the violent energy explosion, not a single trace was left on Li Tianwei's body. Seeing this, Li Tianwei swiftly acted, seizing the immortal souls that had attacked him. His expression remained calm, as if the power capable of obliterating cultivators of unknown realms was meant to be ineffective against him. Ah, these immortal souls are indeed too virtuous. Even under the influence of the Taishu Forbidden Land, they can't help but attack me. But because kindness dwells in your hearts, such attacks hold no power over me. Your benevolent intentions, though threatening to me, are rendered ineffective by the operation of my Supreme Benevolence Lead-Free Sutra. Let me guide you to enlightenment. Li Tianwei sighed with emotion, grasping the celestial souls before him. Without hesitation, he began to channel every ounce of power within him at full capacity. Boom! 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 Chapter 85, Instant Enlightenment. Seizing the immortal souls, Li Tianwei chanted the Sutra of Supreme Benevolence and Unadorned Purity, effortlessly drawing them into its embrace. The three-leafed fan at his brow whirled rapidly, its pure, untainted aura spreading outward as raw power radiated ceaselessly. Purple light blazed in Li Tianwei's eyes. The bizarre immortal souls, which had been raving and out of control, were instantly subdued, frozen motionless in place. Enveloped in dazzling radiance, these immortal souls began inexplicably drifting toward Li Tianwei. Let me guide you to enlightenment. Li Tianwei murmured incessantly, the radiance between his brows flickering ceaselessly. Upon closer observation, it became apparent that these immortal souls did not move directly toward Li Tianwei. Instead, it was the pure, untainted power of white, holy, and benevolent aura that transformed into countless fine threads. These threads wrapped around the souls, drawing them in. The immortal souls were utterly powerless to resist, entering Li Tianwei's body. Come now. I shall guide you. A compassionate smile graced Li Tianwei's face as the immortal souls before him gradually merged into his body. Such a scene instinctively evoked a sense of eeriness. As for Li Tianwei, he saw himself as a being of pure goodness. Naturally, to guide others, he must lead by example using his own body to guide them, allowing them to enter his pure, virtuous form. There, they would be cleansed of all impurities, achieving true enlightenment. Li Tianwei believed his actions were justified. How could he covet the raw power residing within them? Huff. Soon, the immortal soul streamed continuously into Li Tianwei's body. Far away, the spirit dragon, its mind thrown into utter chaos by Li Tianwei's influence, watched the strange foundation establishment cultivator. Not only was he suppressing the immortal souls, but he seemed intent on absorbing them. Could he be the reincarnation of those great demons? Watching Li Tianwei prepare to absorb those immortal souls, the scene reminded the spirit dragon of its own era. Back then, those peerless great demons could still absorb the resentment of heaven and earth, the foul energies of the world, into themselves for cultivation purposes, even within a world infected by demonic invasion. Yet even they hadn't gone as far as this creature before them. These immortal souls were the lingering thoughts of immortals beings who could annihilate them but would never seek contact, lest they risk losing their own spiritual essence. This guy either doesn't know any better, or he genuinely thinks these things don't matter. Just a few tens of thousands of years, could times have changed that drastically?
If Foundation establishment cultivators are already this terrifying, what kind of existence must the demons and fiends outside be leading? It seems he miscalculated.
Linglong muttered, his eyes clouding over with confusion, as if doubting the choices they had once made.
While Linglong was questioning the meaning of life, Li Tianwei entered a peculiar state.
That familiar yet longed for sensation, it was sudden enlightenment.
Indeed, enlightenment struck once more.
As he absorbed these immortal souls into himself, using his own being to purify them, that sensation of sudden enlightenment returned. Soon, countless afterimages flashed before Li Tianwei's eyes. It was as if he had transformed into an immortal battling demonic forces. Countless immortals fell, and demonic entities emerged. Then he himself fell into the filth of utter darkness and wickedness laid by the demons, sinking deeper and deeper, unable even to resist. Now, Li Tianwei was personally experiencing this situation, savoring every detail. Li Tianwei understood clearly, this was everything the immortal soul he had guided had endured. Scene after scene flowed before his eyes. He had no idea how many eons he had endured, truly living like an immortal on this journey. He possessed supreme power and reveled in the wicked pleasures bestowed by the demons. For beings like these, the slightest wavering of resolve would inevitably lead to their downfall, just like the entities trapped within these endless illusions. Yet for Li Tianwei, the power of immortals and the cunning of demons were merely insights to be grasped. To him, this understanding was likely the last remnant of rationality, the lingering impurity of the immortal soul he had guided. Li Tianwei believed he must purify it completely, so that the soul could depart in peace. Under Li Tianwei's formidable will, the endless heavens and earth coiled around the immortal soul were not reclaimed. Every impure thought, every demonic distortion, was absorbed by Li Tianwei. As the process continued, fragments of the immortal's past insights began to flow into Li Tianwei's mind. Soon, two Tao essences emerged, sorrow and despair. Drawing upon the immortal's sorrow at his own downfall and the despair of powerless resistance, Li Tianwei grasped these two Tao essences. The number of Tao intentions within Li Tianwei now reached 7. Yet even now, Li Tianwei did not pause. He continued to guide these immortal souls according to his own vision. No distractions, no influences, none touched Li Tianwei. To him, these immortal souls were profoundly benevolent beings, so they could never harm him. Amidst these distractions, Li Tianwei endured a series of exceptionally chaotic scenes from the lives of these dozen or so immortal souls. Pain, triumphant spirit. These immortal souls were remnants of the lingering thoughts of immortals. Each soul carried tens of thousands of years of experience, and the insights gleaned from these memories were sufficient to elevate one's understanding. Of course, such heightened awareness might also blur the lines of one's own reality. But Li Tianwei was exceptionally unreasonable. To him, everything was fleeting and transient, for all answers had already been found. Could it affect him in the slightest? No. The duality of existence, the clash of spear and shield, the interplay between the individual and society. To Li Tianwei, everything had an end in sight. If you claim not to see it, it's because you are not me. Boom. Echoes of thunderous explosions reverberated through the Taishu forbidden grounds. Li Tianwei's aura surged relentlessly, as various manifestations of Tao intent continuously emerged upon his form. Now, he must fulfill the vow he made upon comprehending the Tao, to master all 100 intentions before breaking through to the golden core stage. Now, Li Tianwei seized the opportunity to purify these immortal souls of their worldly attachments, comprehending their essence completely and cleansing them. The scattered thoughts of over a dozen immortal souls became the fuel for his own flame. The myriad flavors of life, the way of artifacts, the path of duty. These insights flashed before Li Tianwei's eyes, weaving together in an endless interplay. In mere moments, the aura of the Tao radiated from Li Tianwei's entire being. Dozens of Tao intents swirled around him. In this state of accumulation, every movement Li Tianwei made seemed imbued with immense power. This transformation seemed to originate from his very essence. Li Tianwei sensed that the oppressive aura of the Taishu forbidden ground, which had once hindered everything, could no longer bind him. After purging the impure thoughts from those immortal souls, Li Tianwei gave a slight wave of his hand. Instantly, the dozen or so translucent immortal souls were released. Pale white in hue, they emitted a faint, multicolored white light, as if about to drift away ethereally. Just as Li Tianwei had stated, through his purification, these immortal souls were guaranteed to be utterly clean. Their essence was pure to the extreme, utterly free of impurity, radiating a sanctity so profound it seemed one could see straight through them. The previous eeriness and dread had vanished. Li Tianwei declared the outcome excellent. These immortal souls must be satisfied, and heaven and earth surely were as well. Otherwise, how could he have achieved another sudden enlightenment? Chapter 86, All are important. The multicolored, pristine immortal souls before him finally found their liberation in this moment. After Li Tianwei had thoroughly cleansed them of all impurities and distractions, they fluttered briefly before gradually dispersing. They transformed into countless specks scattered across the sky, ultimately dissipating and returning to the heavens and earth. As for the reason? The transcendent distractions of immortals and the defilements of demons were all absorbed by Li Tianwei's boundless magnanimity. How could the remaining energy, purified to its utmost, not return to the heavens and earth?
Li Tianwei watched this scene unfold and nodded. In his eyes, was this not enlightenment? Since that's the case, let's press on and completely enlighten the other immortal souls within the Taishu Forbidden Land. The 100 intentions drawn near the golden core is about to be attained. Li Tianwei thought, raising his hand as dozens of Dao intentions swirled before him. Then he turned his gaze to the area behind him where he was constructing fusion forms. A purple light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, the sky filled with fusion forms instantly halted. Having grasped deeper Dao intentions, Li Tianwei attained a higher understanding of his control over heaven and earth and of his own existence. Retract. Li Tianwei commanded with a single word. Under his command, the energy within the fusion zone instantly surged toward him. He then absorbed it into himself. At this moment, Li Tianwei had already formed a rough plan for fusion energy absorption and breaking through to the golden core stage. But before that, he needed to consolidate his 100 intentions. With that thought, Li Tianwei beckoned, and the sacred soul banner emerged. Having undergone refinement with the Supreme Purity Sutra, infused with the resentment energy of heaven and earth, and subjected to the constant torment of the demonic cultivator souls within the city it contained, the Holy Soul banner had undergone an unknown level of transformation. With a wave of his hand, Li Tianwei unhesitatingly chose to use the Holy Soul banner to absorb the immortal energy within the Taishu Forbidden Land. In Li Tianwei's view, this divine energy would prove far more abundant and useful than the resources found in the Lingxu Sacred Land or the demon sex domains. Therefore, he resolved to store as much as possible, certain it would prove invaluable later. Thus, enveloped in a shroud of sacred and demonic energy, Li Tianwei advanced steadily toward the heart of the Taishu Forbidden Land, the soul banner glowing with an eerie green light in his grasp. After Li Tianwei had gathered the energy from the ever-expanding fusion zone, the spirit dragon watched his retreating figure holding the banner before slowly withdrawing. At least he's not causing trouble anymore. Though its purpose remained unknown, the imminent danger Li Tianwei had nearly unleashed had vanished. Boom! Whoosh! Li Tianwei traversed the path, continuously directing the sacred soul banner to thoroughly absorb the energy of the Taishu Forbidden Land. Due to the earlier mass mobilization of immortal souls, the ones Bai Musu had warned Li Tianwei to watch out for in all directions had vanished without a trace. Li Tianwei could only search everywhere for immortal souls, guiding them to enlightenment and gathering them to comprehend the 100 intentions. Li Tianwei hadn't anticipated the situation turning out this way, but it was due to the immortal souls themselves. They had been influenced by demonic forces. Fortunately, I understand the situation of the immortal souls. I know they came here for the sake of goodness. I will not let you down. With this thought, Li Tianwei's spirit surged anew. Seizing the moment, he converted several more celestial souls and simultaneously grasped several new Dao intentions. Time ticked by second. Li Tianwei had no idea how long he'd been wandering within the Taishu sacred grounds, but he had already guided 50 or 60 immortal souls to enlightenment. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei's grasp of Dao principles reached 100. Finally complete. Kill, death, evil, resentment, rage, annihilation, extinction, joy, bliss, purity, land. 5 elements, 5 transformations. 100 Dao essences are now complete. It is time to step into the golden core realm. Li Tianwei slowly halted midair, closing his eyes. 100 intentions swirled around him, gathering into an endless convergence of Dao essence. Simultaneously, the chaotic energies within the Taishu Forbidden Ground began converging toward Li Tianwei. Fusion begins. Li Tianwei once again unleashed the power he had nearly fused before. Instantly, the Taishu Forbidden Ground's chaotic, world-shaking state resurfaced. This time, empowered by the 100 intent, he possessed complete mastery over his control of power and the transformation of his body. To create an environment capable of containing the fusion, Li Tianwei had already found his position. That was the golden core. Li Tianwei planned to construct the fusion environment within the golden core. Previously, he had considered using his body to endure the process directly. But Li Tianwei deemed it unnecessary. With a body this massive, attempting something even grander would be wasteful. Fusion Golden Core. Li Tianwei had already mapped out his subsequent path. Li Tianwei acted on his thoughts without delay, especially since he had fulfilled all his requirements, condensing 100 Dao intentions before reaching the Golden Core stage. Come forth. Celestial energies of the Taishu Forbidden Land, aid my breakthrough. Li Tianwei opened every orifice in his physical body without hesitation, completely absorbing the energy of the Taishu Forbidden Land into himself. In an instant, chaotic energies from the Taishu Forbidden Land surged toward Li Tianwei like a torrent. Simultaneously, Li Tianwei controlled this chaotic energy, initiating a fusion process. He began to condense his own essence, energy, and spirit. As Bai Musu had explained, within this realm, the Golden Core was formed by the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Based on one's foundation, learning, insights, and innate talent, different golden cores would crystallize. The transformation of the golden core, if your foundation and groundwork were solid, could connect you to the heavens and earth, granting an inexplicable calling. This would allow your golden core to forge a path untrodden by others. Such a path renders your golden core distinct from others.
After all, you are the pioneer on this trail. This position is yours to claim. Unless you perish, you will always surpass others along this unique path of the Golden Core. This is why Bai Musu could slay nascent soul cultivators while still at the Golden Core stage. He forged a path uniquely his own. Truthfully, countless paths now exist within the Golden Core realm. Yet in the past, most could not forge their own path, forced instead to follow the trails blazed by prodigies who had grasped the essence of the Golden Core way. This inevitably placed them beneath the geniuses. Yet with each generation of prodigies, some ascending, some perishing, the paths to the Golden Core realm multiplied like cow hair. Except for some remote mountain foot corners where this practice persists, most factions hold several untouched Golden Core paths within their grasp. It was somewhat peculiar why so many Golden Core paths remained vacant, and why so many continued to be passed down without being completely sealed off. Even these vacant Golden Core paths, however, pale in comparison to those forged independently by cultivators. Thus, the cultivation world adopted a Buddhist term to describe these self-forged paths to the Golden Core stage, calling them fruit positions. To many, the Golden Core is of paramount importance. Li Tianwei, however, held this notion in utter contempt. What was truly unimportant? During foundation establishment, they say 100 days of cultivation is crucial. For Golden Core, they insist self-realization of the fruit position is paramount. For Nascent Soul, having Tao patterns is essential. And for transformation of the spirit? This scenario is like saying first grade is important, second grade is more important, seventh grade is important, 60 years old is also important, and where you're buried after death to benefit your descendants is truly important. Chapter 87, It's perfectly normal for me to manifest a Golden Core with each breakthrough. Boom. 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 Within the Taishu forbidden ground, violent energy fluctuations once again radiated outward, this time far more terrifying than any previous disturbance. The spirit dragon, which had been preparing to hibernate after Li Tianwei left without causing trouble, felt this terrifying energy surge and couldn't help but shudder. It immediately rolled over, lifting its head to gaze into the distance. A familiar aura, familiar fluctuations. Not again. Witnessing this scene, the spirit dragon wore an utterly defeated and listless expression, its dragon form now resembling nothing more than an earthworm. This state was hardly the spirit dragon's fault. After all, having slept for tens of thousands of years, it was only natural that the world had changed. Forget it. Whether the Taishu forbidden land is destroyed or not is none of my business. The spirit dragon flopped back down, its face utterly devoid of energy, as if it had been toyed with until it broke. At this moment, even the destruction of the world seemed like a minor matter to it. Meanwhile, Li Tianwei, who was concentrating on solidifying his Golden Core to attain enlightenment, remained utterly unaware of how his current breakthrough appeared to other beings. His sole focus now was forging the most potent Golden Core, one capable of containing fusion energy. This demanded conditions akin to a star: extreme pressure, temperature, and mass, all needed to be amplified. Armed with prior experience, Li Tianwei had already formulated a plan. Accumulating energy would take an immense amount of time, but the Li Tianwei of today was no longer the Li Tianwei of yesterday. Just as yesterday's self was not today's self. Having sublimated countless immortal souls, Li Tianwei had distilled 100 Tao essences from their scattered thoughts. This brought not only enhanced power but also a deeper understanding and mastery of energy's flow. As for the Golden Core stage? Merely a fundamental definition. Since it exists, why not strive to attain it? To Li Tianwei, the Golden Core was merely a process to be cultivated. Thinking this way, the Golden Core fruit seemed rather lackluster. As the protagonist, he naturally had to create a Golden Core that stood out from the rest. While the title seemed to imply forging one's own path, his fusion star Golden Core would appear lackluster if that were the case. What does it mean to forge one's own path? His Golden Core must be extraordinary, undoubtedly a path he blazed himself. But that alone wasn't special enough. He needed to take it even further. Thus, Li Tianwei conceived an excellent plan to directly engrave the Tao intentions he had comprehended onto his Golden Core. 100 Tao intentions meant 100 engraved marks. When he unleashed his Golden Core, it wouldn't just possess stellar might, it would radiate the oppressive aura of 100 Tao intentions, overwhelming opponents with sheer force. Which would be stronger, a Golden Core like this, or one attained through attaining a fruit position? When it came to execution, Li Tianwei dared to claim the top spot. The moment the idea formed, he sprang into action. At this moment, Li Tianwei once again demonstrated his remarkable ability to multitask, simultaneously controlling the fusion process while breaking through the Golden Core. Under his command, the chaotic energies of the Taishu Forbidden Land erupted violently, their reactivity surpassing anything seen before. The frenzied power was beyond description. Li Tianwei craved precisely this reactivity, driving the energies to generate kinetic momentum, the more chaotic the better. Only then would they coalesce together. As they coalesced, they generated even more colossal energy. Fusing near limitless energy, Li Tianwei channeled it unhesitatingly into his own body. Simultaneously, he condensed his essence, energy, and spirit. Reaching the Golden Core realm was a natural progression for Li Tianwei, but the Golden Core he formed had to be sufficiently powerful. Boom!
Sacrifice the Tao, immortalize the body. Grant me growth. Without hesitation, Li Tianwei began employing various cultivation methods to enhance his power.
Through conventional cultivation techniques, he forged a pseudo-elixir, then refined different golden elixirs using diverse methods. He sought to imbue the golden core with the pressure, mass, and temperature of a star. The simplest method Li Tianwei could conceive was compression, endless, relentless compression. He fused and compressed these condensed pseudo-elixirs to their absolute limit, continuously infusing them with external fusion energy. Boom! Fortunately, the existence of the sacrificial Tao immortal body allowed Li Tianwei to collect numerous cultivation methods that could enhance his cultivation through various means. One by one, bizarre golden cores emerged within Li Tianwei's body. Essentially, whenever a cultivation method allowed him to break through to the golden core stage, a golden core would be forged within his body. He would then revert back to the foundation establishment stage, repeating this cycle. Condensing one golden core per realm breakthrough is perfectly normal. To Li Tianwei, this process perfectly aligned with the law of conservation of energy, merely a transformation of power. Li Tianwei lost count of how many times he repeated this cycle until he could only sense utter chaos within himself. When refining golden cores yielded no further results, Li Tianwei began the process of compression, relentlessly compressing. 100 Tao intentions manifested at this moment. Kill, death, evil, resentment, extreme, joy, purity, 5 elements earth, sorrow, ruin, slaughter, 5 transformations. 100 Tao intentions swirled around, completely compressing the golden core that had expanded to its limit. Now, the golden elixir, once vast as a starry sea, entered a state of collapse under Li Tianwei's control as energy poured in. Just as Li Tianwei had stated earlier, the realm enhancement he unleashed through secret techniques was indeed genuine. How else could these golden cores have appeared? The starry sea compressed, chaos absorbed within. Li Tianwei continuously absorbed and compressed. Fusion golden core, 100 intent ring patterns. This was the true path of the golden core Tao as Li Tianwei perceived it. As Li Tianwei compressed and fused, purple lightning now swirled around him, sending intense energy fluctuations rippling throughout the entire Taishu Forbidden Ground. The Taishu Forbidden Ground contained abundant yet unstable energies, providing the perfect environment for fusion. Its uncontrollable nature risked triggering chain reactions that could escalate endlessly. Otherwise, Li Tianwei's power alone would be insufficient to affect the Taishu Forbidden Ground. Now, he had connected himself to this fusion state. His golden core slowly took shape. Normally, breaking through to the golden core stage would summon a heavenly tribulation. Yet, constrained by the Taishu Forbidden Ground, no tribulation descended. The twisted fusion energies continuously coalesced, unleashing a storm that engulfed the entire Taishu Forbidden Land. Boom! Eerie phenomena manifested throughout the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. Tao intent swirled, and wildly turbulent energy surged through the entire domain. Power surged backward, pouring onto Li Tianwei. He became like a funnel, absorbing it all. Li Tianwei was a man who valued every scrap of sustenance, ensuring not a single drop was wasted as he squeezed every last ounce of essence from it. Transforming the golden core into a star required immense energy before infinite fusion could occur. Once the golden core was complete, that need would vanish. Gather! Li Tianwei snapped his fingers, his eyes suddenly blazing open as a thread of golden light shot forth. In an instant, the entire area froze. Time, space, everything came to a halt. Around Li Tianwei, the space seemed distorted, as if it had caved in. Such a phenomenon was likely caused by distortions induced by absolute mass. Chapter 88, Golden Core Seal Intent. At that very moment, the 100 intentions manifested. The violent energies within the Taishu Forbidden Ground, after a moment of stillness, surged collectively toward Li Tianwei. Enveloped by the overwhelming speed, Li Tianwei's figure vanished from sight. A colossal vortex swirled around him, forces desperately surging toward him. Energy potent enough to shatter the golden core realm countless times failed to harm Li Tianwei's body in the slightest. Simultaneously, within Li Tianwei's consciousness, the chaotic expanse at his spiritual platform coalesced into a starry sea. A faint, clear light swept across it. Before long, boundless energy coalesced, as if the very act of creation itself was emerging within his spiritual platform. Soon, the blinding radiance dissolved, revealing a perfectly round golden core atop his spiritual platform. Within the soul round golden core, a nebula swirled ceaselessly, emanating an aura of boundless power and energy. The emergence of this fusion golden core signified Li Tianwei's breakthrough beyond foundation establishment, successfully entering the golden core realm. It was as if swallowing a golden pill meant his fate was no longer in the hands of heaven. But this had nothing to do with the golden core itself. Li Tianwei felt he had never been bound by fate since birth. A golden core meant little even without it, he remained unfettered by destiny. Since fate no longer held sway over him, the fusion golden core was clearly insufficient. He must engrave the 100 Tao intentions onto the golden core itself. The power of fusion combined with the Tao intent of this world, only this dual union would be worthy of his stature. Li Tianwei thought this through clearly. Thus, gazing upon the golden studded with nebulae, he began to manifest the Tao intent. In an instant, 100 Tao intentions surged forth, rushing straight toward the golden core. Under this force, a visible shift occurred on the golden core. Beyond the pure, infinite fusion energy, a distinct aura began to manifest. Kill. As the killing intent fused with it, engraving itself upon the surface, a bloodthirsty aura seeped out from the golden pill once shrouded in nebulae, as if it were bleeding. Death. Another essence merged, imbuing the golden core with a taste of death, destruction, and finality. Then came resentment, evil. An eerie, distorted, twisted, and monstrous aura surged from the golden core, radiating a sinister energy that seemed capable of piercing and obliterating everything. The fusion of dozens of Tao intentions had already triggered this qualitative transformation, proving that the concept itself was sound. There's still room for more. Li Tianwei continued to fuse the Tao intentions. Life, purity, clarity, joy. Completely distinct from the previous malevolent and venomous Tao intentions, Li Tianwei paid no heed to what might happen when these new essences collided, continuing to engrave them onto the golden pill. Soon, intricate patterns of varied forms, woven from diverse energies, emerged upon the golden core. Purity was engraved beside evil, life beside death. Whether they clashed or complemented each other, as long as it felt right, Li Tianwei never cared. Life accompanied by death, wasn't that how it should be? Opposites coexisted as two sides of the same coin. Others may not see it, but how could I fail to perceive it? Li Tianwei surveyed the golden core, every intent now etched upon its surface. The golden, now shrouded in a nebula, flickered with starlight after these Taoist principles were engraved, as if it had come alive in that moment. It radiated continuously, its intense righteous energy tinged with specks of dark purple light, like merit enveloping it. Yet on the other side, its wicked nature manifested, pierced by a sliver of clear light, as if utterly corrupted. The two forces oddly merged together. It was exactly as Li Tianwei had imagined. There was absolutely no problem. How could there be? With 100 Tao intent patterns etched upon it, the fusion of the golden core and Tao intent was now complete. Gazing upon the golden core radiating pure energy and boundless power, Li Tianwei knew he had succeeded. He had broken through to the golden core realm. Li Tianwei exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. His aura now pulsed with a thick, surging intensity. The transformation from foundation establishment to golden core was already profound, and now with 100 Tao intentions fused into the golden core. With the fusion state within his golden core, Li Tianwei sensed that even when manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could command terrifying power. Though he had yet to harness the essence of heaven and earth to cast spells or divine abilities, he relied entirely on his sacrificial Tao immortal body to squeeze every ounce of energy from himself. Now, with the golden core in hand, he could squeeze out even more power. Golden core attained. Next comes preparing for the Nascent Soul. Li Tianwei thought to himself. With the golden core complete and 100 Tao intentions within me, it's time to properly cultivate the immortal souls. My cultivation progress was too slow during the foundation establishment stage, but that won't be the case now. I'm sure these immortal souls are still waiting for me. Li Tianwei mused as he channeled his power, his form slicing through the sky toward the depths of the Taishu Forbidden Land. It's finally over. The spirit dragon lurking in the shadows watched Li Tianwei's departing figure and finally exhaled in relief. Though it had thought earlier that if the Taishu Forbidden Ground was to be destroyed, so be it. Its body had still obediently followed Li Tianwei. In the spirit dragon's eyes, Li Tianwei's every move seemed aimed at destroying the Taishu Forbidden Land. It had prepared to die, only to watch helplessly as Li Tianwei absorbed into his own body the very force it possessed, a force that could have affected the entire Taishu Forbidden Ground. Then it witnessed Li Tianwei entering the state of breaking through to the golden core realm. Sigh, it's just breaking through to the golden core realm, it had caused such a commotion. The spirit dragon breathed a sigh of relief. It hadn't imagined that breaking through to the golden core realm could be so terrifying. What horrors would await when he reached the Nascent Soul realm, the transformation of the spirit realm, or even ascended to immortality? Where would there be room for its own breakthrough then? The Taishu Forbidden Land was already saturated with power, yet it had been drained considerably. It would likely take some time to recover. There likely aren't any demons outside. I'll depart once the agreed upon time arrives. After meeting Li Tianwei, the spirit dragon had gained some understanding of the outside world. If even a foundation establishment cultivator faced such challenges, it was safe to assume the demonic forces outside had likely failed. Otherwise, such a powerful cultivator wouldn't exist. Sleep. When I wake up, everything will be back to the way it was before. Linglong closed his eyes and retreated directly into the Taishu Forbidden Ground. As for Li Tianwei, holding the sacred soul banner and drawing upon his current golden core cultivation, he continuously absorbed energy from the Taishu Forbidden Ground until the banner was completely filled. Then he proceeded to convert several more immortal souls. This Forbidden Land, once regarded as a terrifying place by the many powerful figures of the Lingxu Holy Land, had now become Li Tianwei's personal backyard under his actions, entirely at his command. One wonders how they would react if they knew what Li Tianwei had done. Chapter 89, The Path to Ascension is Severed. Lingxu's Sacred Ground. Deep within the sacred peak's heart, all cultivators above the transformation spirit stage either sealed themselves within or entered seclusion. For thousands of years, demons and evil spirits had continuously emerged, imposing an invisible blockade upon all cultivators above the transformation spirit stage. The moment one broke through the Huatian realm to reach the Chukong realm, their soul ventured forth to commune with the heavens and earth. That was when the strange occurrences began, an intangible confinement, ceaseless mental demons, and the manifestations of the five decays would emerge. Celestial fire tribulations, formless winds, and twisted thoughts of demonic entities might descend. These conditions collectively restricted cultivators above the transformation of spirit realm from appearing in the mortal world. Thus, whether in demonic sects or sacred lands, most cultivators above the soul-leaving realm now seclude themselves, intervening only when absolutely necessary. Each intervention deepens their descent into that bizarre state. Eventually, even cultivators at the tribulation stage were affected, leading to no further ascensions. As for connections with the upper realm, they had been severed for over 10,000 years. Thus, for a time, rumors circulated that the path to ascension had been severed. It was precisely for this reason that the major factions joined forces to suppress these reports, each secretly devising ways to resolve these anomalies. For thousands of years of cultivation, countless cultivators remained trapped at the transformation spirit stage or above, unable to advance further. Within the main peak, a sealed domain pulsed with a faint, restless energy, as if something was churning beneath the surface, ready to emerge. Soon, a figure materialized atop the sealed domain. Clad in purple robes, with snow-white hair and a youthful face, the being's eyes held an eerie, bewildered gaze. Yet, a flash of light swiftly passed, as if restoring its rationality. I too have been reawakened. A foundation establishment cultivator? Standing in place, the figure suddenly spoke to itself, its eyes growing even more bewildered. A foundation establishment cultivator slaughtering a peak nascent soul? This world has decayed to its utmost limit, yet it still clings to life with such desperate struggles. To prevent any future mishaps, we must eliminate the threat at its source. I cannot act now, lest it arouse suspicion. Zhang Linyuan, sensing the information constantly transmitted by the demonic entity sharing the same route, was already calculating how to complete this task. As an out-of-body cultivator, a demonic entity, the abnormal phenomena affecting the heavens and earth had no effect on him whatsoever. Yet precisely because of this anomaly, he possessed the rare status of an absolute high-ranking figure within a sacred land. If discovered acting arbitrarily, he would inevitably be suspected of being a demonic cultivator. In that case, this is the only course. I shall relay the news to the Baiyuan sacred land and several other sacred lands. They will surely take great interest in this foundation establishment disciple. He is currently in the Taishu forbidden land. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, with his innate talent, he should be able to comprehend divine abilities and even break through to the golden core realm. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we must deploy 3 spirit transformation cultivators. Zhang Linyuan calculated. But we must lure that Bai Muxu back. Otherwise, with his strength, even 3 spirit transformation cultivators might not be able to stop him. After finalizing his plans, Zhang Linyuan rose and headed toward the main peak. Within the Taishu forbidden grounds, Li Tianwei had already circled the area holding the sacred soul banner, yet found no trace of the immortal soul. After successfully transforming the immortal soul, Li Tianwei gained insight into over a dozen new Dao intentions, directly engraving them onto his golden core. Under the influence of fusion, Li Tianwei's golden core now contained not only the pressure and mass of a star but also over 100 Dao intentions, providing him with nearly limitless energy to expend. His power had surged dramatically, yet to Li Tianwei, this felt entirely natural. Consider his unwavering perseverance, his excellence and self-assurance, and most crucially, his innate kindness and profound compassion. He had grasped so many truths through diligent cultivation. All these qualities were cultivated through his own relentless efforts, so his immense power was entirely justified. A golden core like this must have attained a fruit position. I wonder if other heavenly spirit roots are as powerful as mine. After all, they all possess heavenly spirit roots. They must be inferior to me, but they should still possess some capability. I was indeed being too modest. I wonder if I can find a few like-minded individuals to exchange ideas with once I'm out there. Then we could join forces to defeat the demonic forces. I'm sure they share my unwavering resolve, kind hearts, and peerless talents. Li Tianwei mused and planned, for in this moment, the future seemed bright and promising to him. After finishing his thoughts, Li Tianwei once again sat cross-legged. He intended to harness the power of the Taishu forbidden land to transform the heavenly severing in evil into a divine ability. Yet the moment he began cultivation, the chaotic energies that should have flowed toward him were instantly restrained, as if bound by some constraint. What's going on? Li Tianwei immediately sensed something amiss. After all, since arriving at the Taishu forbidden land, he had never encountered such an issue before. His cultivation had always proceeded smoothly, without any restrictions whatsoever. The celestial energy of the Taishu forbidden land was usually exceptionally obedient, yet this time it seemed different. Could it be that the Taishu forbidden ground is about to reopen? Otherwise, why would this happen?
Li Tianwei frowned as he sensed this strange phenomenon. I was planning to refine the heavenly severing in evil into a divine ability.
No, it must be completed before the Taishu Forbidden Ground reopens.
Li Tianwei muttered to himself.
With that, he summoned his golden core. The terrifying orb, covered in 100 intentions and constantly swirling with nebulae, shone forth from his body.
In an instant, a twisted, terrifying gravitational force swept outwards, creating a visible distortion around the golden core.
The intense, explosive energy it unleashed was beyond description. It truly seemed poised to drag the entire surrounding world into the sphere of the golden core's absolute control.
To the Taishu Forbidden Land, Li Tianwei was now nothing less than a naked locust.
Because of his fusion, it had no choice but to awaken the spirit dragon to halt the situation.
Unexpectedly, the spirit dragon proved utterly powerless, allowing Li Tianwei to continue his rampage.
Later, it had assumed Li Tianwei would finally stop, only to discover the man had unleashed the sacred soul banner to further drain the Taishu Forbidden Land's energy. During Li Tianwei's stay, the Taishu Forbidden Land had endured enough. It was on the verge of being drained dry. Now, it had resolved to prematurely activate the Forbidden Land's exit, flinging Li Tianwei out immediately. Soon, a massive, crimson pupil slowly opened within the Taishu Forbidden Ground, its bloodthirsty aura piercing through the barrier. Such violent commotion roused the spirit dragon, who had been lying down intending to sleep, forcing it to awaken once more. The moment it opened its eyes, it met the piercing gaze of the eye suspended mid-air within the Taishu Forbidden Ground. Within that gaze, it caught a glimpse of displeasure and contempt, as if it were saying, "What kind of job are you doing? You can't even handle a single cultivator?" Feeling the meaning conveyed by that crimson eye of the Taishu Forbidden Ground, the spirit dragon didn't know how to respond. It couldn't very well pick a fight with this entity that possessed not a shred of consciousness. Chapter 90, Seems the Taishu Forbidden Ground is broken. Boom. The external world remained oblivious to the Taishu Forbidden Ground's disturbance. Outside, Bai Musu, who was waiting to rendezvous with Li Tianwei, suddenly received a message from the Lingxu Holy Land.
What's going on?
Bai Muxu frowned, feeling the Lingxu Sacred Land's token pulsing incessantly.
Holy Master? Touching the token at his waist, Bai Muxu received the message transmitted through the Elder's token.
Elder Bai, the resources for your tribulation crossing have been prepared. Several supreme elders have broken their seclusion to serve as your guardians. According to their calculations, tomorrow is the optimal time. Return immediately. I have already dispatched Lan Yu to the Taishu Forbidden Land. He will take up guard duty there. The words of the Lingxu Holy Lord echoed slowly through the elder's token. Hearing the Holy Sovereign's words, Bai Muxu furrowed his brow slightly. According to the previous arrangements, there should still be at least several months left. How could such an unexpected change occur? Bai Muxu was deeply perplexed, but in these times when the way of heaven was obscured and malevolent forces prevailed, calculations could be unreliable. Such disruptions were not entirely unexpected. Very well. I shall return to the Lingxu Sacred Land once senior brother Lan Yu arrives. Bai Muxu sat cross-legged, gazing at the Taishu Forbidden Ground as he contemplated. In the domain of the demon sect, within the territory of Panshan City, not a soul remained within 1,000 miles. News of the events at Panshan City had already spread throughout the entire demon sect territory. A ruthless figure had emerged from the Lingxu Holy Land, descending upon the demon sect's domain to slaughter without mercy. Not a soul remained alive for 1,000 miles, not even commoners were spared. These rumors had also reached the northern spirit domain. Beyond the Lingxu Sacred Land, the Baiyuan Sacred Land, upon hearing these tales, exaggerated them further. They declared the Lingxu Holy Land unworthy of being a righteous sanctuary, accusing it of cultivating such a great demon disciple who slaughtered millions with brutal methods. The other two sacred lands naturally seized upon this to attack Lingxu Sacred Land. To these cultivators, slaughter and bloodlust were trivial matters. What truly concerned them was that a disciple cultivated by Lingxu Sacred Land had forcibly killed Qin Yueying, the disciple of the Blood Nightmare sect master, a formidable cultivator at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. What did this signify? A Foundation establishment cultivator defeating a nascent soul. The very notion was absurd. Such an extraordinary prodigy defying all norms would undoubtedly keep the other three sacred lands on edge. If he were to reach the golden core stage, wouldn't he be capable of slaying a nascent soul cultivator, or even a core formation cultivator? This was beyond monstrous, it defied description. Therefore, he must die. Through the exaggerated propaganda spun by these three sacred lands, Li Tianwei had been painted as a great demon who had seized a human vessel. The Lingxu Sacred Land was accused of colluding with demonic sects to overthrow the entire righteous path. Truly, where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. Even though the three sacred lands knew Li Tianwei hadn't killed those millions and had even expended considerable effort building several cities to resettle them, Li Tianwei became the spark that ignited the long-simmering resentment toward the Lingxu Holy Land's rise over the past millennium. Just as Li Tianwei had anticipated, even now that demonic forces had invaded and the path to ascension lay severed, people still found it difficult to forget the past conflicts.
After all, in the eyes of those ambitious individuals, stabilizing the interior was paramount before repelling external threats. Once they controlled more resources for cultivators, what could these demonic forces do? They could be crushed with a flick of the wrist. He knew nothing of the demon's strength, but Lingxu's sacred ground was already powerful enough to threaten him. That needed resolving first. Amidst exaggerated rumors spread by the other 3 sacred lands, many disciples of Lingxu's sacred land had heard these whispers, and rumors began to stir. Such whispers never reached the higher echelons of the Lingxu Holy Land. They were preoccupied with preparations for Bai Muxu's ascension trial. Normally, a mere spirit transformation realm trial wouldn't warrant such elaborate arrangements. The Lingxu Holy Land's solemnity stemmed primarily from their desire to break through the current impasse. There must be a reason why cultivators above the soul-escaping realm were affected by demonic forces and celestial anomalies. Perhaps the cause lay within the tribulation itself, making it imperative to investigate this avenue. If the cause couldn't be found in the tribulation itself, the next step was ascension. Therefore, they sought answers by looking backward. The first wave of failures occurred at the soul-escaping stage, then spread to the body merging in tribulation stages. Thus, the root cause most likely lies within the spirit transformation realm. This requires a prodigy of peerless combat prowess, coupled with the resources of a sacred land, to investigate this possibility. For Bai Musu, the very purpose of establishing Tianmen Peak was precisely this. When he broke through to the spirit transformation stage, the elders of Lingxu's sacred land and his master had already foretold his future path: the appearance of celestial and demonic forces. Given Bai Muxu's talent, he refused to be confined to the soul-out stage after his breakthrough. He sought to sweep away all obstacles and open this heavenly gate. After waiting all these years, he had finally taken on Li Tianwei, a disciple who met his expectations, to stake everything on that future vision. The higher-ups of the Lingxu Holy Land sought to uncover the truth. As for Bai Muxu's refusal to remain confined within the soul-out stage, well, he was prepared to take that gamble. Li Tianwei remained utterly unaware of the upheavals unfolding beyond the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. He felt a bit lost at this moment. Though he sensed the Taishu Forbidden Grounds were about to reopen, he couldn't understand why all its power had suddenly retracted. It felt as though the Taishu Forbidden Grounds itself did not wish to grant him access. At this thought, Li Tianwei shook his head. How could that be possible? The Taishu Forbidden Ground is filled with divine energy. Even the immortal souls here contribute so selflessly. How could they possibly avoid me over a mere loss of power? He had merely taken a small portion of the divine energy, and hadn't he also guided the immortal souls, allowing their power to return to the heavens and earth? At this realization, Li Tianwei seemed to grasp something. Could it be that this Taishu Forbidden Land has been corrupted by demonic forces? Or perhaps controlled by some heretical cultivators, demonic cultivators, or even fallen immortals? Otherwise, how could this be happening? With this realization, everything suddenly made sense. It seems my reasoning was sound. Feeling the Taishu Forbidden Land, devoid of even a trace of power, Li Tianwei had found his answer. I never imagined the Taishu Forbidden Ground would be like this. No wonder my master warned it was extremely dangerous, claiming several disciples from the Lingxu sacred land had fallen here. When I first encountered the benevolent spirit souls here, showing no trace of danger, I thought my master had misjudged the situation. It seems he was right after all. The problem lies not with the immortal souls, but within this Taishu Forbidden Ground itself. Li Tianwei's eyes immediately shifted as he gazed at the golden core circling around him in midair, which had begun to steadily grow larger. Even so, it remained minuscule compared to the vastness of the entire Taishu Forbidden Land. This was once a battlefield of immortal wars, a place even immortals couldn't destroy. Li Tianwei understood this reality. Just because he couldn't resolve it now didn't mean he couldn't resolve it later. Seems I'll have another task after ascending to immortality. First is that heart-questioning ladder. The thing has major issues. Now add the Taishu Forbidden Ground to the list. Li Tianwei drew a long breath, suppressing the turmoil within. Chapter 91, Severing an Arm to Survive. The Taishu Forbidden Land heard not a whisper of Li Tianwei's inner monologue. At that moment, it yearned to expel this locust-like pest. Soon, that crimson eye swept across the sky above the Taishu Forbidden Land, finally settling upon Li Tianwei. Feeling this inexplicable gaze, Li Tianwei lifted his head to meet it. It truly is a demonic entity. Otherwise, how could a Forbidden Land's access be determined by a single eyeball? Li Tianwei's terrifying fusion golden core hung above his head, its gravitational pull intensifying until the surrounding space itself warped under its influence. Boom! The Taishu Forbidden Ground shook violently. A celestial scar sliced through the sky, rippling the heavens and earth like waves on a lake. Waves roared. A repulsive force tore through the air. It must be said that an area capable of sustaining a divine battle possessed immense power. Seeing Li Tianwei steadfastly maintain his position without retreating, the Taishu Forbidden Grounds made an instant decision. It severed the very patch of land where Li Tianwei stood, casting it aside and completely replacing it. It offered Li Tianwei no chance to depart on his own terms, opting instead for a ruthless, self-sacrificing severance. Outside the Taishu Forbidden Ground, Bai Musu had already handed over duties to Lan Yu and departed. Lan Yu remained stationed outside the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. Based on the scheduled opening time, there was still more than half the allotted time remaining. She detected no unusual activity within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. While stationed outside, Lan Yu could only hope Bai Musu would yield results swiftly. In truth, Lan Yu belonged to Bai Muxu's preceding generation of prodigies, having reached the transformation of spirit realm in just over 1,000 years. While he lagged significantly behind Bai Musu, he was undeniably a prodigy of the heavens. Now, however, Bai Muxu had caught up to him. Lan Yu understood the mission Bai Muxu was undertaking upon his departure. In the past, the Lingxu Holy Land had also considered sending Lan Yu to probe that sliver of possibility once he broke through to the soul-escaping realm. Alas, Lan Yu lacked both the talent and the capability. In the end, Bai Muxu accepted all of this. Who would have thought his disciple would reach the Golden Core Stage too? How long has it been? Just a year? Lan Yu thought to himself as he gazed at Tianhen in the distance. These days, prodigies are multiplying. Yuanqi also broke through to the Golden Core realm a few years ago, though it took him 10 years of cultivation far faster than I could ever hope to match. And with Bai Muxu setting such a high standard, other sacred lands have also produced their share of prodigies. Such a cluster of talent emerging simultaneously must portend something. Lan Yu murmured to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, his divine sense suddenly detected something. His expression immediately turned grave as he looked toward the opposite side of Tianhen. There, dark clouds gathered thickly overhead. A faint divine might swept over, rolling thunder snakes and radiating purple light, undoubtedly the harbinger of the heavenly tribulation. The Golden Core Tribulation? Having lived over 1,000 years, Lan Yu possessed keen insight. He instantly recognized the sudden eruption of the heavenly tribulation in the distance. Who would undergo tribulation here? This is the Taishu Forbidden Land devoid of spiritual energy, chaotic and untamed. Could it be? Lan Yu's expression shifted as a thought struck him. He immediately formed a seal and rushed toward the source of the tribulation. As Lan Yu departed, hidden within a crevice of the Taishu Forbidden Land, 3 figures watched Lan Yu's departing form. Had these 3 not concealed their presence, Lan Yu would have detected that they were all cultivators at the transformation spirit realm. These 3 were the spirit transformation cultivators dispatched by Zheng Linyuan through demonic connections to eliminate Li Tianwei. With intelligence from the Blood Nightmare sect and news of Li Tianwei's meteoric cultivation progress within a single year reaching the other sacred lands, Li Tianwei had become a thorn in the side of these 3 great sacred lands. His talent was too strong, far too strong. His ability to slay Nascent Soul cultivators while still at the Foundation establishment stage, coupled with the lingering traces of his presence in Pan Mountain City of the Blood Nightmare sect, made it clear that Li Tianwei had comprehended 5 Dao intentions. Upon his subsequent return to Lingxu Sacred Land, Bai Muxu sent him to the Taishu Forbidden Grounds to cultivate divine abilities. It was entirely conceivable that if Li Tianwei successfully matured, he would become a prodigy surpassing Bai Muxu himself. A single Bai Muxu already suffocated the other 3 sacred lands. In this era where those at the soul-escaping realm could scarcely intervene, Bai Muxu's innate talent, combined with his power at the spirit-transforming realm, was sufficient to counter several spirit-transforming realm cultivators. One man was worth half a sacred land. Should another prodigy emerge surpassing Bai Muxu, the Northern Ling domain might as well be renamed the Lingxu domain. The thought of Lingxu Sacred Land potentially monopolizing future resources and status, even forcing them to bow, was utterly unacceptable to the remaining 3 sacred lands. Therefore, Li Tianwei must die. 3 spirit transformation cultivators were dispatched to intercept him. Led by the Baiyuan Sacred Land, 2 spirit transformation cultivators were directly dispatched. The Qinglan Sacred Land did not send spirit transformation cultivators but instead lent these 3 cultivators a high-grade magical artifact on the verge of ascending to a spirit treasure. The final participant was a cultivator from the Yinsong Sacred Land. Originally, Yinsong had no intention of sending anyone. But Zheng Linyuan, as a demonic cultivator, naturally leveraged his connections within the Yinsong Sacred Land. It could be said that through Li Tianwei's actions, he had earned the hostility of the 3 great sacred lands across the entire cultivation world. The demonic factions regarded him as nothing more than a dying world's desperate last gasp. He was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. A rational person might understand the system's reasoning. This cultivation world was too chaotic. Playing it safe and developing quietly might be the wiser choice. Of course, if Li Tianwei knew this, he'd likely nod in satisfaction. This was precisely the treatment he deserved. Lan Yu had detected the aura of the heavenly tribulation, and naturally, the 3 Nascent Soul cultivators sensed it too. They immediately connected it to Li Tianwei. He had come to the Taishu Forbidden Land specifically to break through to the Golden Core stage and comprehend divine abilities. Now, seeing him alive, they knew he must have survived within the Taishu Forbidden Grounds. Due to the unique nature of that place, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't manifest there. Once he emerged, the Golden Core tribulation would inevitably descend upon him. It seems that youngster succeeded in his breakthrough.
Fusion Elder, the most powerful of the three Nascent Soul cultivators, spoke up.
As planned, I shall use Qinglan Sec's heavenly rebuke mirror to block that Lan Yu brat. You two handle that Li Tianwei.
The carved jade mirror in Elder Fusion's hand swirled, faintly revealing the aura of a divine artifact.
Upon hearing Elder Fusion's words, the remaining two nodded in unison.
Su Yuqing of the White Origin Holy Land gave a slight nod, while Mingyin Jinren of the Yin Conceal Holy Land beside him nodded gently, his body radiating a palpable aura of Yin energy.
If that is the case, let us proceed.
Fusion Elder swept his hand, propelling the heaven-repelling mirror toward the celestial tribulation. Mingyin and Su Yuqing exchanged a glance before each deploying their own methods to follow closely behind. Meanwhile, beneath the thick, dark clouds, lightning flashed. At the center of the faint divine wrath, Li Tianwei stood with his head tilted back, gazing at the celestial fury above and the scene shrouded in gloom.
Li Tianwei now understood he had been expelled from the Taishu Forbidden Land.
How despicable. I merely sought to detonate my golden core.
Who would have thought this Taishu Forbidden Land could isolate my entire domain and forcibly expel me? It seems I truly have been influenced by demonic forces. Li Tianwei sighed inwardly, but he knew his immediate priority was to confront his celestial tribulation. Why does this heavenly tribulation feel so weak?
Chapter 92, Being assassinated counts as a form of inheritance.
Celestial might, endless purple lightning, thunderous flashes layered upon layers within the dense, dark clouds, thick beyond belief.
Li Tianwei sensed the heavenly might above the horizon, though that was the extent of his perception. It appeared vast in scale, yet in Li Tianwei's eyes, it was nothing special.
It didn't even meet his expectations.
According to his previous conception, possessing both a heavenly spirit root and extraordinary insight, he had condensed a fusion golden core, with 100 intentions bestowed upon him. His heavenly tribulation should have been an unprecedented phenomenon, its power beyond compare truly unmatched throughout history. How could this tribulation's might appear only marginally more formidable than that of Qingyueying, a peak nascent soul cultivator? No, perhaps this is only the beginning. The later stages of the heavenly tribulation grow increasingly powerful.
Li Tianwei had come to this realization on his own.
Lan Yu, who had rushed over in haste, stared at the golden core tribulation unfolding before her. Her face had turned completely dark. This is the supreme heavenly tribulation.
Isn't this supposed to be the transformation tribulation?
The aura is unmistakably that of the supreme heavenly tribulation, but its scale appears to be that of a foundation establishment cultivator breaking through to golden core. Lan Yu couldn't fathom what circumstances would force a foundation establishment cultivator breaking through to gold core to endure such a tribulation. Had he offended the heavens? Or had he committed such heinous sins that this wasn't a heavenly tribulation, but divine retribution? Lan Yu clearly remembered his own divine transformation tribulation when he advanced from nascent soul to divine transformation. Compared to this, his own tribulation had been several tiers weaker. If he were to face this supreme heavenly tribulation, he wouldn't even survive the first wave, let alone achieve divine transformation. As his divine sense probed forward, Lan Yu caught sight of the figure at the center of the tribulation.
Back when Li Tianwei ascended the heart-questioning ladder, Lan Yu had competed with other elders for Li Tianwei's favor.
Naturally, he recognized him at a glance.
So it is him. But this is a heavenly tribulation. How much help can I really offer?
Lan Yu gazed at the 9-5 supreme heavenly tribulation in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The calamity's power escalated according to the strength of the intervening cultivator. Should he, a Huatian cultivator, intervene, this 9-5 supreme heavenly tribulation might well surge several tiers higher. Just as Lan Yu pondered this, Elder Fusion, holding the heaven-repelling mirror, approached from behind, soaring through the air. A sea of radiant light, heavy pressure, and the force of divine laws descended upon them. Old Man Fusion of the White Yuan Holy Land. Lan Yu instantly sensed Elder Fusion's arrival, his expression abruptly changing.
Without needing to think, Lan Yu knew exactly who he had come for. Fusion! Does the Baiyuan Holy Land intend to declare war on our Lingxu Holy Land?
Lan Yu pointed at Elder Fusion and shouted. Old Man Fusion paid no heed to Lan Yu's outburst.
He had come here with one sole mission, to kill Li Tianwei and utterly annihilate this prodigy.
Over the years, Lingxu's sacred ground had grown excessively powerful. Whether it was resources, secret realms, or treasures within the immortal ruins, Lingxu's sacred ground had claimed the largest share, sometimes even monopolizing them entirely. Such behavior had already depleted the resources of the other three sacred lands by an immeasurable amount over the past millennium. If another prodigy like Li Tianwei were to emerge, the Lingxu Holy Land would undoubtedly grow even more arrogant for thousands of years to come. Such an outcome must never be allowed. Heaven's rebuke mirror, reflections illusory, figures drifting. Fusion chanted the incantation, directing it toward Lan Yu. Due to the heavenly tribulation, Su Yuqing and Mingyin refrained from acting hastily, instead biding their time while gathering the power of the laws. The heavenly tribulation of the Supreme Sovereign before them had shaken even them. A tribulation of such power for a mere golden core tribulation made it easy to imagine the terrifying extent of his innate talent. Previously, the three great sacred lands had jointly launched numerous campaigns to eliminate Bai Mu Su, none of which had failed. They had deployed Nascent Soul cultivators when Bai Mu Su was at the Golden Core stage, and transformed into immortal spirit cultivators when he reached that stage. Yet, none of these efforts succeeded in eliminating him. Now they had leaped two major realms, deploying a Nascent Soul cultivator. To prevent another Bai Mu Su-like mishap, Su Yuqing and Ming Yin seized the moment while Li Tianwei was undergoing his tribulation to gather their power. They continuously constructed and layered various spells and laws. To kill Li Tianwei, the two joined forces, unleashing power that surpassed his own realm. Their intent was a single, decisive strike, ensuring Li Tianwei left not a shred of chance for survival. With Bai Mu's fate as a cautionary tale, the pressure now fell squarely on Li Tianwei. Had Li Tianwei known, he might have mused that this was the essence of inheritance. As for Li Tianwei, he was currently focused entirely on confronting this heavenly tribulation, unaware of the situation unfolding between Lan Yu and the other three Huatian realm cultivators. After all, spirit transformation cultivators were masters who could project their divine souls, project their yang gods, and command the laws of the universe. They were fundamentally different from nascent soul cultivators. The gap between the two was even greater than that between Foundation Establishment and Nascent Soul. Boom! The heavenly tribulation's lightning flashed, the pressure of heaven and earth manifesting, waves of oppression bearing down. Layers upon layers of black clouds, each suffused with the aura of destruction, stretched endlessly upward, their depths utterly unseen. Upon sensing Li Tianwei's presence, the calamity erupted downward. Boom! Lightning crackled and flashed. Strangely, the thunderbolts that should have struck instead coalesced into a peculiar phenomenon. Celestial fire and lightning, laden with rain and crackling with electricity, rolled through the clouds as an eerie corrosive force descended. Even the chaotic energies surrounding the Taishu forbidden grounds instinctively recoiled, as if sensing the most perilous force in existence. The vast majesty of heaven's wrath struck fear into even the Golden Core cultivators, despite it being merely a tribulation. Much less Li Tianwei, the intended target, as the surging power crashed down upon him. Li Tianwei sensed this force and immediately revealed his own power. His golden core materialized, faint fusion energy surging forth. An intense heat, akin to the presence of the sun itself, descended like a suffocating blanket. The aura reversed, and inexplicable gravitational fluctuations drew the power of heaven and earth toward him. Come on! Li Tianwei lunged forward. Even he had no concept of just how powerful he had become. To create an environment conducive to fusion within his body, he had engraved 100 intentions onto his golden core, transforming it into a star-like entity. Such enhancements were unprecedented. The vast, terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, striking Li Tianwei directly. Such immense energy fluctuations drew the frequent glances of Lan Yu and the other three Huatian cultivators. I actually sense a trace of threat. As the tribulation's energy dispersed, the expressions of Ming Yin and Su Yuqing, who were in the midst of gathering their own power, turned grave. Though they had taken Li Tianwei seriously, he remained merely at the Golden Core stage. They had already treated him with the strength reserved for cultivators of the same realm. Now, witnessing this sudden outburst, they understood all too well the monstrous talent of the being within the heavenly tribulation. Both men abandoned caution, summoning the laws of the universe and even retrieving pills from their storage rings to bolster their strength, all to unleash even greater power. Who could have imagined two nascent soul cultivators would adopt such an attitude when confronting a cultivator undergoing the Golden Core tribulation? In the cultivation world, hierarchy was strictly defined. A Golden Core cultivator might spend their entire life without ever catching a glimpse of a spirit transformation cultivator. Yet such an existence compelled a spirit transformation cultivator to confront it with full force. One could only imagine how utterly defiant of convention this was. To Li Tianwei, however, this seemed perfectly normal. Otherwise, wouldn't his cultivation of the Golden Core have been wasted? It was simply the treatment reserved for the protagonist, the prodigy. In other novels, Golden Core cultivators slaughter immortals. How could I fail to handle a mere spirit transformation cultivator?